Bai Zhou found himself transported into a novel set in a world besieged by otherworldly invasions, where the populace undergoes vocational transformations. In this realm, young women can metamorphose into divine weapons, engaging in fierce battles, while young men ascend to become spirit masters, binding with these divine weapons to stand united against the encroaching threats. Shun Qin's class spirit weapon, the blood-weeping blade, innate skill, blood drink. The deafening announcement reverberated across a vast playground. As the dazzling light on the elevated platform gradually dimmed, the enchanting figure of a young girl emerged. Her face was alight with astonishment. This girl possessed striking beauty, her radiant skin complemented by airy bangs that lent her an air of purity. If she were to be placed in a school, she would undoubtedly be crowned the belle of the institution. Amidst the crowd, gasps filled the air. My goodness, the beauty from Class 3, Shun Qin, has awakened in class spirit weapon? Indeed, she is the first class spirit maiden to awaken today in our school. Such beauty and formidable talent. Our school has yet to see in class spirit master. I wonder who will have the honor of contracting with Shun Qin. Hey, don't forget, the school beauty has a worthless boyfriend. Amidst this cacophony, Bai Zhou stood in bewilderment. Have I been transported? Before he could fully comprehend his situation, Shun Qin, surrounded by admirers, descended from the platform. To his astonishment, she made her way towards him. As she approached with a smile, Bai Zhou's heart sank. Oh no, could this school bow-tie's worthless boyfriend be me? Just as Shun Qin reached him, an attractive youth of 18 or 19, whose expression mirrored Shun Qin's surprise, stepped forward and exclaimed, Qin, this is incredible. I never imagined you would be class. However, before he could finish, Shun Qin scoffed coldly. What are you? Do you think you have the right to call me Qin? Ah. Shun Qin's icy disdain not only stunned Bai Zhou, but also left the handsome youth momentarily speechless as he stammered. Qin, ew. Don't call me Qin. With another frosty huff, Shun Qin entwined her arm with Bai Zhou's. Bai Zhou, still grappling with his newfound identity, was left utterly dumbfounded. Then, in a frigid tone, Shun Qin addressed the young man. Chu Yun, get a grip. Do you still think of me as your girlfriend? We are not from the same world. Please, do not seek me out again. What? Chu Yun's shock was palpable. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was equally astonished. This scenario, where the protagonist's love interest was being rejected, felt eerily familiar. Shun Qin continued, I have awakened in class spirit weapon. Although Bai Zhou is merely in a class spirit master, his family is wealthy enough to elevate him to class with enough financial means. And you, Chu Yun, what do you possess besides that pretty face? Wait a moment. Bai Zhou's head was filled with exclamations as he processed the implications. Shun Qin, Chu Yun, and I, Bai Zhou, am I really a wealthy heir? This plot, oh my goodness. I have somehow been transported into a world of a novel centered around universal vocational transitions, and I have become the antagonist who is nothing but a rich heir. In this world, everyone undergoes vocational transformations at 18. Men become spirit masters while women awaken spirit weapons, transforming into spirit maidens. The combination of male and female counterparts is essential to combat the otherworldly invasions. Heaven above, the very Chu Yun, who is being rejected, is the protagonist. Good heavens! I distinctly recall the plot. The protagonist, endowed with extraordinary abilities, would eventually awaken an SS-class talent, rising to prominence while I become the target of ridicule. In the original narrative, my demise was quite tragic. What am I to do now? Bai Zhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet, the confrontation between Shun Qin and Chu Yun showed no signs of abating. Chu Yun appeared agitated, trembling with clenched fists as he coldly addressed Shun Qin. What did you say? Shun Qin. His tone seemed to echo the pain of past grievances, almost a howl. But Bai Zhou was engrossed in his own turmoil. Such a loud voice made Bai Zhou's brow furrow in irritation. He raised a hand. With a sharp crack, he slapped Chu Yun across the face, instinctively muttering, Can you keep it down? Thud. Chu Yun staggered back, clutching his cheek, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Bai Zhou. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the playground. The crowd was stunned, clearly unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. Bai Zhou himself was bewildered, yet internally he thought, What have I done? I just slapped the protagonist. This can't be happening. I was trying to avoid such entanglements. As Bai Zhou wrestled with his conflicting emotions, a familiar yet foreign mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected 1 point of physical harm inflicted upon the protagonist. 9,999 points of mental harm inflicted. Destiny villain points 100. 900 more needed to unlock the villain's roulette. Upon hearing this mechanical notification, a spark of joy ignited in Bai Zhou's eyes. A system. So I have a system after all. With the system at my disposal, what do I have to fear from a chosen one like you? In that fleeting moment, Bai Zhou straightened his posture, casting a look of disdain at the protagonist, Chu Yun. Do you dare to strike me? Chu Yun's voice, laced with venom, emerged through gritted teeth. As the male lead, how could he bear such humiliation in public? Bai Zhou, you have gone too far. Chu Yun's low growl resonated throughout the area. However, a powerful voice from the elevated platform quashed the tension. At the Awakening Conference, disturbances are prohibited. Chu Yun, this is your first warning should you persist. I will have no choice but to expel you from the conference. Chu Yun froze, turning to face the authoritative figure on the platform, clearly their school's principal. But he struck first. The principal glanced at Bai Zhou before turning back to Chu Yun, calmly stating, I did not see that. What? The color drained from Chu Yun's face. Ding! Detected 99 points of mental harm inflicted upon the protagonist due to your actions. Destiny villain points 100. 800 more needed to unlock the villain's roulette. Is it even possible? Bai Zhou had not anticipated such a turn of events. At that moment, standing beside Bai Zhou, Shenxin added her own sharp remark. Did you see that, Chu Yun? This is what we call a disparity. Their classmates, who were also attending the Awakening Conference, began to point and whisper about Chu Yun. This Chu Yun must be out of his mind. How dare he challenge Bai Zhou, one of the 4 young heirs of our Dragon Nation's financial elite? Does he not value his life? I couldn't care less about that. Chu Yun am more envious of Shenxin. Absolutely. She has secured the favor of Bai Zhou. Her future will surely be meteoric. Ding! Detected 88 points of mental harm inflicted upon the protagonist due to your actions. Destiny villain points 100, 700 more needed to unlock the villain's roulette. With each notification, Bai Zhou's smile grew more pronounced. Looking at Shenxin, the school beauty beside him, his gaze shifted, and he mused. This woman is Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend? If I could mold her into a loyal follower, this Chu Yun. Huh. Bai Zhou's wicked thoughts were truly. Well, he was the villain. After all, how could he not engage in villainous deeds? Chu Yun's fists were clenched tightly, as if he were trying to crush his own teeth, growling. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate. Smack! Another resounding slap landed on Chu Yun's other cheek. I told you to keep it down. Do you not understand human language? Ding! It has been detected that you have inflicted 10 points of physical damage and 9,999 points of psychological harm to the protagonist. Destiny's villain value increased by 100 points. 600 more points are required to activate the villain roulette. In the presence of so many witnesses, delivering a slap to the protagonist's face, this is the sensation it brings, is it not? Chapter 2. You wouldn't want your father to be beyond medical help, would you? Judging by the damage indication from the system's prompt, Bai Zhou's slap was far more severe than before. Chu Yun charged directly into the crowd. Yet no one among them showed any intention of helping him, instead opting to evade him. After much effort, Chu Yun finally steadied himself, his fists clenched tightly and his teeth gritted. Bastard! It seemed he was ready to charge forward, intent on delivering a beating to Bai Zhou. However, it appeared as though he was constrained by some unseen force, stopping dead in his tracks after only taking a single step forward. His eyes flickered incessantly, as if engaged in some form of silent communication with another. While others were oblivious, Bai Zhou, well-versed in the original storyline, was fully aware it must be the voice in Chu Yun's mind that was curbing his impulsive behavior. This was precisely why Bai Zhou had previously grappled with the moral implications of his villainous identity. However, at this moment, whatever voices resided in your mind, Chu Yun, were of no consequence at that juncture. A petite girl, seemingly frail, appeared to have exerted considerable effort to push through the crowd and reach Chu Yun's side. The sight of this girl made Bai Zhou's eyes widen with intrigue. She was one of the few students present still clad in a school uniform, albeit one that appeared rather oversized and ill-fitting. Despite its worn appearance, with the school's emblem barely discernible due to years of washing. It remained impeccably clean. Particularly striking was her delicate visage. Had it not been for her somewhat sickly thinness, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty. The young girl gazed at Chu Yun with genuine concern, exclaiming, "Brother Chu Yun, are you all right?" Seeing Chu Yun's swollen cheek, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she turned, defiantly confronting Bai Zhou. "What right do you have to hit Brother Chu Yun?" Without Bai Zhou needing to respond, Shin Qin, standing beside him, contemptuously remarked, "Oh, isn't this Lin Wei, the one who has only awakened an E-grade talent? What? Feeling sorry for your brother Chu Yun? It makes sense. A person like him can only bond with a waste like you. I just broke up with him, and here you are, jumping in to defend him. You're merely picking up the scraps I discarded. Thanks for taking this trash off my hands. Otherwise, I would have struggled to be with young Master Bai Zhou." Ding, detected that due to you, the protagonist has suffered 999 points of mental damage. Destiny villain value 100 points. The villain roulette requires another 500 points to activate. It must be said, the scornful remarks directed at the protagonist in the original novel were indeed quite potent. However, Bai Zhou at that moment was unfazed. His gaze remained fixated on Lin Wei. He was acutely aware of the storyline, knowing that this slender girl named Lin Wei was none other than Chu Yun's childhood sweetheart. Moreover, her family circumstances were rather modest. In comparison to his own, they scarcely registered. Yet, one crucial piece of information remained vivid in Bai Zhou's memory. Although Lin Wei had only awakened an E-grade spirit weapon, it bore the illustrious name of Dragon Dandelion Silver Spear. How absurd! The name alone could not possibly be confined to an E-grade classification. According to the narrative's progression, the voice in Chu Yun's mind would eventually uncover the hidden attributes of the Dragon Dandelion Silver Spear and compel Chu Yun to form a contract. As a childhood friend, Lin Wei would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Furthermore, upon the completion of the contract, the weapon's latent abilities would be unleashed, catapulting it to the status of an extraordinary SSS-grade artifact. Lin Wei would thus become a pivotal asset for Chu Yun in the early stages of the novel. Since he had arrived in this world, how could he possibly relinquish the Dragon Dandelion Silver Spear so easily? Moreover, if he could sway the only girl currently supporting Chu Yun, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of Destiny villain value for him. With this thought in mind, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and began composing a message of uncertain content, dispatching it forthwith. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, stung by Shin Qin's ridicule, felt tears welling in her eyes. She wished to argue her case, but Chu Yun raised his hand to stop her, saying, Wei, there's no need to engage with people like them. Brother Chu Yun, gazing at Chu Yun's swollen cheek, Lin Wei felt her heart ache. Just then, a booming voice resonated from the speakers. Next up, from Class 3 of senior year, Chu Yun. At this announcement, everyone immediately turned their attention to the bruised Chu Yun, their gazes filled with derision and mockery. Even Shin Qin, standing beside Bai Zhou, chimed in. "Oh, so soon it's your turn to embarrass yourself." The endurance of Shin Qin's taunts was indeed formidable. However, at that moment, Bai Zhou did not receive the familiar notification of the protagonist suffering mental damage. This was because Chu Yun's mindset had shifted. Despite his swollen face, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Finally, is it my turn? What? Are you about to show off? He glanced back at Lin Wei and said, "Trust me." Chu Yun then strode confidently toward the stage, his demeanor radiating an air of triumph, as if he were accompanied by an invisible soundtrack. Little did he know, a frail, ancient voice echoed in his mind. "Relax, you carry a fragment of my soul. Your talents will undoubtedly astound the universe. When the time comes, not just that arrogant scion who struck your face, but the entire world shall bow at your feet." Of course, this had little to do with Bai Zhou. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Wei, his pupils gleaming with a singular desire to possess. Lin Wei, acutely aware of Bai Zhou's intense gaze, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After all, as an innocent young maiden, who could withstand such a lecherous stare? Yet, she mustered her resolve, forcing herself not to look at Bai Zhou. The more she tried to avert her gaze, the more vividly she perceived his scrutiny. Ultimately, unable to endure the feeling of being devoured by his gaze, Lin Wei swiftly turned and fled in panic. Naturally, Bai Zhou would not let such an opportunity slip away that he immediately broke free from Shin Qin's grasp and pursued her. "Hey, Bai Zhou!" Shin Qin attempted to follow suit. However, the announcement resonating across the playground. Chu Yun, awakening begins, temporarily quelled her intent. She fled, he chased, and she felt her spirit begin to unravel. Eventually, Bai Zhou cornered Lin Wei in a secluded area devoid of onlookers. Lin Wei's eyes brimmed with tears as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Bai Zhou's stare, her voice trembling. Are you chasing me? I want to know. I need you. Bai Zhou declared boldly, yet upon hearing this, Lin Wei trembled, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, gritting her teeth as she replied, I would rather die than. How is that even death? Bai Zhou's lips curled slightly. Did you misunderstand? I meant to propose a contract with you. Lin Wei's body quivered. She raised her reddened eyes, only to quickly lower them again, gritting her teeth. Xin has an S-grade talent. Why not contract with her instead of seeking out a mere E-grade waste like me? Bai Zhou chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took a step closer. That's because they fail to see the brilliance within you. However, the very act of him stepping closer sent Lin Wei recoiling in fear. Retreating 2 steps, Bai Zhou smirked. You're so afraid of me. I'm not a monster. To his surprise, Lin Wei retorted. You bully brother Chu Yun. You're the real villain. Sighing, Bai Zhou lifted his gaze, nonchalantly declaring, Indeed, I am a villain, but I am a wealthy villain. As he spoke, a sly grin crept across his face. If I recall correctly, that your father should be at the 3rd hospital, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's expression shifted dramatically. Please, don't harm my father. Who said I intended to harm your father? Bai Zhou raised his hands and feigned innocence. Your father's condition is dire. Is it not due to your family's inability to afford his treatment? Are you still pinning your hopes on that Chu Yun? He is poorer than you. But that I have money. A glimmer akin to that of a cunning wolf sparkled in Bai Zhou's eyes. Using Lin Wei's father as leverage against her was undeniably unethical, yet that as a villain, what value did ethics hold? Bai Zhou advanced another step, lowering his voice. You wouldn't want your father to be beyond medical help, would you? Chapter 3 The Unmatched Sword Box. Unlimited contract capacity. Lin Wei, having grown up in a financially strained household, had long harbored feelings of inferiority, leading her to withdraw from social interactions. Typically, she would only play with the impoverished boy from the neighboring village, the very protagonist, Chu Yun. Now, hearing the wolfish Bai Zhou's words, you wouldn't want your father to be beyond medical help, would you? Lin Wei felt a sudden jolt in her heart, subconsciously, as if driven by a reflex. She blurted out, Can you really save my father? However, the moment those words escaped her lips, Lin Wei realized with a start whom she was addressing. This was an acknowledged scion of a wealthy family, a notorious rogue. In a panic, Lin Wei hastily clamped her mouth shut and took 2 quick steps back. Yet, those 2 steps left her pressed firmly against the wall behind her, with no further avenue for retreat. Observing Lin Wei in such a state, Bai Zhou's eyes were laced with a glimmer of amusement. Instead of directly answering her question, he pulled out his phone and remarked, As long as you nod, I will immediately call to arrange for your father to be taken to the finest hospital, where the best doctors and medications await. Your father is only in the mid-stages of his illness, and the chances of recovery are still quite high. However, if we delay any longer, Bai Zhou's voice trailed off. Hearing his words, Lin Wei, who had been lifted by Bai Zhou's insistence, trembled once more, her pupils reflecting a clear struggle. It was evident that she was moved. After all, it was her father. Yet, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Me? I'm just an E-rank, so what?" Bai Zhou replied with a nonchalant shrug. Even though I have no fondness for Xin, I must concede that she spoke the truth, that my family could easily invest enough to elevate me to S rank. Do you really think I would care about your E-rank status? However, Lin Wei did not doubt Bai Zhou's familial power. She was not a fool, either. What could compel a privileged heir to seek a contract with someone like her? Other than mere amusement, she could think of no other reason at that moment. Bai Zhou interjected. Are you perhaps waiting for that Chu Yun? Upon hearing the name Chu Yun, Lin Wei's pupils constricted sharply. Coincidentally, a deafening announcement echoed across the playground. Class 3 of senior year. Chu Yun.SSS rank. SSS rank Spirit Master Talent? How is this possible? Instantly, the entire playground erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, as if a bomb had detonated. The expression on Lin Wei's face, standing before Bai Zhou, burst forth with intense joy. I knew it. Her voice trembled as she continued. I knew he could do it. Brother Chu Yun is definitely not useless. In that moment, only Baijiu remained unaffected. For he was all too familiar with this script. The revelation of an SSS-rank spirit master talent sent shockwaves throughout the school. Countless beautiful girls queued up, eager to form a contract with Chu Yun. Even his ex-girlfriend, the campus belle Shinqin, nearly reconsidering her past decisions. Though Baijiu was not present, he could vividly imagine Chu Yun's haughty expression, looking down on everyone that he was not concerned. In fact, he had been anticipating this very moment. He turned to Lin Wei and said, "Are you still elated? Have you considered that Chu Yun is now SSS, while you are merely an E-rank? Do you really think he would spare you a second glance?" With those words, Lin Wei felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her face paling instantly, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed. Baijiu did not allow her a moment to breathe, continuing, "It is time for you to make a decision, Lin Wei. If you still hold on to thoughts of that Chu Yun, then I am afraid there is nothing I can do. Your father's illness is for you to handle," he added, "and as for this Chu Yun, even if he awakens his SSS talent with the power of the Bai family, extinguishing him would be as simple as squashing an ant." Baijiu's words were half-truths. His family indeed had the strength to eliminate Chu Yun, but if Chu Yun had awakened SSS talent, the situation would be quite different. He would immediately attract the attention of various formidable entities, with the Bai family being one among them. However, maintaining a balance would require careful consideration before any overt actions could be taken. But Lin Wei was oblivious to this reality. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "Do not harm brother Chu Yun." Her reaction was even more fervent than her concern for her father's illness, clearly indicating her deep affection for Chu Yun. Yet, Baijiu remained indifferent. "Well then, it all depends on your choice." Tears streamed down Lin Wei's cheeks. This time, they were genuine. Baijiu added fuel to the fire, saying, "Surely, you do not wish for your brother Chu Yun to be harmed?" This provocation was masterfully executed. Lin Wei, with no further hesitation, immediately declared, "I am willing to form a contract with you." At long last, after uttering those words, Lin Wei's tears flowed even more fiercely. "Brother Chu Yun." I am sorry that a smile crept onto Baijiu's face. That it was at that moment that a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. "Ding, detected that you have forcibly altered the original storyline. Destiny Villain points 500, Villain Grand Roulette activated. Would the host like to draw for the villain reward?" This was unexpected. He had initially believed that rewards would only be granted when he played the role of the protagonist. But it turned out that altering the original plot could yield rewards as well. Moreover, this time he had directly acquired 500 points of Destiny Villain value, along with the opportunity to draw a reward. Baijiu could hardly contain his excitement. "Let us start the draw." A massive roulette materialized before him, and at his command, it began to spin rapidly. Soon, a brilliant red light shone from the wheel. Following this, he heard, "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully drawn a red-tier reward. Twin Sword Box." Note: the Twin Sword Box can store spirit artifacts bound by a life and death contract, with no limit on quantity. Incredible! Upon hearing the description of this reward, Baijiu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at a life and death contract, with no limit on quantity. He understood the original plot well, knowing there were 3 types of contracts. Master-servant contract. The spirit master is the master, and the spirit is the servant, with an unlimited number of servants. Partner contract. The spirit master and spirit are mutual partners, also with no limit on the number of contracts, but the spirits must recognize one another. Life and death contract. A binding that can only be signed once, as the soul contract that can only be signed once. Doing so signifies complete mutual recognition that it felt akin to a lifelong marriage. And the System's reward, the Twin Sword Box, could allow for an unlimited number of life and death contracts. Did this mean he could marry? Well, not exactly. But it was undeniably impressive. Initially, he intended to sign a master-servant contract with Lin Wei. But now his plans had shifted. He looked at Lin Wei before him, formulating a different idea. With a smile, he said, "Let us proceed to the contract." "All right, at this moment." Lin Wei's face was ashen, her expression blank. Resembling a robot, she mechanically followed in Baijiu's footsteps. The two exited the corner, and Lin Wei instinctively glanced up at the playground. Sure enough, there stood Chu Yun, full of confidence, surrounded by beautiful women, eagerly seeking contracts, with even Shinqin among the throng. Lin Wei bit her lip, lowering her head once more. However, amidst the crowd, Chu Yun, seemingly blessed by an invisible halo of protagonist status, immediately spotted Lin Wei walking with her head bowed. His eyes sparkled as he broke free from the cluster of girls and dashed toward her. From a distance, he called out, "Wei Wei, did you hear? I have SSS talent now. No one can look down on me. No one can bully me anymore." Chu Yun positioned himself in front of Lin Wei, blocking her path, but faced with his excitement, Lin Wei kept her head down and remained silent. This prompted Chu Yun to furrow his brow. "Wei Wei, what's wrong? Aren't you happy for me?" At that moment, Bai Zhou, walking ahead, turned back and softly said, "Lin Wei, shall we go?" "Okay." Without acknowledging Chu Yun, Lin Wei surprisingly nodded obediently, sidestepping him to catch up with Bai Zhou. "You?" Chu Yun's expression twisted with rage. "Ding! Detected that you have caused emotional harm to the protagonist. 999 points. Destiny villain value 100. Villain Grand Roulette activation requires 1,900 points." Chapter 4. What if you have SSS? You are still an insignificant ant. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou was, of course, delighted, though he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. Additionally, he noted a peculiar detail regarding the villain Grand Roulette. The first roulette required him to accumulate 1,000 points of Destiny villain value to activate, while the second had escalated to 2,000. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as Bai Zhou had multiple avenues to acquire Destiny villain value. Meanwhile, the source of Bai Zhou's villain value, Chu Yun, was left in disbelief. It was one thing for his girlfriend to follow Bai Zhou, but now even Lin Wei, who never engaged with anyone else and only followed him around calling him brother, had chosen to align herself with Bai Zhou. "No. As the chosen one, I refuse to believe this." He took 3 steps and closed the distance in 2 strides, once again positioning himself in front of Lin Wei, dramatically exclaiming, "Wei Wei, what on earth has happened? How could you possibly walk away with him? He is Bai Zhou, that wicked scoundrel." Slap. The third sharp sound echoed across the playground. Indeed, it was Bai Zhou delivering the blow, while Chu Yun was the one to suffer. Chu Yun clutched his cheek, staring at Bai Zhou in shock and fury. Bai Zhou, however, displayed an air of nonchalance, retorting, "Dare to insult me in my presence. Are you tired of living?" Ding! Detected that you have inflicted 10 points of physical damage and 99,999 points of psychological damage on the protagonist. Destiny villain value 200. If the villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune will require an additional 1,700 points to activate. Did he just gain an additional 200 points? But why has the psychological damage increased by an entire digit? The entire playground erupted into a clamor after Bai Zhou's slap. Heavens! Chu Yun has awakened an SSS-level talent. He is a genius among geniuses, yet Bai Zhou dares to strike him. Such talent as Chu Yun's is a rare occurrence in a century. This news has likely reached the ears of numerous high-ranking individuals, many of whom would wish to take him as a disciple. Bai Zhou truly dares to act with such audacity, but what of it? Have you forgotten who Bai Zhou is? Behind him stands the Bai family, one of the 4 great financial conglomerates. Indeed, do not forget that 3 of the top 10 masters of Long Gu hail from the Bai family. If that's the case, it's reasonable. He hasn't struck hard enough. Shouldn't he give it another go? The astonished murmurs around him made Chu Yun's expression darken even further. In stark contrast, Bai Zhou remained unfazed amidst the commotion, casually flicking his palm and addressing Lin Wei. "Classmate Lin Wei, shall we proceed?" Lin Wei, keeping her head down, softly acknowledged him with a hum and turned to follow. "Wei Wei." Chu Yun attempted to intervene, but Lin Wei finally reacted, turning back to him and loudly declaring, "Chu Yun, stay away from me. Would you? I don't want to see you now or ever again." After uttering these words, Lin Wei spun around and strode forward with determination, even surpassing Bai Zhou. Ding! Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist has suffered 99,999 points of psychological damage. Destiny villain value, 200. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune will require an additional 1,500 points to activate. No one noticed that Lin Wei, with her head bowed, was biting her lip fiercely, a tear falling from her eye onto the ground. Chu Yun giggled that "I'm sorry, please forgive Wei Wei." Heard Lin Wei's silent plea, and equally, no one was aware that Bai Zhou's heart was filled with delight. "Bai Zhou, you bastard!" Chu Yun's furious roar pierced through the air. "What have you done to Wei Wei? I swear I will end you." Chu Yun appeared almost hysterical, his fists clenched tightly as he charged towards Bai Zhou's back. the powerful aura of an SSS-level spirit master emanating from him. Although Chu Yun had yet to sign a contract with the spirit, such immense talent was sufficient to elevate his strength significantly. If he truly attacked Bai Zhou, the latter might not withstand it. But would Chu Yun succeed? Without turning around, Bai Zhou merely faced away, raising one hand to snap his fingers with a light pop. Swish, 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 swish. A series of light sounds followed as 5 men in black instantly positioned themselves behind Bai Zhou. These 5 men exuded an intimidating aura, all being spirit masters of level 10 or above. Despite Chu Yun's SSS talent, he had just awakened and was still at level 0. It was akin to colliding with a wall. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Puff! Blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. Ding! Detected that due to your actions, you have inflicted 100 points of physical damage and 9,999 points of psychological damage on the protagonist. Destiny villain value 500. If the villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune will require an additional 1,000 points to activate. Wow! Hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou's face lit up with joy. So, inflicting physical damage can also increase villain points. In that case, what does it matter if the Grand Wheel's points rise to 2,000? In that fleeting moment, it was as if he had returned to the starting line. These 5 men in black were, of course, the personal bodyguards of the young master of the Bai family. With such resources at his disposal, why wouldn't Bai Zhou utilize them? Chu Yun could only stand dumbfounded behind the wall of men. Even if he styled his hair like an adult, he could not prevent the tender green plum from falling into his grasp. At this moment, Bai Zhou turned to Lin Wei, who was worriedly glancing back, and said coolly, "Did you see that?" Lin Wei bit her lip and cast a deep look at the fallen Chu Yun before turning to leave. Bai Zhou's implication was clear. He could easily crush Chu Yun. Of course, Bai Zhou could indeed eliminate the level 0 Chu Yun effortlessly. However, since the invasion of the Otherworld, nations had formed city-states, strictly prohibiting spirit masters from killing one another. Duels and injuries were permissible, but death was not. Otherwise, who would stand against the Otherworld? Bai Zhou wasn't afraid of the city-state laws. He simply found it tiresome to deal with unnecessary troubles. Moreover, why eliminate Chu Yun? He was currently a significant source of villain points for Bai Zhou. It was better to extract every last bit from him first. Observing the 5 imposing bodyguards behind Bai Zhou, even the school's teachers and principal dared not utter a word. Not to mention, Chu Yun was an SSS-level prodigy. As the students watched, they shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring, "Indeed, no matter how explosive Chu Yun's talent is, Bai Zhou remains Bai Zhou, and Chu Yun is merely Chu Yun." Truly, in the face of power, talent is rendered worthless. If not for the city-state laws, Chu Yun would likely be facing dire consequences now. I envy Bai Zhou. If I were born into such a family, I would surely be even more arrogant. Shill. How can we describe Bai Zhou's actions as arrogance? Do you want to lose your life? Hey, have you noticed? The direction Bai Zhou is taking Lin Wei seems to be towards the contract room. What? No way. Bai Zhou intends to contract with Lin Wei. How could that be possible? Lin Wei is merely an E-level talent. What spirit could she possibly contract? Although she has awakened as an A-level spirit master, she cannot possibly contract with such a useless spirit. Could it be a master-servant contract to turn Lin Wei into his slave? But one would think he could at least choose a more attractive beauty. Lin Wei is so frail and small. This group of individuals was abuzz with speculation, as if it were none of their concern. However, the gazes of 2 individuals suddenly sharpened. One of them was, of course, Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend, Shen Qin. When Chu Yun awakened his SSS talent, Shen Qin had feigned indifference, approaching him with a cold demeanor, saying, "I might reluctantly give you a chance to contract with me." But Chu Yun, feeling proud, had outright rejected her, and now in a way, the one who contracts with Bai Zhou should be me. How could it possibly be that E-level waste? With that thought, she sprinted towards the contract room. The other, naturally, was Chu Yun, clutching his chest and wiping the blood from his lips, as he heard an ancient voice echoing in his mind. Something is amiss. That slender girl truly only possesses E-level talent. No, wait, her talent is concealed. She could be an extraordinary weapon. Hurry and stop them from contracting. That girl is your opportunity. Chapter 5. Why is your goddess so eager to please? At the contract room, Bai Zhou had led the perpetually bowed Lin Wei to the door. The teacher in charge of the contract room, upon seeing Bai Zhou approach, immediately stood up and respectfully addressed him, "Young Master Bai." Bai Zhou did not respond, merely nodding slightly. He understood that, due to his status, nearly all the teachers in the school were sycophants to his family. He could not fathom how the original Bai Zhou had been publicly humiliated by Chu Yun in such a situation. However, that would not occur again. Bai Zhou was determined to prevent a repeat of such an event in his own life. Looking at the teacher in charge of the contract room, Bai Zhou stated coolly, "May I contract with Lin Wei now?" "Of course," the teacher replied without hesitation, turning to reveal a panel beside the door of the contract room. As he operated it, he inquired, "Young Master Bai, would you like to sign a partner contract or a master-servant contract?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Bai Zhou's lips. A life-and-death contract. What? Lin Wei, who had kept her head down, was taken aback and looked up at Bai Zhou in shock. The teacher, too, froze momentarily, turning to regard Lin Wei with an odd expression, hesitantly stating, Young Master Bai, I must have misheard. You truly wish to sign a life-and-death contract with this E-level talent?" Bai Zhou gazed at the teacher with a slight lift of his chin. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" In a tone devoid of fervor, even lacking significant emotional fluctuation, the teacher felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Alarmed, he hastily interjected, "No problem, young Master Bai. Your request poses no issues for me. I shall arrange the life-and-death contract for you immediately." At that moment, Bai Zhou sensed a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Turning, he beheld Lin Wei, her face adorned with astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Bai Zhou, do you really intend to sign a life-and-death contract with me?" "Of course, why would I not?" Bai Zhou's response was unequivocal. Yet, Lin Wei's voice trembled with increasing anxiety. "But I only possess an E-grade talent." "Bai Zhou, are you jesting?" Observing Lin Wei's urgency, Bai Zhou offered what he considered a gentle smile, even reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. Strangely, Lin Wei made no attempt to evade his touch as he remarked, "I assure you, those who cannot see your brilliance are merely blind." Is that truly the case? Lin Wei's mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend Bai Zhou's smiling gaze, initially coerced into signing a contract. She had assumed it would be a master-servant agreement. After all, Bai Zhou was a scion of privilege, a notorious rogue who had leveraged her father and brother Chu Yun to compel her. She had resolutely approached Bai Zhou for the sake of Chu Yun, only to find him proposing a life-and-death contract. Did he harbor feelings for her? Just as Lin Wei grappled with her thoughts, an unexpected exclamation pierced the air, resonating from a man and a woman in unison. "I object." The volume of their protest startled Lin Wei, causing her to instinctively recoil. The pair in question were none other than Xin Qin and Chu Yun, who had hurriedly arrived. Behind them gathered a curious crowd, equally astonished at the revelation of Bai Zhou's intention to forge a life-and-death bond with Lin Wei. Though Bai Zhou possessed only an A-grade talent, his family's influence was formidable, suggesting they might possess means to defy fate. However, a life-and-death contract could only be forged once in a lifetime, and attempting to dissolve it without death would subject both parties to a backlash that could undermine their very foundations. While Bai Zhou's family might withstand such suffering, it was a torment few could endure. Why would the esteemed young master Bai willingly subject himself to such self-inflicted pain? The onlookers were left perplexed. Xin Qin and Chu Yun were even more bewildered. The school beauty, Xin Qin, stepped forward urgently, her voice tinged with desperation. "Young Master Bai, did we not agree? If I awaken an S-grade talent, you would grant me the opportunity to sign a contract with you?" Bai Zhou regarded Xin Qin with a faint smile, fully aware of the narrative that portrayed her as a mere decorative figure meant to elevate Chu Yun. He had yet to envision a purpose for her beyond that. Thus, he loftily replied, "I merely stated I would offer you an opportunity, did I not?" Hearing those words, Xin Qin clenched her teeth and stepped closer, encircling Bai Zhou's arm with both hands, pressing it against her bosom in a public display. Gently swaying, she cooed, "Young Master Bai, how can you be so cruel? Look at Lin Wei. Her talent is the most abysmal E-grade, and she is far from my equaled." As she spoke, the school beauty pouted, leaning closer to Bai Zhou's ear, whispering, "In fact, I have already reserved a room at the hotel, eagerly awaiting our contract. You may indulge in any way you desire." "Yes?" As she spoke, Xin Qin even blew softly against her earlobe. For Bai Zhou, who had never known romantic entanglements in his past life, the impact was overwhelming. However, while playful encounters were enticing, a contract was a different matter entirely. With a deep breath to compose himself, He allowed Shinqin to nuzzle against him before turning his gaze toward Chu Yun, feigning surprise laced with derision. Is this truly the goddess you have pined for all these years? Did you know she was so eager to approach you? Beep. Detected psychological harm inflicted upon the protagonist. 666. Obtained destiny villain points. 100. Villain roulette activation requires 900 more. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Bai Zhou's gaze shifted to Chu Yun's contorted expression, a fleeting moment of delight overshadowed by the system's prompt. Beep. Detected psychological harm inflicted upon the protagonist by Yue Guang. 333. Obtained destiny villain points. 50. Villain roulette activation requires 850 more. What is this? The system's alert left Bai Zhou momentarily bewildered, directing his astonished gaze toward Shinqin, who still clung to his arm. Could she truly contribute to his destiny villain points? Unlike Lin Wei, who had suffered his coercion and inducement, she possessed the qualities of a protagonist's childhood sweetheart. Was it possible that Lin Wei's psychological resilience was too formidable to sustain any harm? That couldn't be. Lin Wei was hardly a paragon of mental fortitude. Just as Bai Zhou pondered this conundrum, the sensation of softness against his arm intensified, and Shinqin's voice chimed in once more. Young Master Bai. How could you say such things? Bai Zhou recognized that Shinqin was now desperately attempting to charm him, fully aware that the psychological damage inflicted upon Chu Yun was undeniable. What of Chu Yun? Even if he awakens in SSS grade talent, how could he ever compare to young Master Bai? Beep. Detected psychological harm inflicted upon the protagonist. 777. Obtained destiny villain points. 100. Villain roulette activation requires 750 more. It must be said, Shinqin was proving somewhat useful that on one hand, she could aid in undermining Chu Yun. On the other, she could provide him with invaluable destiny villain points. Yet, such utility did not extend to the realm of contracts. Bai Zhou regarded Shinqin with a smile. So you wish to sign a contract with me? Shinqin eagerly nodded. Yes, young Master Bai. Please, let us make this arrangement, with a hearty laugh. Bai Zhou replied, very well, let me finalize my contract with Lin Wei first. Beep. Detected psychological harm inflicted upon the protagonist by Yue Guang. 333. Obtained destiny villain points. 50. Villain roulette activation requires 700 more. Young Master Bai? Shinqin's urgent voice rose, but Chu Yun, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward, coldly interjecting. Bai Zhou, I care not what enchantment you have cast upon Wei Wei. I warn you to return her to me immediately. As Chu Yun's words hung in the air, Bai Zhou's smile gradually faded. He pushed Shinqin aside and met Chu Yun's gaze, his voice a mere whisper. What right do you have to warn me? With Bai Zhou's statement, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Chu Yun. It was unmistakably the aura of the 5 bodyguards belonging to the Bai family. Beep. Detected psychological harm inflicted upon the protagonist. 555. Obtained destiny villain points. 100. Villain roulette activation requires 600 more. Chu Yun clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he realized he was utterly powerless against Bai Zhou at this moment, suppressing his fury. He turned his attention to Lin Wei, who stood silently with her head bowed. Striving to stabilize his emotions, he implored, Wei Wei, what troubles you? You have always despised Bai Zhou and his arrogant ways. What has compelled you to consider a life and death contract with him today? Speak to me, for I am your brother. I can assist you with anything. Empowered by the protagonist's earnestness, his words bore an undeniable weight. Lin Wei's body trembled slightly as she instinctively raised her gaze. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Bai Zhou knew he must stoke the flames further. What is it, Chu Yun? Do you also intend to sign a life and death contract with Lin Wei? Before Chu Yun could utter a response, his voice faltered, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Bai Zhou possessed an intimate understanding of Chu Yun. Undoubtedly, the old voice echoed in his mind, warning him, you cannot sign a life and death contract with her. For such a bond may only be forged once. While I can sense her hidden talents, their true strength remains uncertain. For the sake of your own power, you must sign a partnership contract. Such was the script of the original narrative, a truth Bai Zhou knew all too well. Yet, the original Chu Yun lacked the formidable sword box that Bai Zhou now possessed. The number of life and death contracts is limitless. And this is something that Chu Yun has long yearned for. Observing the currently stiffened Chu Yun, Bai Zhou intentionally inquired, What's the matter? Do you not wish to? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 696. Gain Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 500 to activate. After biting his lip and shooting a glare at Baizhou, Chu Yun turned to Lin Wei, his voice tinged with regret, and said, Wei Wei, we can first establish a partnership contract and then nurture our feelings before we. As Chu Yun spoke, Lin Wei, with tear-filled eyes, momentarily froze before slowly lowering her head. Baizhou seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, remarking, Did you see, Lin Wei? This is your beloved Chu Yun Gich. In the end, he still looks down on your E-level talent. As he said this, he even sighed dramatically in feigned pity. Truly, life is but a play, entirely dependent on one's acting skills. Ding, detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 400 to activate. Baizhou, shut your mouth. Chu Yun exclaimed urgently. Wei Wei, do not listen to his nonsense. It's not true. Enough. Lin Wei, who had been looking down, instantly raised her head, her voice a sharp cry that seemed to exhaust all her strength. With tear-laden eyes fixed on Chu Yun, her tone turned icy. Chu Yun, I believe I have made myself quite clear. Please do not cling to me any longer. Is there any point in your actions? What? Chu Yun's body trembled violently. Ding, detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 300 to activate. Wei Wei, you. Before Chu Yun could continue, Lin Wei unexpectedly took Baizhou's hand. Ding, detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 200 to activate. Her voice softened. Baizhou, let us begin the contract now. Of course, Baizhou replied with a light chuckle, not casting another glance at Chu Yun and Shinqin as he led Lin Wei into the contract room. Young Master Bai. No. Lin Wei. What are you doing? The frantic figures of Shinqin and Chu Yun were ultimately barred from entering by the teacher. They could only watch helplessly as the door, symbolizing the commencement of the contract, slowly shut. At that moment, the onlookers outside erupted in astonishment. Wait, young Master Bai is truly signing a life and death contract with that E-level talent. My heavens, has young Master Bai's head been I dare not say. E-level talent. Is that Lin Wei perhaps a reincarnated fox spirit, ensnaring young Master Bai's very soul? That cannot be. She is not even attractive. How can she compare to the school beauty Shin? Yet Shin is also quite pitiful, having lost to a waste with E-level talent. But that is still far better than Chu Yun, that love-struck fool. What does it matter that he awakened an SSS-level super talent? Even an E-level waste looks down on him. Huh. Ding, detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm. 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 150 to activate. Ding, detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 50 to activate. Ding, detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm. 444. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette is ready. Would the host like to draw rewards? Listening to the system's notification, Baizhou, who had just entered the contract room with Lin Wei, was taken aback. How delightful. How long has it been since his first lottery draw? Was the second roulette already opening? Chu Yun's psychological endurance was truly lacking. Nevertheless, the crowd outside was remarkably audacious. Could this be the legendary fear of public opinion? But what did that have to do with him? Baizhou immediately commanded in his mind. Commence the lottery. The familiar roulette appeared before Baizhou once more. As it spun rapidly, a purple light slowly illuminated. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn the purple reward, the all-knowing mirror. Note: all. Baizhou had not yet had the chance to read this line of information when a warm current suddenly enveloped his entire being. It drew his attention away from the system space, and he felt as if he had entered a mysterious state, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, he understood that the contract between him and Lin Wei had officially commenced. The contracting process required time. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside certainly could not remain idle. Those who continued to express doubts were of little concern. The bodyguards assigned to protect the young master Bai had gathered together, each displaying an anxious expression. One of them could not help but voice his concern to the leader. Big brother, this isn't right, is it? Are we truly allowing the young master to sign a life and death contract with that E-level waste? If the old master were to find out, wouldn't he be furious? The leader cast a glance at the speaker and replied, "Then why don't you go stop the young master from proceeding with the contract?" The man immediately shrank back. "I wouldn't dare. The young master has a terrible temper." Not just him, the other three shared similar sentiments. The leader furrowed his brow and gradually remarked, "Having the young master contract with an E-level waste is not ideal. But he should not be signing a life-and-death contract. Has the young master forgotten about his engagement?" Upon hearing this, the four cowering bodyguards immediately lifted their heads, as if realizing something. Right? My goodness. The young master's fiancé is... Silence. The leader's cold snort silenced the words on the tip of the tongue of the man who had spoken. He then gestured towards the one who had initially questioned, saying, "Enough, discussing this here is futile. You hurry home and inform the old master of this news. Let us see how he intends to proceed." "Yes," the man responded and instantly vanished like a fleeting shadow. Just as he disappeared, Shin-Chin, who had been pacing anxiously at the door of the contract room, slowly cast her gaze toward the pallid-faced Chu Yun. A hint of disdain was evident in her eyes. Yet she gritted her teeth and approached Chu Yun, saying, "Let us also initiate a contract." Chapter 7. These two are delightfully at odds. Chu Yun gazed at the flickering lights of the contract within the room, his face ashen, continually questioning the elderly voice in his mind. "It was you who informed me that Lin Wei might be an unparalleled divine weapon, and now she has contracted with Bai Zhou, relinquishing the divine weapon into another's hands. What do you have to say for yourself?" Sighing, the voice in his mind replied, "Firstly, I said might. Secondly, who knew you would be so earnest? Could you not have deceived her by claiming you wished to sign a life-and-death contract, and then changed your mind later? Deceive?" Chu Yun's tone dripped with disdain. "I, Chu Yun, am not that sort of petty person. Yes, you, Chu Yun, are the protagonist above such deceitful tricks. Bai Zhou is the villain, merely a scoundrel who enjoys swindling. Is that satisfactory?" The voice in his mind was left speechless by Chu Yun's absurdity. That moment, he heard Shin-Chin's voice next to him. "Let us also initiate a contract." Chu Yun turned to face Shin-Chin. By now, he felt no affection for her, and sneered, "Shin-Chin, you are truly laughable. Did you not wish to cling to the young master of the Bai family? How is it that after being spurned, you have returned to seek me out? You wish for me to contract with you? You think you are worthy?" Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm. 8888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette requires an additional 2,900 to activate. Shin-Chin instantly jumped as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "Chu Yun, I warn you not to go too far," seemingly concerned that her voice was too loud. Shin-Chin glanced around and then lowered her tone. "Do you truly believe that because you awakened an SSS-level talent, I would abandon Bai Zhou to contract with you? You think you are worthy?" Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm. 99999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 200. The villain roulette requires an additional 2,700 to activate. Bai Zhou, I have no idea. I am currently in the midst of a contract. Yet these two are stabbing themselves with words. Before Chu Yun could unleash his fury, Shin-Chin quickly added, "You wish to contract with Lin Wei, and I wish to contract with Bai Zhou. Now that we share a common goal, we can first sign a partnership contract. After Bai Zhou and Lin Wei complete their contract, we will challenge them. The stakes of the challenge will be their release from the contract. You are of the SSS rank, while I hold the S rank. As for them, one is merely an A rank and the other a paltry E rank. How could they possibly be our rivals?" As she spoke, a sinister smirk unexpectedly appeared on Shin-Chin's face. Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback by her words, staring at her in disbelief, and retorted, "Forcibly breaking the life-and-death contract would result in severe backlash, significantly diminishing their strength and talent. Would they truly consent to that? What is there to fear?" Shin-Chin seemed to have anticipated this countermeasure. Such backlash is trivial for a top-tier family like the Bai clan. As for Lin Wei, Shin-Chin initially suggested that Lin Wei should not be a concern at all. However, considering Lin Wei was, after all, Chu Yun's beloved, she added, "You possess SSS-level talent, even if you experience great backlash. Once you enter into a contract with her, won't everything be resolved effortlessly?" Upon hearing Shin-Chin's words, Chu Yun fell silent, actually communicating with the voice in his mind. Once he acknowledged the logic in that voice, he lifted his head and declared, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, once this is accomplished, We must immediately terminate the contract. I have no desire for you to become my spirit maiden. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 333. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,650 to activate. Shin Qin scoffed, as if this young lady would ever deign to look at you, a mere sycophant. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,500 to activate. Baijiu remarked, who could have anticipated that, even in my absence? They would be having such a splendid time. It seemed that the sounds of the protagonist and his beloved exchanging barbs distracted Baijiu, causing him to be less focused on the contract, which extended for a notably longer duration. Of course, due to the unique nature of the life and death contract, the duration was inherently longer than other forms of agreements. Yet, the moment of the contract's establishment was still significant. Baijiu could now feel the warm aura around him gradually dissipating. While his overall capabilities appeared to have been enhanced, he felt not only light as a feather, but also remarkably clear-headed. Baijiu understood that this was the result of mutual sharing between the Spirit Maiden and the Spirit Master following the contract's signing to AS. Baijiu opened his eyes. Lin Wei did the same. However, the instant Baijiu's eyes fluttered open, he noticed an ancient mirror seemingly floating in the void, reflecting directly towards Lin Wei's position. The surface of the mirror displayed several lines of clear text. Name: Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear. Level 1. Quality: Ultra SSS level. Talent Skill 1. Dragon Gallbladder. Significantly boosts damage for a short duration. Talent Skill 2. Fury Thrust. Emits a loud shout to intimidate the opponent, imposing a temporary control that prevents them from evading the upcoming thrust. My goodness. No that there is a distinction. Upon seeing this line of text, Baijiu nearly leaped from the ground in astonishment. Nevertheless, the names of these skills were indeed somewhat peculiar. Yet, that was of little consequence. Baijiu's eyes sparkled with delight. This mirror in the void was evidently the purple reward he had just obtained from the Grand Roulette. Its function was to reveal the spirit tools, levels, and even skills of others in vivid detail. In the heat of battle, this foresight would be nothing short of a game-changing advantage. Baijiu couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite quality produced by the system. Moreover, Baijiu's surprise extended far beyond that. To his astonishment, after signing the contract with Lin Wei, his hidden attributes had been completely activated, propelling him to the Ultra SSS level. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Lin Wei's talent only manifested gradually through prolonged combat after her contract with Chu Yun. Yet, it seemed that in his case, he was granted an explosive start. This could also be attributed to the nature of their contract. After all, the original story featured a partner contract between Chu Yun and Lin Wei, whereas he and Lin Wei had directly entered into a life and death contract. Additionally, Baijiu recalled that when he first traversed into this world, the S-rank Shin Qin possessed a singular talent skill. While Lin Wei's Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear boasted 2 talent skills, no wonder she was classified as Ultra SSS level. She even overshadowed Chu Yun's qualifications as a Spirit Master. Baijiu understood that this was a narrative device of the original novel. Lin Wei's Ultra SSS quality was crafted to provide Chu Yun with an edge. However, Chu Yun, it seems you must seek out another source for your advantages, for I have already severed that path for you. While Baijiu reveled in his elation, Lin Wei, standing face to face with him, took a sharp breath, her expression reflecting astonishment as she stammered, "Wait, I feel like my quality, no. At that moment, Lin Wei stood there, her eyes shimmering. Appearing somewhat bewildered, Baijiu smiled and nodded, saying, "Lin Wei, your intuition is correct. Your talent has indeed risen to is this real?" Lin Wei's voice conveyed more astonishment than joy. "But how could this be? I have never heard of a Spirit Maiden's quality improving after signing a contract with a Spirit Master. What is happening?" At this point, Lin Wei paused, lifting her gaze to Baijiu, and slowly inquired, "Baijiu, could this possibly be that because of you?" Of course, the latter 2 words were silently swallowed by Baijiu, who brazenly raised his hand to gently tousle Lin Wei's hair, saying, "Otherwise, how could I have perceived your uniqueness at a glance? Indeed, Baijiu is merely a cunning trickster. How could he ever be compared to the magnificent, righteous, and upright protagonist, Chu Yun?" Chapter 8. SSS versus AE. 8. Guaranteed annihilation. Upon feeling Bai Zhou's hand atop her head, Lin Wei had entirely relinquished any inclination to evade. Her big, watery eyes gazed at Bai Zhou, their pupils glimmering with an unusual light, gradually brimming with moisture. Then, her lips quivered as she stammered, "Bai Zhou did thank you." Accompanied by this melodious expression of gratitude, a tear slowly trailed down Lin Wei's cheek. This sentiment was entirely genuine on her part, for, at the very moment Lin Wei uttered those words, Bai Zhou's mind resonated with the system's notification. Ding! Detected that the host successfully obstructed the protagonist's acquisition of Destiny Villain Points 500. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,000 to activate. Hearing this system notification, Bai Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Lin Wei, as the protagonist's childhood friend, did not suffer the same mental afflictions as Chu Yun and Xin Qin. Instead, granting him points that it turned out she had been waiting for this opportunity. Bai Zhou recalled that through Lin Wei, he had previously gained villain points twice, each time receiving a direct boost of 500 points. Collectively, that amounted to a substantial 1,000 points. Such a windfall. Today, Lin Wei had bestowed upon him countless surprises, prompting Bai Zhou to instinctively open his arms to embrace her. Yet, upon noticing his movement, Lin Wei recoiled in alarm, taking 2 steps back. Her slender hands clutched her clothing tightly as she stammered, I haven't booked a hotel. You don't play with me. All right." Observing Lin Wei's delicate figure and tear-streaked visage, Bai Zhou's arms froze mid-air. Oh no. Xin Qin's previous remarks had clearly reached Lin Wei's ears. She has mistaken him for a lecher. While he might be somewhat indiscreet, he was hardly out of control. Bai Zhou rubbed the bridge of his nose, swiftly changing the topic. "All right, let's go. I will accompany you to see your father." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei hurriedly took 2 steps toward Bai Zhou, exclaiming, "Are you truly going to save my father?" "Of course," Bai Zhou replied nonchalantly. "I never go back on my word." In truth, there was nothing to discuss regarding rescue. It was merely a matter of transferring a patient to a superior hospital. Bai Zhou could resolve matters related to the Bai family's status with a single text message. Thank you, Bai Zhou." As she spoke, Lin Wei's tears threatened to spill over once more, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Gritting her teeth, it seemed she had made a resolute decision, saying, "Bai Zhou, please give me some time. I will definitely book a hotel." "What?" Bai Zhou stared at Lin Wei in bewilderment. That moment, her flushed cheeks were simply. Suddenly, Bai Zhou felt as if Xin Qin had gained yet another purpose. The assistance rendered in such an intangible manner is indeed lethal. Although Bai Zhou desires nothing of the sort, it is nevertheless a gift freely given. How could one refuse such generosity? However, it is imperative to maintain a semblance of subtlety. Bai Zhou cleared his throat and pretentiously declared, "Such matters can be discussed at a later time. Let us take our leave." Lin Wei reverted to her previous demeanor, head bowed, silently trailing behind Bai Zhou as the two exited the contract room in tandem. Yet, just as they stepped beyond the threshold, Chu Yun's clear voice rang out abruptly, "Bai Zhou, you have finally emerged. I, Chu Yun, challenge you in the name of a Level 1 Spirit Master." Level 1 Spirit Master. Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. He was well aware that freshly awakened Spirit Masters are at Level 0, only ascending to Level 1 upon completing their initial contract. But had Chu Yun really contracted a Spirit Maiden so swiftly? As Bai Zhou cast his gaze toward Chu Yun, he couldn't help but notice Xin Qin as well. He was somewhat surprised, yet he remarked, "I never anticipated that the two of you would end up together again." Xin Qin and Chu Yun wore grim expressions. However, Bai Zhou was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. He continued, "The goddess you have pursued for years has not spared you a glance. And yet, after being cast aside by me, she has fallen into your embrace." Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 100, the Villain Roulette requires 1,900 more points to activate. "Ah, Chu Yun, it seems you owe me a great debt of gratitude." Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm 8888. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 200, the Villain Roulette requires 1,700 more points to activate. Listening to the system's notifications, Bai Zhou could hardly suppress his laughter. These two plump sheep were truly easy to fleece, delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Who could argue with that? Chu Yun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but upon receiving a glance from Xin Qin, He inhaled deeply and a disdainful smile crept across his face as he taunted. What's the matter, Bai Zhou? The esteemed heir of the Bai family dares not accept my challenge. Could it be that you fear my SSS-level talent due to your mediocre qualifications? The sarcasm was palpable. And Bai Zhou recognized at once that this tone was undoubtedly taught by that woman, Xin Qin. Just as Chu Yun finished speaking, Bai Zhou interjected forcefully. Chu Yun, how dare you? With that, his quartet of black-clad bodyguards sprang into action. Positioning themselves protectively behind him, Bai Zhou surmised that the sudden reduction from 5 to 4 bodyguards was due to one of them rushing back to report his newly contracted E-level spirit maiden. Yet, Bai Zhou showed no concern. Observing the guarded Bai Zhou, Chu Yun's sneer deepened. Is this all? The illustrious heir of the Bai family. It seems you will forever cower behind these bodyguards, a turtle retracting into its shell. The bodyguard leader was poised to strike Chu Yun, but Bai Zhou raised a hand, halting his subordinate's actions, and looked at Chu Yun from a distance, saying, You wish to challenge me? Very well, I accept. Young master, the bodyguards gasped in shock. However, the moment Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, a soft sound echoed, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized between Bai Zhou and Chu Yun, forcefully pushing back the bodyguards and the eager onlookers, creating a circular vacuum zone of approximately 10 meters in diameter. Only Bai Zhou, Chu Yun, and their respective spirit maidens remained within, while others were barred from entry by the ethereal barrier. The surrounding spectators' eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is this the primordial power of this world? The arena barrier that automatically forms when spirit masters challenge one another. It's my first time witnessing such a marvel. You all seem preoccupied with this. I am more curious as to why young Master Bai is so bold, daring to accept Chu Yun's challenge. Indeed, Chu Yun was an SSS-level spirit master, his spirit maiden of S-grade, while Bai Zhou possessed only an A-grade talent and a mere E-grade spirit maiden. The outcome appeared all too evident. Was Bai Zhou perhaps inclined towards self-sabotage? The head of the Bai family's bodyguards swiftly turned, his cold gaze silencing the murmurs of the crowd, causing them to shrink back into the throng, whispering, You can't see me, you can't see me. Yet, truth be told, the bodyguard's inner thoughts mirrored those of the spectators. An anxious subordinate couldn't help but implore the leader, Boss, what should we do now? The young master agreed far too quickly. The disparity in talent and strength means he will surely be obliterated. Just then, before the subordinate could finish speaking, a muffled thud resonated from within the barrier. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The 4 bodyguards, furrowing their brows in confusion, were taken aback by the sudden quiet. They soon realized that the students and teachers who had been pushed outside the barrier wore expressions that perfectly encapsulated the phrase dumbfounded. What had transpired? After the bodyguards turned in bewilderment, they collectively inhaled sharply. Their expressions morphed to mirror those of the spectators as they beheld a figure sprawled against the transparent barrier wall, arms outstretched in a cruciform posture, gripping a dark red longsword AT. That moment, the blade revealed minute cracks before shattering and transforming into shimmering motes of light, coalescing into the form of a woman, none other than Xin Qin. With a thud, she crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth from her pale lips. The figure, which had been pressed against the barrier wall, was none other than Chu Yun, the spirit master in that instant. He lay there, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, unconscious. As Chu Yun fell, he revealed the figure standing opposite him, Bai Zhou, who stood calmly with a gleaming silver spear held aloft in his right hand. His demeanor unperturbed as if the unfolding events held no significance for him. Gulping audibly, the head bodyguard swallowed hard, his voice shaky and hesitant. Is it truly a one-hit kill? But how could the SSS-level Chu Yun be the one to fall? This script certainly did not unfold as anticipated that moment. The crowd erupted, however. He did not afford Chu Yun the slightest opportunity to react. The second innate skill of the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear. Fury thrust, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The spear in his hand aimed directly at Chu Yun. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yun was utterly taken aback. What the hell? After cursing Bai Zhou for his lack of chivalry and resorting to a sneak attack, he quickly understood Xin Qin's intentions, transforming into a dark red long blade that appeared in his grasp. Yet, just as Xin Qin assumed her form, a deafening roar echoed in Chu Yun's ears. The sound caused his body to freeze in place, his face turning ashen. He then saw Bai Zhou's spear thrusting violently toward him. Instinctively, he attempted to resist, but he found himself utterly unable to control his limbs. He could only watch helplessly as Baijiu's spear pierced towards him. The pain that shot through his chest felt akin to being struck by a train, after spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was hurled backward, crashing violently against the barrier, uttering a strained impossible before losing consciousness. He had barely taken 15 seconds from beginning to end. Thus, those outside remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered physical damage 99, mental damage 99.99, destiny villain value 500. The villain roulette requires an additional 1200 to activate. This system notification reverberated instantly in Baijiu's mind. Amidst his surprise, Baijiu also noticed an issue to AT that moment. He was certain that the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear, transformed from Lin Rui, would have directly pierced Chu Yun's chest, ensuring his immediate demise. However, it felt as though an invisible force enveloped the spear upon its contact with Chu Yun, merely knocking him away without penetrating his body. Could it be? Baijiu glanced toward the barrier surrounding the vacuum zone. Is this the work of the world's primal forces? Baijiu was indeed correct in his assumption that in order to ensure that powerful spirit masters do not perish during internal conflicts, the world's primal forces not only create a battleground, but also activate protective measures upon detecting that one party is facing a life-threatening crisis. This is why Chu Yun was not allowed to perish at Baijiu's hands. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Baijiu desired. Chu Yun was his prized sheep, and until he had thoroughly sheared it, he could not allow it to perish so easily. As Shinqin reverted to her original form, and Chu Yun lay bleeding and unconscious, Baijiu chuckled softly, waving his hand. The dragon gallbladder bright silver spear transformed into shimmering starlight, coalescing into a frail figured AT that moment. Lin Wei's complexion was still somewhat pale, her body leaning gently against Baijiu. After all, having just unleashed a skill, both Baijiu and Lin Wei had experienced a drain of energy. Lin Wei gazed at the pitiful sight of Chu Yun and Shinqin, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Is this what we have done? Hearing Lin Wei's question, Baijiu smiled and replied, No, this is what you have done. Me? Lin Wei's demeanor appeared somewhat flustered, but Shinqin is an S-grade spirit daughter, and Chu Yun is an SSS-grade spirit master. I am merely, before Lin Wei could finish her words. Baijiu placed a finger in front of her lips, causing her to instantly fall silent, her cheeks flushing. Baijiu gazed at her with gentle eyes, his voice soft as he said, From now on, you Lin Wei are my Baijiu's spirit daughter. You must never belittle yourself like this again. Do you understand? For reasons unknown, when Lin Wei met Baijiu's sincere gaze and heard his tender voice, she felt no inclination to oppose him and instinctively nodded. Observing Lin Wei's obedient demeanor, Baijiu appeared gentle on the surface, yet internally he erupted with sharp, mocking laughter. After all, she's just a naive little girl. So easily swayed, haha. After completing Lin Wei's programming, Baijiu naturally took her small hand and turned to leave. The barrier formed by the duel began to dissipate upon one side, losing the ability to fight. Shinqin, slumped on the ground, noticed that Baijiu and Lin Wei were actually approaching her. She was instantly alarmed and waved her hands frantically. No, don't come closer. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. Chapter 10. Even the devoted can only be treated as grandchildren. Shinqin was genuinely terrified now. Although her condition was better than Chu Yun's, it was solely because all of Baijiu's attacks had been directed at Chu Yun. Due to Lin Wei's innate skill, Fury Thrust, which possessed a certain control effect, Chu Yun hadn't had the chance to defend himself with his blade. Otherwise, Shinqin would likely have been pierced back to her original form, suffering a fate even more tragic than Chu Yun's current state. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the fear that was rising within her heart. Just as she had transformed into her spirit weapon, she had suddenly felt a pressure akin to that of a superior, rendering her unable to unleash any skills whatsoever. While Chu Yun had been controlled by the preceding effects of the Fury Thrust skill, she had been utterly suppressed. Yet, Lin Wei was merely an E-grade spirit daughter. How could she possibly exert such power? Clearly, Shinqin was of S-grade quality, far surpassing Lin Wei in rank. Therefore, the reason could not lie with Lin Wei, but rather with Baijiu. Baijiu's status as a spirit master was undoubtedly problematic. Otherwise, how could he manipulate an E-grade spirit daughter to decisively defeat an SSS-grade talent like Chu Yun, as well as herself, an S-grade? As Baijiu approached her, his expression devoid of emotion, Shinqin felt her bladder quiver in fear. Ding! detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 888, gaining Destiny Villain value 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1150 to activate. Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999, gaining Destiny Villain value 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1100 to activate. Amidst the sounds of the system notifications, Bai Zhou had already reached Shen Qin, holding Lin Wei's hand. The notifications in his mind reminded him of Shen Qin's significance, prompting him to intentionally halt his steps. Slightly lowering his head to regard Shen Qin with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for refuse, coldly stating, "Is this what you meant by wanting to contract with me? You'd have utterly disappointed me." Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 8848, gaining Destiny Villain value 100. The villain roulette requires an additional 1000 to activate. At that moment, Shen Qin suddenly awoke to the reality of her situation. Indeed, she had temporarily allied with Chu Yun solely to contract with Bai Zhou, hoping that Chu Yun would triumph over Bai Zhou in their bet. However, just moments ago, Chu Yun had not even completed his wager before being swiftly defeated by Bai Zhou. Now, not only was she unable to contract, but she had also likely been placed on Bai Zhou's blacklist. No way, absolutely not. If Bai Zhou possessed such immense strength with merely an A-grade talent, who knew how powerful he would become in the future? I cannot allow my fate to be forever tied to this waste of an SSS grade. Chu Yun, Bai Xiaoya. Shen Qin's voice was tinged with desperation, laced with tears as she suddenly lunged to grasp Bai Zhou's ankle, looking up at him with tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Bai Xiaoya, I understand my mistakes. I truly do. Please, please don't abandon me." It's all his fault, that bastard Chu Yun. With Chu Yun currently unconscious and unable to defend himself, Shen Qin pointed at the bleeding Chu Yun, her voice filled with anguish. He deceived me. He manipulated me. He claimed that his SSS-grade talent would surely surpass yours. Bai Xiaoya, he convinced me to temporarily contract with him, saying he would challenge you, wagering Lin Wei as the prize that if he won, he would make you sever your bond with Lin Wei, risking a backlash. I only agreed because I saw hope in contracting with you. Bai Xiaoya, I was bewitched. Bai Xiaoya, I am utterly devoted to you. Truly devoted, Shen Qin's cries echoed across the schoolyard. The students, witnessing the scene of the once esteemed school beauty, now reduced to tears and pleading at Bai Zhou's feet, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, Shen Qin was recognized as the school goddess, typically basking in the attentive care of the devoted Chu Yun. This stark contrast shattered the image of the goddess in their minds. It was astonishing to see that no matter how aloof the school beauty appeared, she still submitted to absolute authority. The goddess of devoted Chu Yun was now merely a devotee of Bai Xiaoya. How pathetic that even devoted Chu Yun was reduced to a mere subordinate in this hierarchy. That moment, Bai Zhou paid little heed to their reactions. Yet, upon hearing Shen Qin mention the wager, he distinctly felt Lin Wei's small hand tremble in his grasp. Looking at Lin Wei, he noticed her gaze fixated intently on the unconscious Chu Yun lying on the ground. A smile crept across Bai Zhou's face. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Thus, Bai Zhou exaggeratedly inquired, "So, does Chu Yun consider Lin Wei a wager to compete for my affections?" Shen Qin, of course, fervently nodded and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is precisely as you say. It was all Chu Yun's doing. He forced me into this." Heh. Bai Zhou let out a light chuckle, naive. Chu Yun is truly too naive. Lin Wei is now my partner bound by a life-and-death contract. Even if he proposed such a wager, I would never agree. Ding, detected that the host has obstructed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining 300 villain points. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 700 to activate. Amidst the system's notification, the smile in Bai Zhou's eyes could scarcely be contained. He understood that Lin Wei's mindset had once again undergone a transformation at this moment. Lin Wei's small hand in his palm had, at this instant, actively entwined with Bai Zhou's. After casting a deep glance at Chu Yun, she turned to Bai Zhou and said, "Bai Zhou, let us depart. The matters concerning Chu Yun and Shen Qin are irrelevant to me." Chu Yun had, in an instant, morphed from brother to classmate. After all, it was Chu Yun who had brought this upon himself. Bai Zhou merely went with the flow. "All right." Nodding with a smile, Bai Zhou turned to leave. However, Shen Qin clung desperately to Bai Zhou's ankle, shrieking, "Young Master Bai, I beg you, please don't abandon me. Even if I must sign a partnership contract or a master-servant contract, Anything will do, young Master Bai. Hearing Xinqin's cries, Bai Zhou exerted a slight force, kicking the campus bell to the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has sustained physical damage 10, mental damage 666, gaining 100 villain points. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 600 to activate. Looking down at the wretched Xinqin, Bai Zhou remarked, "Will your spirit master consent to a contract with me?" "My spirit master?" Xinqin was momentarily stunned, then abruptly turned to Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, you bastard! Are you still pretending to be dead? Get up! Immediately dissolve the contract with me." Xinqin, as if driven mad, lunged at the unconscious Chu Yun, mounting him and raining blows upon his head. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has sustained physical damage 1. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has sustained physical damage 10. Ding! Detected that the protagonist. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 villain points. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 500 to activate. Could Chu Yun possibly awaken amidst Xinqin's assault? However, that was no concern of Bai Zhou's, as the system notifications rang out consecutively. Bai Zhou had already led Lin Wei away, head held high. The surrounding students and teachers, silent, parted naturally as Bai Zhou approached, none daring to obstruct his path. Even without his identity as the young master of the Bai family, they would have done the same. After all, he, an A-level spirit master, wielding a mere E-level spirit maiden, had effortlessly vanquished a terrifying combination of SSSS. It was utterly unimaginable. They, like the bodyguards accompanying Bai Zhou, were filled with curiosity but dared not inquire. They knew well the temperament of their young master. Thus, they silently followed him, hastening their exit from the campus. Bai Zhou then turned to the head bodyguard and commanded, "Go fetch the car and take me to the 3rd hospital." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei felt a surge of excitement as it pertained to her ailing father. However, the head bodyguard, visibly awkward, mustered the courage to say, "Young master, I advise you to return home first. The master is already angry." Chapter 11. The little girl is on the verge of a mental breakdown. Oh, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, regarding the bodyguard who spoke, knowingly asking, "Who has angered my father this time?" Bai Zhou's retort left the bodyguard speechless. Who else could it be if not this unfilial son? Yet, would he dare to voice this? However, since the young master inquired, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and look at Lin Wei, standing beside Bai Zhou, and say, "The master heard that you have contracted with a spirit maiden of only E-level talent, and a life-and-death contract at that." So that at this point, he felt it was sufficient, as he dared not continue. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei understood instantly. She instinctively lowered her head and stepped back behind Bai Zhou. This was precisely the answer Bai Zhou sought from the bodyguard, for Lin Wei to hear. Only in this way could he deepen the bond between himself and Lin Wei. The closer Lin Wei drew to him, the greater his opportunity to acquire villain points from her. Thus, after the bodyguard finished speaking, Bai Zhou tightened his grip on Lin Wei's small hand and gently reassured her, "Do not worry, with me around, nothing will happen." Hiss. To be honest, even Bai Zhou felt uncomfortable uttering those words. How utterly cheesy. Who could endure it? Yet precisely because of this discomfort, how could Lin Wei possibly withstand it? Ding! Detected that the host has obstructed a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining 100 villain points. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 400 to activate. Observing the shift in Lin Wei's expression, Bai Zhou knew he had succeeded. With a slight smile, he turned to the head bodyguard and said, "If it concerns this matter, there is no need to worry. Go fetch the car." The bodyguard clearly did not expect that his young master would remain so unfazed upon hearing of the master's anger. Previously, the young master had feared nothing in the world, yet he had always been terrified of the family patriarch. What could have caused this change? Perhaps the earlier battle had instilled confidence in the young master. That seemed improbable. Although he did not understand how Bai Zhou had dispatched Chu Yun, an E-level spirit maiden was still an E-level. The bodyguard attempted to resist. The master is truly angry. "You should," but Bai Zhou did not grant him the opportunity to finish. Came a cold, sharp sound. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Hiss. The bodyguard instantly gasped, quickly waving his hands. No, I wouldn't dare that. I shall fetch the car at once and take you to the 3rd hospital." With that, the bodyguard swiftly vanished from sight. Logically speaking, this bodyguard was at least a level 10 spirit master. While Baijiu had only just completed his contract as a level 1 spirit master, in terms of strength, he could easily overpower him. However, the bodyguard was not afraid of Baijiu's strength, but rather the entire Bai family. Should he offend the young master, he could easily find himself in dire straits upon returning home, all for presuming to instruct him. What was he, to dare do so? At that moment, watching the bodyguard flee in disarray, Lin Wei's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. Baijiu had once again used his authority to intimidate others, yet ordinarily, she found such behavior detestable, deeming such individuals as mere bullies, fundamentally bad people. But now, Baijiu's actions were, astonishingly, for her sake. An inexplicable sense of security arose within Lin Wei's heart. She suddenly realized that something she had previously loathed now brought her joy. What could be the reason for this? Lin Wei, could it be that you too are on the path to becoming a villain? This little girl's heart was experiencing such a transformation. Had Baijiu been able to hear Lin Wei's innermost thoughts, he would have been utterly delighted, for the more Lin Wei's mindset shifted, the further she drifted from the protagonist, Chu Yun. This was Lin Wei's first experience sitting in the plush back seat of a luxury car. She could hardly fathom that this, a seemingly mundane mode of transport, offered a level of comfort far superior to her own hard bed at home. Especially as they sped along, she felt no jarring bumps. A stark contrast to the public buses she had ridden for so long. Throughout the journey, Lin Wei stole glances at Baijiu seated beside her, having experienced so much in such a short time. The previous Lin Wei would never have imagined this. She had thought that simply being able to accompany her childhood friend, Chu Yun, through daily adventures and taking public transport to school would suffice for happiness. However, compared to her present self, it was as if one resided in the heavens while the other dwelled in the depths. For some inexplicable reason, a strange thought took root in Lin Wei's mind. Even if I were to cry here, it would be more blissful than laughing on the bus. But in the next moment, she became flustered. Lin Wei, oh Lin Wei, how could you harbor such thoughts? If this continues, would you not become one of those detestable women Chu Yun speaks of? No, you cannot do this. You don't wait. Why should I continue to heed the words of brother Chu Yun? He is not my brother. He actually treats me as a mere commodity to gamble with Baijiu. Moreover, Baijiu does not even disdain my E-grade quality and has signed a life-and-death contract with me. But what about him? Yet, Chu Yun was not this kind of person in the past. Lin Wei, what on earth is happening? Ding, detected that the host has obstructed the protagonist's portion of luck, earning villain points 100. The villain's grand spinning wheel requires an additional 300. Is this yet another way to accrue points for myself? Baijiu turned in astonishment to look at Lin Wei, who appeared somewhat flustered that a hint of delight flickered in his eyes. He couldn't care less if Lin Wei was on the verge of some kind of mental breakdown. As long as this girl could provide him with points, it was all good. Before long, Baijiu's vehicle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the third hospital. Upon disembarking, it was Lin Wei who took the lead. As her father was currently hospitalized within these walls, she walked ahead. A faint surprise adorned Lin Wei's face, as if she could hardly wait to share with her father that she had succeeded in forming a contract with a spirit master. And this spirit master treated her quite well. However, just as they reached her father's floor in the inpatient department's elevator, Lin Wei's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she cried out anxiously, "Dad." She then dashed forward with a heart full of sorrow. This was Baijiu's first visit to the inpatient department of the third hospital. As the elevator doors opened, he found the corridor lined with hospital beds, revealing that many patients had been relegated to the hallway. Forced to make do with a simple board bed, Lin Wei's trajectory led her directly to one such patient situated in the corridor. This patient appeared emaciated, gaunt, and was even wearing an oxygen mask. Yet, the source of oxygen was not a machine, but merely a pillow-sized bag, accompanied by an drip, with only a thin sheet covering him. Tears immediately streamed down Lin Wei's face as she rushed closer. "Dad, why have you been pushed into the corridor? Didn't the doctor say you were in critical condition and needed special care? How could you that moment, a doctor in a white coat, appearing to be around 30, emerged from a nearby patient room holding a tablet. The instant Lin Wei saw him, she lunged forward. "Dr. Li, what is going on? Wasn't my father in a patient room? How could he possibly end up here?" Dr. Li, upon noticing Lin Wei, exhibited a hint of avoidance in his eyes and took a small step back. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Young lady, this is unavoidable. You know the hospital is experiencing a shortage of patient rooms." With a quivering voice, Lin Wei retorted quickly. But you said my father's condition is extremely dangerous and requires close monitoring. She pointed at the patient room behind Dr. Li, insisting, there are clearly available beds inside. Why can't my father be admitted? I did say that. Dr. Li seemed to notice the gaze of several patients within the room shifting towards Lin Wei, and he expressed his impatience. But with the meager amount you provided, do you really think you can afford a room? Besides, your father is on the verge of death. There's no need to waste resources. The room should be reserved for spirit masters or esteemed ladies. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's face turned ashen. Dr. Li, unwilling to engage further with her, attempted to leave. However, at that moment, Bai Zhou stepped directly in front of Dr. Li, his voice cold and detached. What is your name? Chapter 12. Never been a domineering CEO, yet never seen a domineering CEO run away. What is your name? Bai Zhou's tone was remarkably calm that Dr. Li, who had intended to brush off Lin Wei, frowned slightly at this young man blocking his path. As he immediately assumed that the two, clad in identical school uniforms, were together, the impoverished Lin Wei thought she could stir up trouble by bringing along a male classmate. Thus, Dr. Li shifted his impatience onto Bai Zhou. Where did you come from? Kid, do I need to disclose my identity to you? But just as he finished speaking, a muffled thud echoed. The doctor who had been standing before Bai Zhou suddenly vanished. The corridor of the hospital erupted in gasps of astonishment as the head of Bai Zhou's bodyguards had fastened his grip around Dr. Li's neck, forcefully pinning him against the wall. In a raspy voice, the bodyguard growled, "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to our young master Bai in such a manner?" What? As these words rang out, the anxious crowd in the corridor turned their astonished gazes towards Bai Zhou. This young man was none other than the heir of the Bai family, one of the 4 major financial conglomerates. How could he be appearing at the 3rd hospital at this moment? Dr. Li, who had been seething with anger and ready to berate the bodyguard, suddenly froze. His expression turned rigid, and he completely disregarded the grip tightening around his neck. His terrified gaze fixating on Bai Zhou, his complexion transformed into a ghostly pallor. The bodyguard, seizing the moment, released Dr. Li, who then crumpled to the ground with a thud. Young Master Bai. His voice was hoarse, likely due to the earlier strangulation, yet he paid no mind to it. Crawling on all fours, he approached Bai Zhou, pleading, "Young Master Bai, I'm so sorry. I truly that I must have been blind." Slap. With a resounding crack. Li struck himself forcefully across the face. "That I was blind. Young Master Bai." Slap. "I deserve to die for offending you." Slap. "Young Master Bai, you are magnanimous. Please spare my life. Spare me." Slap. Each slap echoed painfully as Dr. Li relentlessly struck his own face. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou stood by, observing the scene with an impassive expression, though internally, he was far from tranquil. Had there been no one around, he would have been unable to suppress his laughter. Before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary student, and now, he had suddenly become this young master. The sight of someone kneeling and slapping themselves for simply having heard his name was something he had never even dared to imagine. Nevertheless, he had to maintain the facade of a young master, so he forced himself to adapt to this feeling, content to revel in his inner delight. He even glanced at the bodyguard beside him, who promptly fetched a chair from somewhere. Allowing Bai Zhou to nonchalantly take a seat, he regarded Li with a dispassionate gaze and said, "All right, enough already. There are so many patients here. Don't disturb them." Bai Zhou's tone remained calm, devoid of any vulgarity or the arrogance typically associated with a spoiled rich heir. Instead, there was an air of politeness. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Dr. Li immediately ceased his actions. It was then that Bai Zhou inquired, "You mentioned earlier, why is this room vacant? And why can't my classmate's father be admitted?" Bai Zhou's voice remained tranquil, lacking any imposing presence. However, as he spoke, Li began to tremble uncontrollably, as if overwhelmed by fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. After hearing Bai Zhou's question, Dr. Li's body shrank back, turning to face Lin Wei, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to respond. Did I say that? I don't believe I did. Miss Lin Wei's father. How dare someone so blind place Miss Lin Wei's father in the corridor? If I discover who did this, I will not let them off easily." These 2 sentences were shouted, seemingly aimed at no one in particular. His voice then softened again. "Young Master Bai, I apologize. I will arrange for Miss Lin Wei's father to be moved to a patient room. No, I will transfer him to our private VIP room." As he spoke, Dr. Li hastily attempted to rise, eager to secure a private room for Lin Wei's father. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, her eyes still glistening with tears, watched this scene unfold in a daze. She had lost count of how many times her father had interacted with Dr. Li. She had grown accustomed to that condescending, superior demeanor. Yet today, the doctor who frequently barked orders at her and her father was now kneeling before Bai Zhou, her classmate and spirit master, simply because Bai Zhou had asked him a single question. He was about to prepare a private luxury hospital room for his father, one that he had never even heard of before, but in the past. Lin Wei had naturally accompanied Chu Yun to the hospital. As they were childhood friends, Chu Yun would respectfully call Lin Wei's father Uncle Lin. Chu Yun had also fought for certain rights for his own father, yet the outcomes for both were strikingly similar. At that time, witnessing Chu Yun's humiliation on his behalf left Lin Wei feeling deeply unsettled, even guilty. But now that they were clearly of the same age, why was Bai Zhou so remarkably superior to Chu Yun in every aspect? In fact, he treated me even better than Chu Yun did. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Wei couldn't help but clasp her small hands together over her chest. Yes, she gazed at Bai Zhou, who sat quietly, a distinct glimmer ignited in her eyes. Ding, detected that the host has successfully blocked a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining 100 Destiny Villain points. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 200 points to activate. Hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou maintained a neutral expression. Just as Dr. Li stood up, about to rush toward Lin Wei's father, Bai Zhou's voice rang out again. Did I give you permission to move? Although his tone remained flat, an invisible aura surged forth, enveloping Dr. Li and rendering his legs powerless, causing him to kneel on the ground once more. No, Master Bai. I'm sorry, Master Bai. As he looked at the kneeling Dr. Li, Bai Zhou turned to extend his hand toward Lin Wei. Uncertain of Bai Zhou's intentions, Lin Wei instinctively placed her small hand in his palm, by the time she realized what was happening. It was too late. Bai Zhou pulled her into his embrace, seating her firmly on his lap. Bai Zhou, you, flustered. Lin Wei's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively tried to rise, but Bai Zhou held her tightly. He then addressed Dr. Li. Allow me to introduce someone to you and everyone in this hospital. Lin Wei is my spirit maiden, and we have signed a life-and-death contract. What? Upon hearing this, Dr. Li's face turned even paler, and his body slumped to the side. In the corridor and the ward, a wave of gasps echoed, as many patients and their families trembled and gradually knelt down. Their fear mirrored that of Dr. Li. Bai Zhou was well aware that, given Lin Wei's background and temperament, not only doctors, but even fellow patients would hardly treat her kindly. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Wei began to understand why Bai Zhou had acted so intimately with her. It turned out that it was for this in that moment. As Bai Zhou displayed his overwhelming boyfriend prowess, Lin Wei trembled, unable to contain herself, and inadvertently blurted out, Bai Zhou. Brother. Ding, detected that the host has successfully blocked a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining 200 Destiny Villain points. The villain's Grand Roulette has been activated. Chapter 13. Rare Equipment. The system is truly impressive. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Bai Zhou felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, he had already activated the villain's Grand Roulette for the third time since his arrival in this world. It was worth it for him to come to the hospital early and deliberately show off in front of Lin Wei. This was precisely why Bai Zhou had decided to come to the hospital with Lin Wei before returning home. But he recalled that in the original story, after the protagonist Chu Yun awakened his SSS level talent and signed a partner contract with Lin Wei, he ran to the hospital with the reward money given to him by the school in front of those who had bullied Lin Wei. He had put on a grand display. This had further won the heart of his childhood friend. Lin Wei, however, now that Chu Yun might still be lying in the hospital, let this showboating be done by him, the villain. As for what Lin Wei truly thought, Bai Zhou didn't care to analyze her expression. Instead, he directly addressed the system in his mind. Begin the draw. Indeed, since the Grand Roulette had opened, why not draw? Would he save it for the new year? The familiar Grand Roulette unfolded before Bai Zhou, shimmering with vibrant colors as it spun rapidly. Soon, a strange purple light illuminated the space. It resembled the moment he had drawn the mirror that allowed him to view others' attributes. Ding! The system's notification sounded immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Maiden equipment. The Lingxi Chain. Lingxi Chain. When the Spirit Maiden wears the Lingxi Chain, she can transform into a spiritual artifact, with a 10 chance of using skills without any consumption, and also enhances skill effects by 10. Hearing the description in his mind, Baizhou saw a necklace with a heart-shaped blue gem the size of an egg floating in the system space. Even when resting quietly, it appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Any girl would surely be enamored by it. Yet Baizhou's focus was beyond mere aesthetics that a sense of astonishment welled up within him. This is actually an equipment item. Baizhou was well versed in the original plot. He understood that in this world, spirit masters and spirit maidens could enhance their power not only through diligent training and skill acquisition, but also by equipping various items. Some items provided amplification effects, while others had active or passive skills. However, all of these items shared a common trait. They were rare, especially those crafted specifically for spirit maidens, which were exceedingly hard to come by. Such items could not be manufactured in this world. They could only be obtained through monster hunting or dungeon raids. As a result, these treasures were largely held by the powerful and the affluent if one were weak and happened to acquire such an item without handing it over to an auction house or a noble. They would soon discover that everyone they encountered on the streets were robbers. His family had indeed prepared such items for him long ago. However, when it came to spirit maiden equipment, even his father had only managed to obtain a single defensive ring over the years, which was currently worn by his mother. Yet here he was, drawing a rare piece of spirit maiden equipment on the third spin of the system's grand roulette. Although it was only of purple quality, its value was immeasurable. This was sheer luck. After a brief moment of surprise, Baizhou carefully examined the necklace's effects: a 10 chance of releasing a skill without consumption, and an additional 10 enhancement of its effects. This item could certainly be utilized by Lin Wei. Earlier, during the confrontation with Chu Yun, Baizhou had manipulated Lin Wei to unleash a skill. While that skill consumed no magic, it did deplete her stamina, with the cost shared between the Spirit Master and the Spirit Maiden. After that skill was used, Baizhou felt he still had enough stamina to perform the same skill 4 more times. However, based on the feedback from his Longdan Liangyin spear, Lin Wei could only manage 2 more uses before the skill would turn gray and become uncastable. Even if he had the energy left, Lin Wei would be unable to follow through, rendering the skill futile. A 10 chance to release a strengthened version of the skill without any cost felt like a divine artifact for the early stages. Just how many unexpected surprises lay hidden within this system. Baizhou had begun to eagerly anticipate the next villain's grand roulette, but for now he focused his thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, the necklace adorned with the heart-shaped blue gem appeared in his hand. Turning to Lin Wei, who was lost in thought, he silently extended his arms. Lin Wei, still in a daze, failed to react. By the time she sensed something amiss, she suddenly found herself seemingly nestled in Baizhou's embrace. Lin Wei's face turned red once more, her body tensing instantly. She closed her eyes on the spot, her heart racing. I'm sitting on Baizhou's lap, and he's holding me. But I'm not ready to go to the hotel with Baizhou. How can this be? But Baizhou is holding me, and I feel no resistance at all. Isn't he supposed to be a bad guy? Shouldn't I dislike him? What on earth is going on here? Thump, 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 thump. Lin Wei's rapid heartbeat resonated clearly in Baizhou's ears. Baizhou was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Is a heart attack about to occur? In his confusion, as he placed the necklace around Lin Wei's neck and lifted his gaze, he found her with her eyes tightly shut, her hands gripping her clothes. Her face flushed, and her pearly teeth nibbled nervously. Well then, upon witnessing this scene, Baizhou couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. It's merely a necklace I'm placing around your neck. I have no intention of consuming you. Is it truly necessary to react this way? As Baizhou's voice echoed, Lin Wei's body trembled once more. A necklace? At that moment, Lin Wei, with her eyes still closed, became aware of a chilling sensation around her neck. Hastily opening her eyes, she beheld a sapphire the size of an egg dangling from her chest, shimmering brilliantly under the light. This is utterly exquisite. It resembled Baizhou's initial speculation perfectly. No young lady could ever refuse such a necklace. However, in the next instant, Lin Wei was suddenly overcome with panic, instinctively reaching to remove the necklace from her neck while exclaiming, "Note, this seems far too precious. I cannot accept this. Yet Baizhou swiftly grasped Lin Wei's flustered hand with a decisive clap, gazing into her eyes with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. Take it, and simply hold on to it. Lin Wei's pupils quivered profoundly. The undeniable authority in Baizhou's voice rendered her incapable of any resistance, and inexplicably, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. Ding! The system has detected the host successfully blocking a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining 100 villain value. The villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 3,900. Hearing the system's notification, Baizhou gradually concealed his toes, which were nearly digging into the floor from embarrassment. Indeed, his tone was forced, a product of his own reluctance to speak in such a manner. However, was this not all to accrue villain points? After all, young ladies seemed to fall for such tactics. Baizhou had no choice in the matter. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. The so-called private high-end ward suggested by Dr. Li was hardly worth a glance from Baizhou, who promptly instructed his subordinates to arrange for Lin Wei's father. Still in a comatose state, to be discharged, he immediately transferred him to the Bai family's private hospital, ensuring the best doctors and equipment were at their disposal, even enlisting the aid of a capable spirit healer to treat Lin Wei's father. To Baizhou, these actions were mere trifles, incurring no loss whatsoever. However, to Lin Wei, Baizhou had become her benefactor, a figure to whom she could never repay her gratitude. After completing these tasks, Baizhou returned to the Bai family's villa under the escort of his bodyguards. Yet, as he held Lin Wei's small hand upon entering, a mocking voice rang out. "Oh my, isn't this my brother Baizhou? And the one beside you must be your E-grade waste spirit maiden? Oh, should I be addressing her as sister-in-law?" Chapter 14. What family doesn't have a few impoverished relatives? Accompanying this taunting voice, a girl of similar age to Baizhou sauntered up to him. The moment Baizhou laid eyes on her, he immediately recognized her as Ma Rong, the daughter of his aunt's family, and thus his cousin that well-versed in the original narrative. Baizhou understood Ma Rong all too well. She was born merely a few days after him, sharing the same day of awakening. Upon her awakening, she also contracted a spirit with commendable talents, the spirit, being a member of the Bai family through Ma Rong's mother, readily agreed to her summons. That day, Ma Rong brought the spirit home to meet the family. Yet, this alone would not have been enough for Baizhou to remember her. During the mid-narrative, Ma Rong discovered that Chu Yun possessed an SSS-grade talent. And being quite handsome, she was instantly smitten. She even contemplated marrying her initial spirit, yet she ultimately chose to climb into Chu Yun's bed. Chu Yun, of course, was fully aware of Ma Rong's identity as Baizhou's sister. Seizing the opportunity, he took advantage of the situation, knowing full well that a woman delivered to him on a silver platter was too good to refuse. Consequently, Ma Rong became infatuated with Chu Yun, ultimately turning into a spy within the Bai family, a pivotal piece in Chu Yun's schemes to dismantle the Bai family. Ironically, it culminated in Chu Yun killing Ma Rong's mother, leaving her as an unwitting accomplice in her lover's treachery. Under such overwhelming blows, Ma Rong succumbed to madness. However, she was merely a pawn. How could Chu Yun concern himself with her fate? It appeared that Ma Rong's ending was rather tragic. Yet, how did this concern Baizhou? To prevent Ma Rong from becoming a thorn in his side in the future, he must deal with her preemptively. Nevertheless, Baizhou never anticipated encountering such a mid-narrative character so early on. It seemed that due to his contract with an E-grade spirit maiden, these useless relatives could no longer restrain themselves from intruding. Just as Ma Rong's mocking tone faded, a booming voice erupted from the living room. "How dare you show your face here?" The overwhelming presence immediately enveloped Baizhou, leaving him feeling a palpable pressure. Ma Rong, standing nearby, retreated a couple of steps, clearly intimidated by the formidable aura. Indeed, the source of such imposing energy could only be his stepfather. Baizhou quickly identified the man seated in the center of the living room, a middle-aged figure in his 40s, frowning with an air of authority. Baizhou Nan, the current head of the Bai family and ranked 10th among the top 10 experts of Long Country. Beside Baizhou Nan sat Baizhou's mother, while a middle-aged woman on a small sofa was his aunt. Ma Rong took a step back. A young unknown man hurriedly approached, offering support to her with a gentle and concerned voice. "Rong, are you all right?" Presumably, this was the green-haired spirit healer. Baizhou paid him no mind and continued to lead Lin Wei forward. However, he distinctly felt Lin Wei's hand stiffen in resistance. Turning to look, he noticed that Lin Wei's head hung lower than ever, her body trembling slightly. His stepfather's presence seemed to frighten the young lady. Baizhou shook his head in exasperation, leaning down to whisper gently in Lin Wei's ear, "Fear not. I am here." This was a tone he deliberately mimicked, yet it proved effective, as Lin Wei's trembling body calmed significantly. Baijiu successfully guided Lin Wei into the Bai family's living room that as they entered. His aunt could no longer contain herself. "Xiaozhou, you're back. Who is this young lady?" However, before Baijiu could respond, a resounding thud echoed as Bai Zhennan slammed his palm against the coffee table. Startling everyone present, he then bellowed, "You dare bring someone back? I'll break your legs." He seemed poised to rise in anger. Yet, Baijiu's mother, Xin Yun, quickly restrained Bai Zhennan's arm, reproaching him. "What are you shouting about? You're scaring the child." Simultaneously, his aunt chimed in. "Indeed, second brother, the child has grown and deserves the freedom to make her own choices. We, as adults, should show some understanding. You speak as if it doesn't concern you. If it were your daughter who contracted an E-grade spirit, how would you react?" Unaware of her own hypocrisy, his aunt continued, "Though Xiaozhou's spirit may be E-grade, I have heard that he possesses A-grade potential. With proper nurturing, surpassing S-grade is well within reach. Spirits are merely tools. They won't limit the development of a spirit master, right?" While her words appeared to persuade Bai Zhennan, the underlying tone was laced with mockery. Bai Zhennan was on the verge of an explosive outburst, yet Baijiu took the initiative. "My aunt speaks wisely. I wonder how Ma Rong's awakening results turned out today." Upon hearing this, his aunt's expression brightened. "Ah, let her tell you." Ma Rong, puffing her chest and lifting her chin, approached Baijiu and declared, "Brother, I apologize. I am an A-grade spirit wielder, the Azure Water Sword, just like you." However, as she spoke, a smirk crept across her lips as she turned to introduce the unfamiliar young man beside her. "Allow me to introduce my spirit master, Lu Bo. He, too, is a dash grade as she spoke." Ma Rong's smile grew increasingly condescending. Meanwhile, Baijiu's aunt nearly burst into laughter. In truth, Ma Rong need not introduce herself. The floating mirror before Baijiu revealed all as it illuminated Ma Rong. The mirror displayed the information. Name, Azure Water Sword. Level 1. Quality, A-grade. Innate skill, Wave Summon. Condenses moisture in the air to create waves, confusing the enemy while dealing minor damage. The mirror of Baijiu laid bare even the skills she currently possessed. Before Baijiu, she felt as transparent as a mere nut. Meanwhile, as the mirror illuminated Lu Bo, several lines of information unexpectedly appeared. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level 1. Talent, A-class, Spirit Master talent. None. To put it plainly, apart from possessing an A-class talent, Lu Bo was utterly devoid of merit. It was no wonder he could be so easily cuckolded by Chu Yun later on. At this moment, Ma Rong's voice continued unabated. "Brother, since I've introduced you to my spirit master, aren't you going to introduce us to your spirit maiden?" Her flippant tone compelled Lin Wei to instinctively retreat further behind Baijiu. However, upon hearing Ma Rong's inquiry, Baijiu merely smiled faintly and turned to Lu Bo, speaking. "Lu Bo, is it?" Lu Bo beamed with a forced smile. "Hello, young Master Bai. It's me, Lu Bo." While Ma Rong dared to speak so casually to Baijiu, Lu Bo did not share that audacity. In his eyes, no matter how inept Baijiu might be, he was still the young master of the Bai family. Yet Baijiu showed no regard for Lu Bo's flattery and instead stated directly, "I, Baijiu, challenge you in the name of the spirit master. Do you dare to accept?" "What?" Upon hearing Baijiu's declaration, everyone present, save for Lin Wei, was left astonished. They looked at Baijiu, their eyes filled with disbelief. But 2 seconds later, Ma Rong burst into sharp laughter. "Did I mishear? Brother, are you joking? How dare you challenge me? No wonder you signed a life-and-death contract with an E-class waste. It seems your mind is unhinged." Chapter 15. The Gun, the King of All Weapons. In the face of Ma Rong's ridicule, Baijiu's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast her a faint glance and replied, "Did I speak to you?" "You." Ma Rong's face instantly stiffened. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,850. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Baijiu was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that Ma Rong could also provide him with villain points. However, he quickly understood. After all, in the later parts of the original story, Ma Rong indeed held significant screen time. Moreover, she was even the beloved of the protagonist, Chu Yun, and a powerful catalyst for the downfall of the Bai family. Thus, it was no surprise that he could gain destiny villain points through her. Nevertheless, if that were the case, Baijiu felt he could adjust his strategy in dealing with Ma Rong and reap some benefits from her. At that moment, Ma Rong, sensing Baijiu's attitude, had a glint of cold light in her eyes. She turned to Lu Bo, standing beside her, and commanded, "Agree to him." Huh? Lu Bo hesitated visibly, cautiously glancing at Baijiu's father. Bai Zhengnan, who sat nearby, he scratched the back of his head and said, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Don't worry," Baijiu promptly interjected. "This is a challenge I initiated, and no matter what happens, no one will trouble you." Ma Rong gritted her teeth. "Lu Bo, I command you to accept him. He has contracted with an E-class waste and is seeking death. What are you afraid of?" This, Lu Bo was indeed afraid of Baijiu and the formidable background of the Bai family. However, since Baijiu had assured him that there would be no repercussions, and given that he himself was also a spirit master with Bai family blood, he relented. "Fine, I accept your challenge." As soon as Lu Bo's words fell, a soft sound echoed, whoosh, as the barrier Baijiu had encountered once before suddenly expanded. Furthermore, he noticed the fundamental powers of this world were indeed wondrous. Previously, within such a vast arena, a circular vacuum zone had formed with a diameter of over 10 meters. Now, in the spacious living room of his home, the diameter of this vacuum zone had shrunk to about 7 or 8 meters. The expansive area of the Bai family's villa ensured that even his seated parents and aunt remained unaffected. How intriguing! A glimmer of interest sparked in Baijiu's eyes. He yearned to uncover the true nature of this world's fundamental powers, yet he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient for such exploration. Meanwhile, Ma Rong's excited voice rang out. "Ha! Well done, Lu Bo then." She stepped forward, gazing at Baijiu with disdain. "My dear brother, have you grown so accustomed to arrogance that you dare to challenge us? Although we are both A-class, do not forget that my spirit master also holds A-class status. The synergy between a spirit master and their spirit maiden is far more than a mere sum of 1 plus 1. It surpasses 2 by a significant margin. If you were to concede now, that I assure you, as your sister, I would show you mercy out of our years of sibling affection." Yet, Baijiu appeared entirely unperturbed. As if he had not heard Ma Rong's words, he turned to Lin Wei, who was timidly hiding behind him, and smiled. "Do not be afraid." However, this time, Lin Wei did not remain silent as before. Instead, she looked up at Baijiu and softly replied, "I'm not scared. I'm just a bit worried. What if they get hurt? After all, they are your family." Upon hearing this, Baijiu was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Ma Rong's expression froze. "What?" "Ding!" Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage. 777. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,800. Especially the sincerity in Lin Wei's voice, filled with genuine concern, was indeed a formidable weapon. The system notification echoing in Baijiu's mind confirmed the impact. Ma Rong, furious, bellowed, "Arrogant fool, you're courting death." With her words, a buzzing sound resonated as Ma Rong's form transformed into shimmering starlight, coalescing in Lu Bo's hand into a slender, emerald sword. He lightly swung the sword, a clear confidence on his face, but he still began with, "Young Master Bai, I apologize." Yet Baijiu paid him no mind. With a wave of his hand, Lin Wei promptly closed her eyes, silver light flashing that a gleaming long spear materialized in Baijiu's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhengnan, seated outside the barrier, and Baijiu's mother, Xin Yun, raised their brows in surprise, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Unable to contain herself, Xin Yun gasped, "Hiss! What is this?" Hearing his wife's voice, Bai Zhengnan turned to her and asked, "What is it?" Xin Yun slowly shook her head, remaining silent. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the long spear in Baijiu's hand. Baijiu's aunt, sitting nearby, was oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly believing her brother and sister-in-law were merely concerned for their son. Thus, she smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, although Rong's words can be harsh, she knows her limits and won't harm Xiaozhou." Yet, just as her words fell, Baijiu within the barrier spoke up, and one anticipated that his utterance would be, "Who gave you the audacity to transform?" "Sit down." With a thunderous command, Baijiu slammed the spear forcefully against the ground. A resounding thud echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura directed at Lu Bo. In the next moment, Lu Bo's right hand, which gripped the sword, began to tremble violently. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the emerald sword, which had already completed its transformation, disintegrated on the spot, reverting back to Ma Rong's figure, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,750. What is this? Outside the barrier, Bai Zhun Nan, Xin Yun, and Bai Zhou's aunt simultaneously sprang from their seats. All three bore expressions of shock. Not just them, but Lu Bo and Ma Rong, the parties involved, were equally stunned. Lu Bo stared incredulously at Ma Rong and asked, Rong, what is happening? Weren't we supposed to fight? Why did you disintegrate on your own? Looking at Lu Bo, who was utterly perplexed, Ma Rong wanted to scream. How should I know? You ask me. Who should I ask? Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, rising to her feet and glaring daggers at Bai Zhou, shouting, It's you. What did you do? Hearing Ma Rong's piercing shriek, Bai Zhou chuckled softly, gently caressing the pristine white spear in his hand, and replied, The spear is the king of all weapons. Moreover, you possess only a mere A-class. Then, Bai Zhou's smile vanished, his eyes glinting with a sharp light as he coldly declared, Kneel, with a resonant hum. The dragon gallant bright silver spear conjured by Lin Wei emitted a gentle murmur. Thud. Ma Rong's body seemed to lose all control as she knelt down upon the ground. Moreover, a similar spectacle unfolded outside the barrier, where Bai Zhun Nan and Xun Yun gazed in astonishment at their suddenly diminished aunt. They could not help but exclaim, Wait, why have you also knelt down here? Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,700 to activate. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 959. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,650 to activate. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,600 to activate. The system notifications echoed incessantly in Ma Rong's mind. Trembling as she knelt, her complexion paled, and her eyes were filled with both confusion and shock. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to lift her gaze, fixating desperately on Bai Zhou's direction, her voice tinged with a hint of hysteria. Impossible. This cannot be. Chapter 16. You are not mistaken. You are simply afraid. Another individual echoed this sentiment within, fervently shouting that such a reality was inconceivable. Indeed, it was the ant outside the barrier, forced to kneel by an overwhelming pressure. Her wide eyes were glued to the scene unfolding within the barrier. Filled with disbelief, it was as if her heart were whispering, Rong, are you putting on an act? What are you doing? Standing there, Bai Zhou's parents shared a look of astonishment as they gazed at their son within the barrier. They too were baffled. Xun Yun finally broke the silence, stating, The moment that girl transformed, I felt an odd sensation. Now, Xiao Zhou and his spirit maiden haven't even made a move, yet they have compelled Ma Rong to disintegrate. Darling, have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon before? Bai Zhun Nan, being the 10th-ranked master in the Dragon Kingdom, was well versed in various encounters that he nodded slowly. I have indeed seen a few instances where, at the onset of battle, one forcibly reverts the opponent's spirit maiden to her original form. However, this typically occurs when one party's spirit master is exceptionally powerful or when there is a significant disparity in the quality of the spirit maidens. Yet, Xiao Zhou is merely an A-rank spirit master, and his spirit maiden is only A-rank. How could this transpire? Bai Zhun Nan was knowledgeable, yet he remained oblivious to the hidden attributes of Lin Wu. It was crucial to note that Lin Wei possessed a dragon gallant bright silver spear of super SSS grade quality. Coupled with the title of King of Weapons, even S-rank Xinqin could not withstand the pressure exerted by Lin Wei, let alone the mere A-rank Ma Rong. This was Bai Zhou's strategy. Previously, he could have forcibly compelled Xinqin to disintegrate through sheer pressure, but knowing that an instant kill could inflict greater damage on Xu Yun, he saw no reason to take unnecessary actions. However, circumstances had changed. Upon discovering that Ma Rong could provide him with points, why not employ a special method to extract additional points from her? Now, Bai Zhou, still wielding the long spear transformed by Lin Wei, advanced step by step toward the prostrate Ma Rong. She caught sight of his shoes and gritted her teeth, determined not to kneel before him. Yet, upon lifting her gaze to the glinting spear, all her resistance evaporated. Bai Zhou, slightly bowing his head, spoke in a calm tone. You claim that I have lost my mind by issuing a challenge to you. Then tell me, as you kneel before me, is it your knee that is defective? Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,550 to activate. You. Ma Rong seethed, her teeth clenched, but Bai Zhou's dismissive command silenced her. Shut up, Dadum. Ma Rong found her mouth utterly unable to open. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 444. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,500 to activate. At that moment, Lu Bo, witnessing the dire plight of his spirit maiden, could no longer restrain himself. With a swift sound, the cold tip of the dragon gallant bright silver spear suddenly hovered at Lu Bo's throat. His body trembled, and his complexion turned pale. Feeling the chilling sensation, he realized that a slight exertion from the opponent could very well sever his throat. Then he heard Bai Zhou's voice. This is a family affair. Do you understand? Understood, Lu Bo answered without hesitation, retreating to distance himself from Bai Zhou, covering his mouth as he lowered his head, adopting a posture that suggested he was oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,450 to activate. Seeing Lu Bo's compliance, Bai Zhou ceased his further remarks and turned his attention back to Ma Rong. My dear sister, have you come to recognize your error? Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,400 to activate. Were it not for the fact that Ma Rong could continuously provide him with Destiny Villain Points, Bai Zhou would hardly bother to engage in this dialogue with her. Ma Rong, gritting her teeth and ashen-faced, struggled to lift her gaze. Ida did not. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a low hum resonated as Bai Zhou swung the dragon gallant bright silver spear around, striking Ma Rong's back with the shaft. Crack. Thud. Ah. A wail emerged as the previously resilient Ma Rong collapsed onto the ground. Soon after, she felt a chilling sensation encircle her neck. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered physical damage 50. Mental damage 333. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,350 to activate. I was wrong. I understand now. Brother, don't kill me. I truly realize my mistake. Has she already capitulated so readily? Bai Zhou paused, taken aback by the panicked voice of Ma Rong. Observing her struggle to maintain her composure while kneeling, he had assumed her to be resolute. Yet, now, having felt the spear's point against her neck, she could not help but lose all composure. Is this truly your nature? To extract more advantage, Bai Zhou smiled and remarked, you do not merely recognize your mistake. You are simply afraid. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 856. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,300 to activate. In the next moment, Bai Zhou raised the spear high and aimed directly at the back of Ma Rong's head. Ah! The fear of death compelled Ma Rong to scream in terror. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 9999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,200 to activate. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 9999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,100 to activate. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 9999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,000 to activate. The frequency of the system notifications surged, doubling the Destiny Villain Points awarded. Bai Zhou even caught a whiff of a foul odor in the air, indicating that Ma Rong was truly terrified beyond measure. Just then, a powerful voice erupted from outside the barrier. Xiao Zhou, halt. With a hum, the spear's tip vibrated, coming to a steady stop at the nape of Ma Rong's neck. In truth, Bai Zhou had no intention of truly harming her, and within this non-lethal duel's barrier, he could not kill her. Bai Zhou was aware of this, and Bai Zhen certainly understood it even better. His loud command was merely for his aunt's benefit. Feeling Bai Zhou's hand remain still, Ma Rong could no longer contain herself. Beep. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,950 to activate. Wah! She cried, resembling an infant as she lay motionless on the ground at this moment. Lu Bo finally grasped the situation, hurriedly exclaiming, "I concede." This outsider had unwittingly become the key to controlling the barrier. As Lu Bo's words resonated, the barrier formed by the world's primal forces gradually dissipated. Bai Zhou smiled faintly. Releasing his grip, in a flurry of golden light, the diminutive Lin Wei reappeared before everyone. After landing, she swiftly darted behind Bai Zhou, concealing herself once more. Alas, after losing her imposing presence, Ma Rong has finally regained her ability to move. Rising from the ground, she weeps and rushes toward her mother, crying out, "Mother, mother, you must stand up for me. He bullied me. My brother bullied me. He even tried to kill me, but I am his sister. I am his sister. Mother, you must." Yet, in the next moment, a notification chimes. Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 777. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,900 to unlock. Mother, why are you kneeling on the ground as well? Chapter 17. Who says a life and death contract can only bind one? Ma Rong is still in a daze. Yet, Bai Zhou dramatically exclaims, "Aunt, what is happening?" The ground is cold. Quickly get up. He dashes forward, faster than Ma Rong, pulling his aunt up from the ground. Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 767, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,850 to unlock. These Destiny Villain Points are undoubtedly provided by Ma Rong. However, this does not mean that his aunt does not harbor a deep-seated resentment. She thinks, "Isn't this all because of you? And now you use me to support yourself?" Nonetheless, being an elder, especially after her daughter has just been crushed, she must save face and endure. With a forced smile, she states, "Oh, it seems I've dropped an earring here. Why can't I find it?" This remark prompts Bai Zhannan and Xin Yun to roll their eyes in unison. Even Ma Rong can't help but internally scoff. "My goodness. You don't even have pierced ears. Where would the earring come from?" Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 333, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,800 to unlock. Ahem. At this moment, Bai Zhannan clears his throat, seizing the conversation, and looks sternly at Bai Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, as the elder brother, why don't you know to give way to your sister?" The tone of Bai Zhannan has long shed its previous fury. After all, he has come to realize that the E-class spirit girl his son has contracted is truly remarkable. He waves his hand. "Why aren't you apologizing to your sister?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou immediately retorts, "Me? Apologize to her? Huh?" Accompanied by a light chuckle. "The one who should apologize is her." Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 888. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,750 to unlock. The Ma Rong, who had lost her imposing presence after the battle, was about to stubbornly argue with Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou reached out and pulled Lin Wei, who was hiding behind him, into view, addressing Ma Rong. "Do you not remember what you just said? Apologize." Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 236. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,700 to unlock. Looking at the timid Lin Wei with her head lowered, Ma Rong's eyelids twitched with tears. Indeed, what had she just said? She had called the E-class spirit girl a waste. Yet, she had been overpowered and left gasping for air by an E-class spirit girl, unable to even lift her head while kneeling. Impossible. This woman cannot possibly be merely an E-class. Bai Zhou is deceiving her. This is all his scheme, deliberately concealing the spirit girl's true level and forcing her to act. Bai Zhou, the more Ma Rong thought, the angrier she became, unable to restrain herself from once again roaring at Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou merely cast her a calm glance. Ding! Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 864, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 2,650 to unlock. This caused Ma Rong to tremble all over, as if recalling a deep-seated fear that had risen within her moments ago. She instantly lowered her head, stammering, I'm sorry. Baijiu replied. Louder, I can't hear you. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 2,600 to unlock. I'm sorry, Ma Rong gritted her teeth and shouted. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such hurtful things. I am the waste. Although she uttered these words, her lowered head betrayed her unwillingness, her pupils shimmering with defiance. Yet now, she dared not reveal such emotions in front of Baijiu. Baijiu turned to Lin Wei, gently asking, what do you think of her apology? Me. Lin Wei never expected she would still have a say at this moment. However, under Baijiu's gentle gaze, she quietly responded. It's fine. It's fine. Seeing Lin Wei nod, Baijiu turned back to Ma Rong, smiling as he extended his hand. Since Lin Wei has already forgiven you, you may rise. Reaching out my hand is not merely for an apology. You still need to practice. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 2,550 to unlock. Ma Rong looked at Baijiu's outstretched hand, gritted her teeth, and resolutely refrained from touching it. Instead, she pushed herself off the ground and stood up. That moment, her aunt finally spoke again. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. That we merely came to observe Xiao Zhou's awakening today. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhou truly lives up to being your son, elder brother? The forced laughter was painfully awkward. Ding. Detecting that a major supporting character has suffered mental damage 777. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 2,500 to unlock. Baijiu Nan and Shun Yun did not intervene, watching the three leave their villa. Once they had departed, Baijiu turned to his surrogate father, Baijiu Nan, and smiled. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Observing Baijiu's calm demeanor, Shun Yun and Baijiu Nan exchanged glances. Shun Yun, with a tender smile, approached Lin Wei, and in the midst of Lin Wei's anxious eyes, she grasped her small hand. Look at how frightened the child is. Come, little girl, let us have a chat, shall we? Lin Wei instinctively cast a pleading glance at Baijiu. However, Baijiu simply smiled and nodded at her, prompting Lin Wei to take a deep breath and lower her head. Meanwhile, Baijiu Nan looked at Baijiu and scoffed. You little rascal, you've truly given your old man a grand surprise. Come with me to AS, he spoke. He turned and headed toward the stairs of the villa. Baijiu promptly followed his father, Baijiu Nan, all the way to the study. Upon entering, he remembered to close the door behind him. But as soon as the door clicked shut, Baijiu Nan could no longer contain himself, and without even sitting down, he exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? This sudden outburst from Baijiu Nan left Baijiu momentarily at a loss. Logically, shouldn't his surrogate father be inquiring about this E-class spirit girl? How did it escalate to him being called crazy? Baijiu couldn't help but ask, What are you saying, Dad? Baijiu Nan rolled his eyes and replied, Are you still feigning ignorance? I ask you, have you signed a life-and-death contract with that girl from earlier? Baijiu, taken aback, nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Baijiu Nan was left speechless. Throwing his hands up in exasperation, So you signed a life-and-death contract with her. What about your fiancé, E? Baijiu. My fiancé, E. I still have, oh right. With a sudden realization, Baijiu slapped his forehead in frustration. Goodness, he had completely forgotten about that. The original text did indeed mention that the antagonist Baijiu had a fiancé, E. Moreover, due to the Bai family status, his fiancé E's identity was certainly not low. In fact, the original narrative described her as a national goddess. When he had just crossed over, he had been so focused on how to contract Lin Wei's spirit that he had completely overlooked this matter. Seeing Baijiu's reaction, Baijiu Nan was utterly exasperated, shaking his head in disbelief. You really forgot? You little rascal. Do you even know what your grandfather's relationship with her grandfather is? Right now. I don't even dare to tell anyone about you signing a life-and-death contract with a girl. Your uncle and grandfather are still in the dark, but the truth cannot be hidden forever. Sooner or later, they will find out. When that happens, they will join forces to deal with me, and you'll be fine, but I want to be able to endure it. Observing his father growing increasingly agitated and anxious, Baijiu hastily gestured for calm. Stay composed. Father, rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Baijiu Nan cast a sidelong glance at Baijiu, inquiring, And how do you intend to manage it? With a slight smile. Baijiu replied softly, Who said that as your son, I can only form a life and death contract with one individual. Bai Zhennan exclaimed in confusion. What on earth are you saying? Chapter 18. Children make choices. I want them all. At this moment, Bai Zhou stood confidently, a smile gracing his face, while his father, Bai Zhennan, regarded him with an expression that seemed to carry a hint of sympathetic concern. He reached out, gently touching Bai Zhou's forehead, saying, You foolish child, are you feeling feverish? Do you understand why it's called a life and death contract? However, before Bai Zhennan could finish, Bai Zhou decisively brushed aside his hand and declared, Of course I understand, but, Father, certain special spirit masters awaken unique skills upon completing their job transition, do they not? Nodding in agreement, Bai Zhennan replied, Indeed, my talent is that the fewer spirit daughters I have contracted, the greater my attack power. Thus far, your mother is the only spirit daughter I possess, and our bond is a life and death contract. Why do you ask? Bai Zhou simply smiled quietly at his father's query. But Bai Zhennan suddenly grasped the crux of the issue that he rushed to the study door, flung it open to check for anyone outside, and after ensuring safety, quickly locked it before returning to Bai Zhou's side. Grasping his shoulders with urgency, he exclaimed in a hoarse voice, No way. Have you awakened a special talent too? It can't be what you just mentioned, can it? In truth, as the antagonist in the original story, how could Bai Zhou possibly awaken any special talent? Nevertheless, he could not disclose that his unparalleled sword box had been obtained from the system. Instead, the notion of a special talent served as an excellent diversion. Nodding slowly, Bai Zhou stated earnestly, My special talent is called the Unparalleled Sword Box, and its function is the life and death contract, with no upper limit. Unlimited. Bai Zhennan's voice rose sharply, his grip on Bai Zhou's shoulders tightening painfully. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Zhou remarked, Come on, father, could you please calm down? You are one of the top 10 masters after all. Blushing slightly, Bai Zhennan still did not release Bai Zhou, and instead, his expression morphed into one that seemed oddly obsequious. He whispered, Xiao Zhou, is your talent a passive skill or an active one? If it's active, can it be deployed against other spirit masters? Hey, Xiao Zhou, where are you going? Bai Zhennan's inquiry was interrupted as he noticed his son turning to leave. Not looking back, Bai Zhou called out, I'm going to tell my mother. Stop right there. Bai Zhennan bellowed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Bai Zhou. In an instant, Bai Zhou felt as if the world had turned upside down, and he found himself seated on the study sofa. This sudden turn of events transpired so rapidly that he had no time to react, his eyes wide with astonishment. His father truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 10 masters. At that moment, Bai Zhennan sat across from him, elbows resting on the armrests, fingers interlaced before him, legs crossed, his expression grave and voice hoarse. This matter must not be disclosed to your mother. I merely wish to impress upon you that even with such a skill, you must never employ it against other spirit masters. Do you understand? Observing his father's serious demeanor, Bai Zhou felt an urge to laugh. His father's earlier anticipation, could it truly be as he claimed? I trust you, old man. You are quite the crafty one. If that were the case, why would you want to keep me from telling my mother? Nonetheless, Bai Zhou smiled and nodded in response, assuring, Rest easy. This is a passive skill. It cannot assist other spirit masters in such ways. That is well, Bai Zhennan replied, though his tone seemed laced with disappointment. Clearing his throat, he continued, If that is the case, I can reach out to your grandfather and uncle. However, your fiancée might prove somewhat challenging, given her status. Naturally, you just said that you would handle it. Oh, now it's my turn to take charge. Bai Zhennan swiftly shifted gears, looking at Bai Zhou once more. That I need you to answer another question. Why did you form a contract with an E-rank spirit daughter? Especially when her earlier performance was anything but E-rank. This was easily explained. Bai Zhou confidently replied, My unparalleled sword box possesses another function, the ability to discern hidden attributes or latent potential of spirit daughters. The system's reward of the unparalleled sword box had led his father to believe it was his awakened talent. What better scapegoat than to blame the unparalleled sword box? Pausing briefly, Bai Zhou allowed a knowing smile to grace his features as he continued. Lin Wei appears to possess only E-rank potential on the surface, but in actuality, her true potential is, leaning slightly forward, he whispered into his father's ear. What? Bai Zhennan gasped, leaping from his chair, his eyes wide as if they could not contain the shock within. His hands trembled slightly as he stammered. You mean, she is. Bai Zhennin erupted into boisterous laughter, filling the study with mirth. Truly, heaven bless the Bai family. His fists clenched in excitement. He earnestly patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder, declaring, Xiao Zhou, you must treat this Lin Wei girl with utmost respect. Although your spirit master quality is merely a rank, if she becomes your ally, I believe one day you shall join the ranks of the top 10 masters of our Dragon Kingdom. Though Lin Wei's hidden quality was actually super SSS rank, Bai Zhou had anticipated his father's exuberant reaction and had only revealed SSS rank. Even without the super, Bai Zhennan's response was overwhelming, leaving Bai Zhou somewhat regretting his decision to share this news. However, his father's assertion held truth. With Lin Wei by his side, the top 10 masters would surely be within reach. Yet, merely having Lin Wei was not enough for Bai Zhou. He desired everything that belonged to the protagonist in the original tale. As his father reveled in the study, Bai Zhou seized the opportunity to slip away from his father's grasp, darting out of the room. Just as he exited, he spotted the head of his previous bodyguards waiting at the end of the corridor. The bodyguard approached him, stating, Young master, I have news regarding your inquiry. Indeed, upon leaving the villa, Bai Zhou had instructed his subordinates to investigate matters related to the protagonist, Chu Yun. The bodyguard continued, after we left the school. The administration promptly initiated treatment for Chu Yun. Subsequently, he was transferred to the third hospital though. Upon hearing the familiar name, a playful glint appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. The bodyguard further added, it said that Chu Yun regained consciousness once, expressing a desire for treatment at the third hospital. How strange, thought Bai Zhou, considering he had awakened an SSS rank talent. Why would he return to such a small hospital? The bodyguard remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. But Bai Zhou understood Chu Yun all too well. With Lin Wei's father having previously been a patient at the third hospital, it seemed Chu Yun intended to approach Lin Wei through her father. Apologies, Chu Yun, but you are simply a step too late. Ding. Detecting protagonist suffering mental anguish 99999. Acquiring fated villain points 500. Villain's Grand Wheel of Fortune requires an additional 2,000. Just as the system's notification echoed in Bai Zhou's mind, a furious roar erupted from the private suite of the third hospital. What? You mean Uncle Lin allowed Bai Zhou to take her away? Chapter 19. Has there been a stir so soon above? Within the third hospital, Chu Yun had only just awakened with great difficulty. Upon hearing the news, he was seized by a fit of rage that caused him to spit out a mouthful of old blood and faint once more. However, it was not in vain that Chu Yun had called out so affectionately. The one he had been yearning for, Bai Zhou, had indeed come to the third hospital to see him, having exited his father's study. Bai Zhou wasted no time after hearing about Chu Yun from his subordinates. Without a moment's hesitation, he took Lin Wei, who had been pulled along by her mother for some warmth and care, and departed from home. Heading back to the third hospital in the family CAR.AS, they approached the distant sign of the third hospital. Lin Wei curiously inquired, Bai Zhou, why are we back here again? Is there something left unresolved? At this moment, Lin Wei's tone when speaking to Bai Zhou had begun to normalize, and her demeanor alongside him appeared considerably more relaxed, although she was unaware of what her mother had discussed with Lin Wei. The outcome was ultimately favorable, which was all that mattered. In response to Lin Wei's question, Bai Zhou chuckled softly. Chu Yun is currently in this hospital. What? Upon hearing Chu Yun's name from Bai Zhou, Lin Wei's pupils visibly trembled. Her small hands intertwined tightly, her head bowed, her gaze flickering, and a hint of what seemed to be anguish occasionally crossed her face. Bai Zhou, however, remained indifferent to these signs. Fully aware that Lin Wei and Chu Yun had grown up together since childhood, the bond between them was indeed profound. Though she was not the one to sign a life-and-death contract with Chu Yun in the original narrative, her standing in his heart had never diminished, and their relationship remained the most solid. Bai Zhou did not believe he could completely sever the ties between Lin Wei and Chu Yun in such a short span of time. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Wei, who had been silent with her head down, slowly reached out to grasp his hand. Meeting his gaze, she earnestly declared, Bai Zhou Gij, from the moment I decided to form a contract with you, Chu Yun and I have become unrelated. Feeling the chill on the back of his hand and gazing into Lin Wei's resolute eyes, Bai Zhou sensed that her words were indeed heartfelt. But why would she choose to express this at such a moment? Did she perhaps think he had come to find Chu Yun for her sake? Yet it was clear that Lin Wei had misjudged him. His visit to the hospital was solely to exploit the opportunity presented by the fat sheep that was Chu Yun. However, There was no need to elaborate on such matters to Lin Wei. Baijiu simply grasped her small hand in return, saying nothing. Just then, their vehicle came to a sudden halt at the roadside. Before Baijiu could inquire, the bodyguard driving turned to him with a furrowed brow and said, "Young master, it seems the third hospital is under lockdown." Oh, upon hearing the bodyguard's voice, Baijiu lifted his gaze to the front. Indeed, a number of black vehicles were parked in front of the third hospital's entrance, surrounded by individuals clad in dark attire. Any vehicle attempting to enter the third hospital was required to stop at 2 intersections away from the hospital, disembark, and proceed on foot to the entrance, where they would undergo a security check before being allowed entry. Exiting the hospital, however, faced no such restrictions. Seeing this scene, Baijiu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Go check what's going on." Understood. The bodyguard immediately exited the vehicle and walked towards the front. Baijiu, meanwhile, had already deduced the general circumstances. After all, Chu Yun had awakened a rare SSS-grade talent. This news would undoubtedly be reported to the school authorities. Familiar with the original plot, Baijiu understood that the moment this news spread, Chu Yun's SSS-grade talent would attract considerable attention from influential figures. Once the top-tier academies across the nation caught wind of this, they would send representatives to this city to recruit Chu Yun. Presumably, their recruitment teams were already en route. Regrettably for them, Baijiu had acted more swiftly, having already dealt with Chu Yun, causing him to deviate from the original storyline and land in the hospital. These individuals were likely sent by some prominent figures to either protect Chu Yun or to curry favor with him. Upon the bodyguard's return, he confirmed Baijiu's suspicions and added, "The guards mentioned that if any members of the Bai family arrive at the third hospital, they must report to their superiors immediately. Young master, should we still proceed?" It seemed these individuals had learned of the events at the school and were concerned that the Bai family's influence might lead to retaliation against Chu Yun due to his extraordinary talent. They were evidently willing to invest resources to prevent such a gifted individual from meeting an untimely, and that a glimmer of cold light appeared in Baijiu's eyes as he replied, "If they don't wish for me to enter, why should I provoke them?" Would Baijiu give up just like that? Of course not. He understood that, given his status, even if he boldly forced his way through, they would have no means to stop him. However, they would certainly report to their superiors. While the local authorities might not dare to act directly against the Bai family, they would undoubtedly seek to obstruct Baijiu's actions by all possible means, leading to a series of troublesome complications. Baijiu indeed sought to exploit the situation, but why engage in such troublesome interactions when alternatives existed? Thus, Baijiu inquired, "Do you know anyone inside the third hospital?" "I do." The bodyguard responded without hesitation. Baijiu then smiled lightly and said, "Then have someone contact that Dr. we just met today. Inform him that we will meet at the back entrance." Upon hearing Baijiu's request, the bodyguard was uncertain of its meaning, and Lin Wei wondered why Baijiu suddenly mentioned that doctor again. Yet, given that the young master had issued a command, they had no right to refuse. Soon, after making the necessary contacts, the bodyguard drove the vehicle along a side road, taking a long detour. While the back entrance was also secured, the bodyguard evidently knew of some side doors and lesser-known entrances. He finally parked the car at a narrow alleyway. Following the bodyguard's lead, Baijiu took Lin Wei's small hand and entered. Not far along, they encountered a man in a white coat, seemingly frantic and pacing like an ant on a hot stove. Upon hearing their footsteps, the man instantly turned and, with a thud, fell to his knees. "Young master, please, don't kill me. I truly realize my mistakes." The individual who so readily knelt and begged for mercy was none other than the previously arrogant Dr. Li. Although Lin Wei had experienced the moment with some trepidation, witnessing this doctor, who had previously looked down upon her and her father, kneeling before her companion, was undeniably stirring. Moreover, this sensation was distinctly exhilarating. Lin Wei knew that if she were in such a position, she would be no different from those insufferable young scions she despised. Yet, for reasons unknown, she wished for this doctor to remain kneeling forever, never to rise again. However, Baijiu reached down and pulled Dr. Li up from the ground, saying, "When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Do I appear so terrifying in your eyes?" Dr. Li instinctively wanted to respond in the affirmative. "Indeed, you are quite fearsome." However, upon seeing the cold smile on Baijiu's face, he quickly panicked and corrected himself. "No, young master, you are not terrifying. I only hold genuine respect for you." Indeed, this young man's wit was rather sharp. Hearing Dr. Li's response, Bai Zhou chuckled. Since you hold me in such high regard, you surely wouldn't refuse my request, would you? Of course not. Dr. Li immediately patted his chest and declared, Young master, whatever you command, I'll brave the mountains and seas for you. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. It's not that serious. I merely wish for you to take me into the hospital. However, upon hearing this, Dr. Li's expression froze in disbelief. Chapter 20. It's great to be wealthy. Ling Yang is lined up to offer her services for free. Observing Dr. Li's sudden change in demeanor, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and remarked, What? You are willing to brave mountains and seas, yet you cannot fulfill such a small request of mine. And no, I'm just a Dr. stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's just, damn it. Watching Dr. Li's stuttering, the bodyguard suddenly erupted in anger. With a sharp motion, he pinned Dr. Li against the wall by his throat. The young master is asking you a question. Answer honestly and stop your rambling. Are you seeking death? At times, one must indeed administer a potent remedy. Indeed, Dr. Li was nearly so frightened that he almost wet himself, hastily exclaiming, No, young master. It is because someone suddenly arrived earlier and issued orders, stating that members of the Bai family must not appear within the third hospital. Especially you, young Master Bai. It is not that I do not wish to bring you inside. Rather, I am too afraid to do so. That individual said that anyone who secretly engages in such activities would not only lose their job, but their family would also be in peril. Young master, please, allow me to traverse the treacherous path instead. I beseech you. Hearing the frantic tone of Dr. Li, Bai Zhou felt a twinge of surprise within. He had not anticipated that those in power would hold such regard for this Chu Yun. However, it was indeed true. In the original narrative, after forming a partnership contract with Lin Wei, although Lin Wei did not immediately exhibit his complete form, it was still comparable to an SSS-grade spiritual artifact. Everyone believed that it was Chu Yun's SSS-grade talent as a spiritual master that enabled an E-grade spirit maiden to undergo such a remarkable transformation. Even without Lin Wei, the mere possession of an SSS-grade talent could achieve such an effect. He truly deserved to be the protagonist. As for Dr. Li, his concern for his family being retaliated against by those in power did not extend to fearing retribution from his own Bai family. Did it? Bai Zhou could certainly continue to threaten Dr. Li using his family as leverage. Nonetheless, Bai Zhou felt that threatening Dr. Li himself would be far more gratifying. Consequently, Bai Zhou waved his hand, and the bodyguard released Dr. Li. Bai Zhou then leaned in closer to Dr. Li's ear and spoke in a calm tone. Do you know why someone is preventing me from entering? Dr. Li anxiously shook his head. You are aware that an SSS-grade talented spiritual master has appeared at our school. Correct? Dr. Li nodded that he is currently lying in our hospital. I am one of his attending physicians. Isn't that a coincidence? Ding. Detected protagonist experiencing mental harm 777. Gained destiny villain points 100. Villain roulette activated, requiring 1,900 more points. At that moment, Chu Yun, who lay unconscious in the hospital room, suddenly trembled. His body instinctively sensed that something vile was fixated upon him. Alas, he could not react at that moment, hearing the system notification. A glimmer of delight appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes as he glanced at Dr. Li. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you know why he is lying here. Dr. Li shook his head. That I do not know. Wait. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Dr. Li gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Bai Zhou. It seemed he had comprehended the implication of Bai Zhou's words. Bai Zhou immediately continued. You say that an awakened SSS-grade talent, capable of garnering the attention of so many influential figures, I can easily place him here. Yet you, merely a physician. With that, Bai Zhou stepped back, creating distance between himself and Dr. Li. That moment, Dr. Li's face drained of color, his body trembling violently, the fabric of his clothing nearly rustling audibly from his fear. Indeed, how could he, a mere doctor, compare to the young Master Bai, who dared to confront even an SSS-grade super spiritual master? Gulp. Young Master Bai, please stay close to me and do not let anyone discover us. As soon as Dr. Li uttered those words, Bai Zhou smiled. A gentle smile that nearly caused Dr. Li to wet himself. However, he had indeed performed admirably. As they encountered no outsiders along the way, arriving at the specially cleared ward designated for Chu Yun. This entire floor housed but a single patient, Chu Yun. The corridor was devoid of any bodyguards or protectors, seemingly out of concern for disturbing Chu Yun. Upon reaching this place, Dr. Li finally relaxed a bit and pointed ahead. Young Master Bai, the person you seek is in that room. I shall take you there. However, Bai Zhou raised his hand and interjected. Who said I wanted to meet him? Ah, this rhetorical question left D.R.L. momentarily bewildered. If you do not wish to see him, then why have you gone to such lengths, risking the safety of my entire family to bring you here? I understand now that you do not intend to deal with Chu Yun, but rather with me. Correct? Dr. Li nearly broke down in tears once more. Yet Bai Zhou quickly interjected. Did you not claim to be one of Chu Yun's attending physicians? Your office should be here as well. Let us have a discussion. Disgust that Dr. Li's lips trembled, desperately wanting to shout. I have nothing to discuss with you. But the words that escaped his lips were, very well. Please follow me, young master. Indeed, he dared not refuse. However, just as they took a few steps, a voice, distinctly dazed, called out from nearby, Bai? Young Master Bai. Upon hearing that voice, Dr. Li's face instantly turned pale. He then saw a stunningly beautiful girl rushing towards them. It was over. He had been discovered. All hope for himself and his family was lost. Dr. Li felt as though life had plunged into darkness. Yet in the next instant, a harsh, grating sound of friction pierced through the air. Causing Dr. Li to freeze, he realized that the sound was coming from the girl's smooth knees scraping against the tiled floor. How could those two surfaces create such a sound? It turned out that as the girl ran towards them, she had executed a sliding kneel, landing right before Bai Zhou. My heavens! The sight caused Dr. Li to gasp in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a beautiful girl could perform such a maneuver. And she was wearing a skirt. Did it not hurt her knees? From the look on her face, it was evident that she had completely forgotten the pain. Kneeling before Bai Zhou, she gazed up at him with pleading eyes filled with tears. Her voice hoarse, Young Master Bai, I implore you. Please forgive me. At her words, Dr. Li finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that this girl too was a hapless soul terrified of the young master of the Bai family. However, this was fortuitous. It ensured that this matter would not spread. And this girl, who else but the S-grade campus beauty, Xinqin? Bai Zhou looked down at Xinqin, genuinely surprised that she had come to this hospital. Yet, her arrival was timely. Bai Zhou adopted an aloof demeanor, coldly stating, I did not realize, Xinqin, that you cared so deeply for Chu Yun that you have come to the hospital to attend to him. Is that so? Ding! Detected protagonist Bai Yueguang experiencing mental harm 555. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated, requiring 1850 more points. No, no, no. Xinqin shook her head frantically as she knelt. It is not like that. Young Master Bai, I am waiting for Chu Yun to awaken so I can immediately dissolve our contract. Young Master Bai, the only person who can ever be my spiritual master is you. Hearing the girl's cries, Dr. Li stood there, his eyes flickering with astonishment as he took in the sight of Xinqin kneeling on the ground and Lin Wei standing behind Bai Zhou. Even he could not help but exclaim, how wonderful it is to be wealthy. This spirit maiden is offering herself freely. Chapter 21. For the contract, the campus beauty has no shame. Dr. Li was right. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Yet, Xinqin's mindset had undergone numerous transformations. Initially, upon awakening her powers, her desire to become Bai Zhou's spirit maiden was not merely for the sake of gain, but to seize the opportunity to utilize the resources of the Bai family. Later, upon witnessing Chu Yun awaken an SSS-grade talent and realizing her devoted admirer was so formidable, she thought, why not leverage this talent? However, as time passed, she came to understand that talent was utterly worthless in the face of power. Gradually, her mindset shifted to one of wanting to be provided for by Bai Zhou. Following that previous challenge, when Bai Zhou had effortlessly defeated the formidable duo of her and Chu Yun using an E-grade spirit maiden, it was clear that Bai Zhou, coming from such a wealthy family, had access to unimaginable resources. She desired that for herself. Thus, she sought to be given the opportunity. Yet for Bai Zhou, this Xinqin that he recalled that in the original narrative, he had indeed signed a partnership contract with Xinqin at this very moment. Subsequently, he had been ensnared by the intelligence-diminishing aura, leading him to challenge Chu Yun, who had signed an E-grade spirit maiden. In the end, he had failed miserably. enduring less than 5 exchanges before being soundly defeated by Chu Yun. The fact that he could withstand nearly 5 exchanges demonstrated that Shin Qin's S-grade spiritual artifact was certainly no weakling, especially considering that her talent skill was blood-sucking, ensuring her endurance was unquestionable. However, if one were to consider forming a contract with Shin Qin at this moment, it is not entirely out of the question, but at most, it would be a master-servant contract. Moreover, once such a contract is signed, it would become considerably easier to acquire points from Shin Qin. Similarly, one could also obtain points through Shin Qin from Chu Yun, but not now. Currently, Shin Qin has not dissolved her contract with Chu Yun. Furthermore, before signing a master-servant contract with Shin Qin, it is imperative to cultivate the attributes associated with servitude in her. Thus, Baijiu lifted his right foot, and, with a resounding piu, he placed his foot squarely on the back of Shin Qin's head. Pressing her face to the ground, Shin Qin immediately let out a pained scream. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered physical damage 5, mental damage 666, gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1800. Accompanied by the system's notification echoing in his mind, Baijiu continued to press Shin Qin's head beneath his foot, bending slightly as he spoke in a tone of indifference. You wish to contract with me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 777, gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1750. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 888, gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1700. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999, gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1650. It is worth noting that Shin Qin is typically adored by thousands, especially with a sycophant like Chu Yun by her side. She holds herself in high esteem within the school. Yet now, her once proud head, which held such arrogance in the presence of Chu Yun, is now firmly pressed beneath Baijiu's foot. Meanwhile, she can only kneel silently on the ground, enduring the humiliation. With Baijiu's voice echoing in her ears, "Do you think you are worthy? Do you think you are worthy?" Not even she, the illustrious S-tier campus beauty, is deemed worthy. How then could a mere E-tier, frail and diminutive Lin Wei possibly be worthy? Is it true that she cannot even measure up to Lin Wei? Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999, gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1600. The sight of Baijiu stepping on the head of this petite beauty caused Dr. Li, who stood nearby, to involuntarily twitch his eyelids. Indeed, how could one be so callous towards such a beautiful girl? Good heavens, it is heart-wrenching. Does the young master of the Bai family not possess the concept of cherishing beauty? After all, she is a girl. Yet, could he dare to voice such thoughts? He felt that merely contemplating this was an affront to the young master. He was eager to kneel and apologize. However, such a task was not something Shin Qin would allow him to undertake first. With Baijiu's foot upon her head, Shin Qin struggled, twisting her body. She turned her head, presenting her face for Baijiu to step upon, even going so far as to kiss the sole of his shoe with those lips that many, especially Chu Yun, yearned for and uttered. "Bai, young master, I know I am unworthy of you, but even if it is only a master-servant contract, I cannot to be honest." Witnessing Shin Qin's response and actions at that moment left Baijiu astonished. How remarkable! Shin Qin would go to such lengths for the sake of signing a contract with him. He recalled that in the original story, after the Bai family's downfall, when Shin Qin sought to dissolve her contract with Baijiu to pursue a contract with Chu Yun, she had not displayed such degradation. However, a glint of amusement flickered in Baijiu's eyes. If she is capable of such actions now, what more could she achieve? Thus, Baijiu lifted his foot. Just as Shin Qin believed, she might see a glimmer of hope. Baijiu maintained his gaze upon her and slowly stated, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of a master-servant contract?" What? Shin Qin's face turned pale once more. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999. Gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1550. Baijiu's voice did not cease. Do not think that just because Chu Yun regards you as a goddess, that you truly are one. In my eyes, You are of no use to me. Even a master-servant contract would deem you worthless. Ding. Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999. Gained destined villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1500. After uttering this, Baijiu stepped over the stunned Shinqin, taking Lin Wei by the hand. He did not forget to turn to Dr. Li and say, "What are you standing there for? Come to your office with me, Dada." Yes, yes. Dr. Li could not fathom why the young master displayed such a dismissive attitude toward a girl who was evidently more attractive and well-proportioned than the one beside him. However, he dared not question it. He hurriedly ran ahead, opened the door to an office, and respectfully invited Baijiu, Lin Wei, and the bodyguard inside. He himself followed in last, closing the door behind him, casting a sympathetic glance at the kneeling Shinqin in the corridor. At this moment, Shinqin's gaze was vacant, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her pupils were unfocused. She deeply understood that she had never endured such a blow in her life. She had given up the sitter Chu Yun to become the spirit servant of the young master of the Bai family. Yet here she was, belittled to a mere nothingness by him. This moment made her recall the sensation of having reduced Chu Yun to insignificance. So this is how it feels, in Baijiu's eyes. Am I no different from that worthless Chu Yun in my own? Heh. She even revealed a self-deprecating smile, but in the next instant, her body shuddered slightly, and a determined glint appeared in her eyes. No. I am not that worthless Chu Yun. I possess value. The young master must have a use for me. Uncertain of what had spurred this thought, Shinqin scrambled to her feet and dashed towards the office where Dr. Li and the others had entered. Meanwhile, those within the office remained oblivious to her approach. Baijiu and Lin Wei sat comfortably, the bodyguard stationed behind Baijiu, while Dr. Li stood deferentially before him. Nervously speaking, "Bai, young master, what would you like to discuss with me? Just some casual conversation, perhaps?" Baijiu wore a gentle smile, yet it was this very smile that made Dr. Li's legs tremble once more. Baijiu's voice rang out. "Dr. Li, where do you live? Dr. Li. How many people are there in your household? Dr. Li. Do you have children?" Dr. Li, indeed, was engaging in casual conversation. "Have the children been sterilized?" Sterilized? Dr. Li's voice became oddly strained. And he looked at Baijiu with an awkward expression, scratching the back of his head. "Young Master Bai, you jest. How could one sterilize children?" Yet, what should have been a humorous remark interpreted by Dr. Li as a joke caused Shinqin, who had just arrived at the office door, to tremble and freeze in place. Chapter 22. No way. Did he really have them sterilized? The individuals within the office remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. Baijiu's benevolent demeanor suggested he was indeed engaged in casual conversation with Dr. Li. Glancing at the computer on the desk, Baijiu casually inquired, "What is on this screen?" "Ah, this." Dr. Li swiftly approached the computer. Turning the display towards Baijiu, "I can monitor the patient's condition in real time from here. If you wish not to see that patient, you can also check here." Indeed, although the world had seemingly transitioned to universal job change, certain technologies had not been neglected. The display screen showcased live footage from Chu Yun's hospital room. The monitor not only clearly displayed Chu Yun, but also indicated various health metrics on the side. In other words, as a doctor, one could ascertain a patient's condition without ever needing to see them in person. This was a concept that Baijiu, having traversed through worlds, recognized only theoretically. He had never witnessed it firsthand. As Baijiu marveled at this technology, Chu Yun, lying in the hospital bed, unexpectedly opened his eyes. Baijiu instinctively asked, "Can I hear the sounds in the hospital room?" Of course, Dr. Li promptly activated the speaker. However, at that moment, Chu Yun did not utter a word. Instead, the lad occasionally furrowed his brows, displaying expressions of pain, and at times, his eyes glinted with a cold light. "You say nothing, yet your expressions are so vivid." Dr. I could not help but remark. "Does he have some mental issues? What is he doing?" Others may not have known, but Baijiu was acutely aware. The young man must surely be conversing with the aged voice within his mind. Is he contemplating his current predicament, envisioning the future, or perhaps deliberating on how to exact revenge upon himself? Ultimately, none of this holds any significance. The instrument is evidently incapable of probing into the patient's innermost thoughts. Baijiu, too, found himself somewhat disheartened. Just as he was about to retract the display screen, Chu Yun unexpectedly clenched his fists tightly. Unable to restrain himself from gritting his teeth, and exclaiming, "That detestable Bai Zhou." Lin Wei was practically served on a silver platter, and yet he allowed himself to be intercepted. What a scoundrel! Hearing the clear voice emanating from the speaker, both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were momentarily taken aback. Lin Wei's astonishment requires no further elucidation, while Bai Zhou's surprise stemmed entirely from the unexpectedness of it all. How could this fellow so openly express his innermost thoughts? Bai Zhou nearly erupted in laughter. Seizing the opportunity, he remarked to the still-dazed Lin Wei, "It seems your brother Chu Yun is eager to devour you." Lin Wei's body visibly quivered slightly. However, Bai Zhou's mind did not register the system's notification chime. As Bai Zhou sighed inwardly, "It appears my intervention was not sufficiently forceful." He was taken aback when Chu Yun's voice resonated once more. "I initially intended to utilize Uncle Lin to sway Lin Wei's affections. But who would have thought that? What an infuriating turn of events." Ding. Host has successfully disrupted a portion of the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 1,400 to unlock. Bai Zhou, I never anticipated he would inflict harm upon himself right from the outset. At this moment, Lin Wei's gaze turned progressively colder as he regarded Chu Yun on the display screen. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Chu Yun instinctively glanced at the location of the surveillance before closing his eyes and reclined once more. It seems that what follows will merely be a reflection of Chu Yun's psychological state. The inability to hear it matters little. Bai Zhou's objective has already been achieved. He might as well continue conversing with Dr. Li. Raising his gaze to Dr. Li, Bai Zhou gently took hold of Lin Wei's hand and slowly spoke. "You have seen it. This irritating fellow has provoked my spirit maiden's IRED. Oh, you know what needs to be done. Are we finally addressing the main issue?" Dr. Li's expression suddenly became tensed. He looked at Lin Wei, then at Bai Zhou, and finally at the surveillance footage of Chu Yun. Subsequently, a look of consternation crossed his face as he said, "Young Master Bai, you are aware that this individual is of great importance. The higher-ups have issued specific instructions, and if I were to neglect or fail to care for him properly, it could mean..." "Who said you cannot care for him?" Bai Zhou's retort momentarily stunned Dr. Li. "So, your meaning is..." Bai Zhou gestured for Dr. Li to lean in closer. "You should continue to provide him with the necessary care and treatment. Just ensure that he doesn't recover too rapidly. Even if he does regain health, if some lingering effects remain, it won't bear much consequence for you, will it?" Dr. Li's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was profoundly shaken. It must be said, young Master Bai is indeed ruthless. This is a plan to torment a person for a lifetime. Observing Dr. Li's silence, Bai Zhou chose not to comment, simply sitting up straight with a calm demeanor. The bodyguard beside him immediately understood the unspoken cue. A bank card was placed before Dr. Li, who was then informed, "Dr. Li, your item dropped in the corridor. You should take care of it." Glancing at the bank card on the table, Dr. Li's eyes flickered. He promptly replied, "Rest assured, young Master Bai, I will certainly take good care of Chu Yun." "Excellent." A gentle smile graced Bai Zhou's face. He then turned to Lin Wei, rising from his chair and stating, "In that case, we have little more to discuss. I await your favorable news, young Master Bai. Are you leaving already? Let me escort you." Dr. Li, eager to please, discreetly pocketed the bank card while enthusiastically seeing Bai Zhou off. After Bai Zhou departed, Dr. Li hastily returned to his office, carefully placing his hand into his pocket. The feel of the bank card brought him a long sigh of relief. Turning to the display screen, where Chu Yun lay with closed eyes, oblivious to whether he was asleep or otherwise, a sinister glimmer flickered in Dr. Li's eyes. "Lord Chu Yun, please do not hold this against me. I am merely striving to provide for my family." However, just as he uttered these words, Dr. Li's gaze sharpened. "Isn't that the girl who was kneeling before young Master Bai earlier? How did she get in? Could it be that her earlier words were all a ruse to deceive young Master Bai? Does she truly wish to care for Chu Yun? No, I must record this. I shall send it to young Master Bai, and he will surely reward me for it. Haha." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, aiming it at the computer screen to commence recording. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted. Goodness, is this girl truly so audacious? Passion in the hospital room. She enters and immediately begins to undress Chu Yun. What in the world? Wait, what is that in her hand? A knife? Oh my goodness. Dr. Li's curiosity had barely taken root when his complexion turned ashen. Freezing in place, he abandoned his phone, his hands instinctively clasping over his own pants. "Ah, Good heavens! A shriek akin to a slaughtered pig echoed simultaneously. Dr. Lee's visage was pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his voice trembling. She truly performed sterilization on him. Ding! The protagonist has sustained physical damage 50. Mental damage 999999. Earning 200 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 1200 to unlock. Ding! The protagonist has sustained physical damage 100. Mental damage 999999. Earning 300 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 900 to unlock. Ding! The protagonist has sustained physical damage 150. Mental damage 999999. Earning 400 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 500 to unlock. Ding! The protagonist has sustained physical damage 200. Mental damage 999999. Earning 500 villain points. The villain's roulette has been unlocked. Ding! The protagonist's white moonlight has sustained mental damage 999. Earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 4,900 to unlock. At that moment, Baijiu, seated in the back seat of his luxury vehicle, was utterly bewildered. The sudden onslaught of system notifications in his mind left him momentarily disoriented. How was it that in an instant, the remaining villain points had diminished so rapidly? The roulette had been unlocked. Even the next roulette was beginning to load. What on earth transpired? Could it be the doing of Dr. Lee? Was he truly so swift in his actions? Chapter 23. A Villain Point Explosion. Experience points granted for free. At this moment, within the confines of Chu Yun's hospital room, his body lay drenched in crimson blood. His complexion was ghastly pale, and having barely recovered from a painful unconsciousness, he once again succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Standing at the foot of his bed was a trembling woman, equally pale-faced. Who but Shin could it be? At this moment, she clutched something bloodied in her left hand, while her right hand wielded a surgical knife procured from an unknown hospital room. Gazing at the now unconscious Chu Yun, whose body was still twitching faintly, she stood frozen in place. Ding! The protagonist's white moonlight has sustained mental damage 999, earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 4,800 to unlock. Just then, it seemed that a detection system had registered a change in Chu Yun's vital signs, triggering an insistent beeping alarm. Ding! The protagonist's white moonlight has sustained mental damage 999, earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 4,700 to unlock. Shin was startled, nearly toppling over. Her dazed pupils regained a glimmer of awareness. Upon comprehending the scene before her, she gasped in shock. Ding! The protagonist's white moonlight has sustained mental damage 999, earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 4,600 to unlock. Clattering, the items in her hands fell to the ground. This is what I did? This is my doing? Ding! The protagonist's white moonlight has sustained mental damage 999, earning 100 villain points. The villain's roulette requires an additional 4,500 to unlock. In a state of disarray, Shin even spoke with a hint of tears, as if doubting whether she had been possessed by someone else moments prior. But in the next instant, a peculiar light sparked in her panicked eyes, her pupils firming with newfound resolve, her bloodied hands clenched into fists. Indeed, this is my doing. I am currently alleviating the worries of young Master Bai. Indeed, she suddenly recalled that she had just rushed to the office like a madwoman, yearning for Baijiu's attention once more, hadn't she? The door had not even swung open when she overheard Dr. Lee's peculiar exclamation regarding sterilization. Initially, it was merely Baijiu's attempt to intimidate Dr. Li with his words. Yet, unexpectedly, it reached Shin ears. The term sterilization instantly linked her thoughts to Chu Yun. So, young Master Bai sought Dr. Lee for this matter, but why should Dr. Li comply? What right did he have to be directed by young Master Bai to perform certain tasks? And I, in young Master Bai's eyes, had become nothing more than an inconsequential waste devoid of any value. No, impossible. I must ensure that young Master Bai recognizes my worth. Thus, it was settled, I shall become someone of use to young Master Bai. I shall become. Before her voice had even faded, Shin gaze fixated on the object she had discarded on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she picked it up once more, grasping the scalpel again. She diligently slashed and cut. Even as she was pinned to the ground by an intruder, her eyes remained resolute. fiercely thrusting the scalpel outward. Ding! Detected a disruption in the protagonist's luck, gaining 500 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 4,000 to activate. Ding! Detected a disruption in the protagonist's luck, gaining 500 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,500 to activate. Ding! Detected a disruption in the protagonist's luck that requires an additional 3,000 to activate. Throughout this ordeal, Baijiu's bewildered expression remained unchanged. He had only just left the hospital. What on earth had transpired within those walls? He hadn't even had the chance to spin the last roulette. Now, only 3,000 points remained for the next. At that moment, Lin Wei observed Baijiu's perplexed demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Baijiu, what troubles you? Have you recalled something?" "In nothing. I must keep the system matters a secret, even if he spoke of it." Lin Wei might not believe him. Most importantly, he was still oblivious to the events that had unfolded in the hospital. As Lin Wei's voice resonated, Baijiu regained his composure. Just then, the intense system notification quieted down. As for what had transpired in the hospital, he believed he would soon learn. However, Baijiu was genuinely overjoyed. Indeed, he hadn't anticipated that merely glancing at Chu Yun in the hospital would yield such results. He was almost tempted to instruct the driver to turn back, hoping to seize another opportunity to capitalize on the situation. Yet, Baijiu understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Thus, he promptly declared in his mind, "System, I wish to spin the roulette." Yes, other matters were mere illusions. Only the system's grand roulette was real. The familiar translucent will reappeared before Baijiu, spinning rapidly. Before long, a white light illuminated the roulette. Although he had never drawn anything of this color before, he understood what the blue skies and white clouds represented. Why did the quality of reward seem to diminish with each turn? Baijiu couldn't help but grumble. "System, have you adjusted the drop rates for me?" Clearly, the system offered no response. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of spins Baijiu had taken today. He had not anticipated the overwhelming support from the people in this world, especially with that recent surge of Destiny Villain points. It nearly overwhelmed his mind at that moment. The information regarding his latest draw appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a white reward from the Villain Grand Roulette. 1,000 unclaimed experience points." Upon reading the reward notification, Baijiu was momentarily taken aback. He suppressed his grievances towards the system and immediately inquired, "What is this?" For such relatively straightforward questions, the system was more than willing to explain. Experience points can enhance the levels of Spirit Masters or Spirit Maidens. They can also be acquired through study, training, practice, and combat. Acquisition rate varies from person to person. Unclaimed experience points can be allocated by the host, either to the Spirit Maiden or absorbed by the host himself. After hearing the system's explanation, Baijiu gradually grasped the concept. This world operated under such rules. At the moment of completing their awakening, both Spirit Maidens and Spirit Masters started at level 0, unable to unleash their true powers. Upon completing the first contract, they automatically upgraded to level 1, gaining access to level 1 powers. From then on, both Spirit Masters and Spirit Maidens must improve their levels through their own training to enhance their combat abilities. Baijiu had initially considered visiting the Spirit Master Guild for tasks or asking his father for convenient methods to increase experience points. He had not anticipated that his Villain Grand Roulette could yield such rewards. Furthermore, the system implied that he could allow Lin Wei to absorb these unclaimed experience points. Despite this reward being merely white in quality, it was still an unexpected delight for Baijiu. Acquiring experience points was a challenging and lengthy endeavor. Otherwise, high-level Spirit Masters and Spirit Maidens would not be so rare. Now, having merely bullied Chu Yun, he had obtained 1,000 experience points. Wasn't that worthy of celebration? Therefore, Baijiu promptly stated, "I'll take 500, and Lin Wei will take 500. Let us split it." The rationale behind the division was that Baijiu understood the original setting. If there was too great a disparity in levels between a Spirit Master and a Spirit Maiden, they would be unable to unleash their full potential. The moment the words left his mouth, Baijiu felt a warm energy surge through his body. The comforting sensation prompted him to close his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, sitting beside him, let out an astonished gasp. What is happening?" Baijiu, seizing the opportunity, smiled slightly and replied, "Do you feel it? No need to thank me." Lin Wei's pupils flickered. "Is this because of you, brother Baijiu?" Chapter 24. A Treasure from Trash. Baijiu directly allocated 500 experience points to Lin Wei. It was only fitting for Lin Wei to express her gratitude. Without Baijiu, she would have had to engage in arduous battles to level up. Of course, at that moment, Lin Wei was unaware that she had already leveled up. She merely felt a surge of energy within her. The exhaustion from her previous battles against Chu Yun and Shin Qin had completely dissipated. She even sensed that her strength had solidified somewhat. What was once a maximum of 3 uses of her second skill now felt as though, with effort, she could unleash it 5 times in a single battle. Such a significant enhancement. Why was this happening? Lin Wei was oblivious, just as she had been unaware of the sudden elevation of her talent level from E to something greater after completing the contract with Baijiu. She didn't know the reason behind it, but she was certain it was all due to Baijiu at that moment. She turned to gaze at Baijiu, who appeared to be in a state of tranquil contemplation. The sense of gratitude welled up within her, as if she were relieved that she had stood up during Chu Yun's humiliation, catching the attention of the esteemed young master Bai. Not only had he offered her a mere E-level waste, an opportunity, but he had also secured the best doctor for her father. A glimmer of moisture appeared in her eyes. Ding detected that the host has disrupted a portion of the protagonist's luck. Gained 100 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,900 to activate. With his eyes closed, feeling the energy within him, Baijiu once again heard the system's notification. In his joy, he couldn't help but grumble. Just how much luck does Chu Yun possess? I've disrupted so many aspects, yet he still has more. The system remained silent. Yet Baijiu understood the formidable nature of the protagonist's halo, a brilliance he could not yet comprehend. Even with his eyes still shut, he was aware of another layer of system notifications in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 3. All attributes enhanced by 20, and Spirit Maiden control increased by 2. Earning 500 experience points had propelled Baijiu to level 3 as a Spirit Master. This outcome surprised him not at all. After all, reaching level 10 marked the true entrance into the ranks of Spirit Masters. It was only natural that leveling up would be easier at the start. As for the 20 boost in all attributes, Baijiu understood. According to the original setting, each level increase for Spirit Masters and Spirit Maidens resulted in a 10 attribute increase, since both he and Lin Wei had risen from level 1 to level 3. Their attributes naturally increased by 20. What intrigued Baijiu, however, was the meaning of Spirit Maiden control. Response to the host. This query elicited a response from the system. The mastery over the Spirit Girl is closely related to the bond between the Spirit Girl and the Spirit Master. The higher the mastery, the more adept the Spirit Master will be in commanding the Spirit Girl during combat. Consequently, the power displayed by the Spirit Girl will also be enhanced, should the mastery reach its zenith. The combat prowess of the Spirit Girl will be permanently augmented by 100% in everyday battles. How much? Upon hearing this from the system, Baijiu nearly succumbed to the urge to roar in disbelief. Thankfully, he managed to swallow back that exclamation. Indeed, could this revelation from the system not compel Baijiu to exclaim in astonishment? A permanent enhancement of combat power by 100%. This implies that if he were to elevate Lin Wei's mastery over the Spirit Girl to its maximum, commanding Lin Wei's Longdan Bright Silver Spear in battle would be akin to wielding 2 super SSS-grade artifacts, would it not? Just how formidable would the power unleashed in combat be? How then could he enhance the mastery over the Spirit Girl? Undoubtedly, who wouldn't desire a Longdan Bright Silver Spear with a 100% boost in combat power? Baijiu promptly posed this crucial question. Ding! There are 2 methods to enhance mastery over the Spirit Girl. The first method, when both the Spirit Master and the Spirit Girl level up simultaneously, each level increase will grant a 1% boost in mastery. This elucidated why the system had just informed him of a 2% increase in mastery. However, if this were the sole method, it would necessitate both the Spirit Master and the Spirit Girl to attain level 100 concurrently to achieve 100% mastery. This seemed rather daunting. Thus, the system swiftly presented an alternative solution. The second method, a change in the relationship between the Spirit Master and the Spirit Girl, will yield a corresponding enhancement in mastery. Note: this method is relatively challenging and not recommended. Well, you say the second method is comparatively difficult and not recommended? Yet, this young master feels that this second approach appears far simpler than the first. With this thought, Baijiu opened his eyes, a glint of mischief possibly flickering within them. He subtly turned his head to glance at Lin Wei that moment. Lin Wei was also observing Bai Zhou. The sudden intensity of Bai Zhou's gaze startled Lin Wei, causing her cheeks to flush as she quickly averted her gaze. Nonetheless, the way her small hands fidgeted together vividly betrayed her inner turmoil. It seems that the second method would indeed be significantly easier for Bai Zhou. Yet, he was aware that such matters could not be accomplished overnight. After all, nurturing feelings is undoubtedly a lengthy process. Meanwhile, the head of the bodyguards, who was driving, appropriately broke the silence. "Young master, we have arrived at the location you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou turned to look out the car window. In the distance lay a crooked little alley. Both sides were lined with low, modest houses. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous alley was currently teeming with people. It was crowded, bustling with activity. Even the walls were lined with neatly arranged stalls. Bai Zhou spoke up. "Is this the black market in the western part of the city I mentioned?" "Yes." The head of the bodyguards nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as soon as they exited the hospital, Bai Zhou had instructed his subordinates to drive to this quasi-black market. Previously, he had spun the system's roulette and won a rather rare spirit girl item. Did he not? In a black market exclusive to spirit masters, the goods were undoubtedly tailored for use by spirit masters and spirit girls. Naturally, the offerings would primarily cater to spirit masters, with spirit girl items being a rarity, perhaps even counterfeit. As for why Bai Zhou specifically insisted on visiting the black market in the western part of the city, this was entirely due to a passage in the original text, where the protagonist, Chu Yun, after exiting the hospital with Lin Wei, immediately headed to a place known as the Western Black Market. It was here that he obtained a crucial item for spirit masters early on. Bai Zhou was, of course, here to seize the protagonist's opportunity. With Chu Yun currently recuperating in the hospital, Bai Zhou had no intention of granting him any chance. Thus, he directly instructed his subordinates, "You go down and inform all the stall owners inside that everything they have is to be acquired by the Bai family." Huh? The subordinate was clearly taken aback by this statement. All of it. Indeed, Bai Zhou affirmed with conviction. After all, while Chu Yun had come here to scavenge for bargains, he possessed an elder in his mind capable of discerning the authenticity and quality of items at a glance. Bai Zhou, on the other hand, lacked such an elder in his mind. However, he had wealth. With wealth came the power to do as one pleased. He intended to secure everything, trusting that the treasures Chu Yun sought would not escape his grasp. Of course, the head of the bodyguards was unaware of Bai Zhou's true intentions. He assumed Bai Zhou had been reprimanded at home and had emerged to splurge in defiance. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Merely inquiring, "Young master, do we need to include the shops along the street?" "No," Bai Zhou responded with certainty, further perplexing his subordinate. "Young master, the items in the shops are clearly more authentic and of better quality. Why are we only targeting the stalls? What do you know?" Bai Zhou rolled his eyes. "Just go and do as I say, without all this needless chatter." Yes. The head of the bodyguards did not dare to delay and promptly exited the vehicle. Bai Zhou, however, was amused. Indeed, what did this head of the bodyguards know? This was but a world of novels, and in the realm of novels, one of the most classic tropes is scrap metal-yielding artifacts. Chapter 25. Is that really Shin Qin? And has she turned into chicken strips? The head of the bodyguards exited the car, and Bai Zhou also alighted, though he did not intend to accompany Lin Wei in the procurement. Instead, he placed Lin Wei in the passenger seat while he took the driver's seat himself. Certainly, with so many stalls around, the acquisition would require some time. Such matters were best left to his subordinates. As the young master, he need not be involved in every task. However, driving was something he could manage. Before his transmigration, Bai Zhou's most extensive experience had been with driving school examination vehicles. He had never even had the chance to sit in a luxury car. Now, although he was unsure of the brand of this vehicle, it was undoubtedly a top-tier model, being a Bai family vehicle. Bai Zhou caressed the steering wheel, his eyes sparkling as if he had finally acquired a beloved toy. "Hold on tight," Bai Zhou called out to Lin Wei before the engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. The powerful acceleration nearly compelled him to cheer in exhilaration. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, the head of the bodyguards, who had just exited the car moments ago, was left in shock. He turned to find the vehicle had vanished. "No, I haven't even gotten in yet." Clearly, Bai Zhou had long since ceased to hear the head of the bodyguard's cries. Of course, even if he had, he would not have stopped, allowing the bodyguard to dutifully fulfill his assigned task. It did not take long before Baijiu caught sight of his family's mansion. After parking, he turned to find Lin Wei, who was seated in the passenger seat, looking pale, her eyes tightly shut, gripping the seatbelt with both hands, her body trembling slightly. Upon witnessing this scene, Baijiu could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. Caught up in his own thrill, he had completely forgotten about the timid girl seated beside him. Baijiu hurriedly took her small hand and said, "I apologize for startling you. I will be more mindful in the future." Hearing Baijiu's gentle voice, Lin Wei, now aware that the vehicle had come to a stop, cautiously opened her eyes. However, in the next moment, her gaze widened in shock. She immediately unfastened her seatbelt and flung open the car door to exit. Observing Lin Wei retching profusely, Baijiu's embarrassment deepened. He quickly exited the vehicle, hastily making his way to her side, ready to offer comfort. Just then, a familiar voice timidly called out from the side. Young Master Bai." Upon hearing this voice, Baijiu was momentarily taken aback and turned to see Dr. Li. "What brings you to my home instead of the hospital?" Indeed, the person was none other than Dr. Li from the third hospital. Why was he not at the hospital, but here seeking Baijiu? Could it be that this fellow had second thoughts? As expected, Dr. Li cautiously approached Baijiu, then produced the bank card previously given to him by the head of the bodyguards, stating, "Young Master Bai, I believe you should take this card back." Upon hearing Dr. Li's words, Baijiu did not accept the bank card. Instead, his expression darkened slightly as he coldly replied, "What? Do you find the money from the Bai family unclean?" Hearing Baijiu's emotionless tone, Dr. Li immediately gasped in horror. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming in distress, No, young Master Bai. You have misunderstood me. I did not mean it that way, truly. It is simply that I feel unworthy of receiving this money, hence that I have returned it to you. How could I ever entertain such a thought?" Young Master Bai, even Dr. Li, who appeared somewhat intimidated, could not help but display a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What on earth is happening? Dr. Li hurriedly stammered, "Young Master Bai, did you not instruct me to find a way to deal with that Chu Yun? However, I feel that there is little I can do now, as someone has already implicated you, Do." The look of confusion in Baijiu's eyes became even more pronounced. This time, however, Dr. Li did not wait for Baijiu to inquire further. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and presented a recording to Baijiu. "What is this?" In a state of perplexity, Baijiu pressed play. "Is this Shinqin?" Behind Baijiu, Lin Wei, who had finally regained her composure, also leaned in with curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Wei's pupils widened in shock, and Baijiu could not suppress a low exclamation. "What the hell?" Incredible! Just as Lin Wei had started to recover, she succumbed once more, doubling over by the car in a second bout of vomiting. Meanwhile, Baijiu replayed the footage, a chill running down his spine. Good heavens, he had never imagined that Shinqin would dare to do such a thing to Chu Yun in a hospital. A shiver of realization coursed through him. No wonder the villainous value had skyrocketed during his journey on the road. It turned out that she had severed Chu Yun's. How could she possibly do that? Baijiu pointed at the screen, unable to contain his bewilderment. Dr. Li, looking embarrassed, shook his head and replied, "I am not sure." "Was this not arranged by you, young master?" Listening to Dr. Li's words, Baijiu could not help but think to himself, why didn't I consider that? Indeed, he had only thought it would be cumbersome to eliminate Chu Yun and, considering the sustainable development of villainous value, merely wanted Li to make some adjustments. Yet, to his astonishment, Shinqin had audaciously gone ahead and castrated Chu Yun. Baijiu could not help but exclaim in disbelief. At that moment, Baijiu pondered a pressing question and immediately asked, "How is it that you still have time to find me? Given the current medical capabilities, isn't it relatively simple to reattach it?" Dr. Li's forehead glistened with sweat as he responded, "Indeed, if discovered in time, reattachment would not pose a problem. But this girl is far too ruthless. By the time we arrived, Chu Yun's had already been reduced to pieces." "What on earth? My goodness!" Baijiu leapt up in shock. "Good grief, Shinqin, how could you be so audacious? Why had he not recognized her talents while reading the novel?" However, Baijiu soon understood. Shinqin was submitting her loyalty to him. It seemed that this woman was willing to do anything to secure a contract with him. Just as Baijiu contemplated this, his expression turned serious. He immediately inquired, "Where is Shinqin now?" Dr. Li, not daring to be negligent in the face of Baizhou's question, quickly replied, "She has already been taken by the city defense team and is likely on her way to report to the authorities." Based on the demeanor of the city defense personnel, her fate will undoubtedly be grim. Upon hearing Dr. Li's words, Baizhou's gaze sharpened. He promptly declared, "You should keep the money, return, and continue taking care of Chu Yun." He then shoved Lin Wei back into the car. Amidst Lin Wei's panicked expression, he revved the engine and sped away. Lin Wei could not help but cry out in surprise, tightly gripping her seatbelt. Yet she could not refrain from asking, Baizhou, where are we going this time?" With a serious demeanor, Baizhou replied, "To save someone." "Save someone? Who?" Xin. Lin Wei was puzzled. "But Baizhou, you despise that woman. Calling her trash. Why are we going to save her now?" Baizhou was certainly not driven by a surge of compassion. Xin was still that same trash. However, this trash was no longer useless. Although he was unaware of Xin's motivations for her actions against Chu Yun, a woman willing to go to such lengths to forge a contract with him could easily be persuaded to undertake other tasks in the future. As a villain, Baizhou was determined to extract every ounce of remaining value from her before considering anything else. Chapter 26. Rules? My rules are the only rules. Although Baizhou was a transmigrator and not entirely familiar with the terrain here, he had a navigation system in his car. He pinpointed the location of the city defense headquarters and then the third hospital. The route that was closest was clearly the one the team escorting Xin would take. Thus, this route became Baizhou's destination. As he approached, Baizhou heard a chorus of roaring engines, and he could even see several official vehicles lined up. Speeding through, he knew that one of these vehicles was undoubtedly transporting Xin. Without hesitation, Baizhou pressed down on the accelerator and swerved onto the adjacent road. With a screech of tires, his vehicle came to a halt in the middle of the road. The escorting convoy rushed to a stop, and the vehicles behind barely avoided a collision by swerving to the side. This sudden turn of events shocked the onlookers. Good heavens, who dares to obstruct the city defense team's convoy? Is he out of his mind? The urgency of the city defense personnel indicated that something significant was afoot. Who would be so bold as to confront them? Yet, among the crowd, there were those who recognized the situation. "Look at that license plate, isn't that from the Bai family?" "What? The Bai family? No wonder he has such audacity. If it was indeed a member of the Bai family, did the city defense personnel really have the courage to block a vehicle belonging to the Bai family? Goodness, was the name Bai family so weighty that even the city defense team would yield? At that moment, a vehicle screeched to a halt, causing the personnel in the city defense vehicle to surround Baizhou with fury. Leading the pack was a young man in his 20s, wearing the uniform of the city defense team, the only one accompanied by a spirit guardian, who shouted at Baizhou's vehicle, "How dare you block an official vehicle? Are you seeking death? Step out of the car for an inspection." "Oh," in such a sarcastic tone, Baizhou slowly opened his car door and stepped out, saying, "I am so frightened, good grief." His voice was so grating that one could not help but want to strike him. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, Baizhou was the villain. The typical demeanor of a villain should be just this way, right? Lin Wei hurriedly stepped behind Baizhou, her expression filled with anxiety as she peered out from behind him. She had never imagined that Baizhou would dare to confront the city defense team. It was well known that the city defense team maintained public order, while not all members were spirit masters with spirit guardians. Ordinary citizens typically avoided them as one would steer clear of a cat. Yet here was Baizhou, audaciously blocking their convoy. Such a scene was something Lin Wei could never have dreamed of before encountering Baizhou. The young leader of the city defense team, upon hearing Baizhou's flippant tone, became even more enraged, bellowing, "You are audacious." However, before he could fully unleash his fury, an older member of the city defense team quickly approached him and whispered urgently, "Captain, you are new here and may not be aware, but this gentleman appears to be the young master of the Bai family." "The young master of the Bai family?" The young man hesitated for a moment. "So what if he is?" Upon hearing his retort, the officer looked at him as if he were a fool and quickly replied, "Captain, even if you are new, you should know who the Bai family is, right? They occupy 3 of the top 10 positions among the strongest." "What? You mean that Bai family?" The young captain's eyes widened in realization. Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 222. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,850. At the moment when the young city defense captain was taken aback, a flicker of surprise also appeared in Baizhou's eyes. Supporting character? Does this imply that this young city defense captain is indeed a noteworthy figure? Baijiu immediately began to recall the original plot. How could I have forgotten that Xu Yun had companions within the city defense team? Initially, Baijiu couldn't recall who this person was. Just then, the young city defense captain stepped forward, his tone having shifted. So it is young Master Bai. I only assumed my position the day before yesterday and did not recognize your esteemed identity. My apologies. Despite these words, Baijiu discerned little respect in his tone. However, he found it unsurprising. Having become a supporting character, it was unlikely that he would bow to someone like him, a villain. The city defense captain continued. Already posing a question, might I inquire why young Master Bai is obstructing my convoy? We have urgent matters to attend to and must report back to my superiors. Upon hearing this, Baijiu chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, I certainly would not delay your return to report. All you need to do is hand over the young lady you have confined in your vehicle, and I shall move the carriage aside. Hearing this, the city defense captain's brows furrowed slightly as he instinctively turned to look back. As he did so, his body shifted, revealing Xin in the back seat. Looking despondent and pale, who suddenly trembled. Is that that young Master Bai? Has he come to rescue me? A glimmer of joy flickered in Xin's eyes. Yet, that joy was swiftly replaced by a wave of anguish. I have troubled young Master Bai again. Does he now think of me as a useless burden? Beep. Detecting that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 555, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,800. Beep. Detecting that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 888, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,750. Listening to the system notifications in his mind, Baijiu was puzzled. What kind of one-man show is Xin performing in her mind? Little did he know that from the moment Baijiu had stepped on her, Xin had undergone a profound transformation. Her mental state had even become somewhat distorted. Otherwise, she would not have prepared a dish of chicken tenders for Xu Yun. Meanwhile, the city defense captain's brows had knitted together as he coldly addressed Baijiu. Do you know who I have in this vehicle? That is a serious offender guilty of malicious intentional injury. You cannot simply take her away. That is against the rules. Upon hearing the city defense captain's words, Baijiu could not help but laugh. A joyful laugh indeed. Then he boldly declared, in this city the MY rules are the rules. The city defense captain's fists clenched tightly. Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 333, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,700. How dare you? The newly appointed city defense captain bellowed. You. But just as he was about to point a finger at Baijiu and unleash a tirade, several city defense team members quickly approached him, their faces filled with embarrassment and difficulty. Captain, perhaps we should just let her go. Indeed, Captain, he is the young master of the Bai family. We really cannot afford to offend him. Captain, you may have come from a powerful background, but we do not. Please do not bring us trouble. Moreover, young Master Bai is correct. In this place, the Bai family's rules are indeed the rules. Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 555. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,650. Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage for 56. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,600. You all. The city defense captain's hands began to tremble slightly. His face turned ashen as he scrutinized each of the team members who were trying to persuade him. You scoundrels. Do you think you are worthy of wearing that uniform while saying such things? He still held a sense of righteousness. But you can uphold your righteousness alone. Do not drag us in. The group immediately ignored the city defense captain and instead turned to Baijiu with flattering expressions. Young Master Bai, please wait a moment. We will release her right away. Chapter 27, just one day into his new position. And you are already level 3? Baijiu was taken aback to see the subordinates so eager to cater to him. Indeed, before his transmigration, he had always identified with the protagonist while reading. Encountering such arrogant and overbearing individuals, along with their nauseating sycophants, had previously filled him with indignation and frustration. Now, he had unwittingly become the one who took advantage of his power. But how exhilarating was this feeling? In retrospect, it appeared that his mindset before his transmigration had been far too limited. Observing his subordinates genuinely preparing to comply with his request to release the captive, the city defense captain could no longer contain his fury. Whose subordinates are you? Are you seeking death? I shall see who dares to open that door. With a low growl, an aura of a spirit master emanated from the city defense captain. The oppressive feeling washed over the team members, causing them to halt in their tracks. After all, during missions within the city, typically only the captain of a city defense team was a contracted spirit master. The others were merely ordinary individuals with slightly enhanced strength. In that brief moment, they found themselves under the captain's commanding presence. Yet, facing such pressure, they could not help but grit their teeth and plead, "Captain, please have mercy. You have offended the Bai family. You can simply leave, but we live here, our homes are here. Please, grant us a way out." "Indeed, Captain, if we face any repercussions for offending the Bai family, we will never forgive you in death." Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 666. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,550. You all. The city defense captain was gritting his teeth in frustration, bellowing, "If someone is harming you, why do you not seek vengeance against them, but instead bear a grudge against me? If it were not for you, how could we have offended the Bai family?" Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 777, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,500. The sound of grinding teeth echoed in his eyes. These incompetent subordinates had become more detestable than Baijiu himself at that moment. The girl behind him, his spirit daughter, stepped forward and gently grasped the city defense captain's arm, clearly attempting to console him. However, upon seeing his spirit daughter, a cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes as he steeled himself. With a swift motion, he grasped her right hand. In the next instant, his spirit daughter transformed into a cascade of starlight, coalescing into the ethereal form of a long spear in his grasp. The city defense captain's spirit daughter was, astonishingly, a spear as well. As the city defense captain took his stance, he spoke ominously to Baijiu. "You wish to take the person in the vehicle? Very well, defeat me." Upon hearing the city defense captain's words, Baijiu was somewhat taken aback. Are we truly going to fight now? Moreover, the other party had not formally challenged him, so this did not constitute a duel. However, it was indeed permissible for the city defense team to engage in combat between spirit masters without declaring a duel, as they had their duties to uphold. Yet the surrounding city defense members were in a frenzy. "Captain, have you lost your mind? How dare you draw weapons against the young master of the Bai family? Furthermore, the young master of the Bai family has only just completed his specialized awakening today. You actually intend to fight him? Do you have no shame?" Beep. Detecting that the supporting character has suffered mental damage 555, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50, the villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 2,450. Baijiu paid no heed to the city defense members' outcries or the system notifications in his mind. Above him, a mirror had appeared in the void. The light of the all-knowing mirror shone down upon the city defense captain. Name: Soul-Severing Spear. Level: 5. Quality: a grade. Talent skill: Soul Severing. Passive skill: instills fear in spirit artifacts of quality less than or equal to a specified level, delaying the movement speed of the opposing spirit master. Occupation: Spirit Master. Level: 5. Talent: a grade. Spirit Master Talent. Fire Attribute Affinity. When using fire attribute spirit artifacts, power is increased by 10. The information regarding the city defense captain and his spirit maiden vividly manifested before Baijiu's eyes. Baijiu felt a tinge of surprise. How could these two individuals possess only a mere level 5 strength? Although Baijiu himself was only at level 3, this in no way diminished his perception. A mere level 5. Indeed, Baijiu was well aware that in this world, a spirit master must exceed level 10 to be considered a true member of the spirit master ranks. Levels below 10 are merely the threshold of entry. And this city defense captain, having only reached level 5, is already holding the title of captain. It seems this fellow did not ascend to his position through conventional means. That moment, the city defense captain, hearing the voices of those around him, felt somewhat embarrassed, but nonetheless spoke slowly. "Since you have only just completed your determination today, I shall not bully you. I will use but one hand. Should you withstand my attack with that hand for 10 minutes, I shall concede you the victory. What say you, young Master Bai?" Following the possession by his spirit maiden, the city defense captain's voice carried an air of calmness. Yet, the expression on Bai Zhou's face remained unchanged throughout. He glanced at Lin Wei without uttering a word, merely exchanging a look. Lin Wei slightly nodded in response. Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, transform, upon witnessing the gleaming spear in Bai Zhou's hand. The city defense captain expressed mild astonishment. I did not expect your spirit maiden to be akin to mine. How dare you presume to compete? Bai Zhou's retort was delivered with nonchalance. Ding! Detected that a main character has suffered mental damage 444, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Will requires an additional 2,400 to activate. Humph! The city defense captain scoffed. You sharp-tongued fellow. Let us see how far your arrogance extends. Are you prepared? Bai Zhou smiled faintly, holding the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear at an angle towards the ground, and slowly spoke. Level 3 Spirit Master Bai Zhou. I humbly request your guidance. What? The instant Bai Zhou's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding crowd. Level 3? How can it be level 3? Did not young Master Bai just complete his class advancement today? Even with his spirit maiden contracted, he should only be at level 1 at most. My heavens, to advance to level 3 immediately after class advancement is simply astonishing. Is this the privilege of the Bai family? What does my arduous leveling count for? Ding! Detected that a supporting character has suffered mental damage 666, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Will requires an additional 2,350 to activate. Indeed. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's declaration of his identity, the city defense captain was taken aback. Was it not stated that he would be at level 1? How did it transform to level 3? I have awakened for 2 years and have barely reached level 5. How has he cultivated? Moreover, I just claimed I would let him fight with one hand. Well then, the disparity in levels has suddenly diminished to just 2. Can I truly dispatch him with a single hand in 10 minutes? The city defense captain began to doubt himself. However, Bai Zhou was unconcerned by such thoughts. Dragon Gallbladder, with a resonating hum, the spear in his hand emitted a gentle vibration. Subsequently, a faint white glow enveloped the spear's shaft. Fury Strike. Bai Zhou immediately utilized Lin Wei's 2 talent skills. Despite having engaged in combat with an A-grade before, the current A-grade duo possessed levels 2 ranks higher than himself and Lin Wei. Thus, Bai Zhou dared not be negligent. The city defense captain, still wrestling with self-doubt, suddenly heard a thunderous shout that rendered him momentarily paralyzed in his stance. Yet, the spear tip had already shot towards him like an arrow released from a bow. The city defense captain was instantly filled with dread, thinking to himself, how can his speed be so swift? It seems he is entirely unaffected by my spirit maiden's passive skill. Could it be? His spirit maiden's quality surpasses mine. Could it be S-grade? Ding! Detected that a supporting character has suffered mental damage 777, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Will requires an additional 2,300 to activate. Chapter 28. Just now, I was careless and did not evade. Young man, you are too naive. As if Bai Zhou's spirit maiden, Lin Wei, were merely S-grade, would he dare to accept your challenge 2 levels higher? The city defense captain was astonished to find that his own agility was somewhat restrained. He could only watch as Bai Zhou's dazzling spear tip hurtled toward him. However, he was still 2 levels above Bai Zhou. Just as the spear tip approached him, he finally regained control over his own body, hastily raising his spear defensively across his chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the overwhelming force sent the city defense captain reeling backward, causing pain in his hands. Yet, that was not the end of it. The immense force propelled the city defense captain away, crashing him into the front of his own city defense team's vehicle. With a resounding thud, the vehicle crumpled, its front tire exploding. The city defense captain seemed to be embedded within the metal frame. What? The surrounding city defense members and the crowd that had gathered to watch could not help but exclaim in shock. How could this be possible? Although their previous demeanor suggested they did not side with the city defense captain, witnessing such a spectacle left them utterly astounded. They understood that while the city defense captain had been parachuted in, his strength was indeed formidable, a full-fledged level 5 spirit master, paired with a level 5 spirit maiden. Yet Bai Zhou, it was common knowledge that the young master of the Bai family had just turned 18 this year. Today was also the day of class advancement for Bai Zhou's school. Although they had heard Bai Zhou claim to be at level 3, they were skeptical, for there had never been a precedent of someone completing class advancement and immediately climbing 3 levels. However, now, their disbelief intensified, for if young Master Bai were indeed only at level 3, how could he have so easily dispatched a level 5 Spirit Master in such a manner? Could it be that the young master had concealed his true strength all along? Thus, having only just completed class advancement, he surpassed even level 5 Spirit Masters. Truly, the young master of the Bai family was extraordinary. The crowd could no longer contain their admiration, raising their thumbs towards Bai Zhou. Indeed, among the top 10 masters, 3 hailed from the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family could hardly be weak. Not merely weak, he was undeniably formidable. Having just completed his class advancement, he had effortlessly bested a level 5 Spirit Master. Surely, the young master would become one of the top 10 masters in the future. Of course, amidst the astonishment, one could not overlook Shinqin, who remained seated within the vehicle. The thunderous noise from the impact paled her complexion, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, her gaze remained fixated through the shattered windshield, locked on Bai Zhou at that moment. Bai Zhou, the young master of the Bai family, stood there, spear in hand, exuding an air of dominance over the world. His handsomeness was succinctly encapsulated in a single word, rendering further description unnecessary. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the city defense captain, who had just been sent flying, was a powerful level 5 Spirit Master. A wry smile crept across Shinqin's face, akin to self-mockery, as she softly murmured, "How naive I was. Earlier, I foolishly believed that after contracting with the SSS grade Chu Yun, I could effortlessly defeat young Master B. AI.it appears, however, that Chu Yun's defeat is hardly surprising. Chu Yun, as an inconsequential SSS grade talent, how could you possibly compare to young Master Bai? Ding. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage 666. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Wheel requires an additional 2,250 to activate. Ding. Detected that a supporting character has suffered physical damage 30, mental damage 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's Grand Wheel requires an additional 2,200 to activate. The surrounding gasps of astonishment were accompanied by the system notifications echoing within Bai Zhou's mind, yet he paid them little heed. For he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Fury Strike he had executed through Lin Wei had directly triggered the effect of the Lingxi necklace. This meant that Bai Zhou's recent strike not only incurred no expenditure, but also enhanced his attack power by 10. Coupled with the slight damage bonus from his mastery over Lin Wei, he had effortlessly sent a level 5 Spirit Master flying. Moreover, he clearly remembered that the effect of the Lingxi necklace had only a 10 chance of activation. To think that his very first attack would trigger it was truly. The battle had only just begun, and he had dealt a heavy blow to his opponent without any expenditure whatsoever. In an instant, the outcome of the battle became unmistakably clear. How could Bai Zhou possibly feel anything but elation? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,150 more to activate. The captain of the city defense, his face ashen and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, struggled to extract himself from the front of the vehicle. Thud. 2 footsteps echoed, unsteady and faltering. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The captain gripped his spear tightly, his voice raspy as he gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Bai Zhou. Indeed, the onlookers were utterly shocked. What other reaction could he, the principal party involved, possibly have? Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, unfazed and calm as ever, regarded the beleaguered captain with a faint, indifferent smile. Standing upright, with the tip of his spear angled toward the ground, he remarked nonchalantly, "What is this? Not ready to concede. Do you wish to continue?" Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,100 more to activate. Why should I concede? The captain of the city defense bellowed, his neck stiffening in defiance. I was careless just now and failed to evade. You, scoundrel, resorted to an underhanded ambush. Otherwise, how could a mere Tier 3 Spirit Master hope to harm me? Such delusions. With a sudden thud, before the captain had even finished his sentence, he transformed into a streak of light, charging at Bai Zhou with his spear. What the hell? Who's the one being underhanded here? I'm right in front of you, and you rush at me without giving me a moment to react. And you dare accuse others of ambush? Yet, he had made a valid point. It was indeed challenging for a Tier 3 Spirit Master to inflict harm upon him. However, an Ultra SSS grade Spirit Maiden is not something that a mere 2-level disparity can bridge. At that moment, Baijiu felt a flicker of relief, grateful that his earlier Fury Strike had triggered the effect of the Lingxi necklace. Otherwise, both of his skills would be in cooldown now, and he might have fallen victim to this Captain S ambush. Yet, as it stood, Baijiu's Fury Strike had no cooldown time at all. Thus, as the captain launched his assault, Baijiu immediately communicated with Lin Wei. Fury Strike, the city defense captain, racing toward Baijiu with the intent to surprise him, suddenly heard a commanding shout that halted him in his tracks. Impossible! As his body froze, the captain's mind screamed in disbelief. This feeling of control, that wasn't it a skill of his Spirit Maiden? Yet he had just unleashed that skill. How could it be seamlessly executed again? Could such a powerful ability be a passive skill of his Spirit Maiden? How could that be? Could it be that his Spirit Maiden surpassed Grade S? Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires 2050 more to activate. Regardless of how fervently he protested internally, the reality before him remained unchanged. What had begun as his ambush on Baijiu had now turned into his own desperate defense. As Baijiu's spear neared him, the captain finally regained his ability to move, raising his weapon once more in defense. Clang! Sparks flew as the captain was once again sent reeling backward, crashing into the front of the vehicle with a dull thud. The same motion as before. However, upon witnessing this scene, a glint of cold light flickered in Baijiu's eyes. Chapter 29. What use is a school bell? I seek villain points. This DJ view scenario elicited no change in the expressions of the onlookers. The city defense captain, on the other hand, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered physical damage 50, mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The Villain Roulette requires 1950 more to activate. Yet at this moment, Baijiu was not lost in the joy of his rising villain points. His gaze shifted, noting that the opposing Spirit Maiden had disintegrated, reverting to her human form and collapsing beside the captain. Clearly, this A-grade Spirit Maiden had, through sheer level superiority, withstood the onslaughts of the Ultra SSS grade Spirit Maiden Lin Wei twice, but could no longer hold on. Baijiu, however, was unconcerned with this detail. What mattered to him was that the disintegration of the Spirit Maiden meant that the captain was now defenseless. Moreover, their battle had not triggered the barrier of world origin power, which implied, although I know not who he is, or what plot may unfold between him and Chu Yun, if I were to pierce him with a single shot now, wouldn't I be severing a significant portion of Chu Yun's fortune in one fell swoop? With this thought, a cold light flashed in Baijiu's eyes as he stepped forward. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he lunged at the city defense captain. The captain's eyes widened in shock. I've clearly lost. Why does he still is he going to kill me? Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires 1900 more to activate. Not only did he notice this, but even the Spirit Maiden, who had slumped nearby and was pale, recognized the gravity of the situation. No, she cried out, scrambling to her feet, desperate to save her Spirit Master from peril. Naturally, love was momentarily set aside. The priority was that if either party to a life-and-death pact, partner contract, or master-servant contract perished in battle, the other would suffer severe repercussions, though the degree of impact varied. Even for her own sake, she could not allow her Spirit Master to perish. And as for the captain, an overwhelming instinct for survival spurred him to frantically struggle away from the front of the vehicle. Yet, Baijiu's speed was simply too swift. There was no escaping. It's over. Despair engulfed the captain's heart. Regret washed over him for not heeding the warnings of his comrades. Why did I challenge that young master from the Bai family? In the end, I was merely courting death. Meanwhile, Baijiu had indeed set his heart on killing. Yet, even amid his murderous intent, he pondered whether killing him would yield more Destiny Villain Points, or if humiliating him further would be more fruitful. It was certainly a dilemma, but for now, Baijiu's objective was clear: to kill. However, just as Baijiu's spear was about to pierce the city defense captain, his footsteps abruptly halted in place. This was not a sign of Baijiu's change of heart. The seriousness etched on his face spoke volumes, and overwhelming pressure suddenly locked onto Baijiu, rendering his body immobile at that moment. A voice, cool yet authoritative, resonated. "Young Master Bai, what seems to be the matter? Why such anger?" As the voice resounded, a man clad in the uniform of the city defense team, appearing to be in his late 20s, descended slowly from above, a gleaming dagger in hand, positioning himself between Bai Zhou and the city defense captain. The moment he appeared, the surrounding city defense members gasped collectively, bowing their heads in unison, exclaiming, "Captain!" So, the individual who had just been engaged in combat with him was merely a squad leader. Now, the higher-ranking officer had arrived, had he? In that moment, Bai Zhou felt the oppressive aura dissipate, prompting him to retreat and create distance from this so-called captain. The dragon-scaled silver spear in his hand transformed into glimmers of golden light, coalescing into the ethereal form of Lin Wei. Upon landing, Lin Wei grasped Bai Zhou's arm with concern etched across her face, asking, "Brother Bai, are you all right?" Lin Wei's concern was genuine. The shift in her attitude towards Bai Zhou revealed the success of his PUA endeavors. Yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Bai Zhou pulled Lin Wei behind him, facing the so-called captain with a cold tone. "What is this? Feeling pity? Were you lurking somewhere?" Watching the proceedings, the captain merely chuckled lightly in response to Bai Zhou's provocation, disregarding him as he turned to the fallen, pale-faced squad leader. With a disdainful huff, he declared, "Useless fool, why aren't you hurrying back here?" Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 555, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 1850 more to activate. The squad leader, supported by his spirit maiden, hurriedly approached the captain's side, whispering an apology. Yet the captain coldly retorted, "The one you should be apologizing to is young Master Bai." "What?" The squad leader, upon hearing these words, raised his head in disbelief. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm 888. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's grand wheel is still 1800 away from opening. Bai Zhou was also somewhat taken aback by the words of the deputy captain. Could it be that this deputy captain is also a sycophant of the Bai family? If that were the case, wouldn't it be easier to handle? Naturally, this squad leader was reluctant to apologize to Bai Zhou, but under the intimidating gaze of the deputy captain, he could only grit his teeth and turn slightly, bowing his head in Bai Zhou's direction. "Young Master Bai, I apologize." Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's grand wheel is still 1750 away from opening. Hearing the system's prompt, it was evident that this fellow was not sincere. However, insincerity was advantageous. Only insincerity could provide him with villain points. Thus, Bai Zhou directly responded, "I do not accept. You." Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's grand wheel is still 1700 away from opening. The squad leader clenched his fists once again. Yet, the deputy captain shot a glare at him, turning to Bai Zhou. He wore a seemingly gentle smile and said, "Young Master Bai, you see, you have struck him, and we have reached an apology. Even if you are still angry, you must temper your wrath, so kindly step aside. The city defense team is waiting for us to return and report our mission." Oh, upon hearing this, Bai Zhou slightly raised an eyebrow. "Since the deputy captain has said so, very well. Hand over the person I seek, and I shall leave at once." The deputy captain let out a light chuckle and continued, "Young Master Bai, you may not have heard clearly. I am heading to the city defense team to report a mission, and that mission is to escort the woman inside back. Therefore, I cannot give her to you." Bai Zhou understood. Although this person feared the background of the Bai family, he was not merely a sycophant of the Bai family. He simply wished to rescue his subordinate. In light of this, Bai Zhou naturally had no intention of showing him any leniency. He immediately declared, "If you do not hand her over, I will not let you pass. You should understand." Upon hearing this, the deputy captain's smile remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "You are correct, young Master Bai. I have indeed arrived, and although I did not manifest, I know that you came alone." "Did you not?" This indicates that Mr. Bai Zhan is unaware of your current actions. Should Mr. Bai learn that you are making such a fuss over a woman, would he not be displeased? "I cannot say." Bai Zhou's brow furrowed. "Are you threatening me?" "However, you are mistaken. This young master is not making a fuss over a woman, but for the sake of Destiny Villain points. were it not for the fact that this squad leader could provide me with a substantial amount of villain points. I would have long since taken my leave. Chapter 30. Am I not a villain who should not bully others with power? Seeing that Baijiu remained silent, the deputy captain assumed his threat had taken effect. His smile grew more pronounced as he continued. Young Master Bai, we all know that your Bai family is a colossal entity beyond our reach. However, the Bai family is still the Bai family. You are but one individual. Therefore, sometimes, one must know when to retreat and not be too arrogant, for those who are arrogant shall eventually meet their downfall. As soon as the deputy captain's words fell, a powerful aura surged toward Baijiu. Both Baijiu and Lin Wei let out muffled groans, stepping back slightly. Damn it! Baijiu gritted his teeth. The omniscient mirror in the void had already unfolded. But the line of text displayed on it sent a chill through Baijiu's heart. Level difference too great. Unable to display. Well then, no wonder he had no power to fight back against this deputy captain. This was simply infuriating. Was he truly destined to return home empty-handed today? Suddenly, a loud shout resonated from afar. What are you? How dare you teach my nephew a lesson? The onlookers and the city defense team members instantly revealed pained expressions. Covering their ears, the already injured squad leader turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Detected that the main supporting character has suffered physical harm 100. Mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 100. The villain's grand wheel is still 1600 away from opening. But that was not the end. The deputy captain, who had just displayed a calm demeanor while reprimanding Baijiu, clutched his chest and coughed up blood. In that instant, the dagger in his hand disintegrated, transforming into a pale spirit maiden. Thud, thud, the pair, a man and a woman, unexpectedly knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling violently. However, amidst the chaos, only Baijiu and Lin Wei remained unscathed, standing firm. Just as Baijiu was puzzled by what had transpired, the next moment, a voice filled with unmistakable rage erupted. What do you think you are? How dare you reprimand my nephew? The deputy captain felt as if struck by lightning in the chest, spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, his complexion as pale as paper. Yet, this did not hinder him from trembling in fear as he gazed ahead. At that moment, a middle-aged couple appeared beside Baijiu. The man seemed slightly older than Baijiu's father, bearing some resemblance to him. Beside him stood his wife, also a spirit maiden bound by a life-and-death contract. Upon seeing the couple, Baijiu let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he found himself stifling a gasp, bursting into tears. Of course, it was a feigned cry. Nevertheless, it did not stop him from opening his arms toward them. Uncle. Aunt, you must stand up for me. Indeed, the newcomers were Baijiu's uncle, Baizhen Bei, and his aunt, Chen Wan. Furthermore, his uncle was ranked 5th among the top 10 martial experts in the nation. Baijiu was well aware that a child who cries will receive nourishment. Thus, uncle, aunt, I have been bullied. Your nephew has been wronged. Look at what he has done to me. He inspected his left sleeve, finding nothing amiss. Then he checked his right sleeve, discovering still nothing. He even rolled up his pant legs, revealing delicate skin with no sign of injury whatsoever. However, that was irrelevant. In any case, I have been bullied. Uncle, aunt, you must stand up for me. Qianwan looked at Baijiu, her face filled with concern. She immediately embraced him, administering a soothing do not cry. Little Zhou, do not cry. You have been wronged. Uncle and aunt have arrived late. Darling, Qianwan turned to Baizhen Bei with a cold tone. Little Zhou is in this state. And you are still dawdling? Baizhen Bei, though somewhat speechless at Baijiu's antics, bellowed. Come here. The booming voice, coupled with an overwhelming aura, enveloped the deputy captain. The deputy captain's body was uncontrollably pulled forward and slammed to the ground at Baijiu's feet. A cold smile appeared in Baijiu's eyes. That weren't you the one who claimed that the disparity in strength made it impossible for my omniscient mirror to reveal information? Did you not say that arrogance would lead to your downfall? Did you not suggest I should retreat quickly? Now, why are you kneeling at my feet? To be honest, Baijiu's actions were indeed somewhat shameless. In the end, he still relied on his family background and connections. But so what? I, Baijiu, am a villain. If I have such resources, why should I not utilize them? Am I a fool to bear the burden alone? You say I am bullying others with my power and that it is unethical. If you desire ethics, go seek the protagonist, Chu Yun. I have already embraced the role of a villain. Why should I care? Ding. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand wheel is still 1550 away from opening. This was, of course, provided by the now collapsed squad leader. This fellow did not deserve to bear the brunt of his uncle's wrath. Witnessing his deputy captain being toyed with, the squad leader's heart began to crumble. Bai Zhenbei looked down at the deputy captain, who had been forcefully dragged to his side, his gaze filled with contempt. You, who dared to reprimand my nephew? And no. The deputy captain no longer possessed the calm demeanor he had earlier at this moment. He was even more flustered and anxious than the squad leader had been upon encountering Bai Zhou. The polar reversal has arrived with astonishing swiftness. I am not. I do not. I merely. I am just executing. Yet, Bai Zhenbei appears entirely disinclined to heed the explanation of this squad captain. Instead, he has turned to Bai Zhou, speaking with a hint of indulgence. Xiao Zhou, speak your mind. How shall we handle this? Will you take matters into your own hands, or shall your uncle assist you? I shall handle it myself. A subtle smile graced the corners of Bai Zhou's lips. Indeed, just moments ago, you wielded your formidable presence to intimidate me and dared to reprimand me. And now? Heh. Bai Zhou flexed his wrist, and in the midst of the captain's horrified gaze, he exclaimed, "To hell with you." Thud. A punch landed squarely on the arrogant captain's face, causing blood to pour from his nostrils, his nose awry. Damn. Following this, a swift kick followed. Today, this young master shall ensure your insurance card is rendered invalid. Another strike, a thunderous double kick, each blow aimed at the captain's visage. Bai Zhou was acutely aware that the captain's strength had been thoroughly suppressed by his uncle, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. Initially, the captain could still muster a few pitiful cries. Young Master Bai was wrong. No, it hurts. Young Master Bai, spare me. My face. Young Master Bai, I rely on my looks. Cough. Young Master Bai, I truly recognize my mistakes. Yet, such pleas gradually diminished. The surrounding crowd, faces pale and ears covered, including members of the city defense team, could only watch in silence, not daring to utter a word. After all, the most powerful individual was currently being pummeled into submission. Who would dare to speak up? Few. It was unclear how long the ordeal lasted, but Bai Zhou grew somewhat weary, standing with his hands on his hips, wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning, he noticed Lin Wei's peculiar expression and gestured to her, saying, "You take over. I shall rest for a while." Lin Wei was startled by Bai Zhou's sudden call to action, nervously stammering, "Meet, I think I'll pass." However, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "What are you afraid of? This scoundrel bullied you not long ago. Lin Wei, you are now the spirit maiden of this young master. Anyone who dares to bully you must be repaid with even greater ruthlessness. Do you understand?" Lin Wei gazed at Bai Zhou, her pupils reflecting a flicker of turmoil. In the next moment, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll do it. Yeah." A delicate exclamation escaped her lips as her petite foot came crashing down upon the captain's bloodied face. Ugh! The captain let out a final wail, his hands falling limply to the ground. Chapter 31. They are sycophants. While I am young Master Bai's dog, Lin Wei's foot descended. She bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. Yet, Bai Zhou discerned a glimmer of excitement in Lin Wei's eyes. This indicated that her trembling was not born of fear, but rather exhilaration. Indeed, for 18 years, Lin Wei had endured countless humiliations due to her family circumstances, which had shaped her timid character. This sudden opportunity for release stirred an adrenaline rush within her. Bai Zhou, of course, applauded this transformation. After all, as my spirit maiden, one must embody the essence of being a formidable antagonist. Right? Nevertheless, Bai Zhou advised Lin Wei, I think it would be best if you refrain from using your feet to stomp on others' faces in the future. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhou's words. Growing anxious, is it too cruel? She worried that Bai Zhou might disapprove of her recent actions. To her surprise, Bai Zhou shook his head, saying, "No, I am merely concerned that those you step upon might misconstrue it as a reward." Lin Wei. What reward? Bai Zhou shrugged. He had no intention of explaining such matters. Glancing down at the unconscious captain, he spat a thick loogie onto his face, eyes filled with derision. "Do, you were so impressive. Weren't you? You thought your strength surpassed mine, enough to crush me. You dared to lecture me. the scion of the Bai family, and now, even with your overwhelming power, look at you, reduced to this wretched state beneath my feet. Family is a part of one's strength, young man. Bai Zhou casually smacked his lips, choosing to disregard him. Instead, he turned towards the vehicle, the front end marred by a sizable human-shaped dent, designated for the city defense team. With each step, Bai Zhou naturally heard the system's prompt echoing in his mind. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1,500 more points to activate. Hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou's gaze lingered on the squad captain, who lay bloodied and limp in Lin Wei's embraced at this moment. Bai Zhou was unaware of the captain's true identity. However, the system's prompt indicated that this individual was undoubtedly connected to the protagonist. Bai Zhou could easily eliminate him on the spot, confident that with his uncle, ranked 5th among the 10 strongest, present, no one would dare intervene. Yet, Bai Zhou glanced back at the captain, whose face was now a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Barely drawing breath, he suddenly felt that compelling someone to submit was far more powerful than merely extinguishing their life. Indeed, even in terms of the feedback for Destiny Villain Points, if he were to kill this major supporting character now, he would undoubtedly receive a substantial amount of villain points in a short span. However, that would be a one-time affair. Conversely, if he were to methodically torment this supporting character, extracting Destiny Villain Points slowly but surely, would that not yield even greater results? Much like that Chu Yun. Damn, he never anticipated that Shin Qin would render Chu Yun sterile. Such a move is far more gratifying than simply ending Chu Yun's life. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1450 more points to activate. You see, as he pondered this, the Destiny Villain Points continued to accrue. Bai Zhou had hardly laid a finger on the squad captain, nor spoken a word. The essence of his contemplation alone radiated an aura that left the captain feeling as though he were being targeted by something sinister. Especially with the chilling sensation creeping up his legs, this feeling made his heart tremble involuntarily. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1,400 more points to activate. Amidst these system alerts, Bai Zhou reached the front of the vehicle. With a resounding bang, he tore the deformed door from its hinges, though he was not currently possessed by a spirit maiden. The enhancements provided by being a level 3 spirit master were sufficient for him to accomplish this feat. This exemplifies the disparity between a spirit master and an ordinary individual. It illustrates the difference between his uncle, Bai Zhenbei, and that squad captain. Even without the spirit maiden's power, the strength emanating from his uncle far exceeded that of the captain. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered psychological damage 444. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1350 more points to activate. Amidst these notifications, Bai Zhou stood outside the vehicle, donning the expression he reserved for Shin Qin, calmly stating, "What? Shall I personally invite you out?" Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered psychological damage 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1,300 more points to activate. Hearing Bai Zhou's voice, Shin Qin trembled, emerging from the vehicle in a daze. Staring blankly at Bai Zhou with a panicked expression, her voice quaking. "Why, young Master Bai? I am sorry. I have caused you trouble." Indeed, Shin Qin was aware that Bai Zhou's intervention was to save her. However, Bai Zhou felt compelled to advise her, "You must not overestimate your own worth. Were it not for your connection to Chu Yun as his Bai Yueguang, allowing me to extract Destiny Villain Points from you, or to utilize you to irk Chu Yun, who would care about your existence?" Of course, Bai Zhou had no intention of indulging her further. He merely cast a brief glance at Shin Qin, remaining silent before turning to leave once more. Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered psychological damage 333. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires 1250 more points to activate. However, just as Bai Zhou turned away, thud, with a soft sound, Shin Qin, without uttering a word, knelt down once more. The incessant kneeling had caused the smooth surfaces of her knees to bleed profusely. Yet, she seemed utterly indifferent. Addressing Bai Zhou's retreating figure, "Young Master Bai. I implore you, please do not abandon me. I wish to prove my worth to you. Young Master Bai, I am truly of use to you." I swear it. Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered psychological harm 666. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50, if the villain roulette requires 1200 more to activate. Hearing Xinqian's pleas and the system's notifications. Bai Zhou paused briefly. He turned his head to glance at Xinqian, his voice dripping with disdain and mockery. Xinqian, are you not ashamed? Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered psychological harm 777. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 1150 more to activate. Have you forgotten that you were once the exalted school belle? Just look at yourself now. If the throng of admirers at school were to see you, what would they think? Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered psychological harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. If the villain roulette requires 1100 more to activate. I care not for their thoughts. Xinqian, with tears brimming in her eyes, lifted her head defiantly. What are they to me? They have no right to judge. Merely my sycophants, just like that good-for-nothing Chu Yun. I wish to be your loyal dog. Young Master Bai, a dog of worth. Woof woof. Ding, detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered psychological harm 99999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 100. The villain roulette requires 1000 more to activate. Well now. Bai Zhou had not anticipated Xinqian's canine imitation that he instinctively glanced around. The onlookers might not even recognize who Xinqian was. Yet, she dared to bark like a dog before so many witnesses. How amusing would it be if Chu Yun were present? He chuckled softly. Then why do you linger? What are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Xinqian's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Thank you. Young Master Bai, thank you. Woof woof. Chapter 32. You dislike me, yet cannot defeat me. Bai Zhou continued onward towards Lin Wei and his uncle, while Xinqian remained on her knees, crawling behind him. The odd looks from the crowd appeared to be completely disregarded by her. Lin Wei, observing Xinqian prostrated at Bai Zhou's feet, felt a twinge of sympathy, but quickly turned away. She did not pity Xinqian. Rather, she believed her current plight was well-deserved. Lin Wei had long been irked by Xinqian's treatment of Chu Yun, having toyed with him as if he were a mere plaything. Today, after awakening her S-class talent, Xinqian had publicly humiliated Chu Yun, prompting Lin Wei, typically so meek, to finally voice her dissent. Nevertheless, witnessing Xinqian, once a revered school beauty, reduced to a mere dog at Bai Zhou's feet, stirred a sense of discomfort within Lin W. As they proceeded, Bai Zhou abruptly halted, turning slightly to regard the former squad leader. Ding, detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm 888. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50, if the villain roulette requires 950 more to activate. The squad leader trembled at Bai Zhou's gaze, internally questioning, why is he looking at me? No, not only is he looking, he is approaching me. What could this mean? Is he going to treat me as he did that captain? Ding, detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 900 more to activate. As Bai Zhou approached, the squad leader, clutching his Spirit Master's Spirit Maiden, trembled in fear. Young Master Bai, I beg you. Spare us. We were wrong, please. Ding, detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50, if the villain roulette requires 850 more to activate. Hearing his Spirit Maiden plead so pathetically, tears streaming down her face, the squad leader felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Helpless and severely injured, he could only clench his fists, grinding his teeth to suppress his anguish. Yet, the more he displayed this weakness, the more satisfied Bai Zhou felt. He even leaned slightly forward, gazing into the squad leader's eyes with a mocking smile. What happened to that bravado of yours? That stance you took to thwart me? Ding, detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 800 more to activate. Ugh, the squad leader's anger caused him to spit a mouthful of blood. He no longer cared if Bai Zhou's uncle was present. He gritted his teeth, voice hoarse. Bai Zhou, you merely possess a good father. Without the Bai family, who would you even be? Did Bai Zhou grow furious upon hearing this? Far from it. Instead, he nodded vigorously. Indeed, I owe it all to my good father. So what? You could have one too. Ding, detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 750 more to activate. Oh, Bai Zhou feigned regret, slapping his hand to his forehead. I nearly forgot. You have a good father looking out for you too. That, however, yes, he spoke. Bai Zhou turned his gaze to the unconscious captain in the distance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm. 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. That the villain roulette requires 700 more to activate. You. The squad leader gritted his teeth, fists clenched, making a grinding sound. His eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, and a palpable desire for vengeance. Yet, Bai Zhou remained unfazed, tauntingly asking, "What's the matter? You dislike me." Haha. I relish that you cannot stand me, yet are powerless to eliminate me. After a hearty laugh, Bai Zhou turned on his heel and walked away. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm. 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 650 more to activate. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered psychological harm. 999. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 600 more to activate. With the system notifications echoing, Bai Zhou drove off. However, this time, Xinqin was an unexpected addition to his vehicle. Bai Jinbei and Shunwan naturally proceeded to the Bai family villa on their own. Only after the Bai family members had departed did the city defense team arrive at the scene. Upon their arrival, they uttered not a single word, simply clearing the onlookers, tending to the injured, and cleaning up the mess in the streets. The bystanders remained silent, fully aware that these reinforcements from the city defense team had arrived much earlier. However, with Bai Junbei present, they dared not utter a word. They could only watch as Bai Zhou bullied their members, waiting until the Bai family had left before they felt emboldened to offer assistance. What choice did they have? The Bai family was one of the 4 great financial conglomerates. 3 of the 10 greatest experts were from the Bai family. Rumor had it that the Bai family intended to form an alliance with another of the 4 great financial families. Should that come to pass, the merger would create an unassailable behemoth. Thus, even the commander-in-chief of the city defense team refrained from confronting Bai Jinbei. Lest he face humiliation, the commander preferred to feign ignorance and let the matter fade away. As Bai Zhou drove, he caught sight of his family's villa from a distance. However, he quickly noticed a chaotic pile of scrap metal cluttering the yard, as if his home had transformed into a junkyard. Yet, upon seeing these scraps, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Bai Zhou's eyes. That it appears that the head of the bodyguard, whom I arranged, has already acquired all the items from that street stall and brought them back. Consequently, Bai Zhou pressed the accelerator and surged into the courtyard. That he flung open the car door and stepped out, observing the heap of scrap with eager anticipation. That a maid hurried over, visibly anxious. "Young master." UVE returned. "These items of yours are truly..." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Have you seen her?" His finger pointed unambiguously in the direction of Xinqin. Without waiting for the maid's reply, Bai Zhou continued, "Take her for a bath, change her clothes, and especially make sure her hands are thoroughly cleaned. I find the remnants of the chicken nuggets quite revolting." Yes. The maid, unable to articulate her previous thoughts, hurriedly escorted Xinqin away. Just then, Bai Jinbei's booming voice resonated. "Xiaozhou, the household staff informs me that all this scrap metal was brought back by you." Although Bai Jinbei and Shunwan hadn't taken Bai Zhou's vehicle, they undoubtedly returned much sooner. At that moment, Bai Jinan emerged from behind the heap of scrap, his face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "Bai Zhou, you little rascal, do you treat our home like a garbage dump?" However, Bai Zhou chose to ignore his father's furious outburst. He turned and grasped Bai Jinbei's large hand, saying, "Uncle, I remember your secondary profession is appraisal." "Correct. Indeed, this world allows powerful spirit masters to choose a secondary profession after reaching a certain level, with options such as blacksmith, appraiser, and alchemist, among others. However, these professions are not awakened through a job change, but are selected for study once a spirit master surpasses level 50. Due to the rarity of spirit masters above level 50 and the multitude of secondary professions, the number of appraisers is exceedingly minimal. Otherwise, who would have the opportunity to unearth valuable items? Currently, Bai Zhou, being only level 3, naturally had no secondary profession. However, Bai Jinbei, ranked 5th among the 10 greatest masters, certainly could not afford to waste his talents. Bai Jinbei instinctively nodded. "Yes, what of it?" Yet before he could finish his inquiry, he suddenly realized, "You brat, you don't mean to have me appraise all this scrap metal, do you?" Chapter 33. disrespecting the elder, stealing from a child. In truth, Bai Zhou had miscalculated, although his intent was to cast a wide net to catch a big fish. He hadn't anticipated the sheer volume of scrap metal in that location, which was piled up like a small mountain. Despite Bai Jinbei's reluctance, he began appraising the items one by one. For the Bai family had only one heir. Bai Zhou's grandfather had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Yet Bai Zhou was the sole grandson. The reason for this was that Bai Zhou's uncle, Bai Jinbei's son and Bai Zhou's brother, had perished on the battlefield against foreign tribes. Had he not fallen, Bai Zhou's elder brother would undoubtedly be among the 10 greatest masters now. Thus, Bai Jinbei regarded his only nephew, Bai Zhou, as his own child. Otherwise, Bai Jinbei would not have dared to bully the weak in front of so many people. However, since this weak individual had bullied his nephew, he felt compelled to retaliate. The Bai family was fiercely protective of their own. This also explained why the Bai Zhou prior to his transmigration was so arrogant that Lin Wei considered him an insufferable second-generation heir. Indeed, with all the elders in his family showering him with affection, how could he not be spoiled? Of course, Bai Zhou had no intention of burdening his uncle with appraising the entire heap of scrap metal. That would be too much labor. He recalled that in the original text, when Chu Yun first stumbled upon a treasure, he found a top-tier item known as the dragon pattern armor. This piece was a defensive armament for a spirit master. Therefore, Bai Zhou thoughtfully selected all the items related to armaments for Bai Junbei to appraise. In truth, since Bai Zhou already knew what the item was, he could have simply instructed his subordinates to procure only the armaments without all this hassle. However, Bai Zhou had his own plans. The original text only mentioned that Chu Yun found that particular item, but it did not imply that the entire pile of scrap contained only one valuable item. Thus, Bai Zhou intended to have the other items appraised gradually, hoping to unearth some valuable artifacts amidst them. After all, he was not short on funds. Unlike Chu Yun, who was impoverished, Bai Zhou had the means to indulge. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental setback. 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain lottery wheel requires 500 to activate. Indeed, Chu Yun had no one else but himself to blame. Here he was, facing such dire straits, yet he still dared to malign Bai Zhou from behind. Lin Wei had taken Shen Yun and Chun Wan aside for a discussion. Only the 3 men of the Bai family remained in the courtyard. Bai Zhou was rummaging for armaments, while Bai Jinbei waited patiently for Bai Zhou to find one to appraise, and Bai Jinnan was poised to reprimand his son once Bai Zhou finished. Eventually, Bai Zhou forcibly led his uncle into the pile of scrap to search for the armaments. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Jinbei's incredulous voice rang out. What a remarkable item! With a swift motion, Bai Zhou shot out from the pile like a rocket. Did you find what I was looking for? In response to Bai Zhou's eager gaze, Bai Jinbei lifted the armament he held and exclaimed, I never expected to find such a treasure amidst this scrap. According to my appraisal, this armament's quality is rated at A level, and its attributes seem to enhance strength that I'm not entirely sure of its specific effects. Xiao Zhou. Try it on. It might suit you. However, upon hearing Bai Jinbei's words, a hint of disappointment flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. All right, I suppose I'll keep searching. With that, he dejectedly delved back into the heap of scrap. Child, do you have any idea how much an A-level armament could sell for? Your uncle possesses only one S-level item, while the rest are A-level. Are you truly looking down upon A-level gear? Bai Jinnan had a point that A-level gear was indeed a significant find. One must understand the immense wealth of the Bai family. Even so, Bai Jinnan only owned one S-level item, not due to lack of funds, but because such items were exceedingly rare. Even if someone were to obtain such gear, they would hardly part with it casually. Nonetheless, Bai Zhou paid no heed to Bai Jinbei's remarks, for he distinctly remembered that the armament Chu Yun discovered was unequivocally S-level. While A-level gear was impressive, it paled in comparison to S-level items. During this time, Bai Jinbei also appraised 2 B-level items and 1 C-level item. Equipment of quality exceeding C-level could fetch a handsome price. Together with the A-level armament, the value of these items was rapidly approaching that of the entire heap of scrap. Consequently, Bai Jinbei grew increasingly excited with each appraisal, while Bai Jinnan began selecting items from the pile. Finally, what the hell? As one of the 10 greatest masters, Bai Jinbei, known for his integrity, suddenly exclaimed a curse. This is unbelievable. Hearing Bai Jinbei's astonished tone, Bai Zhou's face lit up with anticipation. With a swift motion, he appeared before Bai Jinbei, snatching the small, wrist-like object from his uncle's hand before he could finish his sentence. As he donned the item on his wrist, a stream of information clearly manifested in Baijiu's mind. S-level armament, dragon pattern armor, wrist guard. Equipping effect, defense increased by 10, 3-piece set effect increased by 50, 5-piece set effect increased by 100. Equipment skill, consumes all energy to imbue the next attack with dragon soul power, increasing all attribute damage by 100. Energy can gradually recover over time. Movement, combat, and skill release accelerate energy recovery. Indeed, this was precisely what he sought. Ding detected that the host has successfully severed a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 500. The Villain Lottery Wheel is now activated. Baijiu vividly recalled that after Chu Yun received the SSS level quality scholarship and paid for Lin Wei's father's medical expenses, he promptly stumbled upon this item, guided by the old man's voice in his mind. During the subsequent academy assessments, utilizing this skill resulted in an overwhelming amount of damage, shattering everyone's doubts regarding his E-level spirit contract. He even managed to slap his own face quite hard in the process. Of course, such incidents would not recur in the future, for he had already taken the initiative to sever Chu Yun's fortune in this regard. At present, he was even too disinterested to contemplate the matters of the villain lottery wheel. His mind was filled with thoughts of Chu Yun if he were to learn of this matter. The expressions of both him and the old man dwelling within his head would surely be quite the spectacle at this moment. Baijiu Nen approached due to the unusual behavior of his son and elder brother. He observed Baijiu Bei, who was frozen in place, and could not help but speak up. Elder brother, what is the matter? Speak. Why are you in such a daze? Gulping audibly, Baijiu Bei turned to grasp Baijiu Nan's shoulder, pointing at the faintly glowing wrist guard on Baijiu's arm, exclaiming, This is actually S-rank equipment. What? Baijiu Nen could not restrain a gasp upon hearing this revelation. Could this pile of scrap truly yield a divine artifact? With a whoosh, the two brothers immediately surrounded Baijiu, their eyes fixated on the wrist guard. This exemplified the rarity of S-rank equipment, let alone anything of a higher tier. Their reactions startled Baijiu, who instinctively clutched his wrist and took a couple of steps back, warily questioning, What are you planning to do? However, both Baijiu Bei and Baijiu Nen wore expressions that seemed somewhat sycophantic. Baijiu Bei began, Little Zhou, you see, this item was identified by uncle, right? Surely, you must let him take a look at what it truly is, Baijiu Nen added. Son, my good son, you see, your father is of considerable age yet still lacks an S-rank arm guard. How about allowing your father to have a go? Baijiu, wow, you two old geezers have no shame. Are you really trying to snatch something from a child? Chapter 34. The more spirit daughters, the better. These two old men, attempting to pilfer from his grasp. That was simply preposterous. Baijiu bolted away in a flash, not even heading toward the villa, to avoid being cornered by his father and uncle. Akin to a fish caught in a net. Of course, Baijiu Bei and Baijiu Nen had no real intention of seizing Baijiu's possessions. Otherwise, given their prowess, how could Baijiu possibly escape their notice? The S-rank equipment was beyond their reach, and there remained a plethora of scrap iron nearby. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and without hesitation, dove into the heap of junk. Their current disheveled appearance could rival, if not surpass, that of Baijiu himself. Inside the villa, Shun Yun and Chun Wan, peering through the window at the two, wore expressions of helplessness. Chun Wan shook her head, finally directing her serious gaze toward Lin Wei, who sat beside her, having been brought there by Baijiu's mother, Shun Yun. Chun Wan had even introduced Lin Wei's identity to her, making Chun Wan's demeanor more solemn as she addressed Shun Yun. When we first met, I thought this child was merely a partner contract of little Zhou's, but I never expected that it would be a life and death contract. Has little Zhou truly forgotten? As Chun Wan trailed off, she glanced at Lin Wei, swallowing the remainder of her words. With a furrowed brow, she continued, Our uncle's temper can be rather volatile, as you all know, so why would little Zhou? Though Lin Wei was unaware of what Chun Wan was implying, she could discern from the tone that Chun Wan felt regret over the life and death contract with Baijiu. Subtly lowering her head, she instinctively shrank her neck. Fortunately, Baijiu's mother, Shun Yun, was beside her, holding Lin Wei's small hand, imparting strength. She then turned to Chun Wan and said, Sister-in-law, this child is far from the simple appearance she presents. Afterward, Shun Yun leaned closer to Chun Wan, whispering some unknown words into her ear. What? A look of astonishment spread across Chunwan's face as she gasped. When she turned to look at Lin Wei again, her expression had entirely transformed. Lin Wei felt a swell of emotion. Unsure of what Shen Yun had said, but the change in Chunwan indicated that Bai Zhou's mother had, at her core, accepted her. Strangely, amidst her gratitude, Lin Wei also felt a touch of shyness. Come here and let Annie have a look. In a surprising turn, Chunwan reached out to grasp Lin Wei's hand, declaring that Lin Wei should address her just as Bai Zhou did. This caused Lin Wei's head to droop even lower. Yet, Chunwan merely gazed at her in silence, her expression growing increasingly gentle, even lightly patting Lin Wei's small hand and saying, "Very well. That's wonderful. What was so wonderful? And how was it wonderful?" Lin Wei knew nothing of it, but she dared not inquire that it seemed that Chunwan's topic had shifted at that moment, as she turned back to Shen Yun, asking, "By the way, little Zhou also brought back a girl, a rather pretty one." But little Zhou's attitude toward her was somewhat, "Oh, you know what's going on." Shen Yun certainly knew that the girl Chunwan referred to was Shen Qin, the one Bai Zhou had sent to bathe earlier. Although Shen Qin was somewhat of a distant relative, Shen Yun was entirely unfamiliar with her and shook her head, replying, "We'll have to wait for little Zhou to return to ask." Chunwan continued, "Little Zhou fought off the city defense team for that girl, likely hoping to form a contract, and I wonder what her quality is." The ease with which this conversation unfolded about Bai Zhou's altercation with the city defense team suggested that they truly did not regard it with any gravity. After all, the Bai family was quite prominent at that moment. Lin Wei, who had remained silent, finally seized an opportunity to interject, her crisp voice tinged with nervousness. Shen Qin, her quality is that S-rank, that's so? S-rank. Chunwan and Shen Yun exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with delight. Chunwan clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Little Zhou truly is impressive, just one day after awakening, and he has managed to secure 2 such formidable spirit daughters. Whose genes did he inherit? While we were unable to tolerate the presence of other spirit daughters beside Zhen Bei and Zhen Nan, wishing for them to remain with only one spirit daughter, how is it that I desire for little Zhou to contract as many spirit daughters as possible?" Hearing Chunwan's words, Shen Yun also smiled broadly, though she lightly reprimanded her. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Wei is still here." Shen Yun's affection caused Lin Wei's cheeks to flush even deeper. Bai Zhou was utterly oblivious to how his mother and aunt were arranging matters regarding him. At that moment, he was nestled in a corner of the villa's backyard garden, gazing at the dragon-patterned armor in his hands. Unable to suppress his joy, this dragon-patterned armor was truly remarkable. Once donned, it would automatically adapt to the material of his clothing, merging seamlessly. To the outside observer, it was indistinguishable. With the dragon-patterned armor, his strength received a significant boost. For instance, while manipulating Lin Wei's Ultra SSS-grade Longdan Bright Silver Spear, the damage output was substantially enhanced upon releasing Longdan. After recent tests, he discovered that his Longdan could provide nearly a 20 damage increase. Furthermore, triggering the effect of the Lingxi item while unleashing the Fury Thrust could yield an additional 10. Thus, he could inflict 130 damage upon his adversary. Now, if he were to activate the dragon-patterned armor skill, enhancing his next attack's overall damage by 100, and then release Longdan, should fortune favor him by triggering the Lingxi effect, he could potentially deal 260 damage to his opponent. In this light, his power was nearing that of a level 7 Spirit Master. If he were to confront the captain of the city defense team now, he would utterly overwhelm him, possibly even taking the captain's life with a single strike. And this was not all. After ensuring that no one else was around in his secluded corner, Bai Zhou declared, "System, I wish to draw from the lottery." Indeed, although his earlier excitement over acquiring the dragon-patterned armor had momentarily caused him to overlook the system's notification, that did not mean Bai Zhou had forgotten. Having acquired the dragon-patterned armor before the protagonist Chu Yun, his villainous lottery was once again at his disposal, as he beheld the rapidly spinning lottery wheel before him. Bai Zhou rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as the wheel slowed. A blue light gradually illuminated it. Upon seeing this glow, Bai Zhou's excitement dwindled slightly, but it was still undoubtedly superior to the white quality reward from the previous spin. Moreover, having already reaped such substantial benefits today, why would he be concerned about this? Ding. As the lottery wheel came to a halt, the system's notification resonated within Bai Zhou's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a blue reward from the villainous lottery. General attribute points 5. Bai Zhou, upon hearing the system's alert, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, "What on earth is this?" The system offered no response to his question. Instead, it summoned his omniscient mirror from the void. The mirror cast its light upon Bai Zhou, revealing his information clearly. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level 3. Talent. A grade, Spirit Master Talent. Unmatched sword box. This was the information he had previously encountered, yet this time, beneath these lines appeared a different set of text. Strength, 13. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Note: all Spirit Masters begin with 10 initial attribute points upon job change. Bai Zhou gazed at the additional lines of attributes, his eyes shimmering with curiosity, and he couldn't help but murmur, "I don't recall such dimensional attributes being mentioned in the original novel." Indeed, before his traversal into this world, Bai Zhou was well acquainted with the storyline of the original work. He had no recollection of such dimensional attributes. He understood how Chu Yun enhanced his strength by contracting various spirit daughters, but he had never heard of Chu Yun possessing dimensional attribute points. Of course, the ancient voice in Chu Yun's mind was not a system that could forcibly allocate points. Yet, the system chose to remain silent regarding Bai Zhou's queries. Bai Zhou, accustomed to this silence, began to speculate. In truth, these dimensional attributes had always existed, albeit in a latent form, not displayed intuitively. After all, not everyone could perceive a panel through the omniscient mirror like he could. Furthermore, the protagonist in the original work merely possessed the elderly figure in his mind. Nothing more. That old man was merely a remnant soul of a once great being, unlike the system Bai Zhou possessed, which could directly allocate attribute points. Chu Yun could only enhance his attribute points through fighting, training, learning, or even by contracting different spirit daughters. These dimensional attributes were undoubtedly intertwined with combat prowess. For instance, a spirit master with high strength would deliver thunderous strikes, while one with high agility would possess a distinct advantage in speed during combat. A higher intelligence score would significantly enhance skill release. However, these spirit masters must have undergone corresponding training or combat to enhance their latent attribute points. Yet now, Bai Zhou had directly drawn universal attribute points from the system's villainous roulette. He could elevate these values without any training or combat. Astonishing. Suddenly, Bai Zhou realized how enticing this blue system reward was. Without hesitation, he commanded, "System, allocate all 5 attribute points to strength." Ding, universal attribute points -5. Strength attribute points 5. Bai Zhou did not spare a thought for agility and intelligence. After all, his only life-bound spirit daughter, Lin Wei, wielded an Ultra SSS grade Longdan bright silver spear, which seemed to require speed enhancement. But in reality, her skills increased damage. Similarly, the dragon pattern armor he had just acquired also elevated damage. Thus, enhancing his strength attribute points would yield the most pronounced effect. Following the system's prompt, the data displayed on the omniscient mirror promptly transformed. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level 3. Talent. A. Spirit Master Talent. Unmatched sword box. Strength, 18. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Upon witnessing this information, Bai Zhou couldn't contain his excitement and sprang to his feet. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "How did my talent upgrade from A to A?" Indeed, the talent of a spirit master could be elevated? This was certainly feasible, but it required vast manpower, resources, and most importantly, financial means. This explained why, during his time at school, Shen Qin had mentioned that the Bai family could elevate one's talent to S grade merely through financial means. But this was limited to the 4 great families. Outside of them, no one could bear such costs. Even the Bai family, as one of the 4 great families, could only elevate Bai Zhou's talent to S grade, with no further means of enhancement. Yet, here he was, having merely added 5 attribute points, and his talent level surged to A. If this continued, would it not merely be a matter of time before he forced his talent to reach the same SSS level as Chu Yun's? Bai Zhou was undoubtedly elated. However, another question arose in his mind. If the enhancement of Spirit Master talent was related to attribute points, then could others also elevate their attribute points through training and combat? Yet, Bai Zhou had never heard of anyone changing their talent level through such means. Why was this phenomenon manifesting in him? The system remained as silent as ever. these matters were something he would have to uncover on his own. Nevertheless, even though he was uncertain of the cause, the outcome was undeniably splendid. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on Baijiu's face as he softly mused, "Chu Yun, when you suddenly discover that my talent level matches yours, your expression will surely be quite a spectacle." Meanwhile, in the emergency operating room, the unconscious Chu Yun convulsed heavily. Ding! Detected mental harm to Chu Yun 9999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. Villainous Roulette requires 5,900 to activate. Faced with the system's prompt echoing in his mind, Baijiu could only laugh, his thoughts filled with images of Chu Yun being turned into chicken strips by Shinqin, the S-grade campus beauty. Shinqin should be nearly finished with her task, right? With this thought, Baijiu emerged from the small garden, casting a furtive glance toward the front yard, where his father and uncle were rummaging through trash. He couldn't help but chuckle, but ultimately stifled it, stealthily returning to the villa in the living room. Lin Wei, who was being pulled into a conversation with Chun Wan by Xin Yun, sprang to her feet, a flustered expression crossing her face as she darted behind Baijiu upon seeing him return. This left Baijiu utterly bewildered, especially upon observing the ambiguous expressions on his mother and aunt's faces, which piqued his curiosity about what the three had been discussing in the living room. Before he could inquire, soft footsteps approached. From the other side of the living room, the little maid he had arranged earlier emerged. My goodness, if it were anyone else in this situation, they would undoubtedly have transformed. Yet, at this moment, Baijiu found himself slightly breathless as well. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Shinqin's eyes. But the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Baijiu's raised right hand ruthlessly struck Shinqin's face, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained physical damage 10. Mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,850 to activate. Chapter 36. Shinqin and Lin Wei. Simultaneous development. Baijiu's sudden slap rendered the entire living room utterly silent. The maid who had accompanied Shinqin and Lin Wei, who was hiding behind Baijiu, both trembled, their pupils reflecting a look of panic. Xin Yun and Xin Wan, seated nearby, were momentarily taken aback. However, neither spoke. They exchanged a glance, quietly observing the scene. As for Shinqin, she was momentarily stunned by the slap. Covering her flawless face, tears began to well up in her eyes, filled with confusion as she gazed at Baijiu. Yet, Baijiu paid no heed to the fallen Shinqin. He turned, casually taking Lin Wei, who had been slightly evasive, by the hand, and headed towards a small side hall adjacent to the grand living room. After taking a couple of steps, he coldly remarked, "What are you still dawdling for? Come here." Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,800 to activate. Shinqin was fully aware that Baijiu was addressing her. Upon hearing his indifferent tone, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, disregarding the imprint of fingers on her face, and anxiously pursued him. The maid, standing there, was startled and immediately turned to flee. However, Baijiu called out to her again, saying, "You there, go fetch me the gift my father bought for you a couple of days ago." The maid was puzzled by Baijiu's command but dared not defy him. She promptly lowered her head and responded, "Yes, young master." Then, she hurriedly ran off, lifting her skirt. Baijiu, meanwhile, led Lin Wei into the small hall. Plopping down onto the sofa within, Lin Wei instinctively intended to stand behind Baijiu, but unexpectedly, he exerted a forceful pull, drawing her into his embrace and seating her on his lap. Although this was Lin Wei's second time perched in Baijiu's embrace, her heart raced violently once again, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Yet, at that moment, her gaze towards Baijiu was a mix of shyness and confusion. Meanwhile, Shinqin, who had followed them, witnessed the intimate closeness between Baijiu and Lin Wei, and the pain from the earlier slap seemed to intensify. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,750 to activate. However, Shinqin dared not utter a word, obediently bowing her head as she stood before Baijiu, uncertain of his unpredictable intentions. Yet Baijiu was not one to let her off easily. As he held Lin Wei's slender waist, he gently rubbed her evasive hand and said nonchalantly, "Are you standing before me expecting me to raise my head to converse with you?" Ah! The mere sound of Baijiu's voice startled Shinqin, causing her to drop to her knees. Trembling, she stammered, I'm sorry, young Master Bai. I thought I was wrong." Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,700 to activate. Observing Shinqin's flustered demeanor, a smirk curled at the corners of Baijiu's lips, though he feigned a cold tone, asking, "What do you call me?" Shinqin froze for a moment, instinctively opening her mouth. "Young Master Bai," but she was met with Baijiu's frigid gaze. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 555. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,650 to activate. And Master Da, this was precisely Baijiu's intention. After Shinqin had bathed, how had she dared to behave as if she were a person of significance? How could she have the audacity to approach him without his permission and prance about? What granted her such confidence? Was it the body wash? Hearing Shinqin refer to him as master, Baijiu finally graced her with a smile that he softly said, "Now you're being obedient. Come, get a little closer." Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 666. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,600 to activate. Shinqin's body trembled slightly as she crawled forward, positioning herself before Baijiu. "Lift your head." Shinqin's body quivered again, but she gradually raised her head. Her stunningly beautiful face was tilted upwards, gazing pitifully at Baijiu. Naturally, she also caught sight of Lin Wei, seated upon Baijiu's lap. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 444. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,550 to activate. This was Lin Wei, the poorest and most timid girl in the entire school, who was not particularly attractive and often went unnoticed in a crowd. Just moments ago, she had been referred to as a worthless spirit girl. Yet now, she sat high upon the lap of the esteemed young Master Bai, like a conqueror, looking down upon Shinqin. It should be noted that in the past, it was only Shinqin who towered over Lin Wei. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 555. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,500 to activate. Shinqin's gaze towards Lin Wei did not escape the notice of Baijiu and Lin Wei. It was filled with a venomous resentment, as if Lin Wei had snatched everything from her. This caused the already timid Lin Wei to instinctively blanch, biting her lip and averting her gaze. But the next moment, with a resounding slap, Baijiu struck Shinqin's other cheek. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 888. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,450 to activate. What a deal, you have an issue with my spirit girl. No, no, no. Covering her other cheek, tears streaming from the pain, Shinqin quickly straightened her posture, nervously exclaiming, "I don't, mastered, I wouldn't dare. Lin Wei is now your spirit girl. She is my. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,400 to activate. Shinqin's gritted teeth suggested she had something unspeakable to express. However, Baijiu chuckled lightly, turning to Lin Wei and saying, "Our little doggy is quiet. How about you teach her a lesson?" "Huh? Me?" Lin Wei was once again taken aback. But this time, Baijiu didn't wait for Lin Wei to refuse and continued. "Have you forgotten what I told you earlier?" Lin Wei's voice faltered, her mind flashing back to the moment she had knocked out that squad leader on the street. Her body trembled slightly. And then, smack. The sound of the slap was much lighter than Baijiu's, yet Lin Wei's hand still landed firmly on Shinqin's face. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,350 to activate. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,300 to activate. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has sustained mental damage 99999. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,200 to activate. The incessant system notifications in his mind made by Zhou beam with delight. Although Lin Wei's slap was much lighter than his, the psychological damage inflicted upon Shinqin multiplied exponentially. Madam, I'm sorry. Ultimately, Shinqin uttered those two words under immense psychological pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, still feeling somewhat nervous, experienced an inexplicable thrill upon hearing Shinqin's address towards her. It turned out that the feeling of bullying others was truly so exhilarating. Ding! Detected that a portion of the protagonist's fortune is being obstructed. Acquired Destiny Villain Points 200. The villain's grand turntable requires an additional 5,000 to activate. The system notifications further illuminated by Zhou's smile. Indeed, what appeared to be a form of correction for Shinqin was, in essence, a means of development for Lin Weiat that moment. The soft and tender voice of the little maid floated over. Master, the item you requested. Just as tears brimmed in Shinqin's eyes, and she lifted her gaze. Her expression suddenly contracted. Ding detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 99999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette requires 4,900 more to unlock. To her astonishment, it was a dog collar. Chapter 37. What compels an S-class to seek servitude? Ding detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 777, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 4,850 more to unlock. Ding detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 888, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 4,800 more to unlock. Ding detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 4,750 more to unlock. Amidst the system notifications, Bai Zhou calmly observed Shinqin, whose hands trembled as she accepted the tray presented by the maid. Then, she slowly placed a collar around her own neck. Subsequently, she held the other end of the dog leash and raised it before Bai Zhou. With a pale countenance, a tear slid down Shinqin's slightly swollen cheek. Master. Woof woof. Ding detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 999, gaining Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 4,700 more to unlock. Little did she know that crisp woof woof left two middle-aged men in their 40s. Bai Zhenbei and Bai Zhenan, frozen in place. Indeed, the brothers returned to the villa, drenched in sweat. Although they appeared weary, their faces were adorned with a satisfied smile. Despite not finding anything comparable to the S-class equipment they sought among the heap of scrap metal outside. They later discovered an A-class equipment and several C-class items. The value of these newly identified treasures far exceeded the price Bai Zhou had paid for the pile of scrap. This exhilarating feeling of scoring a bargain was a first for them. The brothers even contemplated whether to schedule a dedicated trip to such places, pretending to be naive while secretly picking up treasures. However, they had no inkling that the moment they stepped inside, they would hear a crisp dog bark, and moreover, it was a female bark. What was more perplexing was that the sound did not seem to originate from an actual dog. Instinctively, the brothers turned their heads towards the adjacent room. And the scene before them shattered their worldview. Lo and behold, the young master of the Bai family sat on the sofa, embracing a young girl, while another, even more beautiful girl knelt before him. To their shock, the bark emanated from the mouth of this young girl, who was adorned with a chain, the other end of which she had personally presented to Bai Zhou. This spectacle was one they yearned to witness. Cough, cough, cough. Such thoughts remained unspoken by Bai Zhenbei and Bai Zhenan, for they had already caught sight of the predatory smiles on Shen Yun and Chun Wan's faces. This did not hinder their exchange. However, Bai Zhenbei turned to his brother, his eyes twitching as he asked, "Is this something you taught her?" Bai Zhenan immediately shook his head. "Brother, do you think I would dare? Are you certain this isn't something you taught her?" "Me?" Bai Zhenan exaggeratedly pointed at himself, casting a cautious glance at Chun Wan before hastily continuing. "If you don't dare, do you think I would? What are you two discussing?" Shun Yun's gentle voice chimed in. "Hiss!" Bai Zhenbei and Bai Zhenan simultaneously inhaled sharply. They froze in place, frantically waving their hands. "What? We weren't discussing anything. The moon is quite round tonight." It was as if someone suddenly blurted out such a statement, causing the brothers to immediately fall silent. As they observed the increasingly warm smiles on Chun Wan and Shin Yun's faces, They exchanged glances and promptly resolved to change the subject. With a whoosh, Bai Jinbei appeared beside his wife, Chen Wan, feigning a look of disdain as he remarked, "Dear, what transpired in this house while we were away? Has this little Zhou become so extravagant? Why haven't you and your sister-in-law educated him properly?" Their strategy was to divert the conversation towards Bai Zhou, thereby avoiding their wives' scrutinizing gazes. However, at that moment, Shen Yun and Chen Wan exchanged knowing glances, as if they had been waiting for Bai Jinbei to pose such a question. Chen Wan turned to them, feigning mystery as she inquired, "Do you know what quality the girl kneeling before Zhou is?" Bai Jinbei, relieved to have evaded a crisis, was hardly concerned about this. Without a second thought, he shook his head. "No idea." Chen Wan, seemingly already aware of Bai Jinbei's response, smiled and said, "S-class." "What?" Upon hearing this quality, Bai Jinbei gasped sharply, for Bai Jinan, although it was his first time learning about Shun Qin's spirit tool quality. It felt somewhat mundane that he even muttered to himself, "No wonder she kneels at my son's feet." However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Observing his elder brother's astonished demeanor, Bai Jinan felt a sense of pride. Bai Zhou had made an S-class spirit maiden kneel before him as a dog. What an extraordinary situation. Had they formed a master-servant contract? Yet, Chen Wan shook her head again, smiling. Not quite. The spirit maiden is doing this because she wishes to form a master-servant contract with our little Zhou. Huh? Bai Jinbei's eyelids twitched. Wait, did I recognize every word you're saying? But why can't I comprehend it when they're put together? That S and S-class spirit maiden. Such high-quality spirit maidens are rare finds for other spirit masters. Yet she kneels at Zhou's feet, pleading for him to sign a master-servant contract. What on earth? What is Zhou's spirit master talent level? Bai Jinbei could only speculate about Bai Zhou's rank. Could it possibly be SSS class? That's a bit exaggerated, Shen Yun chuckled, waving her hand. Zhou's level is A-class. Bai Jinbei fell silent, yet disbelief flickered in his eyes. He continued to gaze at the scene in the side room. And as if struck by a thought, cautiously ventured, "Could it be that Zhou used drugs on that girl?" Smack. Chen Wan delivered a crisp slap to Bai Jinbei's head. "Can't you say something nice?" Bai Jinbei rubbed the back of his head, feeling utterly awkward. Indeed, even though he and Bai Jinan were among the top 10 experts, what did that matter? They could be lofty before others, but in front of their wives. It was merely normal, far too normal. Yet, Bai Jinbei felt that Bai Zhou was anything but normal. After all, how could an A-class spirit master compel an S-class spirit maiden to kneel at his feet? Desperately seeking to form a master-servant contract. Was that even right? However, Chen Wan did not respond to Bai Jinbei's question. Instead, she continued to feign mystery. The girl in Zhou's arms has already signed a contract with him. Guess what level she is? Bai Jinbei suddenly paused. Right, if an S-class spirit maiden behaves this way, it must mean that Zhou's spirit maiden is absolutely formidable. So, Bai Jinbei's voice quivered slightly. Could she be double S? Or perhaps triple? But before he could finish, Chen Wan interjected. E-class. What? Bai Jinbei's voice instantly soared by 8 octaves. He leaped up from the sofa. Before Bai Jinbei could react, Chen Wan quickly added, "Moreover, she has signed a life and death contract with Zhou." Hearing this, Bai Jinan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, didn't we already know the hidden attributes of Zhou's spirit maiden? How could she still be classified as E? Yet, Bai Jinan noticed his elder brother trembling slightly with extreme anger, while his wife and sister-in-law wore triumphant smiles. Bai Jinan seemed to grasp something, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Sure enough, in the next instant, with a thud, Bai Jinbei vanished from sight. Moments later, Bai Zhou, bewildered, found himself dragged out from the side room by Bai Jinbei, who had him by the collar. Bai Zhou had yet to process what was happening when he heard Bai Jinbei's hoarse voice. Bai Zhou, have your father and I spoiled you too much? Do you have a death wish? Chapter 38. The battle against the top 10 masters? The outcome is decided. Bai Zhou was left bewildered by his uncle's words. He had been training a dog when he was unceremoniously dragged out, completely unresponsive, only to hear his uncle's reprimands. What had transpired? Raising his gaze to meet the furious expression of Bai Jinbei, Bai Zhou couldn't help but smirk and quip, "Uncle, that you don't intend to snatch my equipment, do you?" Equipment? Bai Jinbei was momentarily taken aback by this remark, the image of the recently acquired S-grade equipment flashing in his mind, nearly causing him to exhibit a foolish grin once more. However, he quickly shook his head, setting Bai Zhou down firmly, commanding, "Stand straight." With a serious demeanor, he pointed toward the direction of the side hall and spoke in a grave tone. Your aunt informed me that you signed a life and death contract with that spirit maiden? Yes, that's correct. Bai Zhou nodded decisively. This nearly sent Bai Zhenbei into a fit of rage, as he exaggeratedly grasped Bai Zhou's shoulders and exclaimed, Have you forgotten that you also have it? The words lingered on his lips, but Bai Zhenbei merely curled the corner of his mouth, ultimately refraining from voicing them. Instead, he inquired, Her level is E, right? A level? The question caught Bai Zhou off guard. Hadn't he already informed his father about Lin Wei? Turning to look, he noticed that Bai Zhenan, Shen Yun, and Shen Wan were all obliviously focused elsewhere. The expressions on their faces made Bai Zhou understand the situation. With a resigned smile, he nodded at Bai Zhenbei, affirming, Indeed, she is a level. Are you not aware that you are courting death? Bai Zhenbei's voice was laced with barely contained fury. Standing before Bai Zhou, he was a whirlwind of disappointment, concern, and urgency, all directed at him. Yet, the only response from Bai Zhou was one of helplessness. At that moment, Bai Zhou comprehended his father's earlier words. His uncle and grandfather would indeed be furious upon learning of this. And now, that prediction had come to pass. The only way to silence his uncle and earn his acceptance was to ensure that Bai Zhenbei was convinced. After all, mere words were insufficient. His uncle needed to experience it firsthand. Thus, Bai Zhou disregarded Bai Zhenbei's earnest lecture and boldly proposed, Uncle, let us engage in a duel. Bai Zhenbei was still in the midst of reprimanding Bai Zhou when he heard this proclamation. What did you just say? Bai Zhou took a few steps back, creating distance between them, and waved toward the side hall. Lin Wei, understanding the cue, cautiously emerged from the side hall and positioned herself behind Bai Zhou, ready to face Bai Zhenbei alongside him. Once again, Bai Zhou spoke with utmost seriousness. Uncle, explaining would be a waste of time. Let us simply fight. As he met Bai Zhou's resolute gaze, Bai Zhenbei's expression grew oddly perplexed. Wait, you don't intend to challenge me with your E-level spirit maiden? Are you feeling unwell? Why? Are you afraid? Bai Zhou countered, not answering Bai Zhenbei's question, but turning it back on him. Good lad. So you've grown some wings, have you? Very well. Today I shall teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Bai Zhenbei rolled up his sleeves, declaring, And do not think I am bullying you. Our battle will not require your aunt's intervention. Moreover, I will seal my strength to just 10% of my ability. If you and your spirit maiden can withstand my 10% for 10 minutes, or force me to exert more than that, you shall be the victor. Agreed? Bai Zhenbei's words were spoken with an air of nonchalance. Bai Zhou, however, inquired, Do we need to initiate a formal challenge? A formal challenge would create a barrier of protective energy around the combatants, safeguarding them from outside interference. But Bai Zhenan waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need. Your uncle won't truly harm you. Yet, as he spoke, Bai Zhenbei noticed a peculiar glint in Bai Zhou's eyes. You do not believe you can actually harm me, do you? Huh? Bai Zhenbei chuckled lightly. Young man, even if your spirit master level is on par with mine, your spirit maiden is merely ill-level. The thought of injuring me is nothing short of a pipe dream, should you manage to injure me. It counts as your victory, all right. Enough talk. Let us begin. Very well. Bai Zhou smirked slightly. That is your own assertion. With a resounding hum, Lin Wei transformed into a flurry of starlight, and a gleaming spear was firmly gripped in Bai Zhou's hands. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically. Bai Zhenbei, however, paid little mind to this, instead stretching his neck and muttering, Today, I shall show you what absolute power truly means. Huh? Just then, Bai Zhenbei heard a booming shout as Bai Zhou launched himself forward with a direct thrust. Bai Zhenbei was taken by surprise, thinking, This kid dares to attack first. Wait, why can't I move? Bai Zhenbei suddenly realized a critical issue. After that loud shout, his movements felt strangely restricted. However, thanks to his immense strength, he recovered almost instantaneously. Yet, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. If he could be momentarily hindered, then this skill of Xiao Zhou's was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's spear tip was already upon him. Despite Bai Zhenbei's speed being more than sufficient to evade the strike, he stood his ground with a faint smile, thinking, This kid cannot possibly believe he can. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Bai Zhenbei was sent flying across the room. Crash! The wall of the small hall was left with a human-shaped hole that by the heavens. From within that gaping hole, Bai Zhenbei's incredulous shout rang out, The sound of debris shifting filled the air as a disheveled Bai Junbei emerged from the hole. His demeanor far from the calmness he had exuded moments earlier. His shirt was torn, hair in disarray, and his body was covered in dust and dirt. Spitting out a mouthful of dust, Bai Junbei gritted his teeth and bellowed. "You little brat, how dare you strike with such ferocity? I shall teach you a lesson today." However, as he stepped forward, Qinhuan's figure appeared before him, looking thoroughly unimpressed. "Who are you planning to teach? You've already lost." "What?" Bai Junbei was taken aback. "Where did I lose?" "I did not." But the sensation at his chest made him tremble slightly, and he quickly looked down. Indeed, he noticed a drop of blood oozing from the torn fabric over his chest. Though it was merely a single drop, it was sufficient evidence that Bai Zhou and Lin Wei had managed to injure the fifth-ranked master among the top 10. How could this be? Bai Junbei's tone sharpened noticeably, his surprise evident. He was acutely aware of his own formidable strength. Although he had sealed 90% of his power, his core attributes remained unchanged, even on the day of awakening. With a high talent, it would be no easy feat for someone of A level to land a blow on him, let alone Bai Zhou, who possessed only an E-level spirit maiden. Bai Junbei's assertions were entirely valid. On the day of awakening, no matter one's talent, the level was capped at 1. To injure a powerhouse like Bai Junbei was indeed a fanciful notion. Yet, Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were already at level 3. Additionally, prior to attacking, Bai Zhou had activated the Dragon Gallbladder skill, followed by the Furious Stab. This time, luck was not in his favor, as the Spirit Link strike did not trigger. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou had employed the newly acquired Dragon Armor, unleashing the power of the Dragon Soul, effectively doubling his damage output. This meant that Bai Zhou's recent strike exceeded the damage potential of a level 6 Spirit Master of the same caliber. Although the injury was merely a superficial scratch, it was sufficient to demonstrate the strength of Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. Meanwhile, Xin Xin, tethered by a dog leash, stared blankly at the gaping hole in the wall. Her expression one of sheer disbelief. Alert. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered psychological damage 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The Villain Roulette is now available but requires 4,650 points to spin. Chapter 39. Chu Yun. Xin Xin, I will surely kill you. Xin Xin gazed at the large hole in the wall, her eyes vacant. The scene replayed in her mind. The battle between herself and the SSS level Chu Yun, where they had been utterly annihilated by Bai Zhou in a single strike. Then she recalled the previous encounters with the city defense team captain, who had been relentlessly repelled by Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. Following that, she envisioned the scene where Bai Junbei, one of the top 10 masters, was sent flying by a single shot from Bai Zhou. Although Bai Junbei had restrained his own power, Xin Xin remained resolute in her belief that even if she were still in a contracted state with Chu Yun, any attack launched against her would prove utterly futile. Was it truly the case that one could achieve such feats merely through power and influence? Ding! Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The Villain's Roulette requires 4,600 to activate. No, this could not solely be attributed to power and influence. Such advantages might allow Bai Zhou to obstruct the vehicles of the city defense team. But without immense strength, it would be impossible for him to single-handedly vanquish a level 5 Spirit Master. This inevitably necessitated a formidable prowess, and Bai Zhou was undoubtedly that strong. It was precisely because of his overwhelming strength that he dismissed Lin Wei's mere E-grade quality. It was precisely because of his formidable might that he showed no concern for my S-grade spirit daughter. Bai Zhou, young Master Bai, Master, Ding, detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental damage 999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. The Villain's Roulette requires 4,550 to activate. Unbeknownst to her, Xin Xin had tightly grasped the dog collar around her neck. Yet, the system's notification failed to capture Bai Zhou's attention. Lin Wei had already reverted from her transformation state. At this moment, her delicate face appeared somewhat pale, and fine beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Bai Zhou understood that this was a consequence of the continuous battles she had fought alongside him. Likewise, after utilizing the Dragon Pattern Armor skill, he too would impose a certain burden on his spirit daughter. Nevertheless, despite this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Wei's eyes. Indeed, it was because she had triumphed alongside Bai Zhou against Bai Junbei, one of the top 10 masters. Although the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, this was still a scene that Lin Wei had never dared to dream of before. Today, it had become a reality. How could she not be joyous? Bai Zhou, at that moment, brought Lin Wei to Bai Junbei's side, observing the now-healed wound on Bai Junbei's chest, and remarked, "Uncle, I trust you won't be contemplating teaching me a lesson any longer?" "What lesson could I possibly impart?" Bai Junbei exaggeratedly grasped Bai Zhou's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with vibrant light. "Little Zhou, do enlighten your uncle. What on earth is going on? Could this be your secret? Or is it that your spirit daughter?" Bai Junbei's gaze shifted to Lin Wei, who was timidly hiding behind Bai Zhou. Naturally, his demeanor towards her had also altered. However, Bai Zhou interjected, "Oh, for specifics, you should really consult my father. I am utterly exhausted from today, nearly starving to death. Mom, is there food?" Shen Yun, with a maternal smile, rose from the sofa. "I prepared everything long ago. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready, by the way. Big brother, do not forget to fix our wall." Hee. This was Lin Wei's first time dining in a banquet hall larger than her own home. It was also her first encounter with such a plethora of delectable dishes that she had never dared to imagine. Sitting beside Bai Zhou, she appeared quite awkward, even hesitant to pick up her chopsticks. It was Bai Zhou who personally served her several generous pieces of meat. Finally, unable to contain her hunger, Lin Wei began to devour her food voraciously. Observing this scene, it was evident that not only the members of the Bai family, but even Bai Zhou wore a contented smile. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Wei, thinking to himself, "This little girl, Lin Wei, is truly a gem. Her current frail form is merely a result of malnutrition. I am certain that before long, she will astonish me." Bai Zhou's gaze upon Lin Wei resembled that of a wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Yet, the latter remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her culinary delights. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Zhou's attention had also drifted to Shen Qin, who sat quietly in the corner, silently chewing her food. Shen Qin observed Bai Zhou and then Lin Wei, lost in her thoughts, eventually lowering her head. Meanwhile, the Bai family enjoyed a harmonious gathering, while at the third hospital, no one could stomach a single morsel. Even Chu Yun's attending physician, along with Dr. Li, who had received payment from Bai Zhou, found it impossible to eat. The mere thought of the chicken tenders made them nauseous, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Outside the special ward where Chu Yun resided, the area was no longer deserted. 4 city defense team members, 2 men and 2 women, stood with solemn expressions. They were 2 spirit masters accompanied by their respective spirit daughters. It is worth noting that the majority of the city defense team comprised ordinary individuals without spirit daughters, with those possessing spirit daughters holding significant status within the team. The presence of these 4 guarding Chu Yun clearly demonstrated the importance placed on him by both the city defense team and the city's leadership. However, within the ward, the sounds of a ferocious roar echoed. "Ah, ding!" Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental damage 9999, gaining Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's roulette requires 4,350 to activate. Upon hearing this roar, both spirit masters instinctively thought something was amiss and turned to push the door open. Upon entering the ward and finding no one else present except for the already conscious Chu Yun, they sighed in relief. Exchanging glances, one of them dashed out of the ward, presumably to inform their superiors. Meanwhile, Chu Yun lay on the hospital bed, his face devoid of color, even his lips tinged with a faint purple hue. He paid no heed to the city defense team members entering, but struggled to lift a corner of the blanket. However, all he saw were layers of thick gauze, nothing else. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental damage 9999. Gaining Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's roulette requires 4,150 to activate. "Ah, Shen Qin, I will kill you. I will kill you." It seemed that Chu Yun's fury had caused the thick gauze to bear spots of blood. In that moment, the elderly voice echoing in his mind hurriedly spoke. "Calm down, child. You must not lose your temper now." Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yun felt as though he had found an outlet for his rage. Immediately howling in his mind, "You old fool. How can you expect me to remain calm? It is not you who has become a eunuch." Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental damage 8888. Gaining Destiny Villain points 150. The villain's roulette requires 4,000 to activate. "You." The elderly voice seemed slightly irritated, but upon reflecting on Chu Yun's plight, he sighed and replied, "Alas, I truly sympathize with you. You, spare me your pretentiousness." In his extreme sorrow, Chu Yun seemed to have descended into madness. "You can perceive everything outside, So why didn't you warn me when Shinshin approached? Why didn't you stop her when she did this to me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The old man's voice in his mind was taken aback. Me? You blame me for this. Do not forget, I am merely a spirit entity with limited energy. Just moments ago, I expended all my energy to preserve your life, and you dare to blame me. Be quiet. Chu Yun was beginning to lose his sanity. You preserved my life not for me, but for yourself, because if I die, you die too. You. The elderly voice clearly faltered, gradually falling silent. Have you realized to keep quiet? Do you acknowledge your culpability? What transpired? That Chu Yun remained oblivious. You think that by not speaking, I will forgive you. Old fool. What are you playing mute for? You have brought me to this state, and yet you choose to ignore me. However, the only response to Chu Yun was an enduring silence. Meanwhile, in Bai Zhou's mind, a different scenario unfolded. Ding detected that a portion of the protagonist's fortune has been obstructed, gaining Destiny Villain Points 500. The villain's roulette requires 3,500 to activate. Chapter 40. The Bai family now holds the power to act as they please. Bai Zhou had not anticipated that the illustrious protagonist, Chu Yun, would descend into such madness, even cursing the elderly figure in his mind. Of course, it was understandable, after all. Just when he had recently acquired the legendary SSS grade talent, he found himself in a situation where the first spirit daughter he contracted had been turned into chicken tenders. Who could endure such a fate? It was entirely reasonable for him to lose his composure. Since the elderly voice in his mind ceased to respond, Chu Yun has completely lost his outlet for venting his feelings. Thus, he lay on the bed, devoid of any attachment to life, gazing up at the dim gray ceiling. Cold tears streamed from the corners of his pallid eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed through the air. Chu Yun quickly wiped away his tears. Is this what the legends speak of as the pride of a protagonist? After taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he spoke. Come in. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, a tremor betrayed his voice that a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s with a crew cut, entered the room, followed closely by members of the city defense team. Once the man stepped inside the ward, they cautiously closed the door behind him, granting them a moment of solitude. The middle-aged man, whether out of a desire to leave a good impression on Chu Yun or out of genuine concern, gazed at him with eyes full of sympathy. Ding detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 333. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 3,400 more. Unbeknownst to him, this sympathetic gaze only served to remind Chu Yun of his physical shortcomings. Yet, that truly no longer mattered. The middle-aged man approached the bedside and introduced himself. Greetings, Chu Yun. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Gang, the commander of the city defense team. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's introduction, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The commander of the city defense team. Could he truly be so young? Given the ongoing war with the other races, nations had adopted a city-state system, with each city governed by a lord wielding absolute authority within their domain. These lords had the power to enact laws and regulations within their city. The city defense team, directly overseen by the state, had commanders who were parachuted in from the national level. Their responsibilities extended beyond maintaining public safety. They were also tasked with overseeing the lords to prevent them from becoming too engrossed in power. Thus, the status of a city defense team commander within a city was often on par with, if not slightly above, that of the local lord. And yet, this high-ranking figure appeared to be merely in his 30s or 40s. Furthermore, he had personally come to visit Chu Yun in his hospital room. It was evident just how much importance they placed on this SSS-level talent. At that moment, Chu Yun struggled to prop himself up on the bed, as if attempting to rise. Zhao Gang quickly raised his hand, urging him, Chu Yun, please lie back down. Chu Yun politely replied, Commander, I must apologize for not being able to be OW'd. No need. No need. Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively and, unceremoniously, dragged a chair over to sit beside Chu Yun's bed. Given your condition, there is no need for excessive formalities. Ding detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette is open but requires 3,300 more. The corners of Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Yet he managed to maintain control over his emotions, responding, May I inquire as to the reason for your visit, Commander? Zhao Gang, with no intention of concealing his purpose, immediately stated, Chu Yun, you have awakened an SSS-level talent. a terrifying qualification that is said to appear only in legends. This matter has drawn the attention of not only the local leadership, but has left even my superiors astounded upon hearing the news. Thus, I have been dispatched to ensure your safety personally. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 3,200 more. Indeed. Zhao Gang's words seemed to convey astonishment at Chu Yun's remarkable status. However, to claim he was there to protect Chu Yun's safety, was this truly how he offered protection? After all, he had already been turned into a mere shadow of himself. The thought brought tears to Chu Yun's eyes. Nevertheless, he understood the hierarchy of whom one could criticize and whom one could not. This was the mindset of a protagonist. Thus, he addressed Zhao Gang with a semblance of gratitude. Thank you, Commander. In truth, that what a ridiculous thought. Ultimately, it boiled down to Chu Yun's reluctance to chastise the commander. After all, this commander was not merely some insignificant spirit. He relied on his own strength to survive. If he were to offend Zhao Gang, his future would undoubtedly be far worse. Zhao Gang smiled and shook his head, saying, Chu Yun, there is no need for thanks. Your possession of such an SSS-level talent represents the hope for humanity's future. Protecting you is an obligation we all share. These words made Chu Yun's eyes twitch with unease. The humanity he referred to hardly encompassed all of humankind, did it? Yet, as Zhao Gang spoke, his expression turned solemn, and his tone became somewhat dry as he continued. However, there is one matter that I must bring to your attention. Chu Yun. What matter? Chu Yun was taken aback. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and slowly articulated. We extend our deepest sympathies regarding your plight. Chu Yun. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 3,100 more. Chu Yun felt exasperated. If you sympathize with me, then why bring up matters that only serve to deepen my sorrow? Yet it seemed that Zhao Gang was intent on discussing this. Thus, he continued, if you are contemplating revenge, I advise you to refrain from such thoughts for the time being. What? Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Chu Yun's fists clenched tightly. Are you suggesting that after what I've endured, I must simply endure it in silence? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette is opened but requires 3,000 more. After struggling to suppress his emotions all day, Chu Yun now found it increasingly difficult to hold back. Zhao Gang, seemingly anticipating Chu Yun's reaction, said, Chu Yun, please let me explain. You know well who you have offended. The Bai family, one of the 4 great financial factions. Furthermore, 3 of the top 10 experts are direct descendants of the Bai family. They possess not only wealth, but also power and formidable strength. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 2,900 more. Chu Yun's fists tightened, unable to restrain himself as he interrupted Zhao Gang. So the Bai family can act with impunity? His voice took on a tone of rage. However, Zhao Gang regarded Chu Yun with an unsettling calmness. His expression grave as he nodded slowly. Indeed, the current situation that you are correct. The Bai family can act with impunity. Chu Yun's pale lips, tinged with a faint purple hue, grew even more ashen. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 2,800 more. It seemed he had come to a realization, his pupils brightening with a glimmer of hope as he asked, what about Xinqin? That wretched woman. Am I also forbidden from taking revenge on her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression shifted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yun, amidst Chu Yun's hopeful anticipation. Zhao Gang slowly shook his head. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette is opened, but requires 2,700 more. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychological harm. 99999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 200. The villain roulette has opened, but requires 2,500 more. Chu Yun's gaze turned increasingly despondent as he stared at the ceiling, his voice quivering with the hint of tears. Am I truly out of options? Yet at that moment, Zhao Gang's expression grew serious, his voice resolute as he declared, no, you certainly have a chance. Chapter 41. The 4 great families will not remain unchallenged for long. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Gang's eyes. Chu Yun, who felt utterly defeated, was momentarily taken aback. Did you not just advise me against seeking revenge on the Bai family? Yet now you claim I have a chance. Are you truly so contradictory? Looking into Chu Yun's eyes, Zhao Gang's voice dropped to a low murmur. Chu Yun, do not forget, you possess an SSS-level talent. Currently, you may be unable to contend with the Bai family, not merely due to their wealth, but also because of those 3 among the top 10 experts. They are vital combat forces for our nation, and we have essential matters that require their support. This applies not only to the Bai family, but also to the other 3 financial factions. However, in truth, my superior had long informed me that those in higher echelons were quite exasperated with the domineering presence of the 4 prominent families. They had long since grown weary of their antics. Thus, if there were to emerge an entity capable of wholly overshadowing their influence, essentially possessing the combat prowess sufficient to replace them, then the 4 families. Zhao Gang's words trailed off at this point, leaving unspoken implications hanging in the air. Yet, it was enough to ignite a glimmer of hope within Chu Yunxing's otherwise despondent gaze. Commander, do you mean? Zhao Gang placed a reassuring hand on Chu Yun's shoulder and declared, with an SSS-level talent bestowed upon you by the heavens, you must not squander it as long as you draw breath. There will come a day when you will become the most formidable spirit master in this world, for your SSS-level talent is unparalleled, when your strength can utterly crush theirs. Do you understand? Accompanied by Zhao Gang's voice, the joy in Chu Yun's eyes was nearly overwhelming. He gazed deeply at Zhao Gang before nodding emphatically and proclaiming, rest assured, Commander, I will not let you down. Excellent. A smile graced Zhao Gang's face. Though it lacked warmth, after delivering these words, Zhao Gang rose and waved his hand, saying, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me through the personnel outside. With that, Zhao Gang turned to leave. Yet, at the very moment he did so, his pupils suddenly constricted, for just behind him, directly above the ward's entrance, an electronic eye emitted a faint crimson glow. This is bad. Zhao Gang silently admonished himself. Without acknowledging Chu Yun's farewell, he swiftly opened the ward's door and exited, making his way towards the office that Dr. Li had previously escorted Bai Zhou into. He did not knock, but rather pushed the door open forcefully. Just in time, he caught sight of Dr. Li, startled, hastily manipulating the keyboard. Instantly, Zhao Gang's brow furrowed, and he issued a cold snort. What are you doing? With that chilling remark, a formidable aura surged towards Dr. Li. Thud. The immense pressure bore down on Dr. Li, compelling him to kneel rigidly on the floor. He had not summoned his spirit companion, nor did he possess one, yet he exuded a terrifying presence akin to Bai Zhenbei from earlier. This clearly indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, he was a commander. Sir, Dr. Li, overwhelmed by Zhao Gang's sudden intimidation, began to sob uncontrollably. Kneeling on the ground, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of desperation, hurriedly apologizing, Sir, I am truly sorry. I will never dare do this again. Sir, please spare me, spare me. However, Zhao Gang paid no heed to Dr. Li's pleas for mercy in a flash. He was beside the computer, swiftly navigating the screens, as rhythmic music emanated from the speakers. Your play is truly remarkable. Zhao Gang's eyes twitched in disbelief. Oh dear, hurry up. I've been waiting so long. Zhao Gang gazed at the screen displaying a game of landlord, utterly speechless, then turned to the still weeping Dr. Li. Dr. Li, with tears and snot streaming down his face, cried out, Sir, I beg you, please don't report this to our superiors. If they discover I'm engaging in such activities during work hours instead of attending to patients, I will surely face punishment. Sir, please, my family relies on my salary. Zhao Gang nonchalantly clicked the mouse twice on the computer. Play it like this. Is that clear? Dr. Li's lips twitched, but he quickly responded. Understood, sir. You are truly amazing. Very well. Zhao Gang waved his hand lightly. Continue with your work. There's nothing pressing at the moment that I ask for your superiors. You need not worry that I shall take my leave. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Li, overwhelmed with gratitude, even knelt and prostrated himself. I shall never forget your great kindness. Zhao Gang exited the office amidst Dr. Li's fervent expressions of gratitude. Yet, the instant Zhao Gang departed, Dr. Li's expression transformed dramatically. He darted to the computer desk and cautiously lifted the keyboard, revealing his mobile phone beneath it. The screen displayed a message confirming the successful sending of a video file. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had just finished a delightful dinner, accompanied by the persistent notifications echoing in his mind. For Bai Zhou, a traveler of realms, this meal, though slightly better than Lin Wei's, felt like a feast, especially as the system notifications continued to chime. This dinner was nothing short of exhilarating to At that moment. His family sat comfortably in the living room, sipping tea and enjoying dessert, completely at ease. However, Lin Wei, seated beside Bai Zhou, felt distinctly out of place, as if she were an outsider. Little did she know that the true outsider was Shen Qin, who cowered in the corner, too afraid to approach At that moment. Bai Zhou's gaze flickered as he observed the images on his phone, a sense of surprise welling within him that he had not anticipated that his seemingly trivial gesture of giving Dr. Li money would yield such crucial returns. In truth, Bai Zhou was aware that those in higher positions had long grown weary of the four prominent families. By the latter stages of the original narrative, as Chu Yun's power escalated, it was also due to Bai Zhou's reckless actions that the other three families of the four families began to lose faith in the Bai family, leading those in authority to reveal their fangs. However, Bai Zhou had not expected that. Even at this moment, the higher-ups had already grown discontent with the four families. Suddenly, Bai Jinbei's voice broke the silence. Bai Zhou, your uncle and aunt have finally returned after such a long time, and yet you are glued to your phone, neglecting to engage with us? Hearing Bai Jinbei's words, Bai Zhou looked up at him, then at his father, Bai Jinan, before speaking. Dad, uncle, have you heard of a man named Zhao Gang? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's inquiry, both Bai Junbei and Bai Jinan were momentarily taken aback, before responding in unison. We have heard of him. Why do you ask? They exchanged another glance, bewildered, and asked, You know him too? Bai Zhou found himself bemused by his father and uncle's reactions. This time, Bai Junbei spoke first, over a year ago. Zhao Gang joined my trial team. As you know, the higher-ups select numerous promising newcomers for us to train. A few months ago, he graduated, but then he suddenly vanished without a trace. Bai Jinan interjected. Could it be that Zhao Gang's sudden disappearance is due to his reassignment to the city's defense force? Oh, is that so? Bai Jinbei raised an eyebrow. Then, both brothers turned their attention to Bai Zhou, asking, How do you know Zhao Gang? Bai Zhou merely shrugged and pushed his phone towards them. You may as well see for yourselves. However, what surprised Bai Zhou was that upon viewing the video, neither Bai Jinbei nor Bai Jinan displayed anger or even surprise. Instead, they exchanged a concerned glance and remarked, It seems the royalists have infiltrated our ranks. Bai Zhou was taken aback. What on earth are royalists? Chapter 42. What is Shen Qin doing awake at this hour? It is no wonder Bai Zhou expressed such exaggerated curiosity. In the original novel, he could not recall any mention of royalists or green parties. Now, to hear such a term from his father and uncle was unexpected. However, Bai Junbei and Bai Jinan, upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison, saying, Your current strength is still somewhat lacking. There are matters not yet within your grasp. Once your strength has grown, and you possess the ability to contend with certain individuals, you will naturally come to know. Their evasiveness sent a slight chill through Bai Zhou's heart. Was his current strength still insufficient? What about the backing of the Bai family and the support of his father and uncle? Was it also inadequate? Hiss. Bai Zhou inhaled sharply. There must be many hidden struggles in this world. The original narrative focused primarily on the protagonist, Chu Yun, leaving many elements unexamined. Yet, if he could manage Chu Yun, or if he could avoid the fate of the original narrative where Chu Yun met his demise prematurely, would that not imply that one day he would have to confront these hidden threats? Slowly, Bai Zhou turned his gaze to Lin Wei beside him. Naturally, Lin Wei was oblivious, unable to hear the conversation between Bai Zhou and the others. She merely blinked her innocent, wide eyes at Bai Zhou, radiating pure naivety. In Bai Zhou's heart, a resolute determination had already taken root. It appeared that he must find a way to rapidly enhance his own capabilities. As for how to achieve such enhancement, naturally, it would be prudent to focus on the protagonist, Chu Yun, for Bai Zhou was well aware of the fortuitous opportunities and benefits that had befallen the protagonist. After all, seizing what one desires is far simpler than embarking on a quest of exploration and discovery. Moreover, one could accrue system points and reap system rewards. Truly a case of achieving more with less effort. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental damage 555, gained Destiny Villain points 100, and requires 2,400 to activate the villain's roulette. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Chu Yun was lost in thoughts of the future. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he had no inkling of what was transpiring. As for the time, it was getting late. Even spirit practitioners need their rest. Fortunately, Baizhou's opulent mansion was vast, boasting ample vacant rooms. Although Lin Wei had entered into a life-and-death contract with Baizhou, certain matters must be approached with caution. Furthermore, while Baizhou's mother had arranged a room for Lin Wei, she resolutely decided to care for her father in the hospital. In the midst of his coma, Baizhou arranged for his father's transfer to a different hospital. What if his father awoke in the night, confronted by an entirely unfamiliar environment? What if he panicked or became fearful? As his daughter, Lin Wei naturally bore the responsibility of caring for her father. Baizhou did not object and arranged for 2 bodyguards to escort Lin Wei to the hospital. As for Xinqin, Baizhou could not yet fathom her utility, so he chose to disregard her for the time being. However, just because Baizhou paid her no mind did not mean that Xinqin could remain undisturbed. In the stillness of the night, she was led into a servant's quarters by a member of the Bai household. Fortunately, due to her unique circumstances, she was allotted a single room. Yet, as soon as Xinqin entered and closed the door, her expression transformed into one of resentment and fury. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 444, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2,350 to activate the villain's roulette. In a fit of madness, she tore off the collar around her neck and disdainfully tossed it aside. This action seemed to declare, I am, after all, a joke at my school, with an S-grade spirit maiden quality. How could I be reduced to willingly becoming a mere dog for the sake of a contract with Baizhou? It's utterly humiliating, revolting. However, shortly after discarding the collar, her expression visibly shifted from rage to a dazed stupor, which then morphed into panic. Ultimately, she was left in a frantic scramble to retrieve the collar she had cast away, hurriedly brushing off the dust from it. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 555, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2,300 to activate the villain's roulette. Cradling the collar with utmost care, Xinqin slowly sank onto the bed, her expression vacant as she murmured, "This is a gift from young Master Bai. This is a gift from young Master Bai." Repeating the phrase like a broken record, she gently reclined on the bed. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 444, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2250 to activate the villain's roulette. At that moment, Xinqin seemed to enter a state of psychological disarray, her entire mental state appearing to fracture and rebuild, only to shatter once more. While the torment she inflicted upon Chu Yun today might seem cruel, her own suffering was not insignificant. Thus, she lay on the cold bed, clutching the collar, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, beginning to murmur, "I wonder if young Master Bai remembers the words I spoke to him today. What did I say? Lin Wei is not here tonight. Young Master Bai is alone and needs someone to warm his bed, right? How did I even come to think of such a thing? But I even deserve to climb into young Master Bai's bed?" Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 666, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2,200 to activate the villain's roulette. It was precisely due to this thought that strange images began to materialize before Xinqin's eyes. At school, Baizhou had kicked her. In the hospital, Baizhou had slapped her across the face. Baizhou had stepped on her head, grinding her dignity into the floor. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 888, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2,150 to activate the villain's roulette. Yet, even as these humiliating images flickered in her mind, Xinqin's body began to feel strangely light. Accompanied by this sensation, her cheeks flushed. Closing her eyes, she bit her lip, tears forming in the corners of her eyes, as the memory of Baizhou echoed in her mind. Afterward, Xinqin unexpectedly rolled over, her pristine legs entangling themselves in the still unfolded blanket. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 666, gained Destiny Villain points 50, and requires 2,100 to activate the villain's roulette. Meanwhile, Baizhou, lying on his bed, opened his eyes to the ceiling, his pupils filled with confusion, pondering, what on earth is happening? Why is Xinqin awake at this hour? Baizhou was completely oblivious to the fact that Xinqin's room was now echoing with his name. Xinqin clung tightly to her pillow, wrapping herself in the blanket, her body trembling. Young Master Bai. Ding! detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 666, gained Destiny Villain Points 50, and requires 2050 to activate the villain's roulette. As time passed, Shenqin's body seemed to spiral further out of control. In a frenzied act, she once again donned the collar she had previously torn off, clutching it tightly, pulling it tighter and tighter. Her cheeks visibly reddened, yet she showed no inclination to cease her actions, resembling a person on the brink of self-destruction. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 50, and requires 2000 to activate the villain's roulette. After an indeterminate period, Shenqin suddenly lifted her head. That moment, she finally released her grip, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The flush on her face gradually faded. Yet, at that instant, Shenqin exhibited no signs of anguish or discomfort. Instead, her expression became increasingly enigmatic, utterly indescribable. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 50, and requires 1950 to activate the villain's roulette. Bai Zhou, unable to suppress a smirk, mused. This Shenqin does something is amiss, very amiss indeed. Chapter 43. The God-making plan? The border wall. Ultimately, the system notification would cease at some point. Bai Zhou, at long last, found himself drifting into slumber. To speak candidly, his sleep was not particularly restful. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had been accustomed to sleeping on a hardboard bed. Transitioning to such a soft mattress required some adjustment. Fortunately, no one disturbed his slumber. He slept until midday before finally emerging from his room, yawning that if given the choice, he would have preferred to remain in bed, for he remembered the plot of the original story. The day following Chu Yun's awakening from his job transition was the Grand Enrollment Conference for various academies. Particularly notable was the fact that Chu Yun had awakened an unprecedented SSS-grade super talent, making this enrollment conference exceptionally lively and grandiose. Many had come specifically to catch a glimpse of the SSS-grade prodigy. Naturally, because of the grandeur of the event, Chu Yun would inevitably flaunt his prowess, while Bai Zhou, as the antagonist, would naturally become an inconsequential background figure. Yet, now, Bai Zhou was genuinely curious to see how Chu Yun would choose to showcase himself today. Thus, after a light meal, Bai Zhou set off for the hospital to find Lin Wei. Lin Wei's father remained in a coma, but the private doctor at the Bai Family Hospital informed Lin Wei that her father's condition had improved. It was believed he would awaken soon. This news left Lin Wei beaming with joy all morning. Upon seeing Bai Zhou arrive, she excitedly opened her arms and leaped into his embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Bai Zhou." It seemed the title of Brother Bai Zhou was becoming increasingly effortless for Lin Wei to utter. This was certainly a positive development for Bai Zhou. Lin Wei was well aware that Bai Zhou had come to discuss the enrollment conference, so after briefly attending to her father, she took Bai Zhou's hand and stepped outside. However, before they could exit the hospital, the head bodyguard suddenly blocked their path, informed Bai Zhou that the enrollment conference has been cancelled. Upon hearing this news, Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. After all, according to the original narrative, the enrollment conference has traditionally commenced on the day following the awakening day for many years. Why had it been cancelled this year? However, after listening to the reasons presented by his subordinate, Bai Zhou quickly came to a realization. The higher-ups indicated that it was due to Chu Yun's physical condition being unsuitable. Thus, of course, Chu Yun's condition was indeed problematic, given that he had become a mere shadow of himself. How could he be considered fit? Yet, Bai Zhou's gaze narrowed slightly. It appears that Chu Yun holds significant importance in their eyes. Indeed, there had never been an SSS-level super talent spirit master in previous years. Could it be that the enrollment conference would not be held at all? This year, it was simply implausible that one individual, Chu Yun, would deprive other spirit masters and spirit maidens of their opportunity to enroll. Thus, only one possibility remained: to create momentum. Precisely, after analyzing the video sent to him by Dr. yesterday, Bai Zhou swiftly concluded this. Since that group intended to utilize the SSS-level talent of Chu Yun against the four great families, the crucial first step was to build momentum for Chu Yun, to showcase to a broader audience just how formidable an SSS-level talent spirit master truly is. On the other hand, bringing Chu Yun into the public meant that if the four great families decided to act against him, they would have to consider public opinion. Although the four great families might not care about this, faced with pressure from multiple fronts, they would have to remain restrained. This would serve as a form of protection for Chu Yun. Moreover, Under their protection, Chu Yun could rapidly enhance his abilities owing to his SSS-level talent. Eventually, he would enter the next phase, deification. Once Chu Yun, with his SSS-level talent, became overwhelming to an incomparable degree, the top 10 masters would instantly become mere shadows of their former selves. This was a means to diminish the influence of the four great families through various strategies. Thus, it seemed that Chu Yun's emergence was merely a part of that group's grand design. However, these considerations were not Baizhou's concern at the moment. What he needed to do now was, you wish to build momentum for Chu Yun, do you? You plan to elevate Chu Yun to godhood? Then allow me, the young master, to seize all of Chu Yun's opportunities. I shall see how he attains divinity. Consequently, Baizhou directly addressed the head of the bodyguards, saying, "Take me to the border wall." The head of the bodyguards was momentarily taken aback by this statement and instinctively replied, "Young master, you have just transitioned to a new position. Are you sure you wish to undertake a mission?" Baizhou merely turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the head of the bodyguards, causing him to immediately fall silent. His mind echoed with Baizhou's words from yesterday. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" In that instant, he dared not say another word, merely bowing his head repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Young master, please follow me. The vehicle is ready." The border wall mentioned by Baizhou protects the territory upon which humanity relies for survival. Beyond the border wall lies a brutal battlefield filled with foreign entities. However, this does not imply that the city where Baizhou resides is directly adjacent to the battlefield. Rather, every city within the human settlements possesses its own city walls, serving a similar purpose to the border wall, but on a considerably smaller scale in terms of size and other aspects. Nonetheless, this does not mean that the area outside the city walls is entirely safe. Between cities and within the battlefield's border wall, there exists a desolate region devoid of human habitation known as the Foreign Forest. As the name suggests, it harbors a multitude of foreign entities. Naturally, these are far inferior compared to those outside the battlefield's border wall, primarily consisting of low-level foreign beings that humanity can easily eradicate with their current capabilities. However, such measures are unnecessary. Leaving them be provides new spirit masters and spirit maidens with an opportunity to gain practical combat experience. For this reason, at the base of every city wall, there exists a task hall. This is precisely Baizhou's destination, for spirit masters and spirit maidens like Baizhou, who have yet to fully develop. Their options aside from attending school for learning and training are to participate in various battles through tasks arranged in the task hall, thereby enhancing their levels and strength. Additionally, they can earn task points, which can be exchanged for identity tokens or equipment and items for spirit masters and spirit maidens. However, Baizhou's reason for taking Lin Wei to the task hall was not to accumulate task points, as the Bai family's strength rendered that irrelevant. His purpose for visiting this place was solely for Chu Yun. He was well aware of the original plot and remembered that after Chu Yun made a significant impression during the enrollment conference, he did not immediately choose to enroll early. Instead, following the suggestion of that old man in his mind, he ventured to the border wall for training as a level 1 spirit master. The only tasks Chu Yun could undertake alone were level 1 exploration tasks. Yet, this seemingly simple level 1 exploration task had forced Chu Yun into a dire situation due to an error in the task hall's operations. Of course, Chu Yun was the protagonist. Every crisis presented an opportunity for him. Baizhou's purpose in coming here was to seize this opportunity from Chu Yun. Currently, with Chu Yun unable to leave the hospital, he was even less likely to venture to the border wall for training. At this moment, Baizhou had already brought Lin Wei into the task hall. The hall was filled with a chaotic atmosphere, with various burly spirit masters and flamboyant spirit maidens chattering away, causing Lin Wei to feel frightened and shrink behind Baizhou. However, Baizhou remained unfazed. After swiftly completing his registration in the task hall, he immediately began searching for the level 1 task he recalled. Yet, after a thorough search, Baizhou found no trace of his target. This prompted him to ponder, could it be that I arrived too early? Has the task not yet been released? Just then, the electronic screen in the task hall suddenly flickered with activity, and Baizhou's eyes instantly brightened upon spotting a brand new level 1 exploration task. He couldn't help but smack his forehead in realization. How fortuitous. Just as I hoped, it has appeared. Unbeknownst to him, among the crowd stood a cloaked figure, a woman with a hood, who also displayed a glimmer of surprise upon seeing this task. Chapter 44. An important character appears early, having identified his objective. Baizhou promptly approached the service window of the task hall, submitted his recently registered identity materials, and successfully accepted the task. However, at the moment Baijo accepted the task, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully obstructed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining 200 villain points. The villain roulette requires 1750 more points to activate. The emergence of this system prompt caused Baijo's gaze to sharpen. Bewildered, this doesn't seem right. I just accepted the task and have yet to encounter Chu Yun's opportunity, yet I am awarded villain points. What if I can't find it? Or is it that the system has already predicted my inevitable success in locating Chu Yun's opportunity, thus granting me villain points in advance? Baijo's speculation did not receive a response from the system, but that was of little concern. He wanted the points, and he would seize the opportunity as well. Just as Baijo prepared to depart with Lin Wei towards the task location, a cloaked figure suddenly obstructed his path. Before Baijo could inquire, he heard an excited female voice. "Excuse me, did you two just accept that level 1 exploration task?" Taken aback by this question, Baijo paused briefly, squinting his eyes as he looked up at the hooded woman before him. Eye in the void, his all-knowing mirror had already unfolded, revealing clear information about this woman. Name, Qixing Long Yuan. Level, 0, quality. E, true quality not yet activated. Talent skills, not yet activated. What on earth are you? Observing the information displayed on the all-knowing mirror caused Baijo to unintentionally let out an odd exclamation, startling the girl standing before him, prompting her to take a step back. Why are you cursing? Baijo hurriedly closed his mouth, scratching the back of his head and muttering an apology. Sorry, I was talking to you. Yet he was indeed addressing her. Qixing Long Yuan, true quality not yet activated. Goodness, if I'm not mistaken, your name should be Long Ying, right? Coincidentally, the girl before him shook her head and pouted. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Long Ying. The task you accepted was just issued by me. Indeed, it is Long Ying. Why did Baijo remember this so clearly? Because in the original novel, this Long Ying was a crucial female character, much like Lin Wei behind him, and was also part of the protagonist Chu Yun's harem, a spirit maiden of superlative quality held by the protagonist. However, why had he encountered Long Ying so early? Was she supposed to appear closer to the midpoint of the original narrative? Baijo recalled the plot vividly. Chu Yun, who has gradually grown in strength, along with several of his spirit maidens, has obliterated the headquarters of a minor antagonist and rescued numerous young women from within, among whom is Long Ying. Long Ying recognizes an item of equipment that Chu Yun possesses, which happens to be one of the opportunities she intends to seize today. Just moments ago, Long Ying mentioned that she had just issued this task. This implies that at this moment, Long Ying has not yet been captured by the so-called minor antagonist. And fortuitously, she has crossed paths with me. How remarkable. It's no wonder the system just chimed in. This must be the reason. Realizing this, Baijo could not help but smile serenely, nodding at Long Ying and stating, I am Baijo, and this is my spirit maiden, Lin Wei. Have you come to seek my assistance? Although capturing Long Ying would undoubtedly deliver another blow to the protagonist Chu Yun's fortune, the method of doing so must be considered carefully. Baijo, still intrigued, inquired why Long Ying had sought him out. It was evident that Long Ying, having not heard of Baijo's reputation, promptly nodded and replied, I have a matter to discuss, with her hood obscuring much of her face. Long Ying hastily continued, I had assumed this level 1 task would not be taken so swiftly, and was preparing to depart when unexpectedly. This seems to clarify for Baijo why Chu Yun did not encounter the present scenario when he accepted this task later on. It appears that Long Ying had left prematurely, thus falling prey to the aforementioned minor antagonist. Long Ying's voice, tinged with urgency, persisted, I hope you can accompany me to the task location. Upon hearing this, Baijo paused slightly, asking, why not undertake the task yourself? To which Long Ying replied, biting her lip, I lack a spirit master. Are you suggesting you wish to contract with me? Baijo questioned, an amused glint in his eyes as he scrutinized Long Ying. Her startled reaction caused her to tighten her cloak and retreat a step, hastily exclaiming, I do not. Beep. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental distress 111, acquiring destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1700. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Baijo's smile deepened. Indeed, as such a pivotal heroine, it would be unreasonable for her not to provide me with some villain points. Long Ying then continued in a subdued tone. You would not wish to contract with me, for my aptitude is merely as she spoke. A hint of sorrow crept into her voice, as if she recalled some painful memory. However, Baijo waved dismissively. And what of it? My spirit maiden is also E-rank. What? Long Ying's shock was palpable as she instinctively raised her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Baijo caught a glimpse of her face, and despite it being but a brief encounter, he could not help but think, truly worthy of a heroine, she is remarkably beautiful. Of course, he kept this thought to himself. He wouldn't want to frighten the young girl away. Beep. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental distress 222. Acquiring Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1650. Seemingly disheartened by Baiju's revelation about his spirit maiden's E rank, Longying's enthusiasm waned considerably. If that is the case, then I advise you to abandon this task. What? Baizhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you look down upon my E rank spirit maiden? Do not forget, you are merely an E rank yourself. Beep. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental distress 555. Acquiring Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1600. No. Longying quickly waved her hands. That is not my intention. Please do not misunderstand. As she spoke, she directed an apologetic glance toward Lin Wei. It is simply that I feel this task is exceedingly perilous. If your strength is lacking, please do not gamble with your lives. Huh? Baizhou chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond to Longying, but instead turned to lead Lin Wei away. Strolling past Longying toward the border wall exit, would a more powerful spirit master agree to allow you, a mere burden, to accompany them on such a mission? Beep. Detecting that a main character has suffered mental distress 333. Acquiring Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires an additional 1550. In the moment of Longying's bewilderment, Baizhou's voice echoed back from a distance. If you wish to follow, then do so. If not, do not impede us in our task. With that, Baizhou entered the teleportation hall. Longying, rooted in place, gazed coldly at the vanishing figure of Baizhou, lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and sprinted after him. Inside the teleportation hall, an ancient teleportation array was etched into the ground, reputedly created many years ago by several powerful spirit masters. Every city-state possessed one that the teleportation array could directly transport spirit masters and their maidens near the task's location. And upon task completion, they could return to the task hall via the teleportation mark at the task site. Just as Baizhou, hand in hand with Lin Wei, stepped onto the teleportation array, Longying rushed in. Breathless, simultaneously, a notification chimed in Baizhou's mind. Beep. Detecting that the host has successfully disrupted a portion of the protagonist's fortune, acquiring Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette requires an additional 1450. Chapter 45. No wonder she is so bold. She seeks to court death. Only with the task acceptance token can the teleportation array be activated to transport them to the vicinity of the task site. This is precisely why Longying wished for Baizhou to take her along. As without a contracted spirit master, she could not register her identity in the task hall, thus rendering her incapable of accepting tasks. After a whirlwind of teleportation, the sensation of solid ground returned. And the landscape before Baizhou and his companions had transformed drastically. They stood surrounded by towering trees, their trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle one. The canopy obscured the sun, allowing only a few rays to filter through the leaves, resembling a sprinkling of stars. Yet, despite the day, visibility remained severely low, and a faint, foul odor pervaded the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh. This was Baizhou's first encounter with such a place, and he couldn't help but frown. Lin Wei's complexion paled, and had it not been for Baizhou's comforting grip, she might have succumbed to terror. In contrast, Longying, devoid of a contracted spirit master, appeared exhilarated upon landing, immediately darting off into the depths of the forest without so much as a word to Baizhou or Lin Wei. Baizhou did not deter her. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips as he followed closely behind. He understood that Longying had recognized an item of equipment on Chuyun, which indicated that he had undoubtedly completed the task Baizhou had orchestrated. That item was located precisely where Chuyun had triggered the opportunity. Longying, without a second thought, charged in a specific direction, clearly aware of something significant. This spared Baizhou the effort of exploration, much to his delight. However, it must be said, Longying's audacity was remarkable. A young girl, without a spirit master, boldly sought out a stranger and chose to follow him into such a perilous place. Once they arrived, she disregarded her own vulnerability and plunged into the dark forest. As time passed, the trees around them noticeably thinned, revealing a vast clearing ahead. Yet, the stench of decay in the air grew increasingly potent. In the distance, Baizhou perceived a faint glow emanating from the center of the clearing. At that moment, Longying suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Stumbling toward the light, her pace slowed, faltering until, with a soft thud, she collapsed to her knees. Baizhou and Lin Wei halted in their tracks, Lin Wei paling further, gasping as she buried her face into Baizhou's back. Baizhou frowned, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Familiar with the original plot, he was aware of the grim sight awaiting him, yet the impact of witnessing it firsthand proved far more harrowing than any written description. The earth beneath them was stained a dull reddish-brown, a sight that left no doubt as to the horror they were about to confront. Amidst the reddish-brown earth, one can discern speckles of fragmented flesh. Beside these remnants lies a severed human calf, accompanied by a finger that has evidently been gnawed off. In addition, a necklace stained crimson with blood rests nearby, its glimmer reflecting distant lights. Thus, Long Ying knelt and crawled closer. Her hair matted black with decaying blood. Trembling hands slowly cradled the necklace, and a heart-wrenching wail erupted. "Brother, sister-in-law, do not abandon me. Do not leave me." Sobbing uncontrollably, she buried her head deeply in her hands. Pressing her forehead against the necklace, hearing Long Ying's anguished cries, Lin Wei, pale-faced, cautiously poked her head out from behind Baizhou, her expression filled with compassion as she gazed at Long Ying, who was weeping on the ground. "Brother Baizhou, this sister is so pitiful. Is it necessary for you to say that?" Baizhou thought, recalling the events concerning Long Ying's brother and sister-in-law from the original narrative. However, much time had elapsed since Long Ying's appearance, and the sorrow she once felt had considerably waned, unlike the intense emotion she exhibited now. Nevertheless, Baizhou remained indifferent to this, sensing an eerie atmosphere surrounding them. They were, after all, in the forest of otherworldly beings, a realm rumored to be teeming with lowly creatures of other races. Yet, since their arrival, not a single creature had crossed their path, and the environment felt unsettlingly silent. Thus, Baizhou gently grasped Lin Wei's small hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear, transform first. With me here, you shall be safe." Lin Wei nodded in response. In an instant, she transformed into a cascade of starlight, becoming the Longdian bright silver spear, firmly held in Baizhou's grasp. At that moment of possession by the spirit maiden, Baizhou's senses heightened, and he detected a colossal presence rapidly approaching. The next second, a deafening wolf howl erupted from the dense foliage, with a sound akin to air being split. A massive shadow burst forth, enveloping Long Ying, who knelt in despair. The enormous silhouette landed silently, its 8 long, spider-like legs poised, converging at the center where a colossal, pitch-black wolf's head resided, an absurdity of nature. It resembled a wolf's head, severed and parasitized by a gigantic spider, seamlessly fused together. Was this the essence of the other races? Witnessing such a creature firsthand sent beads of sweat trickling down Baizhou's forehead. This abomination was clearly a formidable entity, forcing the protagonist, Chu Yun, into a dire predicament. The wolf's head alone was as large as a compact car, and each of its spider-like legs stretched over 5 meters in length. The towering black figure entirely overshadowed Long Ying, its 5 eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen, fixated on her. The sheer size of this creature indicated it was no lowly beast. The absence of other creatures in this vicinity was likely due to their fear of this being. Yet, despite being shrouded by this terror, Long Ying gazed up without a trace of fear or any other emotion, her pale face betraying only despair. As she stared at the gaping maw of the wolf's head, she slowly closed her eyes, revealing her acceptance of fate. It became clear why she had once been so audacious. This girl was prepared to embrace death? Oh, the otherworldly beast, sensing her lack of fear, let out a furious howl, perhaps feeling slighted. In the next moment, it raised its front legs high, and with a swift sound that cut through the air, it plunged them downwards, aiming to impale Long Ying. As the lethal appendages descended, a grim smile appeared on her face, and she murmured, "Brother, sister-in-law, I come to join you, you foolish child." Baizhou's voice thundered, abruptly interrupting. With a resounding clang, he managed to topple the massive creature. Long Ying's eyes flew open, witnessing Baizhou, spear in hand, standing protectively before her. Instead of gratitude, she yelled at him, "I do not need your salvation." "Silence," Baizhou snapped, showing no kindness towards her. Ding. Major character detected to be suffering mental harm, 444. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 50, Villain Roulette activated, requiring 1400. Am I saving you? I am merely salvaging my villain points. Chapter 46. Beautiful lady, may I borrow you? The term save is hardly accurate. Long Ying's fate does affect Baizhou, but not significantly. If she were to perish, it would severely hinder the protagonist Chu Yun's fortunes, granting him a windfall of villain points. Conversely, if Longying survives, his points would accumulate gradually, albeit still substantial. However, Baizhou's primary concern lay with the grotesque creature, this spider-wolf. The name felt inadequate, yet it was ascribed thus in the original text. This being was the true catalyst for Chu Yun's impending crisis. The necklace in Longying's possession was merely a prelude. The spider-wolf would thrust Chu Yun into despair, only for him to emerge stronger, unlocking latent potential within Lin Wei due to the intervention of an elder's guidance. Most critically, the events that would unfold following Chu Yun's confrontation with this creature. At this moment, Baizhou's actions were equally motivated by a desire to gauge the spider-wolf's strength, although he possessed only an A-level spirit master aptitude. The system had granted him the complete form of Lin Wei through his unique sword box and life contract. Furthermore, both he and Lin Wei were currently at level 3, significantly surpassing Chu Yun's capabilities when he first encountered the spider-wolf. Thus, Baizhou's sudden ambush had momentarily repelled the creature. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Baizhou's eyes. It appears I am devoid of the fortune that accompanies being cornered. Awu, the spider-wolf, now aware of Baizhou's assault, glared with glowing crimson eyes, its entire form enveloped in a menacing red aura, its power surging beyond its previous state. Meanwhile, Longying, still kneeling, cried out, "What do you intend to do?" "You must flee. My brother and sister-in-law are level 4 spirit master pairings. They are no match for the spider-wolf. How can you possibly stand a chance? Leave me be, let me join my siblings." Please. In her world, she had lost everything. Spitting, she began to cough violently, mud flying into her mouth. Baizhou, with a look of disdain, shook the dirt from his shoes and retorted, "Enough with the nonsense." Ding. Major character detected to be suffering mental harm 666. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. Villain Roulette activated, requiring 1350. Just as Longying had managed to clear her mouth of the filth, she was about to unleash her ire upon Baizhou, only to witness him charging at the spider-wolf with spear in hand. Ding. Major character detected to be suffering mental harm 555. Gaining Destiny Villain points 50. Villain Roulette activated, requiring 1300. Observing Baizhou's retreating figure, Longying's gaze shifted into confusion. Why? She repeated the question like a broken record. Why was he, so young and of such low rank, with a Mira-level spirit daughter, daring to confront a creature like the spider-wolf? Was this not an act of suicide? Had he lost his senses? Ding. Host detected to be suffering mental harm 6. No villain points acquired. Baizhou. 6. He was exasperated. How could this woman be so bothersome? Perhaps it would be simpler to let the beast take Longying's life, and then continue his battle. Alas, Dai was too late. Baizhou's resolve solidified. Meanwhile, the spider-wolf, sensing Baizhou's advance, bore a faintly mocking glint in its crimson eyes that it could perceive that this young man emanated a weaker presence than the pair of youths it had recently devoured. How audacious it is to charge at oneself. It is nothing short of courting death. In the next moment, a sudden woof resounded. The 8 sharp, elongated legs of the spider-wolf raised their front 4 limbs instantaneously. Pointing skyward, Baizhou's gaze flickered as memories from the original text flooded his mind. That it was written therein that the spider-wolf, as discovered by Chu Yun, possessed merely 2 modes of attack. One involved raising its front legs like long spears to swiftly launch downward thrusts, while the other consisted of its wolfish head on its torso engaging in frenzied bites. Of course, there existed a combination technique, where it would first skewer with its long legs before launching into a wild biting frenzy. The current state indicated that it was poised to skewer. This was precisely the opportunity Baizhou awaited. With the spider-wolf hoisting its 4 front limbs, its body was inevitably wide open. Baizhou could directly see the wolf's head, its maw filled with sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. According to the original text, an elder in Chu Yun's mind had revealed that the weakness of the spider-wolf lay within its mouth. Thus, at the very moment the spider-wolf elevated its 4 front limbs, the dragon dandelion bright silver spear in Baizhou's hand glimmered. Dragon dandelion, immediately followed by furious thrust. The delayed effect of this furious thrust was such that even the suppressed Bai Zhenbei could control it for that fleeting instant, let alone the spider-wolf. Its 4 legs froze mid-air. Meanwhile, Baizhou, gripping the bright silver spear, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, just as the spider-wolf managed to break free from the delay. A muffled pu echoed as thick, viscous blood gushed forth from its throat. Woof! A whoa! Roar, roar, roar! The excruciating pain caused the spider-wolf to retreat rapidly. It was precisely due to this hasty retreat that Baizhou had no time to react. A startled exclamation escaped him. Lin Wei, having transformed into the dragon dandelion bright silver spear, became dislodged. The spear tip had already plunged deep into the spider wolf's throat, and he had yet to withdraw it. Lin Wei. In a moment of urgency, Bai Zhou let out a roar and rushed forward, intending to grasp the spear's handle. However, a couple of swift whooshes pierced the air as the spider wolf's two front legs swung like lightning. Bai Zhou hastily retreated. Had he delayed even a second longer, his body would have been impaled by those spear-like front legs. Lin Wei. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering. Boom, boom, boom. A woo, just as the elder had indicated. That spot was indeed the spider wolf's weakness. The creature was currently enduring immense torment, its massive body leaping and bounding, causing the ground to tremble as if in an earthquake. Its 8 elongated legs flailed wildly in agony. This rendered it impossible for Bai Zhou to approach. Yet, Lin Wei remained lodged in the mouth of the spider wolf. What on earth could be done about this? Bai Zhou found himself regretting not activating the dragon pattern armor skill earlier to double the damage. He had indeed grown a bit overconfident, believing that his level surpassed Chu Yun's and that Lin Wei's potential was fully unleashed. Faced with the spider wolf's weakness, he had assumed a single strike would suffice. Little did he expect reality to deliver a profound lesson. He must never underestimate any opponent. Regardless of the adversary encountered, one must unleash their full strength during the first strike. Otherwise, one could end up in a predicament like this, his enemy unharmed while Lin Wei remained trapped in its maw. This is utterly infuriating. Bai Zhou shared a mental connection with Lin Wei, and he promptly instructed her not to transform. Indeed, transforming into human form at this juncture would only invite trouble. However, he could not simply allow Lin Wei to remain trapped in the creature's mouth. What could be done? Standing there in a state of utter dismay, he caught sight of Long Ying, kneeling nearby with a vacant expression. His eyelids fluttered. There was no alternative. Bai Zhou approached Long Ying and declared loudly, "If you wish to die, do so later. Let me make use of you for now." Long Ying. Use what? Bai Zhou. Let me use you. Long Ying. In an instant, Long Ying clasped her hands protectively over her chest, her cheeks flushing as she admonished Bai Zhou, "You rogue, pervert, how can you think of such things at a time like this?" Ding. Detected mental damage to Long Ying 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1250. Bai Zhou, are you out of your mind? Chapter 47. Temporary Pact? Unleashing the Strongest Form. What the hell do you mean by use? Bai Zhou, preoccupied with Lin Wei, had no time for such trivial wordplay that he stepped forward decisively, and with a resounding slap, he struck Long Ying squarely on her delicate face. Ding. Detected physical damage to main character 20, mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1200. The force of Bai Zhou's slap was evident from the damage dealt. After all, Chu Yun had only lost 10 health points from a single hit. Long Ying was sent sprawling to the ground, her hood knocked askew, revealing a cascade of thick, lustrous black hair that was now tousled by the wind. Adding to the scene, a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth as she glared at Bai Zhou with a mixture of disbelief and indignation. "You hit me?" Long Ying's voice trembled slightly. Yet Bai Zhou roared in response, "I genuinely wish to end you." Ding. Detected mental damage to main character 555. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1150. Amidst the system's notifications, Bai Zhou's voice continued unabated. "This task was initiated by you. You were fully aware that your brother and sister-in-law are a level 4 spirit master duo. Yet you issued a primary task that only requires level 1 to undertake. You did this merely to have other spirit masters bring you in, indifferent to whether they might perish at the hands of the spider wolf. If you wish to die, that is your prerogative, but you cannot condemn kind-hearted spirit masters who brought you along to their deaths. Shouldn't you be held accountable?" Ding. Detected mental damage to main character 777. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1100. "Now, my spirit companion is engaged in battle with the very foe that seeks vengeance against your brother, and she is trapped in the mouth of that very enemy. If I do not act soon, she too shall perish within the jaws of the spider wolf. I assure you, if anything happens to her, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure." Ding. Detected mental damage to main character 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1050. Bai Zhou, towering over Long Ying, pointed an accusatory finger at her. "You now possess but one choice. Enter into a temporary pact with me, allowing me to utilize you to rescue my spirit companion. The temporary pact is a contract that allows a spirit master who possesses a spirit companion to forge a temporary agreement with an unbound spirit companion in battle, which automatically dissolves once the battle concludes. That a crucial prerequisite for this is that the spirit master must have an existing contracted spirit companion. After all, the first contracted spirit companion is pivotal, determining the spirit master's progression from level 0 to 1. This was something a temporary pact could not achieve. Hence, initially, Xu Yun and Shen Qin could only opt for a partnership contract. However, the situation was now different. Bai Zhou had Lin Wei, bound by a life and death contract, and she was currently ensnared within the jaws of the wolf. Thus, handed over to me. Ding. Detected mental damage to main character 555. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1,000. Long Ying's body trembled slightly as she gazed at Bai Zhou's outstretched hand. Earlier, she had been left dazed by his scolding. And now, faced with Bai Zhou's proposal for a pact, she momentarily failed to comprehend, instinctively muttering, But my quality is only E-level. Enough with the nonsense, Bai Zhou's impatient voice interrupted. Ding. Detected mental damage to main character 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 950. Do you think I am an ordinary spirit master? Do not forget, my spirit companion is also E-level, yet what you see before you is not the manifestation of E-level strength. Long Ying's gaze wavered, turning to observe the spider wolf, which was now writhing in pain. Indeed, if it were merely E-level. Yet Long Ying had yet to fully grasp the situation. With a decisive smack, Bai Zhou seized Long Ying's small hand tightly, in his mind. He recalled the description from the original text. Simply by using the blood of either the spirit master or the spirit companion to inscribe a character for a pact in the palm, a temporary contract could be established. Bai Zhou considered biting his finger, but thought better of it. It would be painful. Conveniently, there was blood trickling from the corner of Long Ying's mouth, courtesy of his earlier slap. Thus, he swiftly smeared his hand across Long Ying's face. You. In an instant, a flicker of indignation and embarrassment appeared in Long Ying's eyes. What are you doing? Shut up. Ding. Main character detected to have suffered mental damage 555. Gained fate villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 900 to activate. Bai Zhou directly inscribed a character for a contract in Long Ying's palm with the scant blood he had. The next moment, he and Long Ying were clasping each other's fingers tightly. Was such an arrangement necessary for a contract? Unclear, yet both Bai Zhou and Long Ying felt an intense heat emanating from their palms. However, after this warmth, nothing else transpired. Even a temporary contract necessitates the willingness of both parties. Bai Zhou swiftly grasped the situation. Smack. He retaliated with a sharp slap to Long Ying's face. Ding. Main character detected to have suffered physical damage 10. Mental damage 666. Gained fate villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 850 to activate. What the hell are you still thinking about? Lin Wei is in trouble, and I demand your life in return. Finally, with a soft hum, Long Ying underwent an indescribable mental struggle within a brief moment. Yet, at that instant, she transformed into shimmering starlight. The next second, a sword over a meter long, with a dark hilt and a glimmering silver blade, was firmly gripped in Bai Zhou's hand. Gazing down at the blade was akin to standing atop a mountain and peering into an abyss, ethereal and profound, as if a colossal dragon lay coiled within. The blade was adorned with 7 luminous points, resembling the stars in the night sky, embellishing its surface that a palpable aura of lethality surged forth. Meanwhile, the omniscient mirror in the void coalesced, revealing new information. Name: 7-star Dragon Abyss. Level: Level 1. Quality: Ultra SSS level. Talent Skill 1. Dragon hidden in the abyss, grasping the sword with both hands. Enter a preparatory stance, accumulating power, with a maximum of 7 stages, each stage enhancing the next attack's damage by 10, up to a maximum of 70. Talent Skill 2. Dragon Enrage. A horizontal strike of the sword unleashes a sweeping sword energy, inflicting considerable area damage. Staring at the information displayed on the omniscient mirror, Bai Zhou was taken aback. In a way, has the complete form been unlocked just like that? I recall that when Xu Yun signed a partner contract with Long Ying, only 30 was activated, and not even a single talent skill could be utilized. Yet I merely have a temporary contract. Ding. Host detected to have successfully interrupted the main character's portion of luck. Gained Fate Villain points 150. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 700 to activate. Coincidentally, the Dragon Abyss sword in Bai Shou's hand began emitting a low hum. It was evident that Long Ying, now taking form in Bai Shou's grasp, felt a profound transformation in her quality. She seemed to suddenly comprehend why Bai Shou's errant spiritual daughter could keep that spider wolf bouncing around even now. As for why Bai Shou could directly unlock Long Ying's complete form, it was entirely due to the unparalleled sword box. But such details were irrelevant. What mattered was that second talent skill. Why was it named Dragon Enrage? Isn't that a long-lost palm technique? Forget it. Saving Lin Wei is the priority. At this moment, Lin Wei communicated through mental resonance, expressing that she could not hold on much longer. The power within her seemed to be continuously inflicting harm on the spider wolf, leading to her own strength depletion. That if she couldn't maintain her form and ended up in its jaws, that would be disastrous. Thus, Bai Shou urged Lin Wei in his heart, "Hold on a little longer. I will rescue you shortly." He then raised the Dragon Abyss sword horizontally, dragon hidden in the abyss. The next moment, a low hum reverberated as the longsword began to tremble slightly in his hands. With each quiver of the blade, Bai Shou distinctly felt a formidable force coalescing upon the Dragon Abyss sword. With a crisp sound, he watched as the 7 stars on the blade lit up, one after another, until the 7th shone brightly. In that instant, Bai Shou felt as if he could barely hold onto the sword. It reached the point of being an arrow nocked and ready to fly. His pupils flickered. Dragon Enrage. Chapter 48. Ultra SSS level artifact. The sparrow consumes the bull. As Bai Shou swung the sword horizontally, the dragon-patterned armor on his arm glimmered. Indeed, he activated the skill of the dragon-patterned armor at this moment. Yes, it was time to save Lin Wei. He could no longer hold back. With a decisive swing, he unleashed the blade. Arg. The vibrating longsword emitted a roar akin to a dragon's cry. A visible, sharp sword energy transformed into a long rainbow, hurtling towards the rolling spider wolf. This was a 70 damage increase. Coupled with the dragon-patterned armor, it amounted to a staggering 240 Dragon Enrage. In an instant, the sword energy struck the spider wolf. Swish, 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 a more chilling wail echoed. The 8 legs of the spider wolf, wildly thrashing, were severed cleanly, scattering in all directions. The sword energy traveled over 100 meters before gradually fading and vanishing. Yet, the ominous wind still rustled through the distant forest. Although having lost all 8 legs, the spider wolf was stripped of its ability to leap. Its cries grew faint and weak. Bai Shou barely had time to be astonished at the immense power of this strike. He tossed the Dragon Abyss aside and dashed to the spider wolf's maw. Without the hindrance of 8 legs, Bai Shou swiftly reclaimed the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, which Lin Wei had transformed into. In that moment, Bai Shou noticed the spider wolf's throat was spewing forth blood. However, the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear remained brilliantly silver, untouched by the vile blood. Truly, it was an Ultra SSS level artifact. Bai Shou's exclamation could be a praise for Lin Wei, for Long Ying, or perhaps both, but he had no time to ponder such matters. Gripping the spear with both hands, he exerted tremendous force downward. Pooh! The Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear penetrated deeper. Woo! The spider wolf let out one final mournful cry, its enormous eyes wide open in death. With a sharp sound, Bai Shou withdrew the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear. As the spear regained its freedom, it transformed into specks of white light, reconstituting as Lin Wei. The moment Lin Wei landed, her body slumped weakly. Bai Shou hastily caught her in his embrace. This time, Lin Wei's small face appeared pale, as she had been continuously inflicting damage on the enemy after breaking free from the Spirit Master's control. The Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear had been relentlessly releasing energy, leading her to feel utterly drained. Thankfully, Bai Shou's earlier slaps had roused Long Ying. Otherwise, Lin Wei would have truly collapsed into the spider wolf's jaws. "Brother Bai Shou, you came to save me." After uttering this final sentence, Lin Wei fainted in Bai Shou's arms. Simultaneously, a system prompt resonated in Bai Shou's mind. Ding. Host detected to have successfully interrupted the main character's portion of luck. Gained Fate Villain points 100. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 600 to activate. Ding. Main character detected to have suffered mental damage 555. Gained Fate Villain points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 550 to activate. The consecutive system prompts caused Bai Shou to glance back at the direction he had previously thrown the Dragon Abyss sword. This moment, Long Ying had transformed back into her human form. gazing over with her hands raised, lost in thought. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhou's lips curled slightly. Little girl, savor this moment. Of course, she would savor it. Although this was Long Ying's first battle under the control of the Spirit Master, it completely exceeded her understanding of an E-rank quality spirit tool. Can I really achieve this? Long Ying's pupils sparkled with disbelief. She was acutely aware of her brother and sister-in-law, despite their C-rank talent and quality. They were already level 4 and far more formidable than her mere E-rank spirit daughter. Yet, neither her brother nor sister-in-law had inflicted any harm on that spider wolf. How could she strike it down with a single blow? Moreover, the power she felt coursing through her now was exponentially greater than before, hundreds, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of times. What in the world was happening? Just then, she noticed the character representing the temporary contract in her palm. Following the conclusion of the battle, the connection with the Spirit Master Bai Zhou faded gradually, ultimately vanishing. She reverted to being an E-rank level 0 spirit daughter. In that instant, a wave of weakness washed over her. She nearly stumbled. What was happening? Unable to suppress her exclamation, she cried out. Ding! Main character detected to have suffered mental damage 999, gained fate villain points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 500 to activate. Indeed, how had she returned to such a state of worthlessness? That overwhelming sensation had vanished just like that. Suddenly, Long Ying's gaze flickered. The words spoken by Bai Zhou echoed in her ears. Do you think I am just an ordinary spirit master? Was it because of him? Long Ying instantaneously raised her head, fixating her gaze on Bai Zhou in the distance. Her eyes flickered, and her mind was awash with unformed thoughts. However, at that moment, Bai Zhou had no intention of acknowledging her. Instead, he simply examined Lin Wei's condition. Through the bond of their life and death contract, Bai Zhou discerned that Lin Wei was uninjured, merely fatigued, and needed rest. Thus, he hoisted Lin Wei onto his back. In her unconscious state, Lin Wei seemed to sense something, wrapping her arms around Bai Zhou's neck. Besides, Lin Wei's frame was remarkably light, allowing Bai Zhou to proceed with his next course of action. His gaze shifted towards the corpse of the spider wolf, which had lost its 8 legs. He hurried over, drawing a dagger. With a swift motion, he sliced open the spider wolf's throat. Amidst the stench of blood, he groped around until he unearthed an exceptionally hard object. With a sharp tug, he extracted it. This was the item. It resembled an egg in size, yet was an irregular diamond shape, dark red in hue, glimmering with a faint, ominous light. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Bai Zhou's eyes. Could it be that Chu Yun consumed this? Indeed, it must have been ingested. Bai Zhou vividly recalled the events from the original narrative. Chu Yun faced a dire life and death crisis, gravely wounded by the spider wolf. Ultimately, he relied on the old man's guidance and Lin Wei's sudden outburst, using the terrain to execute a counterattack against the spider wolf. However, exhausted and injured, Chu Yun nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, the old man urged Chu Yun to hold on, having sensed something amiss with the spider wolf. A typical spider wolf could not possess such a massive physique, nor exhibit such ferocity. It was then that Chu Yun discovered this item within the creature's throat. The old man was uncertain of its nature, yet he knew that the spider wolf had mutated due to it, and advised Chu Yun to consume it. With great determination, Chu Yun tilted his head back to swallow it, nearly choking in the process. Yet, after ingesting it, he was astonished to find his strength surging. His level increased rapidly, and even his injuries healed. Thus, this item must undoubtedly be of great value. It was the primary objective of Bai Zhou's expedition. Gazing at the object, Bai Zhou opened his mouth, intending to emulate Chu Yun and swallow it whole. But in the next instant, he pinched his nose and swiftly distanced himself from it. What on earth is that smell? How could Chu Yun have managed to swallow this? Bai Zhou's eyelid twitched, recalling how Chu Yun nearly choked. Chu Yun faced life-threatening peril, which left him no choice. Yet what about this young master? He could simply wash it, then dip it in cumin and chili powder before consuming it. With this thought, Bai Zhou stored the peculiar item in his system space and turned towards the direction of the teleportation array. Throughout this, he did not spare Long Ying a single glance. Thus, he passed by her, carrying Lin Wei on his back, without uttering a word. However, just as Bai Zhou took a few steps away, Long Ying, with a flickering gaze and clenched teeth, turned and followed him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a barely perceptible smile graced Bai Zhou's lips. Chapter 49. If you're in a hurry, I can take care of it. Due to the intimidation exerted by the spider wolf, the surrounding alien tribes had scattered, leaving the area remarkably safe. Bai Zhou carried Lin Wei back to the previous location of the teleportation array. In a burst of dazzling light, he returned to the task hall. The next moment, Long Ying's figure followed suit, stepping out of the teleportation array at a slow pace. However, as soon as she took a step out, her eyes caught sight of the throng of people in the distant hall. Instantly, she recalled the hood that Bai Zhou had knocked off earlier and hurriedly placed it over her head. Clutching tightly to the belongings of her brother and sister-in-law that she had brought from the task site, gazing at the shimmering pendant, a hint of sorrow crossed Long Ying's face, her eyes reddened. Yet, upon raising her head, she noticed Bai Zhou's figure had vanished, stirring her into a state of urgency. Flustered, she rushed into the task hall to search for him. Fortunately, Bai Zhou's distinctive silhouette, carrying Lin Wei, was easy to recognize. Bai Zhou had just approached the counter, submitting a hastily drawn sketch from before his departure. This task was simply an exploration, and such trivialities could be easily brushed aside. When the task center personnel reviewed it, as long as it was passable, the points for completing the task would be credited to Bai Zhou's registered account. These points could be utilized for purchasing items, consumables, and even unlocking special tasks. Although Bai Zhou's primary objective was not to accumulate these meager points, having them was certainly better than not. Why not take advantage of it? Just as Bai Zhou prepared to leave the task hall with Lin Wei on his back, a breathless Long Ying rushed up behind him, following in silence once more. Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel exasperated, turning to her and saying, "Why are you still following me? The task is over. And I've already taken you to that place." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying's body visibly trembled, but she did not raise her head, her hood obscuring most of her face. Yet, she gritted her teeth and replied in a hushed voice, "I wish to grow stronger." Although her voice was faint, there was a resolute tone to her words. Hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. However, he feigned ignorance and said, "If you want to grow stronger, practice on your own, study, undertake tasks. Why follow me? Crazy." After uttering those words, Bai Zhou turned on his heel and walked away. Ding! Detected that a main character has suffered mental anguish 555. Obtained Destiny Villain Points 50. 450 points needed to activate the Villain Big turntable. Bai Zhou's swift turn was not born from disdain for Long Ying. Rather, he was concerned that his smile might betray him. Indeed, this was a delightful surprise. In the original narrative, when Xu Yun accepted this task, he was supposed to arrive after the afternoon recruitment event. However, due to Chu Yun's cancellation of the event today, Bai Zhou had arrived at the task hall ahead of schedule and encountered Long Ying, who had not yet departed. Having gained an advantage over the timeline, Bai Zhou was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Nevertheless, the timeline had shifted, and Bai Zhou could not replicate the method by which Chu Yun won over Long Ying. Thus, he had to devise his own approach. Earlier, in the task site, Bai Zhou inadvertently discovered that with his unmatched sword box, Long Ying had only signed a temporary contract with him, yet it had unleashed her full combat potential. Bai Zhou sensed it, and Long Ying, as the party involved, surely felt it too. Now that the temporary contract had expired, Long Ying had likely reverted to her previous E-rank state. Imagine having tasted the exhilaration of standing at the pinnacle. Would one willingly return to a life in the depths? Some might, but Long Ying was certainly not that type. Otherwise, she would not have expressed her desire to grow stronger to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's apparent disdain left Long Ying momentarily stunned, observing Bai Zhou's unwavering back. She suddenly found herself perplexed. Am I not beautiful? No, it has nothing to do with beauty. Did I it because I am not strong enough? Yet, when he used me earlier, did he not perceive it? I could easily breach the defenses of the Spider Wolf, which even my brother, a level 4 spirit master, could not contend with. He must have felt it. But no. If I cannot grow stronger, I might as well have died earlier. Ding! Detected that a main character has suffered mental anguish 444. Obtained Destiny Villain Points 50,400 points needed to activate the Villain Big turntable. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Bai Zhou felt a glimmer of hope that he could trigger another big turntable from Long Ying today. Meanwhile, Long Ying had solidified her resolve, chasing after Bai Zhou from the task hall. Bai Zhou had just stepped out of the task hall's entrance, carrying Lin Wei on his back, when Long Ying swiftly moved in front of him. Arms outstretched, blocking his path. With unwavering determination, she declared loudly to Bai Zhou, "Please, allow me to be of use to you." The moment Long Ying's words fell, the previously bustling entrance of the hall fell into a profound silence. Those entering and exiting, the spirit masters, the spirit daughters, were all rendered incredulous, as if they could not believe their ears, staring wide-eyed in exaggerated disbelief at the speaking Long Ying. Everyone seemed to have the words "Can I really hear this?" written across their faces, not to mention them. Even Bai Zhou was taken aback. Carrying Lin Wei on his back, he never anticipated that this girl could be so uninhibited. Good heavens, it seems you might be quite the match for that Xinqin. But upon reflection, it appeared that he had indeed spoken to Long Ying in such a manner back at the mission site. Yet at that time, the situation was urgent. Who had the luxury to contemplate the nuances of phrasing? But now, Bai Zhou cleared his throat, his expression peculiar as he asked, "Are you in such a hurry?" Very much so. Long Ying was completely oblivious to any issue with her previous wording. Her attitude was resolute and unwavering. Even someone as thick-skinned as Bai Zhou felt a blush creeping to his cheeks, and he awkwardly added, "Such matters, shouldn't we first cultivate some feelings, and then gradually, if there's no time for that." Before Bai Zhou could finish his sentence, Long Ying stepped forward assertively and declared, "You can use me first, and then we can discuss the rest. My goodness, this girl truly is." That voice did not belong to Bai Zhou, nor to Long Ying. A bystander, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, approached. His gaze flickered as he scrutinized Long Ying from head to toe, unable to suppress a gulp as he said, "Miss, if you're in such a hurry, I can be of service." However, Long Ying's expression instantly shifted to one of wariness. She even took a step back, vigilantly asking, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" The bystander exaggeratedly licked his lips and replied, "Why, it's you." "What?" "Ding. Major character detected to have received mental harm 555, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires 350 more to activate." Scoundrel, with a sharp kick, Long Ying unleashed a deadly strike. "Ah!" The bystander let out a piercing scream, akin to that of a young girl, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground, continuously howling. "Weren't you in a hurry? Why can he use you? But I can't. Am I not offering to pay?" I'm in agony." Listening to this man's screams, Long Ying, filled with rage, momentarily froze, her cheeks visibly flushed, especially upon seeing the ambiguous gaze Bai Zhou cast upon her. Ding! Major character detected to have received mental harm 666, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires 300 more to activate. That's not what I meant. Chapter 50. The Selfish Long Ying. Let us adjust things first. Bai Zhou had already carried Lin Wei quite a distance away. Standing in place, clutching her reddened cheeks, Long Ying finally processed what had happened, but she gritted her teeth and chased after him. She once again spread her arms to block Bai Zhou's path. However, her voice had diminished significantly. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, please contract with me and let me be your spirit daughter." "I'm sorry, but I already have a spirit daughter." After saying this, Bai Zhou deftly maneuvered around Lin Wei and continued walking forward. Long Ying was certainly not one to give up easily. She chased after him again, saying, "I know, I didn't say I wanted to sign a life and death contract. I can sign a partnership contract with you. With one more spirit daughter, wouldn't you have an additional layer of fighting power? Although I'm only E rank, you surely felt the potential I possessed during our temporary contract. I might have even greater potential yet to be unleashed. Moreover, you mentioned that you are a very special spirit master. And my previous transformation must have been due to you. So, this time, Bai Zhou interrupted Long Ying before she could finish, stating, "You want a contract with me in order to gain powerful strength for yourself." "Yes, that's right." Long Ying was refreshingly honest, not contemplating her words at all. Bai Zhou let out a cold laugh and replied, "Then, if in the future you encounter a more powerful spirit master, would you choose to remain contracted with me? Or would you dissolve our contract to pursue greater power?" Ding! Major character detected to have received mental harm 777, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires 250 more to activate. Long Ying stood there, momentarily stunned. Bai Zhou did not look back but continued walking away. He did not wait for Long Ying's reply. Her hesitation spoke volumes. If Bai Zhou had merely intended to contract with Long Ying, he would have agreed long ago. However, there had been no system notification indicating a disruption to the protagonist's fortune, which meant that the bond between Long Ying and the protagonist Chu Yun had yet to reveal itself. Bai Zhou knew that he could only unleash the full power of the Super SSS Great Spirit weapon due to the Wushuang sword box. However, Chu Yun activated his power through the protagonist's halo. In other words, besides himself, there was at least Chu Yun who could also allow Long Ying to feel such immense power. As long as the bond between Long Ying and Chu Yun remained intact, it was highly probable that one day, under the influence of Chu Yun's protagonist halo, Long Ying would choose to leave him and seek refuge with Chu Yun. That would mean he had essentially crafted a wedding garment for Chu Yun. Bai Zhou had no intention of playing such a role. It should be noted that Lin Wei had only developed her current state after being coaxed and deceived by Bai Zhou. leading to her disappointment with Chu Yun. This Long Ying had no idea who Chu Yun was. He certainly could not sever their bond from Chu Yun's side. Therefore, it had to be done through Long Ying herself. At this moment, Long Ying remained frozen for over 10 seconds, grappling with how to respond to Bai Zhou's question. Indeed, the very reason she had emerged alive from the mission site was that she had sensed an unprecedented strength within herself. She was the one who actively approached Bai Zhou with that request in pursuit of this power. Indeed, Long Ying was inherently a selfish person. If she were otherwise, why would she post a false mission? Hoping someone would take her to that mission site. When she issued the mission, she had not considered the lives of those low-level spirit masters and spirit daughters. She only cared about herself. Even now, all she desired was her own powerful strength, nothing more. And now, Bai Zhou questioned if in the future she encountered a stronger spirit master. No. The future could be addressed later. If she missed the opportunity to seize power now, there would be no future at all. For the sake of her own future, Long Ying gritted her teeth and chased after him again. I promise you, I won't. But just as her words began to form, her pupils suddenly constricted. If she had seen something, a glimmer of fear flickered in her gaze. The next moment, she intended to turn and flee. However, before she could leave, she glanced back at Bai Zhou. Perhaps recalling something, she bit her lip and swiftly approached Bai Zhou, grabbing his arm without regard for his thoughts, subtly positioning herself as if to hide behind him. Bai Zhou, taken aback, stood there in confusion, staring at Long Ying. Yet before he could voice his inquiry, whoosh, he found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 figures clad in black. These individuals had already entered a state of spirit daughter possession. Exuding a formidable aura and wielding various spirit weapons, the leader of the black-clad figures immediately spoke in a deep voice to Bai Zhou. Kid, hand over that woman beside you, and we can spare your life. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou understood. This selfish woman, Long Ying, was using him as a human shield, and these black-clad figures were likely the minor antagonists who had captured Long Ying in the original narrative. Bai Zhou looked at Long Ying with a mocking smile, while she seemed to grasp this reality, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Yet her hand remained tightly clutching Bai Zhou's sleeve. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou broke into a wide smile. You want her? Do you? Then take her. Saying this, he effortlessly lifted Lin Wei, using one hand to push Long Ying away. Ding. Major character detected to have received mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's Grand Roulette requires 200 more to activate. Bai Zhou's actions left the surrounding black-clad figures momentarily stunned. The leader of the group burst into laughter, turning to Long Ying and saying, Miss, the man you've chosen is unreliable, not forgetting to turn back to Bai Zhou. He remarked, Kid, you have some sense. I'll let you off this time. Hearing this, Bai Zhou could only scoff inwardly. You think you can spare me, but I certainly do not intend to spare you. However, Bai Zhou said nothing, as he was counting on this group of black-clad figures to pressure Long Ying. At this moment, Long Ying was utterly bewildered, turning to Bai Zhou with disbelief in her eyes. She could not comprehend why. In the face of such a formidable spider wolf, the adversary showed no signs of retreat. How could they so effortlessly surrender themselves to a handful of humans? What are you doing? She questioned incredulously. You can't hand me over to them. They want to capture me. They are all villains. The very nature of her words almost amused Bai Zhou, who retorted nonchalantly, what does it matter to me whether they are villains or not? And who said I am a good person? Ding. Detected that Long Ying suffered mental harm 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette opens, requiring 150 more. After uttering these words, Bai Zhou even gestured politely to the black-clad figures, slowly stepping back from their encirclement. However, he did not truly depart. After all, he could not simply allow the coveted destiny villain points to slip away. The group of black-clad figures, akin to hungry wolves, advanced towards Long Ying. What do you want? Get away. Don't touch me. Little girl, after chasing you for so long, we finally caught you. They cackled. Just obediently come back with us and serve as nourishment. The black-clad figures approached Long Ying like famished wolves. Her small face turned pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks in panic. I won't go with you. You scoundrels. With a surge of desperation, she attempted to break through and flee. Yet, as an E-rank spirit daughter without a spirit master, how could she possibly contend against these spirit masters possessed by spirit daughters? With a sudden thud, someone kicked Long Ying in the stomach. She screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, her hood falling off. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted among the black-clad figures. Goodness, this girl is so beautiful. Big brother, why don't we have some fun first before taking her back to the boss? Ding. Detected that a main character suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette opens, requiring 100 more. Chapter 51 provided a new perspective for villains. Ha! The leader of the black-clad figures laughed boisterously, but shook his head, saying, with such quality, we must take her back for the boss to enjoy first. But don't worry, the boss treats us well. We'll surely get a chance to line up later. Ha 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 ha. The black-clad figures erupted into laughter. Observing this scene from the outside, Baizhou couldn't help but reflect. They seem more like villains than I do. I really must learn from them. Don't come any closer. Get away. Long Ying, clutching her abdomen and sitting on the ground, struggled in terror to retreat. The sinister smiles on the black-clad figures grew more lecherous. She couldn't help but shout over the crowd towards Baizhou, please, help me. Sign a temporary contract with me. They are no match for us. Please help me. At this moment, Long Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. This pitiful appearance would have moved anyone like Chu Yun to action immediately, rushing to dispatch the group and extending a hand to Long Ying with a flourish, saying, don't be afraid. I am here. But Baizhou was not one to act in such a manner. Moreover, Long Ying's current state was not enough to compel him to assist her. It was precisely because of Long Ying's desperate cries that the black-clad figures took note of Baizhou's presence. One of them, growing impatient, snapped at Baizhou, why are you still here? Do you want a share of the spoils? Don't dream. We have to line up. However, the moment the black-clad figure finished speaking, their bodies froze in place, a terrifying aura locking onto them, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Yet, Baizhou merely shook his head gently towards a shadowy corner, causing the oppressive aura to dissipate instantly. The black-clad figures regained their ability to breathe, each displaying expressions of lingering fear. What just happened? Why did I feel? One muttered. Another shook his head. Could it be that a powerful expert just passed by? The leader of the black-clad figures frowned and said in a low voice, to avoid complications, act quickly and take this woman away. Yes. The black-clad figures rushed forward in unison. The first one seized Long Ying by the collar. Let go of me, she screamed. With a snap, she bit down on the arm of the black-clad figure. Damn it, he cried out in pain as a resounding slap struck Long Ying's face. This was the third slap she had received that day. The first two had been from Baizhou. This blow was even harder than the ones before, causing blood to once again trickle from Long Ying's mouth. But, at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on it. Using the momentum from being slapped away, she turned and attempted to flee. Yet, her speed could not match that of the black-clad figures. With a thud, she collided with one of them, as if running into a wall, the intense pain causing her to fall once more. Just then, Baizhou's voice drifted from outside the crowd. Do you crave power? This question made Long Ying swallow back the pain she had been feeling. Meanwhile, Baizhou, carrying Lin Wei on his back, was gradually approaching. Indeed, Baizhou sensed that the time was right. Long Ying, believing she had glimpsed hope, hurriedly pressed her palm against the ground towards Baizhou, resolutely shouting, I crave power. The black-clad figure turned to Baizhou, his lips twitching. Are you two putting on a show? Yet, Baizhou disregarded the black-clad figures entirely, stepping through their encirclement to stand before Long Ying. The black-clad figures exchanged glances, and the leader scoffed. Kid, you performed well just now, but are you truly seeking death? Baizhou paid no heed to him. Standing before Long Ying, he looked down at her tear-streaked face and said softly, but how can I trust you? Long Ying's gaze flickered. She realized Baizhou referred to the earlier question, concerned about her loyalty, yet her longing for power would never wane. However, if she did not pledge her loyalty to Baizhou now. Ding! Detected that a main character suffered mental harm 666, gained Destiny Villain Points 50, the Villain Roulette opens, requiring 50 more. Ding! Detected that a main character suffered mental harm 999, gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette is opened. Would the host like to activate the Villain Roulette? Baizhou did not respond to the system's query, his gaze remaining fixed on Long Ying. The incessant system notifications in his mind made him aware that it was time for Long Ying to make her decision. As expected, she glanced at Lin Wei on Baizhou's back and declared loudly, if possible, I am willing to sign a life and death contract with you. Baizhou had been waiting for this very statement. With a calm demeanor, he replied, you know what to do. Upon hearing Baizhou's voice, Long Ying's face lit up with intense joy. She quickly dipped her fingers in the blood at the corner of her mouth and wrote a large character for contract in her palm. Still a temporary contract, as there was no other option. After all, the 3 formal contracts required a contract room for assistance. Meanwhile, as Long Ying hurriedly inscribed the character on her hand, a subtle glint of coldness flickered in Baizhou's eyes. He noticed the look Long Ying cast towards Lin Wei just before she made her decision. It was clear that Long Ying was taking a gamble. She was betting that the contract she signed with Lin Wei was indeed a life and death contract. And since there was only one slot for such a contract, she could use this to prove her loyalty to him. After all, Baijiu would never risk abandoning Lin Wei to form a contract with her, which meant that their agreement would have to fall to a partnership contract, leaving Long Ying with some maneuvering space. To be honest, Long Ying's gamble was spot on. Lin Wei had indeed signed a life and death contract with Baijiu. However, she was also mistaken, as even her father and uncle, such powerful beings, could not comprehend the unparalleled sword box. With a snap, Long Ying seemed to fear that Baijiu might have a change of heart. Quickly grasping his hand tightly with her palm inscribed with the character for contract. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she grasped Baijiu's hand, she seemed to perceive a distinct glimmer in the depths of his gaze. This radiance instilled within her an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Yet, the reason for her unease eluded her, as she had no time to ponder it. The instant the temporary contract took effect, a powerful force surged through Long Ying's entire being once more. This exhilarating sensation remarkably healed the injuries she had sustained moments ago. In an instant, she transformed into a flurry of white light, coalescing within Baijiu's palm into the legendary weapon, Qixing Longyuan. Observing the Qixing Longyuan in his grasp, a cold smirk crept upon Baijiu's lips. It appeared that Long Ying was still not fully attuned. However, these black-clad figures had inadvertently provided him with some inspiration for antagonism. Perhaps he could experiment with it on Long Ying later. Baijiu's contemplations were entirely beyond Long Ying's perception, yet the Qixing Longyuan she had manifested began to tremble slightly, as if sensing a sinister chill. However, she was now utterly entranced by this formidable power, leaving no room to consider anything else. At that moment, the surrounding adversaries stood by, helplessly watching as they sealed the temporary contract. It was no wonder they were deemed mindless villains. There was little recourse. Were they not mere cardboard cutouts, Baijiu would have hesitated to act so boldly. Yet the script had already been pinned. The leader of the black-clad individuals scoffed derisively. "You little rascal. You actually intend to save her. You dare to sign a temporary contract with her. She's nothing but a worthless E-rank spirit maiden. How dare you contract with her? You must be courting death. Have you lost your senses? You speak the truth," Baijiu replied nonchalantly, rising slowly while brandishing the Longyuan. The black-clad man blinked in confusion. "I speak the truth? You admit to having lost your senses?" Baijiu merely chuckled softly. "No, you are the one courting death." Chapter 52. If you have guts, don't run. Let me run first. Damn it. The black-clad man's brow shot up at Baijiu's words. "You little brat." Yet the black-clad man had not fully transitioned in his mindset. "The dragon has regrets." Baijiu's calm voice resonated. With a whoosh, the long sword in Baijiu's hand suddenly ignited with a silvery radiance. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura swept through the black-clad figures, leaving them reeling in pain. This is bad. In that instant, they realized the gravity of the situation and hastily raised their spirit tools in defense. However, Baijiu had already discerned the caliber of this group through the omniscient mirror while observing from the sidelines. Most were second-tier spirit manipulators paired with second-tier spirit maidens, and some were even first-tier. Only the leader was a third-tier spirit manipulator with a third-tier spirit maiden. Although the temporarily contracted Long Ying was still first-tier, Baijiu had already ascended to third-tier himself. Furthermore, his experience points had significantly increased after vanquishing the spider wolf. While they were outnumbered, Long Ying's second skill, Tianmi, was a wide-ranging attack. Moreover, after contracting with Baijiu, she had abruptly transformed into an Ultra SSS-grade artifact, radiating an extraordinary power, especially given the startling swiftness of Baijiu's actions. The black-clad figures could only spit blood and be sent flying. Even the spirit tools they had barely managed to lift moments ago disintegrated in an instant. Pale-faced and bloodied at the corners of their mouths. They tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Baijiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, this is the power of an Ultra SSS-grade artifact. Indeed, although Baijiu was aware of Long Ying's formidable skills, capable of severing all 8 legs of the spider wolf in a single strike, he had not prepared his stance for using the Qixing Longyuan and had not accumulated power. His dragon pattern armor skill was still charging and could not be released. The mere hastily executed strike had yielded such results, which naturally thrilled Baijiu. Of course, he would never let Long Ying hear these thoughts. The Qixing Longyuan in his hand was trembling gently. It was evident that the Long Ying who had transformed into the Qixing Longyuan was once again deeply awed by the sudden surge of power he had unleashed. If Long Ying were to hear the astonishment in his heart, wouldn't she become even more arrogant? After all, Long Ying was not Lin Wei. Coughing, the fallen black-clad figures clutched their chests, aided by their spirit maidens as they struggled to rise. Each of their eyes brimmed with profound disbelief, and the leader could not help but exclaim in shock. "This is impossible, brat. What have you done? From what we know, that girl is merely a worthless E-rank spirit maiden. How can she possess such power?" Indeed, they could deduce that such a transformation in an E-rank spirit maiden was undoubtedly linked to her spirit manipulator. Moreover, Bai Zhou was merely a temporary contracted spirit manipulator for Long Ying. If she had already reached such heights temporarily, how powerful would she become if they truly formalized their contract? Yet, in the face of the black-clad men's astonishment, Bai Zhou merely maintained a serene smile. The Qixing Longyuan angled toward the ground. Meanwhile, in his other hand, he cradled Lin Wei's petite frame, carrying her on his back. He regarded the group of black-clad figures and their spirit maidens with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, showing no intention of answering their queries. However, as the black-clad individuals met Bai Zhou's unperturbed gaze, they found their faces paling, retreating silently. One could not help but whisper to the leader, "Big brother, I think this kid.is a bit sinister. That woman is undoubtedly an E-rank waste, but in his hands. Moreover, he is carrying a girl on his back, which means he has even unleashed his full potential. I feel like we've bitten off more than we can chew today." As he spoke, the black-clad man shrank his neck, his gaze toward Bai Zhou tinged with increasing fear. The leader of the black-clad figures clenched his teeth in contemplation, unable to fathom the young man before him. Here he stood, calm and composed, without exuding any malevolent aura or apparent high rank as a spirit manipulator. Yet, he had effortlessly returned their spirit maidens to their true forms. This was an unmistakable display of absolute power, and yet, he appeared so young. What was the meaning of this? The black-clad man could not comprehend. Just then, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, and he coldly addressed Bai Zhou. "Brat, are you truly determined to save this woman?" Upon hearing this question, Bai Zhou chuckled softly. "You heard her. This girl intends to sign a life and death contract with me. If that is the case, how could I allow you to take her away?" The black-clad man, instead of expressing surprise, smirked and nodded. "Very well. It seems you are resolutely opposed to us today. While we may not be your match, do you dare to wait here?" As he spoke, he discreetly began to retreat with his subordinates. It appeared he had no intention of waiting for Bai Zhou's response. "Just you wait. Don't run away. We won't let you off the hook." As his words fell, whoosh, the black-clad man turned and fled with his spirit maiden, leaving his subordinates dumbfounded. "Wait, big brother, you just made threats, and now you're running away yourself. Is that appropriate?" Yet, within the next second, they were all taken aback and, without a glance back, followed their leader's retreat with frantic haste. Bai Zhou watched their fleeing figures, amused, with a thought. The Longyuan in his hand transformed into a flurry of white light, coalescing into the graceful form of Long Ying, who immediately confronted Bai Zhou. "Why did you let them go? They are villains. You should have used me to slay them." Hearing this, Bai Zhou mused. Does this girl harbor quite the vengeful spirit? Nonetheless, he replied calmly. "Kill them. Let me ask you, do you have the strength to unleash any of your skills?" Long Ying faltered, momentarily speechless. Ding! Detected a significant psychological impact on the main character. 111. Gain Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villainous Grand Prize will now require 6,950 points to activate. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou recalled that he had just spun the grand prize while using Long Ying's essence. He must not forget to claim his reward. However, he continued to speak to Long Ying. "My spirit maiden and I have just endured a grueling battle due to your deceitful mission, and my spirit maiden has yet to awaken." Ding! Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage. 222. Gaining Fated Villain Points 50, 6,900 more points needed to unlock the Villain's Grand Roulette. Is your vision so narrow that it only encompasses yourself? Do you even comprehend the toll it took to save you? He scoffed. "Go ahead and think as you wish. Feel free to do as you please. I shall not hinder you." Ding! Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage. 333. Gaining Fated Villain Points 50, 6,850 points needed to unlock the Villain's Grand Roulette. Long Ying's gaze flickered. Her teeth gritted slightly. In that moment, the temporary contract she shared with Bai Zhou was automatically dissolved. A wave of weakness washed over her, and the fleeting surge of power dissipated once more. This prompted longing to bite down on her silver teeth, lowering her head with a rueful smile as she uttered, "I am sorry." Upon witnessing this, Bai Zhu was taken aback. This girl actually knew how to apologize. What a twist. Yet, the manner in which she expressed it, a peculiar gleam appeared in Bai Zhu's eyes. The fresh insights provided by those black-clad figures earlier began to resurface in his mind, subtly altering his gaze towards Long Ying. Unbeknownst to her, she sensed an unsettling feeling, as if something vile was fixating on her. What was happening? Had that group of black-clad figures returned? Ding! Detecting that the main character has suffered mental damage for 44, gaining Fated Villain points 50, 6,800 points needed to unlock the villain's Grand Roulette. To all my benefactors, Happy New Year. Allow me to bow deeply to each of you. Chapter 53. Is this little girl jealous? Bai Zhu paid no heed to the system's notifications echoing in his mind. At this moment, he had turned his back on Lin Wei and was departing. Long Ying, without hesitation, hurriedly followed suit. Bai Zhu, deep in thought, addressed the system in his mind. Unlock that Grand Roulette from earlier. Ding, the villain's Grand Roulette is now open, spinning for system rewards. The familiar silhouette of the roulette materialized before Bai Zhu, commencing a rapid rotation. Time passed swiftly that a beam of white light gradually illuminated the space. Observing this glow, Bai Zhu couldn't help but smirk. Yet again, he received a white reward. The subsequent notification from the system alleviated his concerns. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a white reward. Unclaimed experience points 1,000. What a stroke of luck. The last white reward he had drawn was precisely the so-called unclaimed experience points. It was these very points that had allowed both Bai Zhu and Lin Wei to ascend to level 3 simultaneously, leading to their overwhelming victory over the level 5 captain of the city defense team. Considering the difficulty of acquiring experience points, Bai Zhu had long harbored doubts regarding the system's reward grading. If he were to assess it, he would classify it as a blue-quality reward. As before, without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zhu instructed the system, split these 1,000 experience points evenly between Lin Wei and myself. Indeed, although he had recently discovered a second spirit maiden of super SSS quality, Long Ying, the only spirit maiden with whom he had a genuine contract remained Lin Wei. Bai Zhu was not about to generously share these hard-earned experience points with Long Ying. Ding! The system's notification arrived promptly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 5 Spirit Master, gaining an overall attribute boost of 20 and an increase in Spirit Maiden control by 2. Hearing the system's announcement, Bai Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Already level 5. Wasn't it said that the higher the level of a Spirit Master, the more experience points needed to level up? Could it be that the defeat of that spider wolf earlier granted us a significant amount of experience points? If viewed from this perspective, it seemed quite reasonable. A faint smile graced Bai Zhu's face. He was genuinely elated. Just yesterday, he had completed his job awakening and formed a contract with a Spirit Maiden. In the span of a single day, he had transformed into a level 5 Spirit Master. Who could he share this with? If he were to face that city defense team captain from yesterday now, he might very well be able to eliminate him in a single blow. Furthermore, Bai Zhu recalled that in the original story, Chu Yun possessed an SSS-level super talent. Even after defeating the Spider Wolf through extraordinary means, he had only managed to reach level 2 Spirit Master. Despite that, when he encountered the heads of various schools' admissions offices that very night, it had caused quite a stir. Everyone had marveled, exclaiming how Chu Yun truly deserved his SSS-level title. To level up by 1 in a single day was unprecedented. But now, although the admissions event had not yet commenced, if those individuals were to discover that a mere level A Bai Zhu had ascended to level 5 Spirit Master within a day, what would they think of Chu Yun then? What was he even worth? Ding! Detecting that the protagonist has suffered mental damage 999, gaining Fated Villain points 100, 6,700 points needed to unlock the villain's Grand Roulette. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, still wallowing in solitude in the hospital, remained oblivious to the cosmic sensations occurring around him. The system had begun to emit such notifications. At present, Bai Zhu felt the powerful surge accompanying his level increase. In fact, he had even restored the energy expended during his recent battles. At that moment, Bai Zhu sensed something soft brushing against his back. He heard Lin Wei's gentle voice. After a soft murmur. Lin Wei, who had been exhausted and drifting into slumber, slowly opened her eyes. What is this? Awakening from her slumber, Lin Wei found that the previous weakness had vanished entirely. Moreover, just like the feeling that had emerged before, her strength had surged once again. This must surely be the result of her brother Bai Zhou's efforts. To her excitement, Lin Wei realized she was being carried on by Zhou's back, her arms wrapped around his neck. Suddenly, her arms trembled slightly, instinctively attempting to retract. However, the reluctance she felt caused her to halt her movements. Gazing at Bai Zhou's broad back, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. Noticing Bai Zhou did not turn to look, a flicker of anticipation appeared in Lin Wei's eyes. She closed her eyes once more, pretending to remain unconscious. If Bai Zhou were to discover that she had awakened, would such an opportunity slip away? Ding, detecting that the host has successfully obstructed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining fated villain points 100, 6,600 points needed to unlock the villain's grand roulette. Unbeknownst to her, whether it was the system's notifications resonating in Bai Zhou's mind or the gentle tremors of her arms around his neck, Lin Wei's little scheme had already been laid bare. Bai Zhou merely chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her. Meanwhile, trailing behind Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, Long Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. She had been quietly following Bai Zhou, contemplating how to leverage him, this spirit master, to enhance her own power and evade the pursuit of those nefarious individuals. Yet, she suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from the spirit master and his spirit maiden ahead of her. Although this energy surge vanished in an instant, she distinctly felt that this spirit master and his spirit maiden had grown even stronger. Long Ying stared at Bai Zhou's back with incredulity. What is happening? They've only taken a few steps, and their presence has intensified again. Is this how one levels up? What a peculiar occurrence. Could it be that a glimmer of realization sparkled in Long Ying's eyes? Did this spirit master harbor other hidden secrets? With such conjectures arising, her gaze towards Bai Zhou shifted once more. Yet, regardless of the changes unfolding, the intent behind her gaze remained unabashedly utilitarian. She was likely plotting how to uncover Bai Zhou's secrets and turn them to her advantage. However, before she could ponder further, a sudden, jarring roar of an engine reverberated from a distance. Visibly, a black vehicle was approaching the base of the city wall. The sight of this vehicle ignited an unwelcome premonition within Long Ying. Indeed, as the vehicle drew closer, she spotted the very black-clad figures from earlier. Those figures had truly returned. Moreover, they surrounded the vehicle, dashing alongside it as if serving as its bodyguards. With a swift motion, Long Ying concealed herself behind Bai Zhou, grasping the hem of his sleeve. Bai Zhou, too, had noticed the returning black-clad figures without needing to feel her action. In the depths of her mind, she pondered, these few rascals. Have they truly summoned reinforcements? The most pronounced reaction, however, did not come from Bai Zhou or Long Ying, but rather from Lin Wei, who had been feigning sleep on Bai Zhou's back. It was as if she had sensed a hidden voice. And in an instant, her eyes flew open. She happened to catch a glimpse of Long Ying's small hand holding onto the sleeve of Bai Zhou's garment. Long Ying's delicate face paled slightly. And that instinctive intuition, stemming from her femininity, prompted Lin Wei to turn her gaze towards Long Ying. Though Long Ying's features were obscured by her hood, Lin Wei's heart was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of peril. Whether it was instinct or subconscious, she leapt directly from Bai Zhou's back, landing on the same side as Long Ying, inadvertently freeing Long Ying's small hand from its grip on Bai Zhou's sleeve. Ding! Detected mental harm to a main character 555, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette will require an additional 6,550 points to activate. Meanwhile, Lin Wei appeared unfazed as she embraced Bai Zhou's arm, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes at him, chirping, Bai Zhou Gidge, has something happened? Chapter 54. What are the four great families of Jiang City? At this moment, Bai Zhou remained oblivious to Lin Wei's thoughts and was unaware of her actions upon jumping down. He assumed that Lin Wei had sensed an impending danger and decided against continuing her charade of unconsciousness. Thus, he naturally gestured towards the group of black-clad individuals, stating, "It's nothing, just a few bothersome flies." Suddenly, a screeching halt echoed as a vehicle, flanked by the black-clad men, came to a stop right before Bai Zhou and his companions, effectively blocking their path. The leading black-clad man arrogantly addressed Bai Zhou. "Kid, you've got some guts. You haven't fled yet." Bai Zhou yearned to retort, "I was about to leave, but you all returned too swiftly for me to do so." However, he found no motivation to engage in lengthy discourse with them. After all, he had not only regained all his strength and energy, but his level had also ascended to level 5. These minor adversaries could be easily dealt with just a flick of his finger. After provoking Bai Zhou, the black-clad leader hurriedly turned and scurried to the vehicle's door, opening it with exaggerated reverence while bowing. saying, "Young master, that blind fool is right in front." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou paused momentarily. Taken aback, "Young master," he mused, "that I in this city. Was there anyone other than himself daring enough to claim such a title?" The next moment, a large, polished shoe emerged from the vehicle's door, followed by a young man clad in an exquisite suit. Stepping out, he appeared to be in his mid-20s, his hair slicked back with a generous amount of gel that reflected the light, prompting Bai Zhou to wonder if a fly might get stuck in it. He wore a lavishly tailored suit and sported gold-rimmed glasses. This attire was he attempting to masquerade as a refined scoundrel, yet, with such an unappealing appearance that hardly seemed plausible. This so-called young master regarded Bai Zhou nonchalantly, casually conversing with the leading black-clad man, who promptly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, young master, it is he. We were just about to capture that E-class waste, but unexpectedly, he intervened, signing a temporary contract with that waste and injuring us all. Young master, this kid may not be as simple as he appears." "Ha." The young master chuckled lightly at this remark, unfazed. "You lot are utterly unreliable in your tasks. However, your defeat is not unwarranted, after all. This kid is a level 5 spirit master." "What?" The surrounding black-clad men furrowed their brows, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. A level 5 spirit master, but he looks so young, as if he has just completed his awakening. How could he have already achieved level 5? How did he manage such a feat? Indeed, it was not just them. Anyone who learned of Bai Zhou's current level would undoubtedly pose that question. However, aside from them, Bai Zhou himself was astonished. He was not surprised by his own level, but rather intrigued by the young master's keen perception. Could he truly discern my level? Was he also a formidable individual? Instinctively, Bai Zhou activated his omniscient mirror, casting its gaze upon the young master, and lines of information materialized. Profession: Spirit Master, level 0, talent S, Spirit Master talent, not activated yet. Gasp. Bai Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Not at the young master's S-level talent, but at the revelation that this young master, despite appearing to be around 25 or 26, had yet to contract a single spirit maiden, remaining a level 0 spirit master. This fellow certainly possesses some intriguing qualities. Yet, how could he perceive my spirit master level when he himself is only at level 0? Moreover, the young master's gaze shifted towards the two young women beside Bai Zhou, a glimmer of delight shining in his eyes as he remarked, "I never expected to encounter such unexpected gains today. Your contracted spirit maiden is also an E-class?" This statement left Bai Zhou even more astounded. Remarkably, he could discern the quality of my spirit maiden. Could it be that he possesses a version of the omniscient mirror? However, compared to his, it seemed rather inferior. After all, Bai Zhou's omniscient mirror could unveil hidden attributes and talents, while his evidently lacked such functionality. Nonetheless, this was enough to pique Bai Zhou's curiosity. At this moment, after confirming that Bai Zhou's spirit maiden was also E-class, the young master approached Bai Zhou with a smile. Adopting a friendlier tone, "Little brother, your spirit maiden is E-class, and the one you protect is also E-class. Yet you, my friend, have become a level 5 spirit master. Don't you feel a bit embarrassed carrying around an E-class spirit maiden? How about this? Let us strike a deal. Hand over your 2 E-class spirit maidens, and I shall provide you with an S-class spirit maiden in return. What say you?" At this proposition, the gazes of Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, and Longing all narrowed slightly. Lin Wei and Longing tensed, as if fearing Bai Zhou might agree to this seemingly foolproof transaction. Bai Zhou, however, was astonished, bewildered as to why this fellow, who possessed an S-class spirit maiden, would seek to capture E-class spirit maidens instead. While Bai Zhou was well versed in the original plot, understanding that a minor antagonist continually sought to capture E-class spirit maidens, he was certain that this so-called young master was not that person. Furthermore, in the original narrative, after Chu Yun eradicated that group of minor antagonists, it seemed that the E-class spirit maidens were not accorded any special treatment and were merely allowed to escape. In the end, the motives behind that group's pursuit of E-class spirit maidens remained a mystery. Now it appeared that this young master might very well be the true mastermind behind that group. Bai Zhou certainly had no intention of trading his extraordinary SSS-class spirit maiden for an S-class spirit maiden akin to Shen Qin. Yet, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to respond provocatively, "Spare me. If you cannot even capture E-class spirit maidens, where do you intend to procure an S-class spirit maiden for me?" Ding. Detected mental harm to a main character 555, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette will require an additional 6,500 points to activate. This was undoubtedly a result of Long Ying's reaction. Bai Shou's remarks seemingly implied that he would exchange anything as long as the young master possessed it. How could she not be anxious? However, Lin Wei harbored no such concerns, as she understood that the Bai family's eldest young master lacked nothing. Even a non-S-class spirit maiden like Shinqin remained at home, content to play the part of a pet. Yet the young master appeared momentarily taken aback before smiling and saying, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself that I hail from the neighboring Jiang city. My name is Wang Hai." Wang Hai. Upon hearing this name, Bai Shou paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he thought to himself, so it's him. Indeed, he was another significant character from the original narrative, and to Chu Yun. He was not an antagonist, but rather a substantial ally. Bai Shou now understood why Wang Hai had yet to contract a spirit maiden despite his age. The original text indicated that this fellow was not focused on becoming a spirit master, but rather resembled a scientist. As for what he was researching, that was a tale for another time. Seeing Bai Shou's expression, Wang Hai chuckled. "It seems my name is quite renowned around here, isn't it?" Yet, who could have anticipated that the very next moment? Bai Shou would simply shrug, replying nonchalantly, "I've never heard of you." This statement caused Wang Hai's self-assured smile to falter instantly. The system's notification echoed. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 233. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,450 points to activate. This reaffirmed that Wang Hai was indeed the individual recognized by Bai Shou. The figure in black behind Wang Hai suddenly leaped forth, roaring at Bai Shou as if in fury. "How audacious, you little brat. The young master is the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangqing. Have you truly never heard of him? You must be woefully uninformed." Bai Shou paused slightly, inquiring, "And how do they compare to the 4 families I am familiar with?" Upon hearing this, an expression of longing unexpectedly appeared on Wang Hai's face as he responded. "You refer to those lofty 4 families, do you not? Our Wang family's ambition is to one day join their ranks. Bai Shou replied, a look of realization dawning on him. "Then I haven't heard of them." Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,400 points to activate. Chapter 55. Has the act not even begun, and the man is already gone? It was evident that the muscles on Wang Hai's face twitched. The fleeting shadow of gloom in his eyes gave the impression that the carefully crafted persona he had established was on the verge of crumbling. Yet, he managed to suppress his emotions, continuing to smile at Bai Shou as he remarked, "You are quite the young talent at such a tender age, possessing level 5 strength. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. However, you accompany 2 E-grade spirits, which must severely limit your potential. Surely, an S-grade spirit would serve you better? If necessary, I can procure 2 for you." Beep. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,350 points to activate. This notification emanated from Long Ying, who appeared not to be suffering from any mental damage, but rather was profoundly shaken. Indeed, both she and Bai Shou possessed E-grade spirits, deemed worthless, yet Wang Hai seemed to regard them as entities capable of trading for S-grade spirits. In that moment, Long Ying even entertained the notion of departing with Wang Hai. Did her E-grade spirit truly hold such significance in Wang Hai's eyes? Of course, she quickly dismissed the thought, fully aware of the distinction between good and evil, though her understanding remained somewhat muddled. According to the original narrative, Wang Hai ought to be considered a good person, while Bai Shou was the quintessential villain. However, given the current circumstances that the roles had undeniably shifted, with Long Ying in shock, Bai Shou's curiosity intensified. How could this fellow place such value on E-grade spirits? Could it be that his illusory omniscient mirror also revealed hidden attributes of the spirits? That seemed improbable. If so, why would he engage in such amicable discourse with Bai Shou? Bai Shou boldly posed the question. "This Wang. Never mind. It's not important." Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,300 points to activate. Why do I get the impression that you regard E-grade spirits as more valuable than S-grade ones? This cannot be right. E-grade spirits are universally acknowledged as worthless, are they not? Wang Hai, brimming with restrained fury from Bai Shou's dismissive attitude, struggled to contain his rage and retorted, "A solitary E-grade spirit is, to me, mere refuse. But if I could consolidate these E-grade spirits at this juncture." Wang Hai abruptly halted, turning to Bai Shou. This is my concern, not yours. I merely wish to know if you will trade. Trade? Bai Shou replied without hesitation. Why would I refuse a deal that costs me nothing? You. Beep. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,250 points to activate. Upon hearing this, Long Ying's face flushed with indignation. What do you mean? How can you act this way? She could hardly contain her desire to chastise Bai Shou. Yet, to her surprise, he paid her no mind. Even Lin Wei, standing beside Bai Shou, glanced at Long Ying with an expression that seemed to implore her to silence. Beep. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,200 points to activate. Long Ying was left speechless. Your spirit master is willing to trade you for an S-grade spirit, and you want me to keep quiet? What has gotten into your head? But before she could chastise Lin Wei further in her mind, Wang Hai eagerly interjected. It is splendid that you think this way. Just wait. I will contact someone to arrange for your S-grade spirit. How impressive. The 4 prominent families of Jiangxing truly wield considerable influence, capable of summoning S-grade spirits at will. Yet, at that moment, Bai Shou raised a finger and shook his head, saying, Not so fast. Although I have agreed to the trade, who said I wanted your S-grade spirit? What I desire is an SSS-grade spirit. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 777. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's roulette requires an additional 6,150 points to activate. What did you say? Wang Hai's eyes twitched violently, his fists clenching tightly. Meanwhile, Long Ying, who had previously been enraged, now comprehended the situation. Well, I forgive you. Did Bai Shou even need her forgiveness? What was she, after all? Long Ying recognized that the SSS grade quality or talent was only a matter of legend, so it was evident that Bai Shou was merely jesting with Wang Hai. Are you mocking me? Wang Hai's previously calm demeanor and smile evaporated in an instant. Yet, Bai Shou remained composed, asserting, I apologize that in my eyes, spirits hold no distinction of quality, only those I favor and those I do not. As he spoke, Bai Shou turned to take Lin Wei's hand, continuing nonchalantly. I am quite fond of my current spirit, so you must offer me something truly precious if you wish for me to consider your proposal. Do you understand? Listening to Bai Shou's words, Lin Wei gazed at his profile, nearly unable to contain her smile in that moment. Her eyes seemed to convey. So, I am the most precious in Brother Bai Shou's heart. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully interrupted part of the protagonist's fortune. Gained Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's roulette requires an additional 5,950 points to activate. As the system notification chimed, Bai Shou's lips threatened to curl into a grin. The most precious thing? Please. Bai Shou was merely seizing the opportunity to flatter Lin Wei, and the results were remarkably effective, given how easily she was swayed. Suddenly, Wang Hai chuckled, a cold, mirthless laugh escaping him as he removed his glasses. The gentle aura he had previously exuded vanished in an instant, his expression twisting into one of fury. You are courting death. Had Wang Hai's facade finally crumbled? He had intended to remain discreet, quietly retrieving his belongings from this place that was not his Jiangxing. Why did this brat compel him to act? Wang Hai's voice, once calm, now brimmed with contempt as he pointed a finger at Bai Shou, proclaiming, I am the heir of the Wang family, one of Jiangxing's 4 prominent families, though we may not rival the legendary 4 families. We are certainly not to be trifled with by the likes of you, since you are so determined to seek your demise. Wang Hai sneered again, turning to the vehicle parked nearby. Li Shu. This brat is yours. I want him to kneel before me and lick the soles of my shoes. As his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from the vehicle with a resounding hum. The door was blown off with a loud crash, and an elderly man with a white beard emerged, exuding a certain flair as he exited the car, especially that old man, squinting his eyes as if he had no intention of opening them to cast even a glance at Bai Shou. Is this what one would consider the arrogance of the strong? His voice, hoarse and laced with disdain, uttered, Brat, you heard that. The young master commands you to kneel, so kneel before me. Yet before his words could fully escape his lips, a thunderous shout erupted. This scenario seemed eerily familiar, as if it had transpired before, and yet here it was again. With a sickening sound, the elder that Wang Hai had called forth suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. Collapsing onto the ground in a grotesque sprawl, puffed, his body was riddled with a series of blood holes, as if it had been crushed, leading to his instant demise. He hadn't even finished his sentence before he perished. The bravado he intended to display vanished before it could even manifest. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999999. Gained Destined Villain Points 100. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,850 to activate. Wang Hai stood dumbfounded. Who? Chapter 56. All young masters must address you as young master. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 99999. Gained Destined Villain Points 100. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,750 to activate. Ding. Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm 666. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,700 to activate. It wasn't just Wang Hai. Even Long Ying, standing behind Baijiu, was left in shock. When had she ever witnessed such a spectacle? The elder, previously referred to as Uncle Li by Wang Hai, had made such an imposing entrance, radiating an aura of superiority that screamed mastery. One could only surmise his power to be immensely formidable. Long Ying felt a pang of insecurity, convinced that Baijiu would surely falter. Yet this seemingly formidable elder had died before completing his words. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a figure clad in black materialized with an overwhelming presence, as if conjured from thin air, standing before Baijiu. Not only that, but with a swoosh, 5 bodyguards who had previously taught Chu Yan a lesson under the guidance of Baijiu's lead protector emerged from the shadows. Encircling Wang Hai and his group, this man in black was undoubtedly a hidden protector of Baijiu, possessing even greater strength. He had refrained from intervening when Baijiu faced the captain of the city defense team. But now, witnessing the unfolding events, he seemed eager to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures surrounding Wang Hai, who had previously been forced back by Baijiu, stared in horror at the newcomer. The leader, unable to contain his panic, exclaimed, "Is that the powerful aura we sensed before? How could this be?" He then swiftly turned to Baijiu. "You deliberately let us go? Are you trying to trick me into summoning reinforcements?" Baijiu regarded the black figure with a light chuckle, saying, "I never intended to do so. But since you've put it that way, let us go with your interpretation." Indeed, Baijiu had no prior acquaintance with this black-clad individual. Nor was he aware of such a formidable presence protecting him from the shadows. After all, the original narrative could not possibly delineate every detail. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 555. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,650 to activate. At this moment, Wang Hai was no longer the towering figure he once was. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Yet, he still extended a trembling finger toward Baijiu. "Who exactly are you?" Snap. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered physical harm 30, mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 100. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,550 to activate. Wang Hai's finger had twisted in a grotesque manner, gripping his wrist tightly as he cried out in agony. His body gradually curling in on itself. The voice of the black-clad figure rasped menacingly. "What gives you the right to point at our young master?" Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,500 to activate. "Why, young master?" Wang Hai's face contorted in horror, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet he struggled to lift his gaze to Baijiu. "You. Who are you?" Baijiu stepped forward, about to introduce himself, when the black figure interjected. "Standing before you is the eldest young master of the Bai family, Baijiu." This self-introduction had been preempted, prompting Baijiu to roll his eyes at the black figure, who appeared quite pleased to seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Suddenly, upon meeting Baijiu's gaze, the man stiffened and quickly bowed his head. "My apologies, young master. Please, go ahead." Baijiu sighed in exasperation, thinking, "You've already said it all, so why should I even bother?" Yet, a storm was brewing in his mind. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 777. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,450 to activate. Ding. Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm 888. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,400 to activate. Indeed. Upon hearing this revelation, Long Ying's body trembled slightly. She had previously heard Baijiu introduce himself, but at that time, he hadn't mentioned being the eldest young master of the Bai family. Moreover, Her concern for her brother and sister-in-law had clouded her thoughts. However, now, connecting the dots, Bai family's eldest young master and Bai Zhou revealed that he was indeed the heir of one of the four great families. The Bai family, the same family that boasted 3 unparalleled masters on the top 10 rankings. How could I encounter such a figure in this task hall? And he even accepted the false task I posted? The eldest young master of the Bai family still needs to undertake tasks? Ding! Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,350 to activate. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,300 to activate. Wang Hai was equally stunned. His already hunched figure seemed to lose all strength in his legs. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, the black-clad figures trailing behind him, as well as their spirit daughters, trembled, their faces pale as they repeatedly fell to their knees. The leader of the black-clad figures could no longer contain his panic. Screaming, Young Master Bai, we were wrong. We truly didn't know you were the eldest young master of the Bai family. It's all his fault. Wang Hai forced us to do this. Spare us. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,250 to activate. Not only Wang Hai but even Bai Zhou was taken aback by how swiftly these individuals were groveling for mercy. The pleas from the black-clad figures and spirit daughters created a cacophony of noise, and Bai Zhou merely stated indifferently, "Silence them." The black-clad figure beside him immediately shouted, "Everyone, silence for young Master Bai." Puffed. The group instantly spewed blood, their faces turning ashen, eyes rolling back as they collapsed, unconscious. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had approached Wang Hai, who was now pale and drenched in sweat, trembling as he looked up at Bai Zhou. Struggling to muster a ghastly smile. "Why, young Master Bai?" Before Wang Hai could finish, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Don't call me young master. You're the young master, aren't you? Aren't you the eldest young master of the Wang family? One of the 4 great families of Jiangxing. How impressive you are. What am I compared to you?" Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,200 to activate. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destined Villain Points 50. The Villain Grand Roulette requires 5,150 to activate. Young Master Bai, Wang Hai let out a wail of despair, followed by a series of thuds. The sound of the head bowing was as if it cost nothing. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered physical damage 1.1. Acquired 100 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 5,050 more to activate. What are the 4 prominent families of Jiangxing in comparison? You are the young master of the Bai family. Every young master must pay their respects to you, addressing you as young master. Young Master Bai, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my errors. Yet Bai Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively, placing his shoe on Wang Hai's forehead. Don't be so formal. Why are you bowing to me? Didn't you want me to kneel and lick the soles of your shoes? Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 5,000 more to activate. What kind of nonsense is that? With a finger severed, Wang Hai's face turned ghostly pale, yet a grim smile crept onto his lips. You heard wrong. I was referring to myself. I will kneel down and lick the soles of young Master Bai's shoes. This is the fortune I have cultivated over several lifetimes. Chapter 57. What you take pride in is nothing but trash. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,950 more to activate. Wang Hai's expression became rigid, his eyes twitching that it was evident that he was in immense agony. This suffering stemmed not from his severed finger, but from the actions he was about to undertake. Trembling, he raised Bai Zhou's foot, and then, smack, a crisp sound echoed da-da. Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered physical damage 1. Spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,900 more to activate. Bai Zhou's shoe landed squarely on Wang Hai's face. What status do you possess to be worthy of licking the soles of this young master's shoes? Ding! Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,850 more to activate. Of course, you can't compete with Shen-Qin's beauty. Can you? Can you match Shen-Qin's capabilities? Do you possess the resolve to be a dog like Shen-Qin? What a joke. Do you think you are worthy? Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,800 more to activate. Wang Hai's heart was enduring immense torment. Just moments ago, he had been the lofty young master of the Wang family. He had even boasted that his family had the potential to join the legendary ranks of the four prominent families, and now, he found himself kneeling at the feet of the young master of the Bai family. One of the genuine four prominent families that eye in their eyes. He was not even worthy of licking their shoe soles, and he dared to dream of joining the ranks of the four prominent families. It was nothing short of delusion. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,750 more to activate. I ask you, no matter how great the pain Wang Hai was enduring in his heart, upon hearing Bai Zhou's voice, he could only hurriedly kneel again. Young master, your command. Bai Zhou looked down at Wang Hai, asking, how did you know my spirit master level is already level 5? Indeed, Bai Zhou was curious about this. Did that old man who had been killed before he could boast inform him? That seemed unlikely, as they had not exchanged words at this moment. Bai Zhou noticed Wang Hai's body quivering slightly. Well, Wang Hai appeared somewhat troubled, yet upon seeing Bai Zhou's impassive face, he dared not hesitate and quickly retrieved the golden wire glasses he had just removed. Young Master Bai, it is because of this. This is something I developed myself. Oh, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, then reached out to take the glasses and held them before his eyes. Instantly, two small words appeared above Wang Hai's head. Level 0. Bai Zhou swiftly turned to look at the black-clad figure on the ground, whose fate was uncertain. Level 3. Then he turned to his powerful black-clad bodyguard beside him. Level 25. Wow. This even surprised Bai Zhou. He had not expected that a spirit master with a level so much higher than his own could discern levels. No wonder this kid was regarded as a scientist. In the original story, not long after Chu Yun signed a contract with Long Ying, he encountered Wang Hai. Just like today, Wang Hai sought to exchange an E-level spirit maiden with Chu Yun. When Chu Yun refused, an old man intervened, and Chu Yun quickly countered, overwhelming the old man. That old man would likely never have the chance to be overpowered again. In summary, Wang Hai discovered that the E-level spirit maiden in Chu Yun's possession unleashed immense power. He then proactively reached out to Chu Yun, abandoning his pursuit of the spirit maiden, eager to study her. Instead, To express his sincerity. Wang Hai even gifted Chu Yun a watch that displayed the level of the opposing spirit master and the spirit maiden, essentially a budget version of an all-knowing mirror. Had Wang Hai now developed such glasses? Certainly. It was an even more budget-friendly version than the original's all-knowing mirror. After all, these glasses could not discern the level of spirit maidens and could not differentiate between the identities of spirit masters and spirit maidens. Yet, that was sufficient to astonish Bai Zhou. No wonder he could become a significant ally to the protagonist, Chu Yun. As Bai Zhou examined the product of Wang Hai's research, Wang Hai, feeling a surge of excitement, said, Young Master Bai, if you require it, I can gift this to you. You. What a useless object. Smack. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,700 more to activate. Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence, Bai Zhou tossed the glasses to the ground and stomped them to pieces. Young Master, Wang Hai appeared quite anxious, for this was something he had tirelessly researched, enabling low-level spirit masters to discern the levels of others. After he developed this, countless people praised him as a prodigy. Yet, the young master of the Bai family disdainfully crushed it with a single step. Just as he was about to advocate for the future of his research, he heard Bai Zhou's indifferent voice. Wang Hai, Spirit Master Level 0. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,650 more to activate. Spirit Master Talent Level, S Level. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 999. Acquired 50 Villain Destiny Points. The Villain Roulette requires 4,600 more to activate. Spirit Master Talent. Not yet activated. Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 99999. Acquired 100 Villain Destiny Points. The villain roulette requires 4,500 more to activate. With each word Bai Zhou uttered, Wang Hai's pupils constricted further. By the time the last sentence was spoken, Wang Hai's face had turned ashen, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, his expression twisted. How do you know? Young master, what is this equipment? How do you? Indeed, his glasses could only reveal the level of the opposing spirit master, nothing more. Yet Bai Zhou, without any glasses or visible special equipment, was able to discern his talent level and even knew he had no contracted spirit maiden. If he contracted a spirit maiden, could Bai Zhou see his talent skills too? How could this be possible? This was akin to a bug existing in reality. No wonder the other party despised the meticulously crafted item he had made, as it held no value in their eyes. How could this happen? Did it mean that in the realm of technology, I am also worthless, unworthy of matching the legendary 4 prominent families? Ding. Detected that a major supporting character has suffered spiritual damage 99999. Acquired 100 villain destiny points. The villain roulette requires 4,400 more to activate. Bai Zhou's few remarks had nearly driven this boy to despair. Wang Hai had no idea that Bai Zhou's knowledge stemmed entirely from the all-knowing mirror he had drawn from the system's roulette. The legendary 4 prominent families had not even mastered the technology Wang Hai had developed. However, there was no need for this young man to know such things. Bai Zhou's next question soon followed. Why are you searching for E-level spirit maidens? Indeed, this matter had not been addressed in the original text. After Wang Hai witnessed the immense power of Chu Yun's E-level spirit maiden, he seemed to abandon the pursuit and began focusing on studying Chu Yun. The original text did not mention E-level spirit maidens any further. Now, Wang Hai, having seen his previously cherished notions shattered by Bai Zhou, appeared to be in a state of disarray. Listening to Bai Zhou's inquiry, he mechanically responded, because I once saw an ancient text. The ancient text contained mere fragments of information, suggesting that the E-grade spirit maiden is, in fact, not a worthless entity, but rather one that necessitates special methods for complete activation. Upon hearing Wang Hai's words, Bai Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. Good heavens! What kind of extraordinary ancient text is this? How could it possibly possess such profound knowledge? It is essential to note that as a time traveler, he comprehends the significance of the spirit weapons awakened by Lin Wei and Long Ying. Furthermore, in the original narrative, the elderly figure in Chu Yun's mind also seems to sense certain things. Which prompts the question, how did that old man in Chu Yun's mind come to know of this? Could it be linked to the ancient text that Wang Hai mentioned? Chapter 58, concerning Long Ying. There is a tinge of excitement. While reading the original work, Bai Zhou had never contemplated this issue. He merely considered the old man in Chu Yun's mind as a mere plot device, powerful enough to suffice. However, now, the original novel naturally requires little explanation. Yet, after his transmigration, this paper-thin world has resonated with the reality of his own existence. This leads to the conclusion that every event must have its cause and effect. The old man, whose age is unfathomable, perished and became a fragment of soul residing in Chu Yun's mind. Perhaps in the era of that old man, someone akin to Chu Yun had also uncovered the secrets of the E-grade spirit maiden. Is this what Wang Hai refers to as the ancient text? Contemplating this, Bai Zhou spoke in a hushed tone. Where exactly is this so-called ancient text you mentioned? Wang Hai's body trembled slightly. It is in Jiacheng, but I did not bring it with me. Return to fetch it. Bai Zhou exhibited no hesitation. After returning to Jiacheng, bring that item back to me. Hearing this, Wang Hai initially intended to refuse. However, upon witnessing Bai Zhou's inscrutable expression, he gulped. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is now open but requires 4,350 more points. The young man standing before him had not only shattered his pride and self-esteem, but now commanded him as if he were a mere servant, leaving him without the ability to resist. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is now open but requires 4,300 more points. Will my Jiangxing's 4 great families forever remain incomparable to the true 4 great families? Is this not a self-evident truth? Even you have acknowledged that they are the genuine 4 great families. Wang Hai slowly nodded. Very well, young Master Bai, as you wish. Bai Zhou, satisfied with Wang Hai's perceptiveness, nodded and said, Enough, begone. Hurry home and retrieve my item. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is now open, but requires 4,250 more points. Alright. Young Master Bai. Wang Hai stood up, turning to see the old man who had accompanied him, now lifeless beyond recovery. His eyelids twitched incessantly, and the fate of his subordinates remained uncertain. These images starkly illustrated the insurmountable chasm between him and Bai Zhou. Wait, Bai Zhou's voice caused Wang Hai to tremble again, and he quickly turned. Young Master Bai, you command. Bai Zhou raised a hand, delivering 2 light slaps to Wang Hai's cheek with a crisp sound. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 999, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette is now open but requires 4,200 more points. Upon your return, inform your so-called Jiacheng 4 great families. You, and they, regardless of where you encounter this young master, bow your heads and be humble. Beep. Detected that the main supporting character has suffered mental damage 99999, gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain roulette is now open, but requires 4,100 more points. Why yes. Wang Hai's face turned pale, hastily bowing his head and bending at the waist, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Zhou, meanwhile, turned away, the icy demeanor on his face dissipating, replaced by a gentle smile. He then raised a hand toward Lin Wei. Let us go. It is all well now. We shall return home. Indeed. Lin Wei beamed sweetly, stepping forward to grasp Bai Zhou's large hand. This gesture felt entirely natural, especially considering that just yesterday, upon their first meeting, she had been terrified of him. This transformation was undoubtedly the result of Bai Zhou's myriad manipulations to adjust Lin Wei's character. With Lin Wei as a successful example, would the selfish, cunning Long Ying not also fall easily into his grasp? However, with Long Ying, Bai Zhou's methods would certainly be even more straightforward, direct, and forceful. Beep. Detected that the main character has suffered mental damage 333, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain roulette is now open but requires 4,050 more points. Trailing behind Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, Long Ying felt an inexplicable shiver coursing through her. Unable to suppress a grimace, she pondered, what is happening to me? Why do I have such an ominous premonition? While Long Ying was caught in her turmoil, Bai Zhou had already waved at her from a distance. Are you coming or not? Come. Regardless, nothing could deter Long Ying's footsteps. She sought formidable power and viewed Bai Zhou as a stepping stone. Especially since he was the heir of the Bai family, she could exploit Bai Zhou and the resources of the Bai family to solidify the fleeting strength she had previously attained. In fact, Long Ying was feeling quite pleased with herself. Little did she know, there had once been another individual with the same mindset as hers, currently residing in Bai Zhou's villa, riding in the Bai family's vehicle. Long Ying's demeanor starkly contrasted with Lin Wei's initial reaction, clearly influenced by their respective life experiences. Yet Bai Zhou remained indifferent, for he had already devised a plan for how to manipulate Long Ying. Moreover, the very thought excited him. As for Wang Hai, although he appeared submissive before Bai Zhou, his shattered pride notwithstanding, the system did not issue any notifications regarding the obstruction of the protagonist's fortune. This indicated that Wang Hai would, for the time being, remain closely tied to Chu Yin due to the latter's powerful protagonist aura. Naturally, Bai Zhou paid little heed to this. After all, Wang Hai was not a spirit maiden. The only aspects of Wang Hai that piqued Bai Zhou's interest were the potential to extract benefits from him and the so-called ancient text. If he still held value, then Bai Zhou would utilize him appropriately. Conversely, if he proved to be of no use and chose to resolutely side with Chu Yun, then the Wang family would hold no further significance. Of course, that was a matter for another day. The Bai family's vehicle sped back to their villa as before. Bai Zhou instructed the maid to escort Long Ying for a bath and to tidy herself up, while he allowed Lin Wei to rest first. After all, Lin Wei had spent the previous night at the hospital caring for her father and had just endured a rather arduous battle, although her energy levels had been restored due to her rank increase. The fatigue on a mental level remained. Thus, Lin Wei found herself sinking into a deep slumber in a bedroom larger than her own home. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou returned to his own room, summoned a multitude of tools from the household staff, and seated himself at the table. A flash of light revealed an irregular, egg-sized, dark red prism in Bai Zhou's grasp. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was aware that this object had allowed the near-death Chu Yun to elevate his level from 1 to 3, resulting in a significant boost in all foundational attributes. Though the underlying mechanics remained a mystery, Bai Zhou was certain of its exceptional nature. Consequently, clang clang clang, bang bang bang, Bai Zhou unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the item with various hammers, chisels, and tools, determined to avoid the ordeal that had nearly choked Chu Yun. Yet after laboring for half the day, he found that not even a single hair had been dislodged from it. Hey, I refuse to believe this. Father, mother, where is my father? This is utterly preposterous. How can such words hold any truth? Nevertheless, Bai Zhou eventually located his father in the study. Bai Zhennan, bewildered by his son's demands, slammed his palm down upon the egg-sized object with a resounding thud. Crack. The item shattered instantly. As expected. In the face of absolute power, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Bai Zhennan, curious about his son's intentions, watched as Bai Zhou meticulously gathered every fragment and even the powder before returning to his room. He then prepared a concoction of milk tea powder, and oatmeal, mixed with hot water, and consumed it all in one go. Afterward, he smacked his lips. Not bad at all. As for the original Chu Yun, what do my throat bleeding and near-choking pains even amount to? As time progressed, Bai Zhou sensed nothing particularly unusual. This led him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Could it be that my method of consumption is flawed, rendering this item ineffective? Just then, a gurgling sound erupted. Bai Zhou exclaimed, "Oh no! It's coming!" With a swift motion, he darted into the independent bathroom of his bedroom. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Host has successfully interrupted a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining 300 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 3,750 points to activate. Chapter 59. A sudden leap in talent level. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. This bizarre commotion surged forth from Bai Zhou's bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, his complexion paled as he questioned himself. Is this right? This cannot be correct. I recall that in the original text, Chu Yun did not experience such an undignified episode after consuming this item. Could it be that my method was so refined that it resulted in this predicament? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bai Zhou felt on the verge of collapse. This situation was utterly unscientific. It persisted for over 10 minutes, during which he flushed the toilet 7 or 8 times. Had he not done so, he might have been overwhelmed. He found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt, pondering how much he had consumed to cause such a tumult within. However, there eventually came a moment of resolution, for otherwise, he would have considered submerging himself in the toilet. Struggling to clutch his abdomen, he trembled as he emerged from the bathroom, only to discover that his clothing felt sticky. Looking down, he gasped. Others might escape from behind, but how could I experience such an eruption from my pores? With no other option, Bai Zhou retreated back into the bathroom. This time, he needed no emotional connection with the toilet. His clothes, dark, sticky, and foul, were unceremoniously discarded into the trash. While he plunged into the bathtub, as he observed the black grease gradually floating to the surface, Bai Zhou nodded in approval. This was more like it. The original novel followed the typical narrative arc, encountering a scene akin to a cleansing ritual, where vast impurities were expelled from within, as if washed away by a mysterious force. Chu Yu was no exception. In a near-death state, he consumed the item and subsequently fainted. Upon awakening, not only had he healed, but his strength had also significantly increased, albeit his clothing was rendered unwearable. Yet, none of the Chu Yuns ever found themselves in such a state of uncontrolled release. Was he so tightly wound? Bai Zhou entertained this thought, but it mattered little. The system notification had confirmed that Chu Yun was now utterly disconnected from that item. In the meantime, as he continuously changed the bathwater and cleansed his body, he felt the exhaustion from earlier dissipating. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, leaving him even more invigorated than when he had previously leveled up to level 5 using system rewards. His vision sharpened, and sounds became clearer. These changes were minor, yet through the large floor-to-ceiling mirror beside him, Bai Zhou noticed that his skin appeared radiant and lustrous, while muscular definition seemed to materialize out of thin air. Good heavens, Bai Zhou couldn't help but bounce in the bathtub. I had long fantasized about such a miracle occurring during countless nights in my past life. To think it would manifest on just the second day of my reincarnation? Incredible. However, this delightful surprise did not linger long, for in a mundane world, physical appearance might hold greater significance. But in this world of universal class transitions, where he was merely a super-rich heir, it seemed of little consequence. He recalled that in the original text, this item had significantly enhanced Chu Yun's strength. Yet now, he had undoubtedly absorbed all its energy, yet he received no system notification indicating a level up. What could this mean? Bai Zhou raised his gaze, and before him, the all-knowing mirror slowly materialized, casting its light upon his perfect physique. In the next moment, lines of text began to appear. Occupation, Spirit Master. Level, 5. Talent level, S. Spirit Master Talent. There was no need to read further. Bai Shou's attention was immediately riveted to his talent level. Good heavens, the water spraying from the shower head nearly caught him off guard. Bai Shou recalled that he had previously elevated his talent level to A through the system in various means. Now, he had jumped an entire grade to S. Did this imply that the next step would be SS? The talent level directly influenced the rate at which a spirit master gained experience, as well as the comprehensive power growth following level ups. The higher the talent level, the faster the upgrade speed and the greater the improvements. This was why Chu Yun, with his SSS level talent, was regarded as a formidable asset against the four great families. Due to his rapid growth and immense strength, this aspect not only determined the lower limits of a spirit master, but also their upper limits, although he had not gained any experience points from this. The effects of the talent level increase were incomparable to mere experience points. Excitement sparkled in Bai Shou's eyes. Could this be related to the manner in which I consumed that item? The original Chu Yun did not experience this benefit. It was possible that by crushing the item, the true energy was able to be released. Alternatively, it could be that Chu Yun, with his SSS level talent, had no room for improvement, thus converting it into experience points. Regardless of the reason, it was the best outcome for him. Amidst his excitement, a hint of ruthlessness emerged. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, did you ever imagine that Bai Shou, would come to such a day? I am rather eager to see your expression when you learn of my new talent level. Haha. Ding. Host detected mental damage to the protagonist 22, gaining 50 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 3,700 points to activate. Chu Yun, meanwhile, felt utterly disoriented. Lying bedridden in misery, he sensed a persistent chill creeping along his spine, as though someone were constantly watching him. At this moment, Bai Shou, after several rounds of cleansing, finally emerged smelling fresh. Thankfully, given Bai Shou's circumstances, hot water was readily available. However, having discarded his clothing, he found it impractical to wear anything else. Thus, he simply grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist. Striding confidently out of the bathroom. Yet, as soon as Bai Shou stepped out, a startled scream erupted from a girl. Ding. Detected mental damage to the primary character 666, gaining 50 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 3,650 points to activate. Bai Shou stood frozen in shock. After all, this was his room. He could be entirely unclothed without concern. But how was it that Long Ying lay on his bed? At that moment, Long Ying, clad in a maid outfit, resembled Shin Qin from the previous day. Evidently, the maid had run out of other clothing options. After bathing Long Ying, the maid had hurriedly brought her to Bai Shou's bedroom. Long Ying, upon entering such a spacious room, presumed it was an arrangement by the Bai family. Given their vast estate, the sheer size of the room, far exceeding her own living room, was not surprising, especially as she beheld the expansive, soft bed. She reclined upon it, savoring the delicate aroma of lavender. However, when she heard the bathroom door swing open and glanced up, she was confronted with 8 gleaming abdominal muscles. To her shock, the face above them was none other than Bai Shou's. Long Ying could not contain her scream, seizing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at Bai Shou, all the while shouting, "Pervert, what are you doing in my room?" Chapter 60. Since you're here, you shall not depart. Ding. Detected mental damage to the primary character 666, gaining 50 Destiny Villain points. The Villain Roulette requires an additional 3,600 points to activate. Listening to the system notification echoing in her mind, Bai Shou reached out and caught the pillow that Long Ying had tossed over, carelessly tossing it back onto the bed. He then gazed at Long Ying with a faint expression and remarked, "Have you made a mistake? This is my room." What? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm 555, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The Villain Roulette requires 3,550 to activate. Long Ying quickly sat up, looking around. Indeed, the room's decor did not seem suited for a young lady. Neatly arranged on the nearby sofa were men's clothes, and on the bedside table lay a photograph of Bai Shou himself. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm 444, gained Destiny Villain points 50. The Villain Roulette requires 3,500 to activate. In a fluster, Long Ying covered her eyes and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "What is wrong with your servants? Why didn't they take me to my room? This is so annoying." Even at this moment, she was still complaining. No one had promised her a room. After all, who did she think she was for Bai's servants to accommodate her? And even so, upon entering, she simply lay on the bed without inquiring. Long Ying certainly exuded the air of a spoiled young lady. However, as Bai Shou pondered, he recalled that Long Ying's character in the original story was indeed that of a young lady. Her surname, Long, was quite distinguished. It was only due to some unfortunate events that her family had been targeted, leading them to flee aimlessly through the alien forests between city-states. Long Ying's brother and sister-in-law had even sacrificed their lives to protect her. Most importantly, despite covering her face, this girl still clutched her blanket tightly. A slight smirk crept onto Bai Shou's lips. Although he was puzzled as to why his maid had brought Long Ying to his room, was this not a perfect opportunity for him to adjust her demeanor? After all, he was still exhilarated by the decision he had made earlier. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Thus, Bai Shou calmly stated, "Since you wish to stay, then make yourself comfortable here." As he spoke, he walked towards his own bed. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,450 to activate. Long Ying exclaimed, "Who said I wanted to stay?" After this fierce shout, she abruptly threw off the blanket and jumped off Bai Shou's bed, bolting to escape. However, as she passed by Bai Shou, he swiftly grabbed her arm with a light chuckle, saying, "Now that you're here, it won't be so easy for you to leave." With a sudden force, he tossed Long Ying back onto the bed. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 777. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,400 to activate. Long Ying had no current contract with Bai Shou. She was merely a level 0, equality spirit daughter. How could she possibly contend with Bai Shou, who possessed S talent and was already a level 5 spirit master? Thus, she had no chance to resist and was propelled backward. In her panic, she grasped at something to steady herself, but when she landed heavily on the blanket, she found she was clutching a bath towel. Long Ying's pupils constricted sharply. Stiffly, she looked up at Bai Shou, her voice trembling. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,350 to activate. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,300 to activate. To make matters worse, Bai Shou deliberately remarked, "Oh, can't wait, can you? Don't worry, this young master is here now." Ah. Long Ying's high-pitched scream shattered the silence like a silver vial bursting. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 99999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette requires 3,200 to activate. "You scoundrel, don't come any closer. Get away. Help me." Bai Shou wished to retort that no one would come to her aid. No matter how loudly she screamed, that it was the truth, for this was the Bai family villa. Any sounds emanating from the room of the Bai family's young master would be ignored if they did not belong to Bai Shou. Even his parents would not bother, as there was no need. Nevertheless, Bai Shou turned to Long Ying and said, "What do you mean by telling me to leave? Long Ying, do not forget that you promised to sign a life and death contract with me. You know what that entails, don't you? Were you deceiving me all along?" Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,150 to activate. At this moment, Long Ying was so anxious that she began to stutter. She had indeed mentioned the life and death contract, but it had merely been a stalling tactic to borrow Bai Shou's formidable power, using him as a stepping stone without any real intention of forming a contract. Moreover, Bai Shou already had an equality spirit daughter, didn't he? Could it be that the one named Lin Wei was not Bai Shou's? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,100 to activate. No, did I guess wrong? What should I do now? He is coming for me. I'm not the kind of woman who trades her most precious possession for benefits. I just wanted to use him. Suddenly, as her thoughts drifted, Long Ying felt the mattress beneath her sink slightly. Oh no. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,050 to activate. Long Ying frantically retreated, but she still bumped against the headboard. Gazing at the terrifying scene, she hurriedly spoke. "I did indeed agree to sign a life and death contract with you. That is true. But you must prepare me for this psychologically, right? After all, we only just met today." You can't. Bai Shou interjected coldly. "This wouldn't be a delaying tactic, would it? You simply want to exploit my spirit master's talents, utilizing my strength to make yourself truly powerful, and then discard me like a stepping stone once you're done?" Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm. 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette requires 3,000 to activate. I did not. Long Ying's words dripped with uncertainty. For her true thoughts had indeed been accurately deduced by Bai Shou. He deliberately articulated them for her to hear. Observing Long Ying's flustered demeanor, Bai Shou's lips curled into a subtle smile. And in the next moment, a cold glint appeared in his eyes that he raised his hand, and with a crisp slap, delivered a resounding blow to Long Ying's face. How dare you toy with me? You, an equality waste, think you can manipulate this young master? Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm 10, mental harm 444, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,950 to activate. Long Ying was rendered dumbfounded by Bai Shou's slap. Turning her head, she glared at him, wanting to scream, "How dare you hit me?" Yet the words equality waste landed upon her heart like a heavy hammer. At that moment, Bai Shou stood over her, his voice hoarse and low. "Your brother and sister-in-law sacrificed their lives to save you from the clutches of the heretics." Long Ying's body trembled violently. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,900 to activate. Long Ying's expression shifted, her eyes now reflecting a profound sorrow and a sense of loss. Bai Shou knew that his manipulation of Long Ying had begun to bear fruit. Chapter 61. Long Ying, seizing the future. The system notifications in her mind and Long Ying's trembling pupils indicated the fragility of her inner defenses at this moment. Thus, Bai Shou continued to speak. "Not just your brother and sister-in-law. I believe many, including your relatives and friends, have sacrificed their lives to protect you, a worthless E-level individual, haven't they?" Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,850. Bai Shou was indeed correct, in Long Ying's eyes. Bai Shou was merely guessing. However, in reality, Bai Shou was well versed in the plot of the original work, allowing him to effortlessly deduce what Long Ying had endured. If it weren't for this knowledge, Long Ying wouldn't have felt such despair in front of that so-called spider wolf, wishing earnestly for death. The temporary contract she formed with him had granted her a taste of true power, thus shaking her resolve to end her own life and revealing to her that she too could become strong, and that one day she could protect others. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,800. The incessant system notifications informed Bai Shou that Long Ying's mental defenses were gradually crumbling. Naturally, Bai Shou would not let this opportunity slip away. He aimed to strike while the iron was hot and completely dismantle her spirit. Therefore, he said, "What right do you, a complete waste, have to deserve the sacrifice of their lives for your safety?" Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,750. I feel shame that someone as worthless as you continues to exist in this world. Why don't you use this worthless life of yours to exchange for the precious lives they lost? Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,700. Then let me die. I will die right now. Long Ying suddenly roared, turning to charge violently at the wall. However, Bai Shou exerted his strength, pushing her back. Long Ying, undeterred, continued to struggle, desperately attempting to rise and meet her demise. Yet, Bai Shou effortlessly restrained her with one hand. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,650. Let me go. Wu, why won't you let me die? Let me go. I want to die. Wu. Long Ying was now sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, Bai Shou's voice remained icy. You, a worthless being, find even dying a challenge that I truly cannot fathom why they would sacrifice their lives to save you. Woo. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,600. Observing Long Ying, who was weeping bitterly on the bed, Bai Shou's eyes gleamed with a sense of exhilaration. He felt that this was indeed promising. Different characters required different approaches to tune them, and this particular method was perfectly suited for Long Ying. Bai Shou took a deep breath, his tone shifting to one imbued with an indescribable gentleness. The most absurd part is, if you die, their sacrifices will have been in vain. You truly are a selfish woman. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,550. Wasn't it you, young Master Bai, who just suggested that she should not seek death? Of course, this was all a part of Bai Zhou's KTV tactics, and at this moment, Long Ying, whose mental defenses had already shattered, could hardly consider such things, consumed only by her tears. How about this? Bai Zhou's voice softened considerably. If you still wish to die, I shall no longer impede you. However, I can offer you another choice. Upon hearing this, Long Ying's body trembled slightly, her tear-filled eyes slowly lifting to gaze at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou continued, the power you acquired upon signing the contract with me, I believe you have already felt its essence. It is precisely because of this that you harbored thoughts of tricking me, correct? Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,500. However, I can overlook past grievances and grant you an opportunity. As he spoke these words, a subtle smile crept upon Bai Zhou's lips. By following me, you can attain immense power, the strength to avenge your loved ones, and the ability to protect those you cherish. This is your future. Otherwise, you are left with nothing but the option of death as atonement. Now, I ask you, Long Ying, do you wish to seize your future with your own hands, or forsake all that you could possess? Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,450. At this moment, Long Ying was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at Bai Zhou, her eyes reflecting a profound confusion. Yet, this confusion did not linger for long. Beneath the tear-streaked visage, there emerged a spark of renewed vitality. I am worthless. They all died to protect me. I cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. I must avenge them. I want powerful strength. Long Ying yearned for immense power. Long Ying sought to seize her future with her own hands. As she spoke, her gaze grew resolute, and she slowly extended her delicate white hand towards Bai Zhou. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 555. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,400. Amidst the symphony of system notifications, a satisfied smile graced Bai Zhou's face. He slowly closed his eyes. Not forgetting to remark, it appears Long Ying has made the most astute choice. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 666. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,350. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 666. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,300. Ding. Detected major character suffering physical harm 20. Mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 100. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,200. Ding. Detected major character suffering physical harm 10. Mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 100. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,100. Ding. Detected major character suffering mental harm 99999. Gained destiny villain points 100. Villain roulette activated. Still needs 2,000. Ding. Detected host successfully severing protagonist portion of fortune. Gained destiny villain points 2,000. Villain roulette now activated. Would the host like to initiate the villain roulette? Bai Zhou, please wait a moment. I am currently occupied. Indeed. However, it must be said that the severance of Chu Yun's fortune was utterly comprehensive. Goodness, a full 2,000 villain points were granted, and the roulette was opened in an instant. This was something Bai Zhou had not anticipated before commencing his adjustments with Long Ying. However, at this moment, Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the fact that the door to his room had been left ajar. After the little maid had thrown Long Ying in, she had departed. Long Ying was not going to escape. Bai Zhou had also forgotten to lock the door. Meanwhile, Long Ying's heart-wrenching cries, while the Bai family members would certainly ignore, could still be heard by someone who had recently entered the Bai household. Lin Wei was likely fast asleep, having found the recent battles rather exhausting. That left only one person, Shin Qin. At this moment, Shin Qin trembled all over, her fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. In her hand, she held a dog leash. The collar at the other end resting around her own neck. She peered through the small gap into Bai Zhou's room, her pupils gleaming with a trace of venomous resentment. Her lips moved, seemingly voicing a silent scream. Why? What right does that woman have? It should be me standing there. It should be me. I too wish to seize my future. I too want. As she murmured, Shin Qin slowly extended her hand. Chapter 62. The Villain's Delight. I can already imagine it. Ding. The system's notification rang out. Detected that the protagonist Bai Yueguang has suffered mental harm 666. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is still 7,950 away from opening. Such an alert made Bai Zhou instantly lift his head. At this angle, he could just see the position of his bedroom door. Although at first glance, the door appeared unremarkable, The subtle shifts in the faint light outside caused the corners of Bai Zhou's mouth to curve into a slight smile. Indeed, he had not anticipated that by attempting to adjust Long Ying's state, he could achieve such unexpected results. This was truly a delightful surprise. Yet, Bai Zhou's thick skin rendered him unfazed by being spied upon. He even held on to Long Ying, adjusting the angle to allow the prying eyes outside to see more clearly. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 777. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is still 7,900 away from opening. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 888. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is still 7,850 away from opening. Ding! Ding! Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm 20, mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette is still 7,500 away from opening. Ding! Detected that the protagonist by Yue Guang has suffered mental harm 99999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. The villain roulette is still 7,400 away from opening. At this moment, Bai Zhou was once again reclining in his grand bathtub, savoring the comfort that a hint of playful amusement lingered in his eyes. Who would have thought that being a villain could be so enjoyable? Indeed, before his transmigration, Bai Zhou had always immersed himself in the role of the protagonist. Any heinous acts committed by villains would only incite his anger and discomfort. Little did he expect that in just 2 days of this new life, he would experience the exhilaration of wielding power and oppression. As for Long Ying, the thrill was even greater. Bai Zhou felt a sense of gratitude towards the dark-clad figures attempting to capture Long Ying today. Had it not been for their remarks, he might not have recalled such a method to adjust Long Ying's mindset. This approach was something he had unknowingly absorbed from somewhere prior to his transmigration. Who would have imagined he would one day experience it firsthand? Of course, as Bai Zhou had previously stated, different individuals necessitated different methods. For instance, such a tactic could never be applied to Lin Wei. The young girl's personality and life experiences dictated otherwise, so Bai Zhou could only approach it through her father and the so-called brother Chu Yun. Similarly, it could not be applied to Shen Qin. The series of system notifications just now indicated that Shen Qin would relish such treatment. Would Bai Zhou simply allow her to be satisfied? Absolutely not. For a moment, Bai Zhou splashed water on his face and exhaled deeply, stating, "I must say, being a villain is quite exhausting." Indeed, there were far too many considerations. This was nothing like being a protagonist, who could bask in invincibility thanks to a protagonist halo. Yet, despite the fatigue, the experience was undeniably rewarding. At this juncture, Bai Zhou comfortably addressed the system in his mind. "Didn't I unlock a great roulette 2 hours ago? Let us activate it now." Ding! Although considerable time had passed, the system responded without any delay. The villain roulette has been activated. A familiar ethereal image appeared before Bai Zhou's eyes. Previously, he had spun the white reward twice, earning 1,000 experience points. Now, he found himself somewhat eager to spin for experience points that would accelerate his level up. However, this time, an enchanting red glow suddenly illuminated the roulette's image. With a whoosh, Bai Zhou sat upright in the bathtub. Astonished, was this a reward of red quality? He distinctly remembered that his first activated roulette had also granted a red quality reward, which turned out to be the unparalleled sword box. This item not only unlocked all hidden attributes of the Spirit Maiden, but also allowed for an unlimited number of life and death contracts. With it, he had effectively secured Lin Wei, Long Ying, and even Shen Qin, all influenced by the unparalleled sword box, and now he had drawn another red reward. Fantastic! Bai Zhou's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together. After all, if the unparalleled sword box was so powerful, how could a reward of the same caliber be anything less? The rapidly spinning roulette gradually slowed under the red glow. As it vanished, it transformed into specks of red light, which slowly coalesced before Bai Zhou into a palm-sized card, quietly hovering in the air. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. What was this? Driven by curiosity, he reached out to grasp the card. In the next second, its information flashed vividly in his mind. Red Equipment Evolution Card. Can evolve any quality equipment to S grade. The moment those few words appeared, Bai Zhou shot out of the bathtub like a rocket with a loud pop. Wow! Is it really that incredible? Bai Zhou's exhilaration was beyond measure. Although the card's description was merely a single line, the implications of the two any terms were vast. This meant that he could randomly pick any piece of junk equipment, even if it were the most worthless E grade. With this card, he could elevate that equipment to the rarest and most precious S grade. As the quality of the equipment increased, so too would its effects. And not just any effects, these were S-grade. It was worth noting that even his uncle, Bai Jinbei, ranked 5th among the top 10 masters, possessed only one S-grade piece of equipment. He had even attempted to snatch the dragon pattern armor from Bai Zhou. This was akin to the villain roulette bestowing upon him an S-grade item. Moreover, he could choose the attributes and parts of the equipment at will. This was indeed on par with his unparalleled sword box. While the unparalleled sword box could unlock hidden attributes of the Spirit Maiden, the evolution card could enhance the equipment's quality. Though merely S-grade, Spirit Master equipment was already scarce, let alone Spirit Maiden equipment. The term any equipment undoubtedly included Spirit Maiden gear as well. Bai Zhou's immediate thought was to upgrade Lin Wei's Spirit Link chain. However, it seemed that the Spirit Link chain did not specify its quality. Bai Zhou was aware of this, for Spirit Maiden equipment was exceedingly rare in this world. Having any was already a feat, let alone concerning oneself with quality. Thus, Bai Zhou carefully stored the card in the system space. This card was indeed remarkable, but the time for its use had not yet arrived. He needed to meticulously select the skills or attributes of the equipment, ensuring it would be the most beneficial for him. There was no need to worry about the quality, for no matter what, it would become an invaluable S-grade in his hands. The excitement radiating from Bai Zhou was hard to contain. He even began to anticipate. If these 2 red rewards are this incredible, how astonishing must the golden rewards be? Look at your vocabulary. However, one must admit that a golden legend would undoubtedly bring about earth-shattering changes for Bai Zhou. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered physical harm 1. Mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is still 7,350 away from opening. Such a system notification abruptly pulled Bai Zhou from his joyous anticipation of the draw. He washed his face and dried off, leaving the bathroom without even a towel. Ding. Detected that the main character has suffered mental harm 555. Gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette is still 7,300 away from opening. In the room, Long Ying had already descended from the bed, clutching her stomach. Upon seeing Bai Zhou, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and avert her gaze. Yet, her emotions were markedly more stable than before. To Bai Zhou's surprise, she approached him, limping slightly, and opened her arms to gently lean against him. She even took the initiative to speak. Young master, when can we sign the life and death contract? Chapter 63. For Chu Yun, truly willing to invest, Bai Zhou looked down into Long Ying's doe-like eyes. Although her desires had not changed significantly from before, still seeking strength through Bai Zhou, her words were now sincere. The previous life and death contract had merely been a ruse to stall Bai Zhou, but now, her intention was genuine. This transformation was entirely attributed to Bai Zhou's legendary PUA tactics. After thoroughly dismantling Long Ying's psychological defenses, he had ignited a spark of hope in her midst of profound despair. This has led to a situation where, in Long Ying's eyes, there exists only herself. The psychological defenses she has painstakingly rebuilt now envelop her entirely. Consequently, Bai Zhou's attitude towards Long Ying has also undergone a transformation. Gently placing his hands on Long Ying's flawless back, he remarked, "Take your time, go wash up, rest a while, and nurture your body." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying, uncertain of what stirred within her, slightly furrowed her brows. Ding. Major character detected with physical harm 1. Mental harm 111, gaining destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 7,250 more to unlock. Yet, she lifted her head to gaze at Bai Zhou, adorably nodding as she declared, "Rest assured, young master, Long Ying will never hold you back." Her delicate voice and her resolutely charming demeanor made her expression almost comparable to Lin Wei at that moment. However, Bai Zhou was acutely aware that Long Ying was Long Ying. She was destined to never become Lin Wei. Her current worldview had merely been recently reforged and remained exceedingly fragile. Thus, it was inevitable that some unforeseen changes would occur. To address these challenges, Bai Zhou could only increase the intensity of his approach towards Long Ying in other aspects. Of course, such intensity would be a matter for the future, certainly not for the present. After watching Long Ying enter the bathroom, Bai Zhou opened the wardrobe in his room and casually selected an outfit to wear. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name Dr. Li, prompting Bai Zhou to raise an eyebrow. Could it be that Chu Yun was up to some mischief again? Without further thought, he answered the call. Immediately, Dr. Li's voice, filled with a sense of urgency, came through, as if he were secretly calling from some hidden corner. "Young master, there's a situation. Speak." Bai Zhou replied succinctly. Dr. Li quickly continued. Chu Yun may be discharged soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's brow furrowed once more. Remarkably, he could be released from the hospital in just 2 days. Hadn't he just been turned into a chicken nugget yesterday? Truly, this individual was deserving of the title of protagonist. Recovering at such an astonishing rate. Before Bai Zhou could inquire further, Dr. Li promptly explained. It's the city defense team. They are currently guarding Chu Yun's hospital room around the clock, preventing even our hospital's doctors from approaching. It seems they have summoned a healer to specifically tend to Chu Yun's recovery. Healer? At the mention of this term, Bai Zhou's brow knitted slightly. This role, akin to his uncle's appraiser, belonged to a secondary profession. Only those whose spirit master level exceeds 50 may choose to learn this secondary profession. Healers, in the context of battle, serve as support, often depending on the spirit companions they select. Some spirit companions are directly utilized to cast healing spells through wands or similar items. Such individuals typically only choose to become healers after reaching level 50. However, akin to appraisers, the significant threshold of level 50 renders healers quite rare in this world. The fact that the city defense team had managed to bring in such a person for Chu Yun was astonishing. A glimmer of light appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes as he mused. Zhao Gang and his crew are indeed willing to invest significantly. Indeed, Zhao Gang was the captain of the city defense team seen in the video previously sent by Dr. Li. While he was said to belong to the city defense team, it was likely that he was affiliated with a dedicated organization specifically created to counter the 4 major families. Now that Chu Yun had become a formidable weapon in their future struggle against these families, it was entirely expected for them to spare no expense. Bai Zhou replied coolly. All right, I understand that you've done well. Someone will reward you later. Thank you, young Master Bai. Thank you. However, young Master Bai, I believe a reward is unnecessary. Dr. Li's voice sounded somewhat hesitant as he continued. I haven't completed the tasks you assigned, and with Chu Yun about to be discharged, I can no longer monitor him. Therefore, I must abide by the principle of no reward without merit. And besides, what you have already provided is ample. I am content, truly content. Bai Zhou was quite pleased with Dr. Li's attitude, yet a faint smile curved his lips as he addressed the phone. No worries. Take it. You deserve it. What if Chu Yun ends up back in the hospital in a few days? Dr. Li responded with surprise. With a healer present, how could he possibly return to the hospital? Ding. Major character detected with mental harm 666. Gaining destiny villain points 100. Villain roulette requires 7,150 more to unlock. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, lying in his hospital bed, was bewildered. Why did he constantly feel a chill enveloping him? As Bai Zhou hung up the phone, he stepped out of his bedroom, only to abruptly stumble as he almost slipped on the floor. Had he not been a level 5 spirit master, he might have truly toppled over the railing of the villa. Frowning, Bai Zhou let out a cold snort. Someone, a young maid, hurriedly approached him. Flustered, Bai Zhou pointed at the floor and inquired, How do you all work here? Water has been spilled and not cleaned up. Are you trying to set a trap for me? The young maid, visibly anxious, quickly apologized. My lord, I am so sorry. It's all my fault. I'll clean it up right away. Right away. In a flurry, the maid knelt on the ground, using her skirt to wipe away the water stains in front of Bai Zhou's door. Bai Zhou ignored her and turned to leave. However, as the maid scrubbed the floor, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Who did this? It had already been cleaned before, and besides, her face flushed as she thought. No one would dare approach the young master while he was doing such things in his room. Who would spill water here? Why can't I clean this up? Isn't this just plain water? What on earth is this? Ding. Major character by Yue Guang detected with mental harm 999999, gaining destiny villain points 250. Villain roulette requires 6,900 more to unlock. What on earth is this? Nobody knew. In any case, Bai Zhou, now in the living room downstairs, had no time to ponder such matters. Bai Zhou Gij, the melodious voice ringing from within the villa, could only belong to Lin Wei. Turning around, he saw Lin Wei rushing towards him with her arms wide open, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, My father called me. He has woken up. He has woken up. The doctor even told me that my father's condition is improving. Thank you, Bai Zhou Gij, thank you. In her excitement, Lin Wei embraced Bai Zhou, nuzzling her head against his chest. Seeing his spirit companion so joyful filled Bai Zhou with happiness as well. He gently stroked Lin Wei's hair and softly said, You are my spirit companion bound by a life and death contract. There is no need for thanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei suddenly trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing bright red as she realized. What am I doing? With a swift motion, she jumped out of Baizhou's embrace, only to find herself face to face with Shen Yun, who stood at the entrance of the dining room, wearing a warm smile as she looked at her. This made Lin Wei blush even more. Ding! Host successfully blocked a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Gaining Destiny Villain Points 200, Villain Roulette requires 6,700 more to unlock. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Baizhou gazed at the bashful Lin Wei before him, unable to suppress his delight. Is this truly possible? Chapter 64, Shameless. What does a villain need for face? Baizhou's excitement stemmed not only from the 200 Destiny Villain Points, but from the fortune belonging to the protagonist, Chu Yun, that Lin Wei embodied. He distinctly remembered having previously thwarted Chu Yun's fortune multiple times through Lin Wei. The accumulated points must certainly exceed 2,000. Why was this particular instance worth only 2,000? It was because when he had broken through Long Ying's defenses earlier, he had directly obtained 2,000 Destiny Villain Points by blocking the protagonist's fortune that time. Baizhou had thought he had reached the limit. However, it seemed that with Lin Wei, he hadn't even breached her defenses yet and had already garnered more than 2,000 villain points. This indicated two possibilities. 1. That the fortune obstruction from Long Ying towards Chu Yun had not yet reached its limit, and there was still a significant chance for him to acquire another considerable amount of Destiny Villain Points in the future. Or 2. That when the time came for him to break through Lin Wei's defenses, he would once again obtain a substantial amount of villain points. Considering all of this, it was clear that Lin Wei brought in far more Destiny Villain Points than Long Ying ever could. Indeed, Lin Wei and Long Ying are fundamentally different. Observing Lin Wei, Baizhou felt compelled to invest more effort into understanding her. Thus, he directly addressed Lin Wei, saying, "Since your uncle has awakened, let us visit the hospital together. It's also dinner time. We can bring him some food." Upon hearing Baizhou's words, Lin Wei, her cheeks flushed, lifted her head and replied, "Brother Baizhou, I've slept all afternoon and I'm fine now. You haven't rested yet, have you? You've worked hard today. I should go alone." However, Baizhou took her delicate hand and insisted, "That simply won't do. After all, I am your spirit master, bound by a life and death contract." He intentionally adopted a slightly teasing tone, causing Lin Wei's hand to tremble slightly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully disrupted the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 villain points. The villain roulette is now open but requires 6,600 more points. Indeed, there was more to it. Baizhou felt a surge of delight within himself. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, her head lowered in shyness, murmured, "All right then. Thank you, Brother Baizhou." On this occasion, Baizhou did not bring a driver or bodyguards. He drove himself, taking Lin Wei to the Bai family's private hospital. As Baizhou stepped out, the hospital had already received news of his arrival. Various leaders, doctors, and even some staff members who wished to catch a glimpse of the young master of the Bai family were waiting eagerly at the entrance. Anticipating his arrival. As Baizhou's exclusive vehicle came to a stop, the hospital director hurried over to open the car door for him, not forgetting to acknowledge Lin Wei in the passenger seat. Once Baizhou and Lin Wei exited the vehicle, he noticed the medical staff lined up at the entrance, all with furrowed brows. He wondered why such a commotion was necessary. After all, he was not a celebrity. And didn't the patients inside require their attention? "Good evening, young Master Bai." As Baizhou furrowed his brow, the director and the medical staff bowed and addressed him, which only deepened his displeasure. Indeed, Baizhou was not fond of being the center of attention. He had merely come to see Lin Wei's father, and this level of fuss was quite unnecessary. "Good evening, young mistress." Ding! Detected that the host has successfully disrupted the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 villain points. The villain roulette is now open but requires 6,500 more points. Baizhou's frown instantly transformed into a radiant smile. He turned to pat the director on the shoulder, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "You've done well. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, young master. Thank you." The director beamed with joy, his face lighting up with an eager expression. Under the director's guidance, Baizhou and Lin Wei arrived at the exclusive ward designated for Lin Wei's father. That moment, old Lin lay in the luxurious room, looking utterly bewildered, as if lost in a dream, completely unaware of how he found himself in such a situation. "Daddy." Upon hearing his daughter's bright call, old Lin's face broke into a long-lost smile. Watching Lin Wei rush towards him, his joy became even more pronounced, for she appeared so blissful. Old Lin couldn't help but say, "My dear daughter, you should smile more often. You look so lovely when you do." I remember it's been ages since you've smiled like this. Moreover, you've grown taller, and your face has filled out. You've become even more beautiful." As he spoke, tears glistened in old Lin's eyes, perhaps reflecting on their family's struggles that led to Lin Wei's malnutrition and the burdens he bore concerning his illness. Though Lin Wei's eyes were also moist, her expression radiated joy as she replied, "It's all thanks to Brother Bai Zhou." "Lin Wei, what on earth am I saying?" Ding! Detected that the host has successfully disrupted the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 villain points. The villain roulette is now open, but requires 6,400 more points. Hearing this system notification, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he approached the bedside. Looking at old Lin, who seemed completely unaware of the unfolding events, he softly introduced himself. "Hello, Uncle Lin. I am Bai Zhou, your daughter's spirit master." "Spirit master?" Old Lin was visibly taken aback and turned to Lin Wei, exclaiming with joy, "You've completed your class awakening. That's wonderful. That my daughter will no longer have to endure hardship." However, just as old Lin spoke, his voice faltered, and he turned to Bai Zhou, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered. "Why your surname is Bai?" Bai Zhou nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I am the Bai you are thinking of." Old Lin was suddenly alarmed, struggling to sit up in bed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to young Master Bai." Yet Bai Zhou gently placed a hand on old Lin's shoulder, saying, "Uncle Lin, given the nature of my relationship with your daughter, there's no need for such formalities." "What kind of relationship?" "My goodness, it feels as though I'm introducing my boyfriend to my parents." Ding! Detected that the host has successfully disrupted the protagonist's fortune, earning 100 villain points. The villain roulette is now open but requires 6,300 more points. Old Lin was in disbelief, glancing between Lin Wei and the dashing Bai Zhou. What on earth is going on? What have we done to deserve this? Finally, it was Lin Wei who quickly interjected. "Let me explain this situation." She felt that if Bai Zhou were to say it, she would undoubtedly be too embarrassed to face anyone. Thus, it was better if she handled it herself. Bai Zhou, understanding, simply nodded and said, "You two have a good conversation. I'll step outside for a moment." As he turned to leave the ward, Bai Zhou was suddenly struck by a wave of guilt. After all, he had just been vulnerable with longing earlier that afternoon. To now feign virtue while pursuing Lin Wei felt rather shameless. But that thought was cast aside the moment he stepped out. After all, he was a villain. Why should he care about face? What is it worth? Is it even enjoyable? Pfft. At the moment he drew his unparalleled sword box, his future path was already determined. Why should the protagonist be allowed to accept everything so nobly? As a villain, his joy must far exceed that of the protagonist. It was a matter of principle and could not be compromised. As he closed the ward door behind him, the light in Bai Zhou's eyes shone brilliantly. Just then, the director approached him and said, "Young master, I believe it is necessary to report on the situation regarding young mistress's father." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's gaze sharpened slightly. "What's the matter? Is there an issue with his condition?" The director quickly shook his head. "Not at all. He is treatable. It's merely a matter of time." Bai Zhou sighed with relief. He was counting on old Lin to secure Lin Wei, and he couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. However, the director's next statement raised Bai Zhou's eyebrows. The director continued, "I've heard that a healer has arrived in our city, and with their assistance, young mistress's father could recover swiftly. Coincidentally, I'm a classmate of this healer." Chapter 65, $8 just went a waste. Listening to the director's words, an enigmatic glint flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes. The healer the director spoke of was precisely the individual Dr. I had mentioned to him earlier that day. This healer had been specifically invited by Zhao Gang to treat that rascal Chu Yun. What a twist. This was Bai family's private hospital, and the director could be considered one of Bai family's subordinates. Yet, the healer waiting to treat Chu Yun was a classmate of Bai Zhou's subordinate. Ha. Bai Zhou couldn't quite articulate his thoughts, but his smile certainly took on a more mischievous quality. Thus, he promptly asked the director, "Are you on good terms with him?" Without hesitation. The director nodded. "Of course. We were dorm mates in college." "Excellent." Bai Zhou's smile widened. He continued, "Could you arrange for us to meet?" "Absolutely." The director was eager to ingratiate himself with the Bai family. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, he felt a surge of excitement and said, "In fact, I have already made an appointment with him. He is currently at the 3rd hospital, attending to a patient's condition. A treatment plan must be finalized tonight, so he is quite pressed for time. However, he assured me that as soon as he finishes there, he will come to catch up with me." "Young master, do you wish to meet him?" "If you wish to see him, I shall have him come to the hospital to meet me." Upon hearing the director's words, Baijiu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Of course I want to see him. After all, this is for Lin Wei's father." Jian interjected, "Are you doing this for Lin Wei's father? Admit it, you were doing it for me." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 6,200 more to open. At that moment, the system notification sounded, not because Chu Yun sensed the annoyance of Baijiu, but because he had witnessed the state of his own chicken strips. At the third hospital, on the top floor, in a room exclusively for Chu Yun, besides Chu Yun, who lay on the bed with pale lips, 3 individuals stood by the bedside. One of them was Zhao Gang, who was slightly bent over, holding a transparent box with both hands, his demeanor exceedingly respectful towards a middle-aged man in his 50s, who wore spectacles and a white coat. This man was evidently the healer Zhao Gang had managed to procure from somewhere. Behind him stood a slightly younger middle-aged woman, clearly the healer's spirit attendant. However, this spirit attendant displayed an unusual expression, her eyes twitching, and she even coughed lightly, saying, "I'll wait for you outside." After saying this, she turned and left, glancing back at the contents of the transparent box in Zhao Gang's hands with a grimace before hastily turning away. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 6,100 more to open. This spirit attendant was clearly overwhelmed, not to mention her. Even the healer felt a chill run through him upon seeing the object inside the box, which radiated an aura of frost. What else could possibly be inside the box but Chu Yun's chicken strips? They had remained frozen for so long that a layer of frost had formed on them. If they were left any longer, damn, I shouldn't have written this. I just bought those chicken strips for $8. Oh, the healer's tone was somewhat awkward. Please don't tell me that what's inside is. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gained Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 5,900 more to open. Lying on the bed, Chu Yun had already sadly closed his eyes. Zhao Gang, holding the box, looked at Chu Yun with pity and then nodded at the healer, saying, "With the current medical standards of this hospital, even with various advanced modern instruments, there is no way to address these. You know what I mean." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gained Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 5,700 more to open. I understand. The healer took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. "So you summoned me here to piece this thing back together, and then Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gained Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 5,500 more to open." With his eyes closed, Chu Yun felt as if he were on the verge of tears. "Goodness, couldn't you discuss these matters without me? You can't keep tormenting me like this." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gained Destiny Villain points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 5,300 more to open. After receiving Zhao Gang's affirmation, the healer coughed lightly and said, "I'm very sorry." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 5,200 more to open. The healer, looking at the contents of the box, then at Chu Yun lying on the hospital bed, said, "If what's inside is still relatively complete, I would have the confidence to restore it to its original state. However, now this has become like this, and even I have no way to help." What? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun opened his eyes in despair. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 5,100 more to open. "Doctor." Chu Yun's voice was tinged with a sob. "Please save me. Team leader Zhao Gang said you're the most skilled healer, that your spirit master level is so high, and you have even awakened a rare healing sub-profession. If even you cannot heal my body, wouldn't that mean I am destined to become a Ding?" Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 5,000 more to open. "I don't want to become a eunuch. Doctor, I beg you, save me. I have never even held a girl's hand. I cannot. I truly cannot." Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's big roulette needs 4,900 more to open. At this moment, Chu Yun lay on the ground, wailing in agony. It was truly heart-wrenching. Zhao Gang and the healer in the hospital room looked at Chu Yun with expressions full of sympathy. While they may not be able to empathize with him, they could certainly imagine it. Sigh. Yet the healer let out a sigh and shook his head, just as he was about to express his helplessness. Zhao Gang stepped forward and grasped the healer's hand. The healer was instantly taken aback. Do not grab me with a hand that has touched that thing. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gain Destiny Villain Points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 4,700 more to open. Cough cough cough. Zhao Gang coughed violently a couple of times, quickly tossing the chicken strips he had been holding in the box aside. He then looked seriously at the healer and said in a low voice, Sir, indeed, healers are a rare profession, especially when the other party's spirit master level is quite high. Even the city defense team leader Zhao Gang addresses you as Sir. There is something I have not mentioned to you. I believe you heard about the awakening of a spirit master with SSS level aptitude in this locality this year before you came. Upon hearing this, the healer immediately nodded, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in his eyes. Yes. Indeed, that is an SSS level. Unprecedented. I came this time hoping to witness who possesses such extraordinary talent. As he spoke, his voice suddenly faltered. Then, with a swish, he turned to the bed. You can't be referring to. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered a mental injury 9999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 200. The villain's big roulette needs 4,500 more to open. Zhao Gang's expression was peculiar, yet he solemnly nodded and said, So, sir, I sincerely hope you can find a way for Chu Yun. Chapter 66. I still prefer girls. Please, you must help Chu Yun. When Zhao Gang spoke these words, his demeanor was exceedingly sincere. He even bowed deeply to the healer. However, the absence of that particular item would not affect Chu Yun's SSS level talent. After all, that aptitude was unrelated to such matters. Yet, while it may not impact Chu Yun directly, it would certainly affect his spirit attendant. You see, as a spirit master, Chu Yun's desire to become powerful would undoubtedly require him to form a contract with his spirit attendant, right? Whether it be a partner contract or a master-servant contract. It was inconsequential. However, the most significant boost in strength would naturally arise from a life and death contract. If you have a spirit attendant bound by a life and death contract, they are also an adult with their own desires. Yet, if you cannot provide for them, even if they love you dearly, there will inevitably be friction due to other issues, right? At that point, the intimacy would be affected, as would the spirit attendant's control. If Chu Yun could not unleash his true potential, would his SSS level aptitude not be rendered useless? He couldn't possibly have someone else step in for him. Could Chu Yun bear the thought of having another take on his life and death contract? So if given the chance, Zhao Gang would still do everything in his power to aid Chu Yun, to restore his health. Faced with Zhao Gang's earnest attitude, Chu Yun felt a profound sense of gratitude. The healer, observing Zhao Gang's sincere demeanor, felt a profound certainty within that Chu Yun must indeed be the SSS grade spiritual master. Yet, his gaze flitted anxiously between Zhao Gang and Chu Yun, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. This is an SSS grade spiritual master who possesses the audacity to confront him. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 100. And the villain roulette requires an additional 4,400. However, Zhao Gang shook his head and replied, My lord, I cannot disclose this matter. It is, in fact, a form of protection for you. Please consider how to save Chu Yun. Saving him is tantamount to preserving the future of our spiritual masters. Astonished by Zhao Gang's elevated stance, the healer could only nod in agreement, saying, I shall do my utmost. However, I need to prepare a treatment plan. Coincidentally, I have a classmate in the area with whom I can discuss this matter. Together, we shall devise a perfect solution. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord, and please extend my thanks to your esteemed classmate. The kindness you both have shown shall never be forgotten in my lifetime. In the private hospital of the Bai family, Bai Shou sat quietly beside Lin Wei's father's hospital bed, observing Lin Wei as she cared for her father. However, his mind was elsewhere, dominated by the incessant beeping of the system notifications echoing in his mind. Allowing Bai Zhou to envision that Chu Yun was undoubtedly in a state of relentless torment. This prompted Bai Zhou to internally commend, Shenqin truly is remarkable. Indeed, had it not been for Shenqin's bizarre yet ingenious maneuvers, he would not have amassed such a considerable amount of Destiny Villain Points in such a short time. Of course, this did not alter Bai Zhou's perception of Shenqin. She remained the sort of woman who, with a touch of sunlight, would bloom excessively. It was preferable for her to obediently stay by his side as a loyal little pup, enabling him to further torment Chu Yun. Was that not delightful? Earlier, Lin Wei had disclosed to her father the pact of life and death she had signed with Bai Zhou, conveniently omitting the part where Bai Zhou had threatened her. That incident had faded from her memory. Upon learning that his daughter was merely an E-grade spiritual maiden and that the young master of the Bai family intended to enter into a life and death contract with her, he was utterly astonished. His initial reaction was to think that the Bai family's young master must have lost his senses. Naturally, he would never vocalize such sentiments. Although Lin Wei had subtly hinted at possessing hidden talents, and that her true abilities were far beyond those of an E-grade spiritual maiden. Her father was unlikely to believe it was more plausible that the Bai family's young master had peculiar tastes, preferring women who appeared easily intimidated, perhaps even wishing to marry his daughter. Especially now, as Bai Zhou's gaze remained fixated on his daughter, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth further solidified old Lin's suspicions. The smile gradually morphed into a knowing grin as he addressed Lin Wei. My dear daughter, in the future, as you accompany young Master Bai, do be sensible and obedient, understand? Initially, Lin Wei did not grasp her father's insinuation, but she earnestly nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Papa, Bai Zhou treats me exceptionally well. I would never cause him any trouble. That's good. That's good. Old Lin's smile grew increasingly radiant as he continued. If any matters arise at home, as the lady of the house, you must lend a hand. Lin Wei nodded, Huh, he added, you ought to take good care of young Master Bai's daily needs and, ideally, bear him a healthy baby boy to carry on the Bai family's legacy. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Wei, Dad, she gasped, abruptly covering her face. What are you saying? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully severed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining Destiny Villain points 100, and the Villain Roulette requires an additional 4,300. However, old Lin dismissed Lin Wei's embarrassment, fully aware of his daughter's character. If she were not shy about such matters, that would indeed be a cause for concern. He then turned to Bai Zhou, saying, Young Master Bai, what do you think? Bai Zhou's body trembled slightly as his vacant gaze regained its focus. Although his eyes had been trained on Lin Wei, his pupils had not truly concentrated, for his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Yun. Thus, when old Lin suddenly addressed him, he instinctively responded, Times have changed. Whether a boy or girl, it matters not. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully severed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining Destiny Villain points 100. And the Villain Roulette requires an additional 4,200. Lin Wei gasped and then, without hesitation, took off running, vanishing from the hospital room in an instant. Bai Zhou, bewildered by her sudden departure, pondered what had just transpired. He had barely heard any details from the exchange between Lin Wei and her father, only catching snippets about a big baby boy. What was going on with Lin Wei? As he contemplated her retreating figure, old Lin's voice broke through his thoughts. Young Master Bai, I must express my gratitude once again. Old Lin's tone was earnest. Bai Zhou turned and waved his hand dismissively, saying, it was but a trifling matter. Hardly worth mentioning, he believed old Lin was referring to the hospital arrangements, which indeed were inconsequential for him. Accommodating a free patient was no burden at all that it could even foster Lin Wei's loyalty, which was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet old Lin continued, however, Young Master Bai, our family's circumstances leave us unable to provide much in the way of a dowry. Bai Zhou replied, Dowry? Old Lin reassured him, fear not. We shall not demand a single penny in bride price. As long as you and my daughter can live happily, I shall rest in peace. Bai Zhou, Ding, detected that the host has successfully severed a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gaining Destiny Villain points 100. And the Villain Roulette requires an additional 4,100. Now, Bai Zhou understood why Lin Wei had fled in such embarrassment. What had he just blurted out? Something about whether a boy or girl. Good heavens, just as he began to process this, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a blushing Lin Wei re-entered, her eyes downcast. Yet she still dared not meet Bai Zhou's gaze as she timidly spoke. Bai Zhou, the director asked me to inquire if you are currently available. That he mentioned that someone has arrived. Hearing this, Bai Zhou leaped to his feet. Who is it? That must be Chu Yun's benefactor. Chapter 67. What an impressive 61-level spiritual master. Chu Yun. Upon hearing the name Chu Yun from Bai Zhou's lips, Lin Wei's expression froze, a flicker of coldness glinting in her eyes. Clearly, Lin Wei was genuinely disappointed in Chu Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's father, lying on the hospital bed, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, perplexedly asking, What about Chu Yun? That young lad should have awakened alongside you, right? How's he faring? That child has had his share of misfortune. As Bai Zhou processed this, Lin Wei quickly interjected, "Dad, please refrain from mentioning that name again." Huh. Lin Wei's reaction left her father bewildered. Yet Bai Zhou smiled and exited Lin Wei's father's hospital room. Confident in his achievements, he believed Lin Wei would provide her father with a satisfactory explanation. After closing the door, the director, who had been waiting in the corridor, approached Bai Zhou. "Young master, the guest has arrived and is currently in my office." "Lead the way," Bai Zhou instructed succinctly. The director, eager to comply, responded, "Certainly, young master, please follow me." As they walked, the director continued, "Young master, my classmate's name is Tang Tao, and he is now a 61 level spiritual master. Is that so?" Upon hearing of Tang Tao's level, Bai Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. He was aware that a secondary profession required a spiritual master to be above level 50 to qualify. He had assumed Zhao Gang and the others had merely engaged a novice healer. But it turned out Tang Tao was already at level 61. It was noteworthy that advancing beyond level 50 was increasingly challenging. Thus, Tang Tao's level indicated at least 5 years of experience as a healer. To attract someone of that caliber truly required significant effort. The dean's somewhat awkward voice emerged. "At that time, I was sharing a bunk with him, but alas, my talents were simply too lacking." Destined to achieve nothing in the realm of spirit masters. However, Taozi is different. Upon graduating from university, his spirit master level exceeded 20, and he was undoubtedly considered a genius in our class. Yet, unexpectedly, the secondary profession he chose was that of a healer. "It seems he truly has a passion for the medical profession." As the dean spoke, a nostalgic expression graced his face, revealing his genuine longing for the youthful days of university life. Yet, for Bai Zhou, his college journey had yet to commence. Soon, under the dean's guidance, Bai Zhou arrived at the door of the dean's office. Naturally, the dean did not need to knock before entering his own office. The moment the door swung open, Bai Zhou felt two piercing gazes upon him. The middle-aged man seated on the sofa was none other than Tang Tao, the individual the dean had mentioned. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman, undoubtedly Tang Tao's spirit daughter. As Bai Zhou observed the two, they too were scrutinizing him. In their eyes, Bai Zhou appeared as a young man not yet 20. Therefore, neither of them reacted upon seeing him, remaining comfortably settled on the sofa. Tang Tao leaned back against the couch, one hand incessantly fiddling with an object. Bai Zhou paid little mind to this, considering it normal for someone of that age to have such habits. However, as his gaze briefly passed over the object in Tang Tao's hand, he suddenly felt a gentle tremor in his arm. Bai Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his trembling limb. He knew he was adorned with a dragon pattern armor on that arm. The tremor seemed to stem from the armor, but just as swiftly as it appeared, the sensation vanished. Bai Zhou pursed his lips, pondering whether it was merely an illusion. When he cast his gaze again, the feeling did not return. It seemed it truly was a figment of his imagination, and he promptly dismissed the thought from his mind. Just as the dean led Bai Zhou into the office and closed the door, Tang Tao spoke up. "No, Lao Wang, weren't we supposed to have a gathering tonight? Just the two of us. Why did you bring along this young pup?" "Young pup?" Upon hearing this, the dean was instantly taken aback, hastily interjecting, "No, he is." Yet, Tang Tao showed no inclination to hear the dean's introduction, instead cutting him off. "Is his family quite wealthy?" "Indeed, they are very affluent. But how much did they give you that made you bring him before me? Are you hoping to introduce him to me so I can take him on as a disciple?" "Lao Wang, you didn't mention any of this when you called me. Have you become someone who sees only the value in money? If you continue this way, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship." He waved his hand dismissively. "Get this kid out of here." To be fair, Tang Tao was fully aware of his own prowess. After all, he was a level 61 spirit master, and a healer at that, a rare profession that a little arrogance could be tolerated. However, Bai Zhou could see that Tang Tao likely had not encountered any true powerhouses since becoming a healer and had never faced setbacks in life. He was still floating in the air and needed to be brought down a notch. Thus, Bai Zhou remained unperturbed, observing Tang Tao on the sofa with a smile. Yet, while Bai Zhou was calm, the dean could no longer contain himself. He exclaimed, "Taozi, are you out of your mind? Are you seeking death?" The dean's sudden tirade momentarily stunned Tang Tao. Before he could process this, the dean continued, "What gives you the audacity to assume I would introduce him to you?" "I am introducing you to him." Cough, cough. The dean cleared his throat and solemnly introduced, "This is the esteemed young master of the Bai family, Bai Zhou." At that very moment, with a clatter, the object Tang Tao had been fiddling with fell onto the coffee table. Ding detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open, but still requires 40-50. The sudden system notification momentarily startled Bai Zhou. He had no recollection of a character named Tang Tao in the original story. Could it be that his arrival had transformed Tang Tao into a supporting character, linking him to Chu Yun? That made sense. A joyful smile spread across Bai Zhou's face. Indeed, Destiny Villain Points were not to be passed up. With a swift motion, Tang Tao's spirit daughter reacted quickly, standing up in a flurry and bowing to Bai Zhou, saying, "Bai, young Master Bai, forgive us. We have never seen your true visage, and this is simply." Smack. In a swift motion, the spirit daughter delivered a sharp rap to Tang Tao's back of the head. "What are you still dawdling for?" Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering physical damage 1. Mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open but still requires 4,000. With that slap, Tang Tao finally snapped back to reality. In a panic, he bowed deeply to Bai Zhou, his voice trembling. Bye. His nerves rendered him speechless. In contrast, Bai Zhou chuckled lightly. "Are you saying goodbye? Then I shall take my leave." With that, he truly turned to leave. Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open but still requires 3950. In an instant, the three middle-aged individuals in the office became frantic. No. Tang Tao leaped into action, utilizing his strength as a level 61 Spirit Master to land directly in front of Bai Zhou. He bowed again at a 90-degree angle, this time not daring to stutter. "Young Master Bai, I apologize." Yet, he still faltered slightly. Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open, but still requires 3,900. The truth was, he was utterly terrified, just as Dean Wong had remarked. What gave him the confidence to assume that the Dean was bringing in some affluent young heir for him? Indeed, the young man was a scion of immense wealth, but the Bai family was something entirely different. One sneeze from them could shake the entire nation. Moments ago, he had been so arrogant, lounging on the sofa, demanding the Dean take the young man away. Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open but still requires 3850. Chapter 68. What an unexpected gain. If Lao Wang truly took the young master away, the Bai family would swiftly come to claim this lowly level 61 Spirit Master. Lao Wang was right. He was indeed courting disaster. "Young Master Bai, I am truly sorry, truly. I had no idea you were here at Lao Wang's hospital. Had I known, I would have personally come to greet you." "Young Master Bai, I. Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open but still requires 3,800. Tang Tao began to stutter again. Bai Zhou, in turn, could not help but smile. His earlier pretense of leaving had merely been an act to tease Tang Tao and diminish his arrogance. That was only one of the reasons. The other reason for Bai Zhou's amusement was that he could easily imagine the lengths Zhao Gang and his companions must have gone to in order to recruit Tang Tao. He could also envision the state they would be in before Tang Tao. But now, the healer they had painstakingly sought was bowing and scraping before him. What a sight it would be if they were to witness this exchange. Looking at the visibly anxious, pale-faced Tang Tao, who was over 50 levels stronger than him, Bai Zhou smiled and simply remarked, "So, you're not going to let me leave now?" Ding. Detected a secondary character suffering mental damage 999. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The villain roulette is now open, but still requires 3750. "Young Master Bai, how could I dare?" Tang Tao's voice trembled incessantly. "You mustn't leave. It's I who should leave. I will take my leave at once, so as not to offend your presence." With that, Tang Tao genuinely prepared to depart. However, he did not turn around. Instead, he continued to face Bai Zhou, bowing respectfully as he slowly retreated. Much like an ancient servant bidding farewell to an emperor. Yet Bai Zhou raised a hand and remarked, "Enough. If you leave, who will I converse with?" Yes, Bai Xiaoyi, I shall not depart. I shall not depart." Tang Tao instantly halted his steps. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had already turned to head towards the sofa. In that moment, Tang Tao's spiritual companion, keenly perceptive, promptly jumped out from between the sofa's cushions, granting Bai Zhou a clear space. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Tao approached Director Wang, gritting his teeth and whispering, "You brought Bai Xiaoyu here without notifying me in advance? Are you trying to get me killed?" Director Wang rolled his eyes and retorted, Who knew what nonsense you were up to? If you arrive, and Bai Xiaoyi wishes to see you, I would undoubtedly inform him at once. Do you think I have the time to explain? That would be courting disaster for myself? Ding. Detected secondary character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain's grand roulette requires an additional 3,700. You. Tang Tao listened to Director Wang's reckless words, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap to his face. However, seeing Bai Zhou already seated, he hastily turned and rushed to stand before him, keeping his head lowered. Yet Bai Zhou raised a hand and said, "Take a seat." Tang Tao, upon hearing this, trembled slightly and cautiously replied, "I dare not." Bai Zhou continued, "What? Do you mean to suggest that you want me to look up to converse with you?" Ding. Detected secondary character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain's grand roulette requires an additional 3,650. No. The increasingly nervous Tang Tao found his words stumbling. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, he dropped to his knees with a thud and excitedly exclaimed to Bai Zhou, "Bai Xiaoyi, this is splendid. Now I need not look up. You." Bai Zhou pointed a finger at the suddenly kneeling Tang Tao, intending to speak, but waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Kneel if you must." Bai Zhou felt helpless. He genuinely wished to engage in friendly dialogue with Tang Tao, yet from the outset, Tang Tao's demeanor had been rather unfriendly, now reduced to this state by the mere title of the young master of the Bai family. It truly was, "Kneel if you must." Tang Tao's kneeling indeed left Bai Zhou at a loss, yet he failed to consider how this scene would appear to Zhao Gang. TSK. That it must be noted that at the third hospital, Zhao Gang, the captain of the city defense team, had shown utmost deference before Tang Tao, bowing and scraping, not daring to utter a sound. Yet here was Tang Tao, kneeling upright before Bai Zhou. Just this? How could Zhao Gang dare to seek to shake the status of the four great families? Zhao Gang was reduced to a mere running dog this moment. Seeing Bai Zhou seated, Director Wang had already prepared a cup of fine tea, steaming with warmth, and hurriedly placed it on the coffee table before Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, with a gesture of politeness, reached to pick up the teacup. However, the instant his arm rested on the table, a familiar tremor coursed through him once more. This time, Bai Zhou was certain it was not a mere illusion, for beside his arm lay the object that Tang Tao had dropped in a daze. Bai Zhou observed it closely. It appeared to be a triangular brooch, adorned with a deep green stone resembling jade. Was this object somehow resonating with his dragon pattern armor? Initially, Bai Zhou had sought Tang Tao regarding the main character Chu Yun. Yet now, Bai Zhou pointed at the brooch and inquired, "What is this item of yours?" Ding. Detected secondary character suffering mental harm 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain's grand roulette requires an additional 3,600. Tang Tao shuddered slightly, hastily responding, "Bai Xiaoyi, I apologize. I shall take it away immediately." He hurried to retrieve it, but Bai Zhou raised a hand. "No, that is not my intention." Bai Zhou pondered. What had frightened Tang Tao so deeply to elicit such a reaction? Could it truly be that he was capable of suffering mental harm over this? However, Bai Zhou did not dwell on this. He was far more interested in the nature of the object. Listening to Bai Zhou's inquiry, Tang Tao did not dare to be careless, explaining in detail, "Bai Xiaoyi, this is merely a toy of sorts. I had someone appraise it, and it is an E-grade spirit master equipment. Rather insignificant. I found it visually appealing, so I kept it in hand, playing with it now and then to refine my temperament." Although Tang Tao was uncertain why Bai Zhou inquired about such a trivial E-grade item, he nonetheless elaborated. After listening to Tang Tao, Bai Zhou immediately asked, "You had it appraised. What is the effect of this equipment?" Tang Tao, unsure why the young master of the Bai family was interested in his E-grade equipment, assumed perhaps Bai Zhou was merely trying to ease the atmosphere. Thus, he nodded and explained, "This item is just a brooch. It can enhance defense by 1. Nothing remarkable. It does have a special skill that, when consuming all energy, boosts the damage of the next attack by 10. Truly of little use." Tang Tao spoke dismissively. However, these words struck a chord with Bai Zhou, causing his heart to race. The description, effects, and skills of this E-grade equipment sounded remarkably similar to his recently acquired dragon pattern armor. No wonder the armor had emitted such an unusual sensation. Could it be that this brooch was another piece of the dragon pattern armor set? Upon forming this thought, Bai Zhou immediately raised his head to gaze at Tang Tao, stating, "Do you still wish to keep this? If not, then I would like it." Huh. Ding. Detected secondary character suffering mental harm 999. Gain Destiny Villain Points 50. Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,550. Tang Tao was utterly confounded as to why the young master of the Bai family would take such a liking to his toy. An E-grade equipment. Was it truly worth such attention? Did Bai Zhou also have a penchant for fidgeting with such items? He cautiously ventured, "Master, if you desire it, I can prepare a better one for you." "No." Bai Zhou's response was unexpectedly childlike. "I want this one." "Well," Tang Tao's eyelids twitched, "then I shall gift it to you." By Xiao Yi. "Thank you." Just as Bai Zhou grasped the brooch, the system's notification chimed in his mind once again. Ding. Detected host successfully obstructing a portion of the main character's fortune. Gained Destiny Villain Points 500. Villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 3,050. Chapter 69. After all, the main character's halo is indeed the main character's halo. The system notification confirmed for Bai Zhou that this item was, indeed, connected to the dragon pattern armor. He recalled that in the original plot, Xu Yun had indeed collected the 5 pieces of the dragon pattern armor, which were primarily obtained through dungeon raids or task points. He never expected to encounter such a thing on Tang Tao today. He understood that Tang Tao was an unexpectedly introduced secondary character related to the main character due to his alteration of the original storyline. Could it be that this set of equipment had also transformed in accordance with the evolving plot? The moment Bai Zhou acquired the brooch, he adorned it on his chest in the next instant. As when Bai Zhou first donned the dragon pattern armor, lines of clear information appeared in his mind. E-grade accessory, emerald brooch, wearing effect, defense increased by 1, equipment skill, consumes all energy to increase next attack damage by 10. This equipment's description was far simpler than that of the dragon pattern armor. Particularly when observing the name of this equipment, which turned out to be an accessory, a glimmer of uncertainty flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes as he mused. Was this not one of the dragon pattern armor set? Yet as this thought crossed his mind, a sense of helplessness washed over his face. Oh no, how could I have forgotten such a crucial detail? The original narrative specified that the 5 pieces of the dragon pattern armor collected by the main character Xu Yun included a helmet, 2 arm guards, and 2 leg guards. Moreover, they were all classified as S-grade equipment. The dragon pattern armor surely could not be E-grade. Was I being foolish? However, there was no hint of disappointment in Bai Zhou's eyes. Although this item was not the dragon pattern armor, the moment he grasped it in his hands, the system's notification sound would undoubtedly be flawless. He had clearly intercepted a portion of Xu Yun's fortune, which indicated that this E-grade brooch was certainly not trivial. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Wait, how could I have forgotten about this? Suddenly recalling something, Bai Zhou immediately spoke. System. I wish to use the equipment advancement card to elevate this brooch to S-grade. Chime. The system's prompt arrived without delay. Red equipment advancement card -1. Bai Zhou sensed the card within the system space, shattering it on the spot, transforming it into specks of red light that converged in a specific direction. At that very moment, Bai Zhou felt a subtle warmth radiating from the spot on his chest where the brooch was pinned. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he noticed fine cracks appearing in the dark green gemstone at the center of the brooch. Yet, these cracks did not indicate that the gemstone was about to shatter. It seemed as if an invisible hand was meticulously carving into the small gem. Gradually, a pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged above the gemstone. In the next instant, the once dull, dark green gemstone erupted into a dazzling brilliance. What on earth? This sudden transformation startled the other 3 individuals in the office simultaneously. What is happening? The radiant light was so intense that the 3 of them could hardly keep their eyes open. Even Tang Tao, who was level 61, along with his spirit companion, could not resist raising their hands to shield their eyes. As for Dean Wang, at the very moment the item began to glow, he initially thought it might be a bomb set to explode in front of Bai Zhou. Unable to help himself, he instinctively moved forward to protect Bai Zhou. However, as the brilliance intensified, he felt a powerful force enveloping Bai Zhou entirely. This immense energy emanated from the brooch on Bai Zhou's chest, and as the light grew stronger, the energy expanded further, creating a pressure that made Dean Wang's heart race. Gulp. Dean Wang swallowed hard, shielding his eyes from the light, then turned to Tang Tao, exclaiming, "Taozi, what have you given to young Master Bai? I can't shake the feeling that this item is rather extraordinary." Chime. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage 666. Gained Destiny Villain Points 50. The Villain Roulette requires 3,000 more points to activate. How would I know? Tang Tao was now on the verge of a breakdown. You ask me. Who should I ask? Indeed, this item had merely been a toy in his hands. That E-grade item, aside from its appealing appearance, was utterly devoid of merit. Thus, when Bai Zhou expressed interest in it, he felt no pangs of regret and readily gifted it. But why did this item, when worn by young Master Bai, lead to such a transformation? At that moment, Tang Tao's spirit companion approached him and inquired, "What is going on? I remember you've had that for many years now. Has it ever displayed such changes before?" Chime detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage 777, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,950 more points to activate. Tang Tao's expression was almost on the verge of tears. Of course not. If I had known it would do this, I would never have casually discarded it. This dot could it truly be an E-grade accessory? Tang Tao's spirit companion, unable to restrain herself, remarked, "Who did you have appraise this item back then? Did you block them?" Chime detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage 888, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain roulette requires 2,900 more points to activate. Bai Zhou paid no heed to the system's incessant notifications echoing in his mind. For at that moment, as the brooch's brilliance surged, new information appeared in his consciousness. S-grade accessory, dragon pattern brooch. Wearing effect, defense increased by 10. Linking the dragon pattern set enhances the additional effects of the 5-piece dragon pattern set by double. Equipment skill, passive skill. Upon the release of the dragon pattern set skill, the enhancement effect of dragon soul power is further amplified by double. I can't believe it. As Bai Zhou processed the new information flooding into his mind, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Good heavens! What is this? What kind of item? While it may not be one of the 5 pieces of the dragon pattern set, it appears to be an auxiliary accessory specifically crafted for the dragon pattern set. Bai Zhou recalled the description of his dragon pattern armor. The wearing effect of the 3-piece set boosts defense by 50, while the 5-piece set amplifies it by 100. This means that with the inclusion of this dragon pattern brooch, if he were to complete the set, the 3-piece defense would increase by 100, and the 5-piece set would elevate it by 200. Moreover, there is its passive skill. Even possessing just one piece of the dragon pattern set can yield a 100 increase in the damage of the next attack. Coupled with this passive skill, his next strike could inflict 200 damage, and that's not all. The enhancement from the set effect. If he managed to gather all 5 pieces, activating the skills of the entire set would increase his next attack's damage by 500. Under such circumstances, when further amplified, it could reach a staggering 1,000. Good heavens, it would be akin to unleashing 10 versions of himself upon the same target, simultaneously delivering a devastating blow. This was simply astonishing. In light of this situation, it would be unnatural for Bai Zhou not to be astounded. This TM, his gaze flickered with excitement, yet a hint of confusion arose. Why don't I remember reading in the original story that Chu Yun received such a remarkable accessory? Indeed, Bai Zhou was quite clear about the plot of the original work. Chu Yun's possession of the 5-piece dragon pattern set was already a formidable presence, with no mention of any additional enhancements. Yet, how is it that he had come across this through Tang Tao? At this thought, Bai Zhou's gaze sharpened slightly. This Tang Tao had come to this city specifically for Chu Yun. Indeed, had he not accompanied Lin Wei to the hospital today, he would never have encountered Tang Tao. Naturally, Tang Tao would be attending to Chu Yun's medical needs at Zhao Gang's request. Once Chu Yun's health was restored, given Tang Tao's habit of idly fiddling with items, the elder in Chu Yun's mind would inevitably discover the existence of this piece. Thus, this item was ultimately prepared for Chu Yun. Could it be? A cold glint flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. Was it that Chu Yun's powerful protagonist halo? Upon noticing that the protagonist's opportunities were being continuously pilfered, forcibly bestowed upon him a new chance. If that were the case, this damn protagonist halo, disregarding the rules of engagement. Chapter 70. Your treatment approach could use some expansion. Thankfully, his family was formidable. It was fortunate that he had come to the hospital to acquire destiny villain points from Lin Wei. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the head of Bai's private hospital was acquainted with Tang Tao, let alone procure such an item from him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was favorable. Chu Yun's fortune had still been intercepted by him. Chime detected that the host successfully obstructed a portion of the protagonist's opportunities. Gaining destiny villain points 100, the villain roulette requires 2,800 more points to activate. It remained uncertain whether the system was offering Bai Zhou a consolation prize, as the notification rang out. While Bai Zhou had indeed preemptively snatched Chu Yun's fortune, he had nearly missed the opportunity. Initially, he had thought it was merely an illusion, but had he truly let it slip away, the loss would have been monumental. Due to the protagonist Halo's unpredictable nature, Bai Zhou resolved to keep a closer eye on Chu Yun. He must not let his guard down. The blinding light of the brooch gradually dimmed after its advancement, allowing Dean Wong and the others to finally discern the scene before them. The brooch adorning Bai Zhou's chest, which had previously merely appeared aesthetically pleasing with no remarkable qualities, now showcased a distinct dragon pattern. Even in the absence of a powerful energy emanating from it, it exuded an imposing aura. Would anyone still dare to refer to it as E-grade trash equipment? From its appearance alone, that would be utterly inconceivable. Ironically, at that moment, Bai Zhou turned to Tang Tao and expressed, "Thank you." Chime. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental damage 99999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain roulette requires 2,700 more points to activate. Indeed, Tang Tao's heart was bleeding. Yet, he could only force a pained smile as he replied, "As long as young Master Bai is pleased." However, he seemed somewhat unconvinced and added, "Young Master Bai, I suddenly feel that this E-grade accessory is quite lackluster. Perhaps." Stop. With a casual flick of his wrist, Bai Zhou declared, "The E-grade is quite satisfactory. I have an affinity for E-grade. My spirit companion is also of E-grade. Anything of a higher caliber would be beyond my means." Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 99999. Gained Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,600 to activate. Before Tang Tao could finish his statement, Bai Zhou's words rendered him speechless. The corners of Tang Tao's eyes twitched in rigidity. Naturally, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known that this item would evolve, he would never have carelessly discarded it. He recognized its significance, and it was clear that young Master Bai was also aware of its value. There was no way he would return it to Tang Tao. As for the E-grade spirit companion of the Bai family's young master, no one would believe that. How could the Bai family possibly allow an E-grade spirit companion to cross their threshold? However, Tang Tao could only silently berate himself and quietly lament. Otherwise, he might truly find himself taken away by the Bai family. Cough, cough. At that moment, Bai Zhou cleared his throat twice. Indeed, his unexpected surprise had been addressed. It was time to discuss matters of importance. Bai Zhou had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit to Tang Tao. Thus, he straightforwardly broached the subject. "You were summoned by the city defense team to treat someone named Chu Yun, correct?" Hearing this, Tang Tao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly pondering. Wasn't Zhao Gang adamant that this matter was to remain absolutely confidential? How could? Though he speculated thus in his mind, Tang Tao still managed a forced smile and nodded, saying, "Young Master Bai, your prowess is truly remarkable. Your intelligence is unparalleled. The city defense team indeed requested my presence to attend to Chu Yun's ailment. But, young master, is this the reason you sought me out?" Bai Zhou did not respond to Tang Tao's inquiry. Instead, he continued with a probing question. "Have you prepared the treatment plan for Chu Yun?" This, ding, detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,550 to activate. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, a perplexed expression instantly overtook Tang Tao's face. Zhao Gang from the city defense team had explicitly informed him that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After all, Chu Yun, a spirit master with an SSS-grade talent, was currently in a precarious situation. In fact, when he left the third hospital, Zhao Gang had instructed him to pretend that nothing had occurred, as if he were merely visiting the area as a tourist. Little did he expect that young Master Bai would inquire about such a secret, given the stakes involving an SSS-grade spirit master. Tang Tao was unable to afford any negligence. Noticing Tang Tao's hesitance to respond, a faint smile flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes as he resumed his questioning. "Do you know why Chu Yun is currently hospitalized?" In response to this query, Tang Tao instinctively shook his head. I do not know that he had previously posed this question to Zhao Gang, but Zhao Gang had stated that, for Chu Yun's safety, it was inconvenient to disclose any information. Without granting Tang Tao much opportunity for reaction, Bai Zhou casually remarked, "Chu Yun is my classmate. And I am quite fond of him, which is why I had him sent to the hospital." Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 999. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,500 to activate. Tang Tao inhaled sharply, taken aback. So that was the reason for young Master Bai's concern regarding this matter. No wonder Zhao Gang had refrained from disclosing information, citing safety concerns. It turned out that this situation was linked to the young master of the Bai family. At this moment, Zhao Gang's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. Although Bai Zhou's tone remained calm and a smile graced his face as he spoke these words, the implications behind them were abundantly clear. What did it mean when he said he was not particularly fond of this classmate? It indicated that Chu Yun was an adversary of young Master Bai. If he were to save Chu Yun or withhold details of the treatment plan from young Master Bai, would he not find himself positioned in opposition to him? After all, young Master Bai had the formidable backing of the Bai family. Those two seemingly innocuous statements were clearly an invitation for him to choose sides. Gulp, Tang Tao swallowed hard. On one side stood the young Master Bai, who had just seized his precious item and forced him to kneel in humiliation to apologize, while on the other was Chu Yun, an SSS-grade talent with limitless potential, who would surely express gratitude if he were to be healed. There was simply no basis for comparison. Thus, Tang Tao swiftly made his choice of allegiance. Young Master, I understand. Rest assured, I shall decline the request from the city defense team and allow Chu Yun to fend for himself. Your decisiveness in choosing sides is truly remarkable. The director, Wang, nodded in satisfaction, his gaze toward Tang Tao seemingly conveying, Taozi, it appears your intellect remains intact. However, to everyone's surprise, Bai Zhou exaggeratedly interjected, No, don't let him fend for himself. You must ensure that he receives proper treatment. Huh, ding, detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 666, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,450 to activate. Bai Zhou's words left both Director Wang and Tang Tao momentarily stunned. They thought, weren't you quite dismissive of Chu Yun? Why are you now insisting that I find a way to treat him? Bai Zhou's voice did not falter. He continued, First, tell me about your treatment plan. Tang Tao was utterly perplexed by Bai Zhou's train of thought and could only grit his teeth to briefly outline his ideas. Essentially, he stated that the chicken essence had reached a point of no return. However, alternatives could be sought, such as finding a suitable donor who matched Chu Yun's needs, or perhaps utilizing modern technology to create an artificial organism, which could then be integrated into Chu Yun through his healing techniques. While this would mean that Chu Yun would not be entirely original, it would prevent him from bearing the stigma of being a eunuch. In the long run, it could prove beneficial for Chu Yun's spirit companion. Naturally, after presenting the idea to Bai Zhou, Tang Tao promptly added, Young Master, if you find this plan unsuitable, I can certainly revise it. That is no issue, as we haven't commenced yet. No, Bai Zhou interjected, once again raising his hand. I find your proposal quite acceptable, creating an artificial being for Chu Yun. Ingenious, truly commendable. Observing Bai Zhou's satisfied expression, Tang Tao's eyelids twitched, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, Bai Zhou's next words confirmed his suspicions, but I feel that your concept could be further expanded. Why must it be human? Tang Tao. Ding, detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 999, gained destiny villain points 50. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,400 to activate. Chapter 71. Is the city defense team operating in secrecy? Ding, detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 9999, gained destiny villain points 100. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,300 to activate. Ding, detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm. Ding, detected that the villain's grand roulette requires an additional 2,000 to activate. The system notification ringing in Bai Zhou's mind was becoming increasingly bothersome. However, there was little he could do about it. After all, the shock that Tang Tao was experiencing was profound. Goodness, young master of the Bai family. Is this what you meant by expanding your thinking? Is your perspective perhaps a bit too broad? Is this even appropriate? Not only Tang Tao, but even Director Wang beside him was utterly bewildered. His young master's line of thinking was astonishingly perfect. Meanwhile, Tang Tao's spirit companion had closed her eyes entirely, seemingly unable to fathom such a scenario. Bai, young master. Tang Tao's voice was noticeably hoarse. Isn't this line of thinking a bit inappropriate? Yet Bai Zhou responded enthusiastically. Who says this line of thought is inappropriate? It is absolutely brilliant. Just consider, if you're seeking a human donor, is there truly anyone willing to volunteer? Even if someone were willing, would their compatibility be assured? If you were to create an artificial being, how much effort would that require? Moreover, over time, it could rust and necessitate maintenance. What a hassle. If you follow my approach, the materials would be readily available, and you wouldn't need to worry about upkeep in the future. What a splendid solution, indeed. This. Tang Tao felt his hands tremble slightly. Ding. Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 9999, gained destiny villain points 100. The villain's grand roulette requires an additional 1900 to activate. Ding. detected that the host has successfully disrupted a portion of the protagonist's fortune, gained Destiny Villain points 500. The villain's Grand Roulette requires an additional 1400 to activate. The second system notification caused Bai Zhou's eyes to gleam with excitement. Indeed, though Tang Tao's expression was fraught with difficulty, he still nodded emphatically and said, "Young Master Bai, since you have said so, I shall give it a try." Bai Zhou was uncertain whether it was due to the increase in his villainous destiny points or the anticipation of what expression the protagonist, Chu Yun, might wear thereafter, but a smile crept upon his face that he could scarcely contain. He even joyfully patted his own belly. In that case, I shall trouble you. Upon finishing this statement, Bai Zhou stood up from the sofa, saying, "If there is nothing else, I shall not interrupt your reminiscing." With that, Bai Zhou prepared to take his leave. However, Tang Tao, with a hint of reluctance, replied, "I feel that reminiscing can wait a couple of days. I should return and clear my thoughts first." After saying this, Tang Tao also used the coffee table for support to rise from the floor. Hearing this, Bai Zhou smiled and said, "Very well, allow me to see you off." No. Tang Tao instinctively waved his hands in refusal. After all, what was his status to warrant the personal escort of the young master of the Bai family? That would be absurd. Yet, Bai Zhou took the initiative to grasp Tang Tao's arm. Smiling as he said, "You are about to assist me with such a significant task. What harm is there in me seeing you off? Assist me, ding." Detected that a secondary character has suffered mental harm 9999. Gained villainous destiny points 100. The villainous roulette requires an additional 1300 points to activate. Ultimately, under the combined escort of Bai Zhou and Director Wang, Tang Tao departed from the hospital with his spiritual companion. However, their movements while getting into the vehicle resembled that of a hasty escape, though the reason remained unclear. Watching the vehicle carrying Tang Tao leave, a smirk graced Bai Zhou's features as he thought to himself, "Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, you ought to thank me. Had it not been for me, the esteemed healer Tang would never have agreed to treat you. Chu Yun, I thank you indeed." After a light chuckle, Bai Zhou turned to re-enter the hospital. Director Wang promptly took the lead, opening the door. However, the gleam in his eyes, which had once been filled with respect, now bore an additional tinge of fear towards Bai Zhou. He silently resolved that no matter what transpired in the future, he must never commit any act that would offend the young master. Otherwise, he might even lose his very right to exist. Hiss. The thought of Bai Zhou's smile earlier in the office sent a shiver down Director Wang's spine. Just as the two stepped through the hospital's entrance, a shadow materialized beside Bai Zhou. Upon seeing this figure, Director Wang immediately spoke, "Young master, please continue with your business. I shall check on the condition of the young mistress's father." Director Wang, perceptive as he was, recognized that the man in black was a bodyguard assigned to Bai Zhou. Concealed in the shadows, his sudden appearance indicated that there was something amiss. Bai Zhou was also acquainted with him. He was the very person who had dispatched that young Master Wang Hai with a single strike. Yet, regardless of his formidable strength, he remained merely a subordinate of the Bai family. At this moment, once the black-clad man noticed that Director Wang had departed, he immediately whispered something into Bai Zhou's ear. Whatever the black-clad man conveyed caused Bai Zhou's gaze to shift slightly, prompting him to inquire, "Are you certain?" The man in black nodded, saying, "He had been lurking near the hospital the moment you stepped out. He reappeared, evidently targeting you. Young master, would you like me to take action?" Bai Zhou slowly shook his head, a playful smile gracing his features as he replied, "No need. If it is he, I shall handle it personally." With that, Bai Zhou turned and exited the hospital once more, the figure of the man in black vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared. Emerging from the hospital, the night had deepened considerably. Everything around appeared eerily tranquil. Bai Zhou inhaled a deep breath of fresh air and turned, as if taking a leisurely stroll, meandering through the hospital's intricate pathways. It wasn't long before he arrived at the innermost recesses of the parking lot, far removed from the hospital's illumination, which cast a dim light over the area. However, upon reaching this spot, Bai Zhou seemed satisfied, nodding in approval. Suddenly, with a swish, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. A dagger shot through the air, aimed directly at Bai Zhou's back. With his back to the dagger, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile. His body merely swayed slightly, and the dagger whizzed past, inflicting no harm. Yet, Bai Zhou distinctly saw a man clad in a black cloak and mask, the very dagger gripped firmly in his hand. The man, having missed his initial strike, did not hesitate, immediately preparing to attack Bai Zhou once more. Yet, Bai Zhou's voice floated out nonchalantly, "I was wondering how long you'd hide." It seems you couldn't contain yourself any longer. Ding. Detected that a primary character has suffered mental harm 555, gained villainous destiny points 50. The villainous roulette requires an additional 1250 points to activate. Upon hearing the system's notification, Baijiu immediately recognized the identity of his assailant. Continuing to smile, he remarked, "You members of the city defense team also indulge in this sort of sneaky behavior. Do you? Tell me, have your injuries healed?" Ding. Detected that a primary character has suffered mental harm 555, gained villainous destiny points 50. The villainous roulette requires an additional 1,200 points to activate. The man in black, clearly caught off guard by Baijiu's direct revelation of his identity, momentarily faltered, yet he quickly tightened his grip on the dagger. With his other hand, he slowly peeled away his mask, revealing himself as the city defense squad's 5th-level captain from earlier. The black-clad man had informed Baijiu that this individual had been tailing him ever since he had escorted Lin Wei out, and he was alone. Initially, one might assume he was merely following or surveilling. But when the captain had reappeared during Tang Tao's departure, he had exuded a palpable intent to kill. The black-clad man had sensed this and reported to Baijiu. Baijiu's emergence was, in fact, a deliberate move to draw this captain out. Now, observing the dagger in the captain's hand, Baijiu inquired curiously, "I recall you wielding a firearm. Have you switched spiritual companions?" To which the captain retorted with a scoff, "To kill you, I need no spiritual companion." Baijiu nearly burst into laughter at this response. "You, with your spiritual companion, were no match for me. Now you come alone. Who gave you the audacity?" Chapter 72. Living just one more day. What's the point? If one were to attribute the source of this captain's courage, it would likely be Baijiu's spiritual companion, Lin Wei. It seemed absurd that even this captain could be linked to Lin Wei, but such was the reality. After being thoroughly trounced by Baijiu, he had sought to review the battle with his own spiritual companion, hoping to understand what had transpired. One statement from her had illuminated the captain's perspective. During combat, he had sensed a bloodline suppression originating from Baijiu's spiritual artifact. Indeed, it was this revelation that clarified everything for the captain. It was no wonder that despite being 2 levels above Baijiu, he had still been outmatched. Baijiu's spiritual companion was simply too powerful, even exerting a degree of dominance over his own. Thus, it made sense that without the aid of spiritual companions, Baijiu would merely be a level 3 novice, incapable of posing a threat to a level 5 spirit master like himself. Consequently, we find ourselves in the present predicament. One could only ponder whether to deem him overly naive or simply misguided. While spirit masters do possess certain capabilities independent of their spiritual companions, the balance of power in combat is typically equitable. Otherwise, one would be unable to command formidable spiritual entities. This was precisely why Bai Jinbei had been able to dominate the city defense squad's captain without the aid of a spiritual companion. His solo attempt to assassinate Baijiu was, in fact, quite reasonable. However, Baijiu had a pressing question he wished to pose. With this opportunity at hand, he asked, "I find it curious that even your subordinates cowered upon realizing my identity. What gives you, a mere captain, the audacity to obstruct my path?" "Humph." The captain let out a cold scoff, his voice laced with a venomous edge as he replied, "The 4 great families are all enemies." Upon hearing this, Baijiu's gaze sharpened slightly. "The 4 great families are all enemies? Oh, I see. Earlier, your subordinates mentioned that you were a recent addition. You weren't brought along by that old scoundrel Zhao Gang during his ascent, were you?" Ding. Detected significant mental harm to a major supporting character 666, acquired destiny villain points 50. The villain's roulette is open, but requires an additional 1150. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Zhao? The captain's emotions suddenly escalated. Die. With a swift motion, the captain brandished his dagger and charged at Baijiu like a bolt of lightning. This individual's actions only solidified Baijiu's suspicions. Indeed, this person was one of Zhao Gang's associates, who were backed by an organization that Baijiu had yet to uncover, intent on overthrowing the oppression of the 4 great families. Now it was clear why this youth dared to be disrespectful in such a public setting. Unfortunately, he was simply too young and inexperienced, unlike the seasoned Zhao Gang. Remember, one must be adaptable to survive, like a cunning turtle. With a swift movement, Baijiu narrowly evaded the captain's strike. Yet, the captain did not relent. Launching a relentless barrage of attacks, Baijiu skillfully dodged, while the captain's strikes failed to connect, leading to a visible frustration as he coldly remarked, "Is dodging all you know? What kind of man are you? Even if you can evade, how long can you last? I am a level 5 spirit master, while you are merely a level 3. Your energy must be nearly depleted. No, hearing the captain's foolish taunts made by Zhou want to laugh. Yet he compassionately replied, "Apologies, but you're mistaken. Yesterday, I was indeed a level 3, but today, I am already a level 5 spirit master. What? Ding. Detected significant mental harm to a major supporting character 999. Acquired Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's roulette is open but requires an additional 1100. Impossible. The captain's expression twisted into a snarl. This is absolutely impossible. It has only been one day. How could you possibly elevate 2 levels in such a short time? It took me nearly a year to reach level 5. By what right do you claim such progress? By what right? By Zhou smirked. I am not entirely sure. Perhaps because I am more handsome than you. Upon hearing this, the captain's forehead throbbed with veins, his voice rising into a near shout. What does being level 5 matter? Without a high-level spirit maiden, you are nothing but a waste. I can still kill you. Die? Baijiu perceived the captain as a brainless hothead, or perhaps someone brainwashed by the organization behind Zhao Gang. Nevertheless, he sensed that the captain's attacks had become genuinely fierce, a pressure emanating from him that felt oppressive. However, it was a pity. Baijiu chuckled softly. Then allow me to graciously demonstrate the disparity between us. As his words fell, a faint glow shimmered from both his arm and the brooch on his chest. In an instant, with a resounding whoosh, Baijiu's fist shot forward like a bullet. The dragon pattern armor was indeed spirit master equipment, capable of being utilized without a spirit maiden. Baijiu could unleash its power himself. And combined with the brooch's enhancement, this punch carried 200 of his might. Could he withstand it? The answer was evidently negative. With a dull thud, Baijiu's fist struck faster than the captain's dagger. Blood erupted from the captain's mouth and nose as he was sent flying. Ding. Detected physical harm to a major supporting character 999. Mental harm 999. Acquired Destiny Villain points 100. The villain's roulette is open but requires an additional 1000. Another dull thud echoed as the captain crashed heavily against the wall behind him. The dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground alongside his body. Coughing violently, the captain expelled blood, his chest visibly caving in. Seeing this, Baijiu was slightly taken aback. Goodness, was my punch truly so powerful? Had I known, I wouldn't have activated my skills. He had expected the level 5 captain to possess greater defensive capabilities, especially against someone unarmed. Who would have thought that triggering the dragon pattern armor skill would result in such devastation? The captain's face turned ashen, lying on the ground, unable to move, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair and disbelief. No, it can't be. Without a spirit maiden, how could you? Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Baijiu retracted his fist, looking down at the captain with indifference. It seems that without a spirit maiden, you resemble a mere waste. With that, another torrent of blood spewed from the captain's mouth. Using all his strength, he attempted to point a trembling arm at Baijiu, but it faltered, losing all power. And his neck slumped. With a crack, he was dead. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully disrupted the protagonist's fortune. Acquired Destiny Villain points 1000. The villain's roulette has been activated. Would the host like to begin the draw? As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Baijiu's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but take a step back, staring at his own fist. I killed someone. Baijiu's voice trembled for a moment. This was unavoidable. It was a natural human reaction. After all, he was a transmigrator, and before his journey, he had never committed such an act. Moreover, he had directly ended a life with a single punch. Yet, Baijiu was stronger than he had anticipated, taking a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. However, he could not shake the feeling of a raging heat coursing through him, relentlessly bombarding his mind. At that moment, the hidden bodyguard in black swiftly emerged, rushing to the captain's side to check his body. Even he was taken aback, his gaze filled with horror, as if to say, my heavens. The young master just completed his class awakening yesterday. Today, he managed to kill a level 5 spirit master with nothing but his physical strength. How could this be possible? Chapter 73. Long Ying. Are you beginning to grasp the situation? His question was absurdly naive, as if he were oblivious to the reality before him. The man lay dead at his feet. What could possibly remain uncertain? It was likely that the sheer shock of the situation overwhelmed him, prompting such an exclamation. It was this outburst that jolted Baijiu back to reality. Although his focus returned, the turbulent heat within his mind persisted. Was this what they referred to as the after-effects of killing for the first time? Baijiu was uncertain of the cause or how to manage this surging heat. Seeking to distract himself, he turned to leave without uttering a word, mentally instructing the system. System, commence the draw. He paid no heed to the captain's corpse, knowing that the Bai family's personnel and his bodyguards would handle the matter thoroughly. Leaving him untroubled, before him, the dazzling light of the spinning roulette materialized. Previously, the sight of the spinning wheel filled him with excitement and anticipation, but now, perhaps due to the after-effects, his inner turmoil seemed to escalate further. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing from the roulette. Experience points 2,000. Another batch of experience points. Fortunately, this reward was double the previous amount. However, Baijiu noted that the quality of the reward remained unchanged. It seemed that the experience point rewards were tied to his spirit master level. Regardless of the reason, it was a positive outcome, allowing for accelerated leveling. As he headed towards the hospital, Baijiu instinctively instructed the system, "I will share half of the experience with Lin Wei." Just as before. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, he abruptly halted. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that a major character has suffered mental harm. 555. Acquired Destiny Villain points 50. The villain's roulette has opened but requires an additional 8,950. The sudden system notification left Baijiu momentarily stunned. A major character. A character beneath the protagonist. Currently, only one individual was present, fitting this role in the system's notification, Long Ying. Baijiu's gaze flickered with realization. A flicker of doubt arose within her heart. Had this woman not already composed herself? Yet, the sudden emotional turmoil she experienced. What had she encountered? Whom had she seen? Or perhaps a glint of cold light flashed in Baijiu's eyes. Could it be that she had begun to regain her senses? Ding! Major character detected emotional distress. 666. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 8,900 more to activate. It was precisely this latest system prompt that prompted Baijiu to revise his statement. First, allocate 500 experience points to me and Lin Wei. The remaining 1,000 will be distributed later. Once he had conveyed these instructions, a faint glimmer appeared in Baijiu's eyes, and an enigmatic smile graced his lips. Yet, at that very moment, as the corners of his mouth curved upward, he felt the tumultuous fervor within his mind quiet considerably. Initially, Baijiu had intended to return to the hospital, seeking out Lin Wei, the charming young girl, hoping to quell the rising restlessness stemming from his first experience with taking a life. However, in that instant, he found himself questioning, why should I suppress it? Thus, on the cusp of stepping into the hospital, he turned around and walked directly towards the parking lot where his vehicle awaited. Once inside, he simply instructed, "Home." At the Bai family villa, in a freshly tidied bedroom, Long Ying sat dazedly on the bed, wrapped in a bath towel. Just as Baijiu had surmised, after taking a shower and returning to her room under the guidance of a maid to calm herself. Long Ying had indeed begun to regain her composure. Her pupils flickered gently, no longer exhibiting the clarity and transparency that had marked her earlier state when she had grasped her future. Instead, a complexity had emerged. She gazed down at her delicate hands, her pupils trembling slightly, murmuring to herself, "Long Ying, what have you done? How could you be so compliant? How could I so naively entrust my future to him?" Ding! Major character detected emotional distress. 777. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 8,850 more to activate. Indeed, Long Ying's psychological defenses had been utterly shattered by Baijiu, and a reconstruction had taken place. Yet, the newly forged inner world was, after all, a fragile realm. Having been shaped in mere hours, it could not compare to the deeply entrenched beliefs formed over 18 years in the absence of Baijiu's presence and the sound of his CPU. Long Ying found herself reflecting on her recent actions. Moreover, she was still a level 0 spirit maiden of merely E-rank quality. The promise had been that seizing her future would grant her immense, unimaginable power. Yet, she had indeed entrusted it to him. Why had she not experienced any change? Was he deceiving her? Long Ying's gaze darted about, a chill creeping into her eyes, but as quickly as the coldness arose, it was replaced by a surge of panic. No, it couldn't be. He wouldn't deceive me. I have entrusted myself to him. Young Master Bai would never betray my trust. Long Ying shook her head vigorously, clutching her towel. Yet, the next moment, she furrowed her brow and lifted her gaze. We have only just met. What gives him the right? Ding! Major character detected emotional distress. 888. Gained Destiny Villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 8,800 more to activate. At that moment, Long Ying's inner conflict between her old and new worldviews was in fierce contention. One must prevail for her to find peace. If the clash continued, she risked succumbing to madness. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door to her bedroom was flung open violently. followed by a resounding thud as it slammed shut. The room was illuminated only by the dim light of a bedside lamp. Though Long Ying could only make out the figure of the intruder, she was certain it was Bai Zhou. Reflexively, she jumped from the bed, retreating quickly against the wall, her voice tinged with anxiety. Why didn't you knock? Ding. Major character detected emotional distress 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 8,750 more to activate. Hearing Long Ying's words, coupled with the system's alert, Bai Zhou realized that he had failed to solidify his previous accomplishments, resulting in a fracture in the new worldview he had constructed for Long Ying. Just moments ago, she had approached him openly, embracing him without hesitation, calling him young master. Yet now, though she refrained from screaming, her evident resistance was undeniable. Sighing inwardly, Bai Zhou thought, it seems that, much like with killing, I must also follow up on these matters. However, after dispatching that squad leader, I had indeed neglected to follow up. Yet, the system's alerts would not air, even if I forgot to finish the job. I trust my bodyguards would step in. Thus, Bai Zhou took a step towards Long Ying. As he drew nearer, the light naturally illuminated him, causing Long Ying's expression to stiffen and her complexion to pale. Blood. Blood, young Master Bai, please don't harm me. Ding. Major character detected emotional distress 999. Gained destiny villain points 50. Villain roulette requires 8,700 more to activate. In that moment, Bai Zhou noticed the numerous dried bloodstains on his sleeves and clothing. Remnants of the squad leader's demise. The sight of blood reignited the previously quelled fervor within him. A terrifying smile spread across his face as he slowly raised his gaze towards the cornered Long Ying.